The sound of a breeze could be heard by the ear, and moaning, which could be seemingly heard at times, could send chills right down the listener's spine. As the change of events was too sudden and the scenario was extremely shocking, if it had happened to any ordinary person, his spirit would probably have left his body out of shock. Even if one could maintain composure, but one would probably still be stumped by the sudden change of events. However, Huang Yueli maintained her calm and collected expression, not even showing any sign of distress. At the instant that darkness fell, she had already distinguished that it was not reality that was happening right before her eyes, and was likely to be some sort of hallucination. The aim of extending this hallucination was naturally to confuse her and ultimately delaying her escape. Hence, Huang Yueli didn't slow down and continued to head on forward, charging straight towards those horrifying spirits. Just at the moment where her body was about to collide with the spirits, Huang Yueli's wrist moved and took out a long piece of soft whip. Break! That tone was clear and melodious, as though orioles leaving the valley, she drew a lining in the vast horizon. Following her voice, the soft whip thrashed across the front of the spirit. A shrilling shriek was heard as the spirit which was whipped split into two halves. Following that, it seemed to melt and slowly dissipated into the sky. Whip after whip, the spirits in front of her were gradually being smashed to pieces. Just slightly after a few breaths' time, those spirits which had obstructed her way were all eliminated and the sky slowly turned brighter and brighter, gradually restoring a sunny mid-afternoon weather. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards slightly, and increasing her speed, she slipped into the forest at top speed. Shui Qingqing held his chest tight and felt another mouthful of blood surge upwards. This round, he couldn't bear it any further and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The expression on his face was a cross between anger and embarrassment. Damn it, how is this possible? Why was that wretched lass able to break my 1,000 demons illusionary field? Although my cultivation is not enough, but I had managed to train successfully the 1,000 demons illusionary field to a small realm. Even a 6th degree realm expert would normally fall head first into this technique of mine. Her cultivation is only at 2nd degree realm, so how could she escape unscathed? It was simply abnormal that this lass was so weird to the extreme, as though her existence was here to put other people down. The 1,000 demons illusionary field was a type of heaven-level lower-grade profound skill, and its might was extremely powerful. It was a skill which could only be practiced by dark attributed physique practitioners. Using the adjustment of their dark profound energy, they were able to produce a terrifying illusionary scenario to confuse their opponent. If the cultivational disparity was too huge, they would be able to strip their opponent's compos mentis, thereby turning them into their plaything. Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger one's willpower would be, and the higher the chances of defending against the illusionary scenes of the 1,000 demons illusionary field. For a 2nd degree realm practitioner like Huang Yueli, it was already an amazing feat that she was not stunned into a vegetable after encountering into this scenario. Once the 1,000 demons illusionary field was utilized, it would require a lot of profound energy, and it was exactly because of this reason why Shui Qingqing did not dare to use it too often. The only reason why he used this skill was because he was angered by Huang Yueli, and he had prepared to torment her thoroughly after he had controlled her consciousness. Even if it did not work, he would be able to obstruct her way into the forest. However, from the way things had turned out, Shui Qingqing felt a sense of shock once again. Not only did Huang Yueli not fall into his trap to be confused and become a retard, but on the contrary, her speed of escaping had not decreased any bit. Before Shui Qingqing could feel stunned, he had already saw Huang Yueli pulling out her soft whip and smashing fiercely outwards himself. If it had been others, they might perceive Huang Yueli as being pressed to the state of insanity, and could only raise her whip in a disorderly manner towards those spirits. But to the originator of the evil 1,000 demons illusionary field skill, Shui Qingqing could tell from one glance that every single whip that Huang Yueli made was coincidentally on the weakest point of this skill. Although her profound energy was not considered strong, but the accuracy of her attacks had reached 100%. The weakest point of the Thousand Demons illusionary field was being broken by her one after another, and finally, it had completely vanished. As for Shui Qingqing, as his skill had been broken, he had once again suffered another backlash. In this short quarter of an hour, Shui Qingqing had struck out consecutively and even utilized one of the skills which he was most complacent about. However, the result was although Huang Yueli was put into a slightly difficult situation, but she had not even lost a strand of hair. Whereas for him, he had been fooled till ashen-faced and had sustained quite a substantial internal injury out of nowhere. Shui Qingqing was both furious and anxious, and could not wait to tear Huang Yueli into pieces. As a fifth-degree realm practitioner, he was also one of the proud figures from a large sect. Would it even make sense if he could not even take down a second-degree realm country lass? More importantly, his mission this time was because of Morong Fei's entrustment. He waited for so long before he finally had a chance to fawn on the goddess of his dreams, and if it was fouled up with neither rhyme or reason, then wouldn't he become a complete piece of trash in Morong's eyes? This was a matter of a man's pride. The more Shui Qingqing thought, the more anger he felt as he continued chasing after her, flustered and exasperated. But as he had been obstructed by Huang Yueli several times, and due to the backlash that caused a couple of breaths' time, that was more than enough time for Huang Yueli to escape into the forest. By the time Shui Qingqing had entered the forest, Huang Yueli's figure could no longer be found. Shui Qingqing sought high and low, but the surrounding shrubs were around a human's height tall and were extremely dense. Looking from afar, one could only see the hovering shades from the trees and not be able to tell clearly if someone was amongst them. As he walked into the forest, he shouted loudly, "By Ruoli, get your ass out here now. Don't think that you've hidden yourself and I won't be able to find you. I only need to use my soul trace and slowly search every inch of the forest, and sooner or later, I'll be able to whisk you out. If you are to come out by yourself now, I can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise, by the time I find you, you will be in deep shit." Shui Qingqing threatened her, but Huang Yueli was no fool, so of course she wouldn't believe in his bullshit. The only reply he got was the breeze gently rustling the leaves. Shui Qingqing squinted his eyes slightly as a sense of urgency shot up in his heart. That wretched lass, could she had really slipped away? No, it was impossible. She had just ran into this forest and it was just 10 over breaths time earlier than him. No matter how far she ran, there was no way she could escape a huge distance away. At most, she would still be in the vicinity of around 2 kilometers. What's more, this should be the first time that wretched lass had passed by this place, and this was not Southview Kingdom, so she couldn't have set up any hidden traps in the forest, so she couldn't possibly have disappeared into thin air. Thinking of that, Shui Qingqing set his heart at least and started to gather his qi and with rapt attention, used his soul trace to search the surrounding environment. Innate talents for cultivation and concentration levels differs among practitioners, and that in turn would affect the boundary of their soul trace. As a 5th-degree realm practitioner, Shui Qingqing was at least able to sense the situation around him, but in order to conduct a detailed search, he would need to waste a lot of energy and time, which would multiply many times over. Shui Qingqing had originally intended to use the scare tactic to save some energy, but Huang Yueli didn't fall for it, so he could only do the search slowly. But he believed that he would be able to whisk that lass out sooner or later. At this very moment, Huang Yueli was hiding behind a huge tree trunk. Her back leaned against the trunk and without a single movement, her eyes were shut and her breathing seemed to come to a halt as her body started to turn icy cold, as though she was gradually losing signs of life. In reality, the scenario that Shui Qingqing thought was actually correct. Huang Yueli knew clearly that if things were to go on like this, she would eventually be caught. Moreover, she cannot run. Because if she did, Shui Qingqing would be able to location her position immediately, and as long as the direction was correct, in terms of speed, she would definitely not be able to outrun him. That was why Huang Yueli only chose to conceal herself so that Shui Qingqing had no way to seek her. But this was equally difficult as the soul trace of a 5th-degree realm practitioner was very powerful. Unless one's cultivation level was higher than the opponent, otherwise, there was no way that one would be able to conceal one's presence under the opponent's fully powered search. Just as Huang Yueli was deliberating, suddenly she recalled that she had read a cultivation method in her previous life. This cultivation method was found during an expedition at an ancient mystic region in her previous life, also known as Colonian breathing skill. Practitioners who practiced this Colonian breathing skill are able to adjust the direction of the profound energy in their body to simulate a fake death scenario. Under any situation, if one was able to conceal their presence, then the enemy would never be able to locate them. This cultivation method was extremely functional and the results were shocking. If one could practice it to the highest level, even if it was a 1st-degree realm practitioner, they would be able to successfully conceal their presence under the eyelids of 9th-degree realm experts. However, in order to successfully practice the Colonian breathing skill, one would need at least a 5th-grade talent in Earth attribute. In her previous life, Huang Yueli had not been equipped with this talent, hence after she obtained the cultivation scroll for the Colonian breathing skill, she had never once practiced it. However, she was different in this current life. As a complete attribute 9th-grade genius, Huang Yueli felt that she should be able to acquire this cultivation method. The only fraudulent situation at hand was that she had never practiced this cultivation method before, so she had no prior experience. Now that she had to clasp Buddha's feet when danger arose, would it even be possible to learn this skill successfully within a couple of breaths' time? If this was told to others, they would surely laugh their heads off. Such lunatic ravings weren't even heard of. What a retard. But since things have come to such a stand, she had no other choice, so even if it was a dead horse, she would have to treat it like a living horse to treat. Huang Yueli made a prompt decision and searched her memories for that Colonian breathing skill. Luckily, her memory had always been ridiculously strong, and even after so many years, she would be able to recall every single cultivation method that she had read through. She hastily forced herself to calm down and ignore the changes that were happening on the external world, blocking out Shui Qingqing's blustering. The only thing she cared about now was the cultivation method. In a blink of an eye, she had already entered the mode of cultivation, silently absorbing earth attributes elements from the surroundings. Her profound energy flowed into her limbs and skeleton according to the guidelines from Colonian breathing skill. Even she had not expected that things would be so successful. She didn't seem to expend much effort while practicing this cultivation method. Even Huang Yueli herself could not believe the current situation totally. Even though this cultivation method was a heaven-level mid-level skill, but if it was left in the entire soaring heavens continent, this was considered as one of the best cultivation methods. It was extremely difficult to successfully practice this high-level cultivation method, and if one were to be able to get the gist of it slightly within 1 to 2 years, that person would be considered as a genius. Huang Yueli had initially not held any hopes and purely didn't want to sit and wait for death, so she made a final deathbed struggle. In actual fact, she had already made preparations to be discovered under her failure to acquire this skill. However, she had never dreamt that she just simply practiced according to the instructions given, to let her profound energy tour all her meridians an entire round, and she realized that she had already attained the basic realm of the cultivation method. Tioch. Wasn't this a little bit too fast? If this had not happened on her own self and was told by someone else, she would definitely not believe it. Could it be that the flame spirit physique was really that abnormal? Not only the process of practicing fire-attributed cultivation methods produced shocking results, but it was also super smooth while practicing any cultivation methods. Huang Yueli could not interpret this situation, but at this moment, she could not afford to be distracted. She devoted herself entirely to the operation of the cultivation method, and her presence gradually became weaker and weaker by the second. Not long later, she stopped moving completed as though she had become one with the tree. Shui Qingqing was still walking to and fro in the quiet forest. He had utilized all his concentration and used his soul trace to check the surroundings again and again. But he was unable to detect any living person's presence in the forest. Shui Qingqing didn't believe it and purposely walked round in circles to widen the boundary. The boundary of his soul trace had reached a total of 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers was already an unreachable boundary which Huang Yueli should not be able to reach based on her speed. But even so, he was still unable to find her. Shui Qingqing's eyes turned red from anxiety as he clenched his teeth. His expression had turned incomparably sinister. "You little slut, where on earth have you died to? Have you really dug a hole and buried yourself? How is that possible? She obviously was not able to run that far away, so I'm sure she had hidden herself." Where on earth had she hidden herself? Shui Qingqing paced back and forth, as he felt frustrated and gloomy. He raised his head and shouted into the serene forest once again, "By Ruoli, get the hell out. If you don't come out, I'm going to set fire to the entire forest. Surely you won't want to die under the flames in the forest, right? Do you know how terrifying it is to be burned to death? The flames will slowly burn every inch of your skin, and you will also breathe in the smoke and ashes. Then your vocal cords be muted such that you won't even be able to call out for help, and finally you can only roll around in pain from being burnt alive." Shui Qingqing had depicted the scenario to be extremely disgusting, in bid to scare Huang Yueli out. From his view, this kind of death was the most disgusting way to die. Even those tenacious top exponents were not able to bear with this torment. In that case, a lass like Huang Yueli would definitely be scared out of her wits. Unfortunately, even after he had depicted such a disgusting scenario, there were still no movements in the forest. Shui Qingqing gritted his teeth and yelled, "Not coming out, is it? I'll give you one more chance. I'll count backwards from 10. When I'm done, if you still don't appear in front of me, then you can just wait to become a piece of roasted meat." Shui Qingqing's hysterical threats had reverberated through the forest and clearly passed on to Huang Yueli's ears. Although she was in a state of fake death, but that did not mean that she was oblivious to the surrounding changes. On the contrary, although she looked exactly like a dead person, but her soul trace was extremely clear and her 5 senses were abnormally sensitive. Towards what was happening in the outside world, she was even clearer than usual. Shui Qingqing's threats had indeed sounded horrifying, and if it had been any other ladies, they would probably have been scared out of their wits. No matter which practitioner, if they were to meet their demise while training, no one would want to be burnt into a piece of tender roasted meat, right? This way of dying was just too disgusting, and a tad too frightening. Besides that, Huang Yueli also believed that Shui Qingqing was capable of doing that. In the high-level practitioner's eyes, low-level practitioners' and normal humans' lives were not lives. It was no different from any beasts. In a place like Soaring Heaven's continent where might was highly valued, there were quite a number of people who still believed in this view. However, Huang Yueli was one who wasn't afraid of those type of people. Because of her flame spirit physique, she don't believe that any flames would be able to hurt her in any way. Even if it was the number 1 deviant flame, true phoenix fire, hadn't it be easily refined by her? As for other ordinary flames, even if it could start a prairie fire and burnt her body, but it would not be able to hurt her one bit. So if Shui Qingqing really intended to set fire on her, then it would be a good thing. Because once the fire was started, the scenario would definitely be in a huge mess. Once a forest fire lit up, it would be extremely hard to extinguish it. By then, Shui Qingqing would definitely assume that she's dead and would not need to make too much verification, and all she had to do was to wait for Shui Qingqing to leave before she could quietly leave the scene of fire. To Huang Yueli, this was simply the best way to escape from this scenario. So Huang Yueli had been secretly mumbling to herself, quickly burn, you, better quickly set fire. If Sui Fangping was able to hear her inner thoughts, he would probably be driven mad on the spot. The threat that he had thought to be extremely horrifying and abnormal was actually able to help Huang Yueli? Moreover, she had been praying non-stop that he could quickly use such a sinister method on her. What was the problem here? To torture one person was naturally to make her afraid, then only would the tormentor feel good. But the other party was not afraid and was excitedly hoping for it, then there would be no meaning at all. Huang Yueli operated the cultivation method and at the same time, she looked forward to Sui Fangping setting fire. However, not knowing if Sui Fangping had found his consciousness or what, he finally did not set fire. Huang Yueli waited for a long time, but there was no signs of movement, so she gauged that he had probably given up the decision to set fire in the forest, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the same time, she started to be on her guard. Sui Fangping would probably not give up at this moment in time, but if he chose not to set fire, then it would mean that he must have found another sure-win way to force her to appear in this. What method would it be? Huang Yueli waited and waited, until she almost lost her patience. From the outside of the woods reverberated a sharp shriek. You, who are you? What are you intending to do? Lu, let me go, he. Help. Bo hoo hoo. That voice sounded like it was filled with shivering and choking, and sounded slightly familiar. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment and realized that this was her cousin, Bai Ruoqi's voice. Immediately following that, Sui Fangping's voice could be heard again. Shut up, stupid girl. If you continue crying, I'll stab you to death. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Bai Ruoqi kept begging for mercy as she sat paralyzed on the ground, holding tightly onto Sui Fangping's thigh as she begged, I won't cry, sir, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Please don't kill me. Sui Fangping kicked her aside, scram further aside. Let me ask you, that Bai Ruoli, is she your cousin? Related by blood? Bai Ruoqi knew this was an exponent who would claim her life just by a raise of his hand and shivered with fright. Not daring to hide anything, she hurriedly answered once Sui Fangping raised his question. Right, it's exactly as you said. Bai Ruoli's father is my father's blood brother. It's absolutely true. But since I was young. Bai Ruoqi wanted to mention that since young, she had been on loggerheads with this third cousin and both of them were not on the same path, so rather than saying that they were relatives, it would be more apt to say that they are enemies and had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. So when Sui Fangping wanted to create trouble for Huang Yueli, it really wouldn't implicate her because she held the same wishes that Huang Yueli would quickly die. However, Sui Fangping had no patience to listen to her, and after he had gotten the answers he wanted, he dragged Bai Ruoqi aside. Enough, I know already. Bai Ruoqi wished to speak, but did not do so on second thought after she caught Sui Fangping's murderous stare, not daring to open her mouth at all. Sui Fangping dragged Bai Ruoqi into the forest and shouted loudly towards the inner part, Bai Ruoli, come out now. If you don't, I will kill your cousin. Moreover, I will also cut off her fingers individually and let you hear her painful, anguished wailing. You, better consider carefully. Bai Ruoqi was terrified till she almost fainted. It was obviously that little slut who lured the enemy, so even if she died, she deserved it. Why? Why did it implicate her? The forest was still in a state of silence. Sui Fangping frowned and reiterated again, Bai Ruoli, have you considered clearly? This is your blood-related cousin, considered to be your blood skin. Are you going to let her, in your face, be tortured alive until she dies? Can you get past your conscience? Don't tell me you will not be pricked by your conscience and have a nightmare tonight? There was still no movements in the forest. Sui Fangping was afraid that Huang Yueli could not hear him, hence he repeated himself once again. However, not only did Huang Yueli heard it, but when she heard, she found it especially amusing. This Sui was here to harm her, or to help her. If he really slowly tortured Bai Ruoqi to death slowly, not only will Huang Yueli not feel sorrowful, instead she will feel ecstatic. Trying to use such a scheme to force her to show herself? It would only have the opposite effect, okay? As for Bai Ruoqi, please feel free to slowly torture her and don't stand on ceremony. After you're done with the torture, please scram as soon as possible. Sui Qingqing didn't get any response, and his eyebrows creased as he secretly felt a shock in his heart. This lass, although she was very young, but her psychological quality was pretty good. He had already dragged her cousin here, and yet there was no activity from her at all. Actually, Sui Qingqing had not expected Huang Yueli to listen to his threats and just run out in stupor. But when most people had their blood relatives captured, they would not be completely silent. No matter how calm one may look, there would be that one instance that their bodies would become stiff and slight changes would occur to the frequency of their breathing. What Sui Qingqing was hoping for was that instance of abnormality. As long as Huang Yueli had that one little bit of being disturbed, she would easily display some loopholes, and he would be able to use that to ascertain a rough estimate of her hiding place. Once he was able to locate her, then capturing her would not be a big issue. However, reality had disappointed Sui Qingqing. There was no slight change in breathing frequency in Huang Yueli, as though his capturing of Bai Ruoqi had no effect or response from her. Wretched lass, stop pretending, she is your blood cousin. I heard that you were raised by your uncle, how could you be so heartless to your cousin? Alright, your heart is made of steel, isn't it? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Saying that, Sui Qingqing raised Bai Ruoqi with one hand and held tightly onto her slender hand, as though he was gently caressing her. TSK, this cousin of yours looks not bad at all, youthful and smooth skin, and this pair of hands are especially beautiful. If I were to slash off her fingers one by one, this scenario, what would it be like? Bai Ruoqi's soul had flown out of her body, and her expression was even paler than a dead person as she trembled like a leaf and almost wet her pants on the spot. Sui Qingqing pressed her hand on the ground and raised his sword with his right hand, about to slash downwards. Bai Ruoqi shrieked, no, please, don't cut my finger. Even if you were to slash me into 100 pieces, it would be useless. Although this slut and I are cousins, but we are more like enemies, and she can't wait for me to die. If you killed me, she would be ecstatic, she won't show herself at all. She knew, if she didn't say anything at this time, she would definitely die, so she couldn't care less, and started screaming. Sure enough, after hearing what she said, Sui Qingqing's movement paused. Bai Ruoqi's heart soared with joy as she felt that her words had taken effect. She hastily added, it's true, I've been bullied by that slut daily, and I bore hatred against her for the longest time, and I want her life as well. Since you're also Bai Ruoqi's enemy, that makes our target the same, so we are on the same side. Sir, please let me off, and I'll help you find that slut. Sui Qingqing stared at her for a moment, trying to gauge if what she had said was true. Bai Ruoqi displayed an earnest expression towards Sui Qingqing and said, Sir, I swear that all I had said are the truth. Sui Qingqing replied sinisterly, oh? Really? Then what proof can you show that you're telling the truth? Bai Ruoqi was stumped, huh? Proof? On seeing Sui Qingqing's fallen expression, she hastily replied, right, you want proof, I have proof. That is, those people with me on the carriage, they all know me, and Bai Ruoqi, and know that we have an enmity. If you were to ask, then you can find out for sure. Sui Qingqing faced an icy smile, that's wasting too much time. Besides, they're all in cahoots with you, who knows if you'd gang up to lie to me. Boo. But. Bai Ruoqi wanted to add on more, but was stopped by Sui Qingqing. To find out if what you're saying is the truth or not, it's very simple. Saying that, He pressed down Bai Ruoqi's hand and without any hesitation, the long sword on the other hand had already swerved downwards. Blood spurted out. Ah! Bai Ruoqi let out a shrilling shriek as her little finger on her left hand was cut off. Filled with blood stains, she fell onto the grass. Pain filled her entire face as it contorted with pain, wishing that she could start rolling around on the grass patch. However, Shui Qingqing gripped her hand tightly so no matter how Bai Ruoqi struggled, she couldn't get away from him. Beads of perspiration, which had formed on her forehead, started to slide down from her face. She had never suffered such pain in her lifetime, and yet, now a part of her body was cut off from her while she was still alive. Furthermore, this mysterious exponent was extremely fast and ruthless without any hesitation. He was simply too scary. Shui Qingqing couldn't be bothered to even cast her a glance, but simply continued shouting towards the direction of the forest. Bai Ruoli, did you hear that? Your cousin's one finger is gone. TSK, such a beautiful hand, and it's not broken, such a waste, even I also feel some sympathy. His tone was deep and low as he laughed chillingly. Huang Yueli had heard it, but she didn't show any expression, just laughing inside her heart. What she liked most was this kind of self-professed genius, right? This was known as dog bite dog double-crossing each other, and all these were what they were willing to do. Wasn't that just too amusing? Shui Qingqing didn't get the response that he had expected, and his expression instantly grew gloomier by the second. He raised his long sword, and under the terrified face of the shocked Bai Ruoqi, he struck down hard again. Dun ti 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 ti. Bai Ruoqi gave another shrilling shriek, incomparably mournful, shocking the little birds which had perched on the tree branches started to fly away in all directions. However, Huang Yueli still did not give any response. Shui Qingqing turned around and yelled again, Bai Ruoli, this is already the second finger. If you still don't come out, all of your sister's 10 fingers will be gone. In future, I'm afraid she will have to use her leg to have her meals. Use her leg to have her meals. Just thinking about this scenario almost made Bai Ruoqi faint. However, Shui Qingqing continued to grip her hand tightly. That continuously rising pain was just too distinct, so much that she could not even faint if she wanted to. The forest was still in a state of inactivity. Shui Qingqing shut his eyelids as his face was downcast, his lips pursed tightly, not making any sound. Bai Ruoqi was so frightened that her heart almost stopped, as though days were like years. Shui Qingqing had already said his sharpest words, but he hadn't taken any action. This period of waiting was in fact the most torturous to anyone's mind because the horrifying scenario that she had imagined could happen at the next moment, whereas she was totally unable to handle it. Just thinking about it was able to make her die from fright. Shui Qingqing went into deep thoughts for a moment and suddenly let go of Bai Ruoqi's hand. Bai Ruoqi could not react in time as her hand still maintained the same position on the ground, not knowing if she should retract it. She dumbfoundedly stared at Shui Qingqing. Sir. PL, please spare my life. Shui Qingqing replied icily, Bai Ruoli really doesn't give a hoot about you, looks like what you said earlier was the truth. Yes, it's the truth, whatever I had said, are all the truth. It was until this moment that Bai Ruoqi finally realized that Shui Qingqing had been so heavy-handed just because he was authenticating if she and Bai Ruoli were really enemies. Bai Ruoqi had never expected that this top exponent in front of her would be so sinister. In order to authenticate the truth, he took 2 of her fingers away. Bai Ruoqi felt indignant and uncomfortable, but she did not dare to grumble even a single word. Shui Qingqing continued to speak, since you and Bai Ruoli are indeed not on the same path, then I'm not an unreasonable person. Your remaining fingers, I don't want it anymore. Why, yes. Bai Ruoqi's hatred was filled to the brim, but her expression actually showed a blandish expression as she spoke quivering. Many thanks, sir, I'm grateful to you for sparing me. Huang Yueli almost laughed out when she heard that. She was undoubtedly an innocent bystander captured and had suffered the loss of 2 fingers, but not only did Bai Ruoqi not show her rage, but she even meekly thanked the person who hurt her. There was no greater grievance than this. Grateful? Grateful to that killer for what? Grateful to him for cutting off her fingers? Or grateful to him for treating her like a dog? Thinking about Bao Ruoqi's usual arrogant and despotic attitude, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was used to describe the kind of people like her. In Bai Ruoqi's heart, she had indeed felt grieved to the extreme, but she was no fool knew that since she was already now at the life and death crisis, bearing with this and preserving her life was the most important thing to do. At this moment, she would not hesitate if she had to say or do anything. Sui Fangping heard what she said, and the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Bai Ruoqi's heart flew in joy, thinking that she might possibly be saved. Now that this merciless demon already knew that she and Huang Yueli were not buddies and had not intended to continue cutting off her fingers, then he would probably not want her life as well. In order to please Sui Fangping, Bai Ruoqi added, "Sir, I can help to find Bai Ruoli together with you. Although my power is lowly and I'm not on the same level as you, but one more person means one more strength. I can help you." Sui Fangping cast at her a glance, and in his eyes, a cold and strange intent flashed by his eyes. Bai Ruoqi's heart shivered, suddenly feeling that things didn't seem so right after all. Just at this moment, Sui Fangping suddenly grabbed her collar and lifted her up. Lifted in this manner, the material of her clothes near the collar was restrained deeply onto her neck, causing her to almost suffocate. Bai Ruoqi struggled, but no matter how she tried, she could not set herself free. Her face gradually turned green as she stammered, "Sir, haven't we already cleared the misunderstanding? Please let me go, I am willing. Willing to help." Sui Fangping gave a chilly laugh. "Since you've already said that, then why are you still struggling? In fact now, only you can help me." Bai Ruoqi hurriedly answered, "Yes, I help." Before she could complete her sentence, she suddenly felt a chill near her bosom area. Bai Ruoqi had not realized what had happened, and it was until she saw her clothes at her bosom area seeped with blood before she realized that this sinister man had used his sword to slash open her chest. You. Bai Ruoqi's voice quivered. Sui Fangping didn't pay any attention to her, and presumptuously he took out a talisman from his chest area and shook it in mid-air. The array pattern on the talisman shone slightly, and following that, the talisman stopped in mid-air as the array pattern started to be activated, shimmering with strange rays. Bai Ruoqi was covered in sweat, but she was unable to move an inch. She could clearly feel that her blood kept pouring out, and this blood were gradually consolidating towards the talisman. The talisman absorbed her blood and slowly congealed. The array pattern on the talisman slowly became darker and darker, until finally, it turned into a striking blood-red color. Huang Yueli hid behind the tree, and although her breath was restrained to the slightest degree, she was still able to clearly hear the surrounding sounds. Bai Ruoqi and Sui Fangping's conversation naturally would not escape her ears. Following that, after Bai Ruoqi moaned a few times and her chi turned thin like a gossamer, there was no more sound. "Isn't that just too strange?" Instinct told Huang Yueli that the person who was after her should have thought of another new method, and the more terrifying part was because it's not any ordinary method. In her heart, a sudden crisis filled her heart. Just at this moment, a bloody stench filled the air all the way till her corner. When Huang Yueli smelled this blood stench, the alarms in her heart started ringing non-stop, and she suddenly recalled something that made her heart thump wildly. Alas, it was all too late. Sui Fangping held the talisman in his hand, and looking at the blood imprint that had formed a bond with the talisman, his lips curled into a sinister smile. Whereas by his feet, Bai Ruoqi had already entered a state of shock due to excessive blood loss as the whites of her eyeballs flipped over and she lay paralyzed on the ground, losing all consciousness. The talisman in his hand was something that he had obtained many years ago in a mystic region which he was training in, and was extremely valuable. The blood-smelt talisman was a god relic used as a tracking device. No matter how high the practitioner's cultivation was, they were unable to conceal their presence in front of the powerful blood-smelt talisman. The only thing was, in order to use this talisman, the limiting conditions were pretty large as well. On one hand, it needed at least a 5th-degree realm cultivator, and on the other hand, it required a special primer to activate it, that was the blood from a kin. Moreover, it required a huge amount of blood, almost to the extent of drawing out the entire body's blood. When Shui Qingqing captured Bai Ruoqi, he had already prepared 2 plans. If Huang Yueli were to worry about Bai Ruoqi being tortured and automatically show up, that would be the best option. However, if she was not going to give in, then he still had another method. And that was to activate this precious blood-smelt talisman. Under the power of this talisman, how would a 2nd-degree realm practitioner like her possibly have the ability to hide? Once the blood imprint of the talisman had been set into shape, the clear blood red was especially striking to one's eye. Shui Qingqing felt a heartache as he looked at the blood imprint on the talisman. The people who could refine this blood-smelt talisman were extremely little, and with every single use, there would be one lesser. To use this on a 2nd-degree realm trash was a waste. However, in order to show off himself in front of Morong Fei, he was ready to give his best. Shui Qingqing threw out a talisman seal and pointed towards the sky. The talisman started to move in the windless sky and drifted outwards. Shui Qingqing's eyes shone as his lips curled up into a frosty smile. Bai Ruoqi, you little slut, aren't you really good at hiding? Aren't you very capable? Now, aren't you going to show your true self? I'd like to see where are you going to hide this round. How many tricks do you have up your sleeves, and are you going to make your escape? Huang Yueli gritted her teeth as she hid behind the tree, her mind was speedily thinking of ways to counterattack. She felt that she was really unlucky, who had expected that she had almost fooled Shui Qingqing, and yet he had to bring out a thing like the blood-smelt talisman. Both Bai Ruoqi and her are real cousins, and their blood bond were not something that any cultivation method could conceal or diminish. Because of that, with this blood-smelt talisman, her whereabouts were definitely be exposed. Once her whereabouts were exposed, even if Huang Yueli wanted to escape, it would become something unrealistic. Run, her speed was not enough. Hide, she had already been exposed. And if she were to fight, she was definitely not Shui Qingqing's match. No matter how highly intelligent Huang Yueli was, at this moment, she could not think of any way to escape. It just took several moments before the blood-smelt talisman floated to a distance no further than 10 meters near Huang Yueli, and suddenly it stopped. Huang Yueli knew she could not hesitate any further. It was unavoidable to be exposed, and what she could do, or only do, was the last struggle, before death. No matter what, she could not let the opponent capture her easily. She suddenly stretched out her hand and in return, started sucking all the profound energy frantically. Profound energy was being absorbed back into her body, and that blood-smelt talisman was also sucked over. Her fingers pinched the talisman and trembling slightly, she tore the talisman to pieces. The blood floating in the middle of the air had yet to disperse as it turned into a puddle of blood and totally absorbed into her body. Following her action, Shui Qingqing let out a oof moan. The talisman technique that he used to control the talisman was broken by Huang Yueli, and almost instantly, he suffered yet another backlash. The internal injury within his body took another serious turn. After Huang Yueli absorbed the bloody mist, she felt a scorching warm sensation scourging through every single one of her meridians, and as a divine light appeared in front of her, in that instant, her cultivation was raised to 3rd-degree spirit profound realm instantly. However, Huang Yueli knew clearly that this was just a temporary condition. It was because of the blood from the same lineage had been absorbed into her body and temporarily spiked the potential within her. As her elder cousin, Bai Ruoqi was at least of some use to her. However, since this condition only temporarily raised her battle power and not a real advancement, so it would not last for too long. Huang Yueli was unable to continue hiding, and gradually her silhouette showed up in the mist. Shui Qingqing was just suffering a backlash at the moment that she had appeared. She Qingqing used her most powerful profound skill, with both hands outstretched. True phoenix fire and amethyst thunder flame lit from her palms at the same time and detonated in the wind. The two types of flames intersected each other and let out an acute exploding sound. Thunder and fire occurred simultaneously, causing everything within 2 kilometers of the forest surroundings to completely explode into level ground. Even Shui Qingqing had not expected this and was caught in the explosion. At the same time, Huang Yueli did not dare to hide her inadequacy by remaining silent. Instead, she gave all she had got and took out all her attack series, profound armaments. Even Little Phoenix and Little Vulture were released, aiding her in attacking Shui Qingqing. Initially, Shui Qingqing was set back, but very quickly, he reacted and instantly counterattacked. Wretched lass, where did you learn such profound skills from? Your power isn't too bad at all. However, you're just a second-degree realm practitioner, so even if the heaven-level upper-quality profound skill falls into your hands, don't even think about being able to bring into play a high percentage of power. And don't even think that you can defeat me. Although he cut a sorry figure and had sustained several wounds, but when Huang Yueli noticed that his 4 limbs were still complete as he rushed out from the blazes, her heart had already turned cold. The distance between second-degree realm and fifth-degree realm was still too huge. Even if she had used all her might in that one strike and had already reached the outstanding power of a 4th-degree realm peak, in the eyes of any powerhouse, she was still an unimaginable peerless genius. Alas, it was still not enough. Was she really going to fall head first this time? She finally had a chance to reincarnate into this lifetime, so the things that she wanted to do had not yet been completed. She had not even managed to see Mu Qingqing. And she was going to die in such a manner in the hands of a sinister villain? The glow in the forest grew larger as sounds of an intense battle fell incessantly on the ear. Imperial Tutor and Li Shuer had awoken from their concussion and were struggling to get up. They hid a distance away, but did not dare to run too far off. Bai Ruoqi had been taken away by that grim hitman, and although they all saw this, but they didn't dare to stop him. The reason was because even if they stopped him, it would be useless as that man was just too strong. In front of Shui Qingqing, they only had that little bit of power which just wasn't enough, so if they were to confront him, it would only be sending themselves to their own deaths. In the face of danger, Imperial Tutor and Li Shuer had agreed by chance and choose to out their own safety before principles. Both of them kept their eyes shut, pretending to still be in comatose, thereby allowing Bai Ruoqi to be taken away. Following that, Bai Ruoqi's blood-curdling screech came reverberating from the forest. They were absolutely horrified by her screams, and in their hearts, a sense of guilt arose. They wondered what did that cruel expert did to Bai Ruoqi? This. If she were to die, what should they do? Because of this, they didn't walk too far away, but had hidden themselves and gazed afar, thinking that if Bai Ruoqi had died, they could retrieve her body when the killer had left. At least they would be able to give an answer to the people at the valiant martial manor. Yet, after the waves of screeches, the forest returned to its usual tranquility. Just as both of them exchanged strange glances, suddenly sounds of battle started to fill the forest. Furthermore, from the occasional reproving noise that the young lady made, the person whom Shui Qingqing crossed hands with seemed to be Huang Yueli. The two of them heard a loud explosion and saw smoke sprouting from the forest as it filled the entire sky with red flames. They exchanged glances involuntarily, and from each other's eyes, they could spot an incomparable shocking expression. Tioch. That couldn't be. By Ruoli fighting with that expert, right? No. Surely it can't be? I also feel that it's impossible, she's just in second-degree realm. But besides her, who else is there in this forest? But, it's not possible, how can this be possible? With that little bit of cultivation, how can she possibly cross hands with a fifth-degree realm practitioner? Surely if he unleashed a little bit of profound energy, he should be able to shock her to death, right? Yes, this is just too abnormal. The more both of them thought, the more weirder it became and the more terrified they got. Especially when they recalled the provocations that they had thrown onto Huang Yueli during the entire journey, there was always a lingering fear in their hearts. Luckily they didn't really got into a brawl, otherwise, perhaps even Imperial Tutor was not her match. After a while longer, the battle sounds in the forest started to die down. Li Shuer stared blankly at the direction of the forest and spoke out, "Th. This is the end? Who won?" Imperial Tutor's brows creased as he retorted, "Do you even need to ask? The killer must have won. No matter how powerful Ruoli is, can she possibly win a fifth-degree realm expert?" This round, Imperial Tutor's guess wasn't wrong. The disparity between fifth-degree realm and second-degree realm was simply too large. Even though Huang Yueli had integrated Ruoqi's blood essence and temporarily broken through to third-degree realm, and the profound skills and cultivation methods came out one after another, but her profound energy was not as much as Shui Qingqing. Even though both of them were unable to gain an upper hand and had tussled for quite a while, but not long after, Huang Yueli could feel the profound energy in her body was like river water flowing out from the gates, gushing out rapidly to a loss. It didn't take much time before she felt her physical strength was unable to hold on much longer as she fell into a disadvantageous position. As time passed, Huang Yueli's profound energy was finally exhausted completely. She had no other choice but to jump out and raising both her hands, she said, all right, I surrender. I've admitted defeat, okay?" When Shui Qingqing heard her admitting her defeat, the chilly smile hanging on his lips became even more obvious. "Wretched lass, now do you know how powerful I am? Why didn't you surrender earlier? Or beg for mercy? Now you're showing this tricks, don't tell me you're trying to delay for more time? But no matter how you try to delay, no one will come and save you. Today, you're a goner." Huang Yueli's mouth twitched as she thought to herself that this killer had some brains instead of all brawn, and could tell what her motive was. She had automatically begged for mercy, not because she was naive and thought that he would let her off, because she begged. She just didn't want to be struck dead in the intense battle upon one strike or her meridians severed. If that was the case, then there would be no way of going back. There wasn't any life-threatening injury on her now, so no matter what, while there's life, there's hope. Perhaps she would be able to socialize around with Shui Qingqing and dupe him. However, Shui Qingqing was no fool as he saw through her scheme. He gave a cold laugh. "If you had not tried to escape from the start, perhaps I can let you have a quick death and not suffer. But you had tried time and again to cause hurt to me, and you even made me lose such a priceless blood-smelt talisman. These cannot be forgotten easily. If I don't torment you till you're half dead, my surname is not." Shui Qingqing almost spoke out his revered name, and luckily he reacted at the last moment and immediately shut his mouth. Huang Yueli originally pricked her ears to listen, but upon seeing him stop, a sense of disappointment came over her. Shui Qingqing was filled with embitterment and gloominess. His task today had not been smooth at all, even considered to be a total mess. He had actually suffered such a heavy injury while chasing after a second-degree realm practitioner. This was simply unimaginable. What was worse was the sex derby was about to start, and he was initially prepared to show off his skills at the derby, but now that he had suffered an internal injury, by then he probably would have yet to recover from it. This was simply ruining his own future. Not to mention, the blood-smelt talisman that he had wasted was ridiculously expensive. He had counted all of these debts onto Huang Yueli's head count and had decided to torture her viciously, making her wish that she was better off dead than alive. However, even though Zhuo Fangping was despondent, Huang Yueli was in fact even more despondent than him. It was because the blood-smelt talisman that Zhuo Fangping had used to determine her whereabouts was actually refined by her in her past life. In actuality, the number of blood-smelt talisman in the entire Soaring Heavens continent were actually refined by Huang Yueli 20 over years ago. Because of this, no one was clearer than her on the structure and usage of these talisman. This was why she was able to break the blood patterns on the talisman in a blink of an eye and also successfully absorb the blood essence and energy from the talisman. This type of talisman was invented solely by her, and there was none other in Soaring Heavens continent. That year, Mu Qingqing was seeking to kill an enemy who excelled at concealment, which was why she helped him to refine this. She refined 30 pieces at one go. Mu Qingqing took only 10 pieces and the remaining 20 pieces, either she sold it off at an auction or she gifted it to friends to return a favor. Never would she had thought that the blood-smelt talisman that she had casually refined years ago would now appear right before her again in such a manner. Besides that, because of the fact that she had refined it way too successfully, the might of these talisman were very high and to eradicate the concealment mode was extremely strong, which resulted in her falling head first into this talisman. This was simply a hole which she had dug for herself. Huang Yueli had unspeakable embitterment and gloominess, wishing that she could knock herself dead on the tree trunk. Zhuo Fangping saw her unpredictable expression and had thought that she was afraid, which made him feel delightful. Why? Now you know what is to be afraid? If you were to crouch on the ground and use your tongue to lick my shoes, I can. He opened his mouth with elation, but before he could finish talking, Huang Yueli interrupted his speech. Since I'm going to die soon, can't you let me be an unequivocal ghost? Who wants me dead? Zhuo Fangping was shocked as he had never expected her to ask this question. But following that, he showed a smile of ridicule. Why? You want to know who wants you dead? Too bad, I'm never going to tell you. You've offended someone whom you shouldn't even had the chance to offend. After you die, think carefully when you've gone down to Hades. Huang Yueli twitched her lips and said, even if you don't tell, I also know. You're Li Moying's foe? When Zhuo Fangping heard Li Moying's name, his eyes turned wide and the expression on his face turned even more malevolent. Li Moying was a name that he really didn't want to hear, because in his inner heart, he was the man who he was most jealous and had the most hatred for. Because such a peerless talent like Li Moying could not be compared to any other talents at all. Before Li Moying had joined the sect, Zhuo Fangping was also one of the many talents in the sect and had obtained the sect master and elders' all-out grooming. But all these changed the minute Li Moying came to the sect. In front of that matchless and peerless genius, all others had completely become a prop. No, perhaps it could be said that they were not even fit to be considered as a prop, because the disparity was simply too large. Not only that, the thing that made Zhuo Fangping most jealous was even the goddess in his heart, Morong Fei, only liked him. If you were to ask who Zhuo Fangping hated the most in his entire life, it would absolutely be Li Moying. However, he didn't dare to show this in the sect, otherwise Li Moying could just crush him to death using just one finger. Zhuo Fangping gritted his teeth as he hissed, how do you know Li Moying? When Morong Fei had asked him to come and kill her, she only mentioned that Huang Yueli had offended her sister Morong and on a short note, ever mentioned Li Moying's name. After all, Morong Fei was extremely intelligent. She had asked Zhuo Fangping to come and kill his rival, in love's fiancé. If Zhuo Fangping were to find out the truth, perhaps he might not be willing to come. After all, if Li Moying was married, Zhuo Fangping would have more chances to get into her heart. So the surprised look on his face was not faked at all. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrow as she observed the expression on his face. When he heard Li Moying's name, the man in front had indeed expressed a vengeance glare. It looked like both of them had some enmity, but he didn't seem to know her relationship with Li Moying. That was weird. If it wasn't because of Li Moying, why would a fifth-degree realm practitioner sought her out and without a word, tried to kill her? In this lifetime, she seemed to not have provoked such a powerful enemy yet. Thinking of this, she suddenly got an idea and thought of the other possibility. Could it be that you're sent here by Morong and I? When Morong Ni's name was mentioned, Sui Qingqing gave a snigger. So, you actually know what bad deeds you had done? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrow as she inquired, what do you mean by that? Morong and I. What did she say about me? Sui Qingqing wanted to continue, but he suddenly remembered Morong Fei's instructions that this matter shouldn't be brought up. He forcefully swallowed back his words. Wretched lass, what are you trying to find out by chirping non-stop? I will never tell you who is the one who wants you dead. You can throw whatever schemes you have in your head away and lick my shoes obediently. Sui Qingqing's face turned more and more sinister as he tried to make a grab for her. Huang Yueli shifted her position in an attempt to avoid him, but as the distance between them were very near to each other and her profound energy had been completely depleted, there was no way she could hide from him, and eventually she was caught in the neck by Sui Qingqing. Little slut, didn't you want to escape? How about now? Sui Qingqing hissed through his clenched teeth. Although Huang Yueli's life was already in the hands of others, but she didn't express much panic on her face. On the contrary, she calmly asked, actually, you're from Li Moying's sect, right? Sui Qingqing's hand trembled as his entire body jolted. He had never ever thought that Huang Yueli was able to tell where he had originated from, and so accurately without any error. Impossible, this was impossible. How could she tell where his origins were? He had not leaked out his identity from the start till now, and even if he almost divulged some information, but that was only to state that Li Moying and him were acquainted. However, Li Moying was a peerless talent known by all in the South Sky region, so even if he was acquainted to him, it wasn't anything strange, and it was not enough to prove that they were from the same sect. So, this lass should be making a wild guess? Right, that must be it. He absolutely cannot fall into disarray. Sui Qingqing squinted his eyes as he hid the puzzlement on his face, and said sternly, you're going to be dead person soon, so why bother to make wild guesses? Did you think that by making pointless delay in time, you will be able to be acquitted of death? However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to hear what he said and continued deducing. I have sufficient proof to say such a thing. Firstly, there are not many experts among the people who I know. So to have the ability to find such an expert like you to assassinate me, either you're Li Moying's enemy or it would be Morong and I, that unruly young Mississippi. Besides that, when you heard their names earlier, your response was rather intense, so it's obvious that you know them. Secondly, for a fifth-degree realm expert like you to assassinate such a lowly character like me, you actually wore a human skin mask before you took action. As the saying goes, a guilty person conspicuously protests his innocence. Doesn't this mean that you're afraid of me or other people here that will recall your real looks? You don't dare to reveal your own face, so who are you afraid of? Who would have such power and ability to exact revenge on you? The only person around me can only be Li Moying. Sui Qingqing's heart thumped hard, and he was unable to control his emotions momentarily, almost jumping up in fright. How could this wretched lass tell that he was wearing a human skin mask? The mask on his face was a third-tier upper-level profound armament, and had been imitated to perfection. One just needed to inject a little bit of profound energy, and it would merge with one's skin perfectly, unable to tell the difference. How could this country lass tell? By right, a country bumpkin like her should not have even heard of such a thing like a human skin mask. Just as Sui Qingqing was figuring out his misgivings, Huang Yueli continued talking again. Thirdly, which is also the most important point. That is the long sword that you are holding. I'd seen Li Moying wielding an identical sword as well. He once told me that this was your sex specially refined longsword, and any practitioners who had reached the 5th degree realm will be able to obtain it. In total, you must have come from the same sect. And according to my conjecture, you must have taken Morongni's entrustment to help vent her anger, right? She is really an unruly and arrogant sex, young Mississippi. She was obviously at fault in the first place, but still want to come and exact revenge on me, and even wanting to claim my life. I really regret that I had given Limoying face and didn't kill her. Huang Yueli's calm and collected tone seemed like she wasn't the one who was held up by the neck. A wave of peril swirled in Shui Qingqing's heart when he heard her words. He had never thought that this ordinary girl would be able to observe that clearly and make such a logical and detailed deduction. Her guesses were not too far off from the truth. The only point that was different was the person who had ordered him to kill Huang Yueli was not Morongni, but Morong Fei. But the reason Morong Fei told Shui Qingqing was that Huang Yueli had bullied Morongni and challenged the prestige of their sect. That was why in Shui Qingqing's ears, there was no difference between the two. Shui Qingqing's expression was unsettled, and he quickly thought of another problem. What relationship do you have with Limoying? How did you see Limoying's specially crafted longsword? And why did he tell you about the longsword's history? Hearing her talk about Limoying every second, it was as though she was very close to that terrifying #1 talent. But her origin was from the weak little Southview kingdom, so how could she possibly know Limoying? Huang Yueli threw him a glance and said, "Me? I'm Limoying's fiancé. Of course, I know you and Limoying have a feud and you can kill me directly. But Limoying will definitely look for you to exact revenge." Shui Qingqing obviously had a feud with Limoying, and if there were any other ways, Huang Yueli would never choose to expose her relationship with Limoying, which might infuriate Shui Qingqing further and made him do anything extreme. But now, Shui Qingqing was obviously not going to let her off, so no matter what she said, it wouldn't make any difference, so she had no choice but to bring Limoying out. It was because when she mentioned Limoying, she could tell that there was no only hatred and jealousy in Shui Qingqing's eyes, but there was also a kind of fear, a fear that arose from the inner depth of his heart. Only a peerless genius like Limoying would have such deterrent force. Just hearing his name alone would make his enemies tremble uncontrollably. As she had no other options to choose from, Huang Yueli could only wish that the other party would fear Limoying taking revenge and give up the idea of killing her. Although the possibility was low, but this was her only chance. As expected, when Shui Qingqing heard her words, he was stunned for a few moments. But not long after, he suddenly started laughing madly. "Ha ha ha," laughed Daimi. "You claim you're Limoying's fiancé? Who are you trying to cheat? If you were to claim that you are Limoying's sister, I might believe. As for his fiancé, he would not even lay his eyes on junior sister Morong, so what could he possibly see in you, a malnourished beansprout?" Junior sister Morong? Was he referring to Morongni? Something seemed to flash past Huang Yueli's mind when she heard what he said, but she didn't manage to capture that thought. Shui Qingqing apparently didn't believe in what she said and had completely lost his patience as he controlled her meridians. Huang Yueli could not move a single bit, and as entire body turned feeble, she fell on her back onto the ground. "Damn it!" Huang Yueli cursed in her mind. This Shui Qingqing really wasn't a gentleman. He actually treated such a delicate young lady in such a vicious manner. And why was it that every single time she told someone that she was Limoying's fiancé, no one actually believed her? This stinky man, although he was wee bit handsome, his power was a bit more powerful, and his status was much higher, but surely she, Huang Yueli, wasn't that bad, right? Even though this marriage agreement was a makeshift stratagem, but was there a need for other people to mock at her? This really made her feel emotionally stuffed. As Huang Yueli fell, her gaze shot to the behind of Shui Qingqing as she blinked her eye. On a huge tree, not too far away from Shui Qingqing was a little golden, red bird sapling hiding among the dense leaves. It was anxiously looking towards this direction as its two little claws couldn't help but keep fidgeting around, feeling especially unsettled. If it hadn't been for Huang Yueli, who kept comforting it with her gazes, he wouldn't be able to bear it any longer and flew over here. On seeing Huang Yueli's last glance, it turned more anxious than ever. As Huang Yueli's contractual spiritual pet, Little Phoenix and her could be said that their minds and hearts were interconnected. Little Phoenix was very clear that what Shui Qingqing had told Huang Yueli earlier, including the guesses and analysis of his identity, was actually not to delay the time or to anger the other party, but was for it to hear. After Shui Qingqing had defeated Huang Yueli, he had also injured Little Phoenix and Little Vulture, but had not bothered about them since. Since Little Phoenix was an ancient spiritual beast, he had recovered around 30 to 40% of his strength. Although his power was just that much, but at least its movements were not hindered anymore. So Huang Yueli had commanded it not to come too close, and using this method, she spoke out all her guesses so that Little Phoenix would know about it and deliver a message to try and inform Li Moying about this news. If she was really killed, then at least Li Moying would be able to exact revenge for her. Huang Yueli had wanted to extract more inside stories from Shui Qingqing, but not knowing why, the term fiancé seemed to agitate his senses as he completely lost his patience and stuck immediately. If she died, Little Phoenix would not be able to show his physical body outside of the Sky Phoenix ring and would be instantly retracted back into it, to wait for the next master to awaken it. Because of that, Huang Yueli had felt that her life was coming to an end and used a glance to hint Little Phoenix for him to go quickly. Even if she had to die, it had to spread the news out to Kai Wei and the rest who were still alive outside the forest, before she died. But Little Phoenix repeatedly hopped around on the tree, refusing to leave. Two watery eyes were tearing as its heart was filled with reluctance. It hadn't been busy to get out of the Sky Phoenix ring, and he had even found a master who could cook tasty chicken drumsticks, so he didn't want her to die like this. Why was he only a young sapling phoenix? If he had been a powerful and mighty big phoenix like its brother, would the outcome turn out differently? For the very first time, little Wang Kai wished he would grow up quickly and defend its master. Little Phoenix hesitated for a while, but he knew that he didn't have much time and couldn't afford to waste any further. So in the end, it still reluctantly turned back to look at Huang Yueli, and fluttering its wings, it flew out of the forest. Shui Qingqing walked over and with a gloomy face, he squatted next to her. "Little slut, make a guess which method I will use to kill you." Huang Yueli didn't say a word. Shui Qingqing leaned in closer and said, "What do you think, if I severed your hands and legs then throw you into the pig cage, to wait for death, or smear your entire body with honey, and throw you into the queen bee's beehive? Or maybe, I can throw you into the white-headed meadow viper's hole and let them swallow you alive?" His voice was doleful and scary, and in order to make Huang Yueli terrified, he intentionally listed several sinister and disgusting methods, just to hear her appalling screams. It would be best if he could make this sharp-tongued wretched lass kowtow and beg for mercy, acting like a fool. However, there was no expression on Huang Yueli's face as she silently shut her eyelids. She naturally knew that the best option now was for her to beg for mercy. It wasn't because after Shui Qingqing would let her off after begging for mercy, and in this way, she would be able to delay even more time and allow Little Phoenix to pass the message successfully. But even though she was very clear on this, she was unable to force herself to bow and bend her knee. Shui Qingqing grew angrier upon seeing her peaceful look. He sniggered, "Why? Did you think I won't do that? Hee, I'm just thinking these three methods are just plainly too easy for you, so I've thought of a marvelous idea." Although these three methods were already disgusting and horrifying enough, but Shui Qingqing still felt that it was an easy death for her and had thought of another perverted way to deal with her. If it was any other young lady here, she would have already been frightened out of her soul. But Huang Yueli was extremely peaceful. Anyway, she had already died once, before, so dying one more time didn't make any difference to her. If Shui Qingqing had wanted to torment her, then she wouldn't obediently allow him to do so. Under no way of retreat, she would choose to self-explode again. However, that was the last resort, and she wasn't going to do it now. After all, she still had to gain a little more time for little Phoenix. Shui Qingqing saw that she wasn't frightened at all and felt upset. To say such things to threaten someone was naturally to make the other party as frightened as possible. The more pitiful she cried, the tormentor would feel more pleasurable. If the tormented person had no reaction at all, then it was all meaningless, and even feel a sense of dejection. Shui Qingqing was currently in this state. Hence he didn't hesitate any further and placed his hand directly on Huang Yueli's chest. You. Huang Yueli wanted to say something, but suddenly, she felt a somber profound energy instilled into her body. Dark attribute, profound energy. Dark attribute was a rare profound energy, and was extremely somber and strange. The instant the dark attribute profound energy was instilled into her, she immediately felt cold like ice, as though all her energy had been frozen. Following that, she felt her brain hum as though it was about to explode. Intense pain raided her next, and at the same time, her conscience seemed to turn fuzzy. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth as she tried her best to bear with this pain, but this was just the beginning. As time went past, the intensity of the pain became stronger and stronger. Not only that, she could also clearly felt that her soul train had been invaded by the dark attributed profound energy. Her conscience didn't seem to be under control and gradually drifted away from her. Huang Yueli knew things were taking a bad turn and hurriedly used her last bit of determination and bit hard on the tip of her tongue. Pain invaded her senses, and as the heavy blood stench filled her mouth, before Huang Yueli became clear-headed slightly. Just at this moment, she heard Shui Qingqing's sinister snigger. Ha ha, painful? Unbearable? Do you feel like dying because of the pain? But don't worry, I won't let you die, and in fact, this is just the beginning. Have you heard of the 7-character soul extinguishment skill? 7-character soul extinguishment skill? When the name of the cultivation method was transmitted to Huang Yueli's ears, it let her regain a slight sense of soberness momentarily, because this cultivation method was simply too vicious. Dark attributed cultivation methods excelled in changing the environment, creating hallucinations, and affecting one's conscience and condition. In the middle of a battle, it could often lead the enemy to enter a state of confusion, thereby obtaining victory. But the 7-character soul extinguishment skill was the most outstanding among the dark attributed cultivation methods, as the effects were the most sinister type. As expected, Shui Qingqing continued, I think a country lass like you definitely have not heard of this. Then let me tell you more about it. After your brain had been invaded by my dark attributed profound energy, you'd become a living corpse with no conscience, and you will also possess animal instincts, often lusting for blood and very wanton. Very soon, you will behave like a dog, climbing on the ground on your 4 limbs and devouring raw meat like a dog, attacking any living animal the minute you see it, and bite it to death. More importantly, your body will also turn very, even if it was a roadside hound, as long as it's a male, you can also do it with it. Huang Yueli's conscience gradually turned fuzzy, but Shui Qingqing was still sniggering nonstop, ridiculing and describing all sorts of miserable conditions which she might possibly encounter. However, she was unable to focus on what he was saying exactly. She knew the current situation was anything but assuring, because whatever Shui Qingqing had said was not empty threats, but things that would really happen. In her previous life, she had personally witnessed a practitioner who was struck by the 7-character soul extinguishment skill. That person gradually lost his consciousness and became extremely loose and wanton, even worse than a dog. As that scene was too shocking, until now, she was unable to forget about it. If she had to turn into that manner, Huang Yueli felt that she would not be able to bear this sort of thing, and she would rather die. But, this amount of time was simply too short. From the time where little Phoenix had flown away to the time when she had been injected with the dark, attributed profound energy, invading her body, it had only been a quarter of an hour. It was not even enough for little Phoenix to fly too far, not knowing if it was enough for it to locate Kaiwei already. If only she could hold on a little while more. But once she lost her consciousness, she would lose the possibility of self-explosion, and can only turn into a human-shaped beast with no conscience. Forget it, even if no one could exact revenge for her, she would not be able to bear the fact that she would eventually turn into that way. Huang Yueli grinded her teeth and bit through her tongue once again, and using her last piece of consciousness and her strongest determination, she forced herself to adjust all the profound energy in her body to consolidate in her dantian. Shui Qingqing had always been by her side, and he sensed the unusual movements of her profound energy, and immediately reacted to it. "Wretched lass, you want to self-explode?" Shui Qingqing shot forward like an arrow and placed his right hand on the position of her dantian. His expression was malevolent as he yelled, "Want to self-explode? Do you think that once you're in my clutches, I'll let you do that? I said I'd let you go through utter misery, hoping to die, but you can't. With my profound energy suppressing you, you have absolutely no way to self-explode." Shui Qingqing spoke with absolute self-confidence. In actual fact, it was exactly as it was shown. In order to self-explode one's dantian, Huang Yueli must consolidate all the profound energy in her body at that one point and at the same time, unleash it out, thereby bursting her dantian. But Shui Qingqing's cultivation was higher than her, by several big realms. He only needed to use his profound energy to his advantage and control the flow of her profound energy, so even if Huang Yueli wanted to burst her dantian, it was an impossible task to do. However, Huang Yueli was laughing coldly in her heart. She had, after all, a flame spirit physique and had learnt various cultivation methods. Her heaven-level cultivation method, 9 phoenix transformations, utilized an extremely abstruse way of operating the profound energy in her body. It was something that a person like Shui Qingqing would not be able to understand. Hence, if she wanted to self-explode, Shui Qingqing would not be able to stop her. Even if Shui Qingqing had pressed on her dantian and kept exerting pressure on her, but the profound energy in Huang Yueli's body still gradually consolidated together. In a couple of breaths' time it would be able to completely congeal. When it had reached this life and death juncture, Huang Yueli's heart was filled with regrets. Or it could be said that she had too many regrets, too many things that she wanted to do but did not have the opportunity to do so. No matter if it was the previous life scheme or this life's love debt, she had no time to settle it at all. She finally had the chance to be reborn, but she had not expected that her lifespan in this lifetime was merely 2 months before it came to a sudden halt. And she would die under just a 5th-degree realm practitioner dubiously. Could it be that this was her fate? Even after reincarnation, she was still a lonely soul, never able to attain what she desired. She remembered Mu Qingqing and uncontrollably thought of Li Moying. In her fuzzy conscious, the two men's looks layered together, and initially, there was only a 30 to 40% similarity, but now it had completely matched up. That unexcelled number 1 expert in her previous life and that overbearing, arrogant peerless genius, both of their figures were unable to be split apart. Huang Yueli felt that this must be an illusion at her brink of death because both of their figures kept appearing repeatedly and many times. She was unable to tell who was who. Gradually, even their figures became fuzzy. Huang Yueli shut her eyes and prepared to stake all in one throw and self-explode once again. But just at the moment when she was about to ignite the profound energy, suddenly a voice could be heard from not too far away. "I say, why is the forest so noisy and flames spewing everywhere? So looks like someone had struck out against such a dainty young lady." Shui Qingqing had never expected anyone to appear at this moment. Furthermore, he had interrupted him at such a critical juncture. He suddenly turned back and stared at the figure behind him. "Wh. Who are you?" Why did you come to the forest at this timing? What is your intention? Huang Yueli sensed that the pressure and restriction on her dantian had lessened in that instance. When she heard that man's voice, she had initially thought it was her hallucination from the pain and pressure, but when Sui Fangping suddenly stood up, it made her realize that someone had really appeared. Huang Yueli tried her best to pry open her eyes and looked towards the direction of the voice. However, no matter how hard she tried to open her big eyes, with her consciousness under the attack of the dark attributed profound energy, she was unable to focus and could only see a blurry white-colored figure, wandering a short distance away. Sui Fangping stood up and raised his alert against the man in front of him. The white-robed man stood facing the wing as his sleeves fluttered lightly. That delicate features looked right out of a painting, unable to shift one's eyes away from that elegant demeanor, especially pleasing to the eye. After Sui Fangping laid his eyes on him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was because he could not sense any obvious profound energy fluctuations from this white-robed man, as though he wasn't a practitioner. In that instance when he was called, Sui Fangping had a shock. For someone who could break his momentum while he was utilizing his cultivation method, he was certain that it was a practitioner whose strength was much higher than his, so he turned around while staying alert. Now at one glance, it was possible that he was a wealthy master who happened to pass by. As for how he managed to break his utilization of his cultivation method, perhaps it was just a coincidence. Sui Fangping stared at the white-robed man and scorned coldly, "What does it have to do with you? I'm warning you, mind your own business. Hurry up and scram. I'll count to 3, if you still don't disappear by then, I don't mind taking your life." Saying that, he unleashed his vigor and the surrounding air seemed to congeal slightly, attempting to force the white-robed man to retreat. However, unexpectedly, the white-robed man stood there, but his expression was still as calm and collected as before, not moving a single inch. Sui Fangping sensed a hint of abnormality and hurriedly raised his power to his peak, but there was still no response from the white-robed man. The white-robed man pursed his lips slightly as he spat out a sentence frostily, "Just like this, and you think you can claim my life?" Sui Fangping immediately knew he had messed things up. If one was unable to sense another's profound energy's fluctuations, there was only 2 possibilities. One was an ordinary person with no ounce of profound energy, and the other could only be that the other party's cultivation was much higher than him, so he was unable to investigate his true strength. Now that this white-robed man had no reaction to his 5th-degree realm's profound energy, then it would mean that he was not an ordinary person, so it could only be the latter. Sui Fangping immediately retracted his profound energy and lowered his stance as he nodded his head furiously and bent over. "Tioch. This senior, are you passing by this forest? I'm extremely sorry to have disturbed you. Earlier what I had said, please treat that I'm passing gas and let me go. I have some personal feud that I must settle, and I had no intention to offend you. Please have mercy on me. I'll bring this person away right now." White-robed man didn't say anything. Sui Fangping waited for a little while, but didn't get a response, and felt that he should be more tactful. So he hastily tugged at Huang Yueli's collar as he dragged her from the ground. His steps were at lightning speed, only thinking of leaving the boundary of the forest immediately. Even though he didn't know where this expert had appeared from, but he didn't want to complicate matters further, so changing a spot to deal with this wretched lass was all the same, as he didn't need to risk offending this unknown expert. However, just as he was about to pass by the white-robed man, the man stretched out his arm and blocked his way. "Wait." Sui Fangping's footsteps came to a halt as he raised his head to look at him. "Senior, you are..." The white-robed man lowered his chin as he gazed at Huang Yueli, who was by his feet. By now, Huang Yueli's conscience had become very blurry, and she had been relying on her willpower to hold on. Her soul trace had always been stronger than ordinary people, so she could still barely figure out what was happening in the outer world. White-robed man's vision fell onto her, and he suddenly smiled. That's interesting, this lass is not of marriageable age. Her cultivation is also really bad as well. Why did you drag her to the outskirts and use the 7-character soul extinguishment skill on her? Could it be that you wanted to be rough with her, but met with resistance, so you flew into a rage out of humiliation? This. Senior. Shui Qingqing was dumbfounded, as he had not expected such a powerful person like this white-robed man would actually ask this kind of question. Moreover, most powerful practitioners were cold and aloof, and would barely smile to those weaker practitioners. Unfortunately, there was no affinity in that white-robed man's smile. On the contrary, it seemed rather evil, and a glint of ill intention flashed past that set of pupils. Shui Qingqing turned anxious as he was not able to grasp this white-robed man's background. He hemmed and hawed, "Senior, things are not what you're thinking about. This wretched lass and I do not have that kind of relationship. I have been entrusted by someone else to kill her only." "Oh, not that kind of relationship?" White-robed man raised his eyebrow. "Originally, if you really were unsuccessful at raying her, I'd let you go. After all, being a Casanova is part of a man's nature, I can understand that part, but now that you say you're not, then I'm curious. Before you have satisfied my curiosity, then both of you must stay." When Shui Qingqing heard what he said, he almost roared with laughter. What kind of logic was that? He was afraid that this senior who had passed by was bursting with righteousness and wanted to be chivalrous, to bring justice to him for forcing a girl who had yet to meet the marriageable age, so he hurriedly clarified himself. However, the white-robed man actually said if he would let him off if he was compelling the young lady, and if he wasn't, they had to stay. What kind of situation was this? He quickly added, "No, senior. I said it wrongly. This lass, was someone I wanted to play around, but I did not expect her to carry so many profound armaments on her, and unexpectedly she had hurt me. I was furious, and rashly dealt her a murderous hand." Heh, that's not true, right? This lass has been injured by you from head to toe, but yet her clothes are still intact, and it cannot be more intact, so how could it be that you're forcing yourself on her? You dare to lie to me, so you'd better stay behind. Shui Qingqing raised his head in surprise, and met directly with the white-robed man's glare. White-robed man leaned slightly against a big tree, with a lazy expression as he smiled willfully. His looks were exceedingly handsome, and with this smile, it was comparable to the highest quality jade, faultlessly talented. Shui Qingqing's heart thumped loudly. This man's gaze was just too evil, and in connection to what he had said earlier, he was obviously making a fool out of him. No matter what he said, this white-robed man was not intending to let him leave easily. Shui Qingqing was upset, but as the other party's power was much higher than his, he did not dare to show his rage and could only swallow this down, explaining in a nice tone. "Senior, nothing can escape your eyes. I had indeed no intention to do anything improper to this lass. What I said earlier was the truth. I had been entrusted by someone else to assassinate her. But as there were some accidents, it had dragged until now. So senior, please have mercy, and let us go." Shui Qingqing believed that he had already shown his most humble behavior as he weighed every single word he said, in order not to cause any displeasure to that white-robed man. But even after this, there was still a frivolous smile on the other man's face. "Just now you said that you were forcing yourself on that lady, and now you say there's no such thing. Which sentence is the truth? From what I see, nothing you say is true. You're intentionally making a fool out of me." The white-robed man had started off with a smile, but when he spoke till the end, his intonation suddenly changed, and it suddenly became cold like ice. No. It's not like that, please listen to my explanation." Shui Qingqing was frightened by his stern tone until his back was filled with sweat, and as his legs gave way, he kneeled onto the ground. White-robed man snorted coldly as he suddenly used his hand and held Shui Qingqing's chin. He gave a dull groan. Woo. A clump of blood spewed out from Shui Qingqing's mouth, and he covered his mouth with his hands as he started unbelievably at the white-robed man, his face filled with terror. Shortly after, he coughed and spat out a chunk of his tongue from his mouth. He opened his mouth making an sound several times, but he could only give out some blurry noises, not even able to say a single word clearly. The white-robed man replied coldly, I have been in seclusion here for quite some time because of the serene and quiet environment. I had never expected that because of you wreaking havoc here, not only have you caused me a major headache, you have also ruined an entire furnace of 9 transformations turnabout pill, which I had been refining for 81 days. Cutting off your tongue is just a small punishment. If you dare to appear in front of me again, don't blame me for taking your life. Shui Qingqing begged mournfully with a woo-woo sound as blood kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. White-robed man asserted, still not going to scram. His voice was soft as though whispers to a lover's ears, but this made Shui Qingqing sweat profusely. He couldn't bother about the extreme pain in his mouth and turned around in a flurry as he grabbed Huang Yueli's clothes in an attempt to bring her along. White-robed man said again, why? Don't understand what I'm saying? She stays, you scram. Shui Qingqing lowered his head as he looked at Huang Yueli longingly. He had spent a substantial amount of skills before he managed to catch this crafty lass. However, before he could kill her, he was asked to leave her there. But his 7-character soul extinguishment skill was a dark attributed heaven-grade cultivation method, and since Huang Yueli had already been inflicted by his dark attributed profound energy, he gauged that going mad would be a matter of sooner or later. If there was anyone in the entire soaring heavens continent who could save someone whose conscience who had been invaded by the dark attributed profound energy, it would only be the number 1 divine Dr. Liu Bian. It was impossible for other people. So even if she remained behind, her death was imminent. With this in mind, Shui Qingqing no longer hesitated and hurriedly let ditched Huang Yueli. The soles of his feet seemed to have been anointed with oil as he speedily left the forest. White-robed man didn't chase after him, or even cast him a single glance. Instead, he walked to the front of Huang Yueli and squatted down. Huang Yueli's consciousness was now 90% blurry, with barely 10% still lucid. She could vaguely feel that Shui Qingqing had already been chased away by the sudden appearance of this white-robed man. She knew that she was not going to hang on any longer. But now that things have come to such a pass, if she felt indignant if she were self-explode here. However, the white-robed man lowered his chin and stared at her for some time with no signs of movements, or even any intention to save her. After a while later, Huang Yueli felt that her head was about to split open from the pain and was not going to hand on any further. She finally moaned and spoke intermittently, save me. Please. Save me. Save you? White-robed man leaned in a bit closer, seemingly enjoying her tormented expression. Why should I save you? What benefits will I gain from saving you? Huang Yueli cursed silently in her heart. If he wasn't prepared to save her, then why did he raise out his hands and obstruct? And even chased away Shui Qingqing? Did he have nothing better to do? However, under the current situation, she didn't have any stand to be arrogant, so she could only talk terms with good grace. Save me. I can give you money and profound armaments. Pills. When white-robed man heard, he lifted his head back and laughed heartily, as though he was laughing at her ignorance and stupidity. Money? How much can you possibly give me? I'm not in need of money. Profound armaments, pills, however much I want, I have it all. You're intending to use those worthless items, which you can find on the streets, to exchange for your life. Huang Yueli was pushed back by his words as she thought with indignance, what did this fellow mean? Fooling around with her? By now, she had more or less understood Shui Qingqing's feelings earlier. This mysterious white-robed man's words could really kill a person. Then you. Why did you save me? White-robed man gave a low laugh as he said, I saved you. Perhaps it was because I wanted to see the effect of the 7-character soul extinguishment skill. As everyone knows, only very few dark attribute geniuses are able to master the 7-character soul extinguishment skill, and it is very rare to encounter someone who is affected by this skill to not have its effect blown up yet. So I wanted to bring you back as a specimen so that I can observe how the 7-character soul extinguishment skill takes effect. You. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless. The white-robed man shifted himself next to Huang Yueli's ear and spoke in a low voice. How is it? Have you considered already? If you're willing to be my clinical trial test kid, then I can bring you back. Perhaps in the middle of the clinical trial, you might have some dog-shit luck and encounter some medication which might just restrain the dark attributed cultivation method, which may give you a 1 in 10,000 chance of living. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she went completely silent. Such a black-bellied and sinister person was not commonly found. Based on the white-robed man's power and the way he talked, it reminded her of a particular someone. Huang Yueli's heart surfaced a guess, and she instantly got excited as her heartbeat increased by several counts. She used all her determination and tried hard to open her eyes and take a look to see who was that person in front of her. But the more she tried, the blurry her vision became as an increasing pain filled her brain. That was why she was not able to see the person clearly. Until the moment before she fainted, not knowing if it was due to a sudden spurt of activity before collapsing, the face before her suddenly became clearer. A seemingly familiar face appeared right before her eyes. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she wasn't able to tell at that moment that the person in front of her was real or just an illusion. She couldn't help but blurt out, Lu Bian. You, stuffy old fox. Before she could finish her words, her eyes rolled backwards as she fainted. The white-robed man was stunned for a moment and following that, he agitatedly got up and pounced onto Huang Yueli. What? What did you call me earlier? How could you possibly know who I am? Wretched lass, wake up and speak clearly. The white-robed man tugged on Huang Yueli's collar as she was repeatedly shook and swayed, but Huang Yueli was in a deeply unconscious state, so no matter how much he called her, she could not wake up. In reality, the consequence of this concussion would highly likely end up in death, which would result in her really sleeping forever. He realized this as well, and after shaking her for a while, he put her down. He mumbled to himself, How could this be possible? How could she be the same as that person, to call me by that disgusting nickname? This is obviously an insult to my character and power. This wretched lass looks very young, so how on earth would she know the term stuffy old fox? In the past, only that person would call me by this name. The Lu Bian whom Huang Yueli talked about was the #1 divine doctor in Soaring Heaven's continent, and the #1 pill master. The white-robed man who had appeared in the forest was Lu Bian himself. Besides Huang Yueli, no one else would address him in that way. However, that talented and beautiful lady in his memory had passed on for many years now. Her soul had dispersed and she would never be able to return to his side ever. Lu Bian shut his eyes as his gaze turned dark, gloomy, and unfathomable. Even so, just that familiar appellation brought back many memories in his heart and touched the deepest scar hidden deep within his heart. He silently looked at Huang Yueli for a couple of minutes and realized that her facial color had gradually turned steely green. Dark attributed profound energy was going to invade her rationale completely. Lu Bian outstretched his hand and pressed against Huang Yueli's chest. Looking at this little lass, she cannot die yet. He instilled a large amount of profound energy into her dantian, and based on his strong and pure earth attributed profound energy, it tussled against dark attributed profound energy. Although it could not get to the root cause, but at least it could prevent the profound energy from spreading, and it would also stabilize Huang Yueli's condition, temporarily stopping it from worsening. He struggled for a moment, but still bent down his waist and carried the young lady as he walked towards the direction of the deep end of the forest. By the time Huang Yueli woke up in a daze, it was already the second day's afternoon. She shook her head and felt that her brain was still painful as though it was about to explode. Besides that, she could see bouts of darkness, as though she might faint any moment. She used her hand to press on her temples, and it was after an amount of time before she felt slightly sober and could barely see the things in front of her. She was actually in a room. Although the room was not too big, but it could be seen that the master of the house had put much thoughts into the delicate decor, unconventional and yet not too lavish. Huang Yueli sized up her surroundings and still felt muddled momentarily. A clinking sound came from outside of the room as the room door was opened by someone. A white-robed man walked into the room from the outside. When Huang Yueli saw his face, she opened her eyes wide with shock. This man was actually someone she was rather close to in her past life, number 1 divine Dr. Lu Bian. At the same time, the memories from before she fainted came flushing into her as she suddenly recalled. So, when her conscience was muddled, that white-colored silhouette that she had saw was not her imagination from her delirious state, but something that had actually happened. You. Huang Yueli had intended to say something, but she was cut off by Lu Bian. Little lass, consider your good luck that my mood isn't too bad today, so I made the sudden decision to save you. But don't be too happy for now. Lu Bian slowly walked nearer as a cooling frivolous smile hung on his face. His vision stopped briefly on Huang Yueli's face and followed downwards from her neckline as his gaze swept one round. Huang Yueli instinctually felt something was amiss, lowered her head immediately and realized that the topmost buckle had loosened, revealing a graceful shapely collarbone, and a large portion of her delicate skin near her bosom could also been seen. This was just too embarrassing. She hurriedly sat up and tried to buckle up properly. However, she had overestimated her current condition. The minute Huang Yueli moved, she felt a sense of dizziness, and before she could sit up properly, she fell head down towards the ground. Oh no! Would she break her head? Why was she in such a miserable state today? Yet, the scenario of her head smashing against the ground did not happen as a powerful source of energy circled around her body. Following that, her body floated to mid-air and banged heavily against a rock-hard chest. Under the acute shock, her already dizzy head had now become completely blank as she was so dizzy until she could not even raise up her head. Even when her eyes were shut tight, all she could see in her vision were countless shooting stars. If you wanted to throw yourself into my arms, say so earlier. Why bother using such tricks? She could hear a coquettish laugh from a man's vocals beside her ear, and that tone was indescribably filled with evil intentions. Huang Yueli was seldom so dazed and totally could not react to his words. What? Lu Bian continued, I've seen lots of women who throw themselves at me, but if you're intending to use this method to compensate me for saving your life, it's not that I won't consider this possibility, but... Just tell me straight. There's no need to use this kind of fake falling trick? In Huang Yueli's confused mind, she managed to retain some rationale. After hearing what he said, her expression turned green almost immediately. Even after 10 over years, Lu Bian still haven't changed his shit-eating habits. In her past life, Lu Bian was temperamental and had a cynical attitude which was rather well known. The number of people who begged Lu Bian to help treat them were innumerable, but as he had a weird temper, unless the other party were good friends like Xiu Qingqing, otherwise even if the other party brought a priceless treasure to seek consultation, would also meet with difficulties. The worst of all was not only the terms that he had laid out were harsh, sometimes even if the other party had met with his requests, he might not even give them a consultation, and it would entirely depend on his mood. When he was in a bad mood, he went back on his words quite often. Because of this, Lu Bian had offended quite various powerhouses in Soaring Heaven's continent, and he belonged to the detested type of people. However, even though everyone hated him, but no one dared to be discourteous to him. When they meet him, they would still need to lower down their stance and pretend to be nice. The reason was because Lu Bian's medical skills were really beyond imagination. It could be said that for the past several thousand years, he had always been the #1 divine doctor in the entire soaring heavens continent. No one would dare to guarantee that there wouldn't be a day where they need his help, so no matter how much they hated him, they would need to swallow their pride. However, there was a type of people who would gain priority in front of divine Dr. Lu. That was beautiful young ladies. Lu Bian was also well known for being a Casanova, and as he was also one of the famous males, and his ranking was just behind Mu Qingqing, the number of young ladies who admired him were countless. Mu Qingqing and Lu Bian were very good friends, and often appeared together. Whenever the both of them appeared, it would often attract talented ladies from various major sects, who specially came to crowd around them or expressed their love. Mu Qingqing's character was extremely cold, and to women other than Huang Yueli, he often looked and spoke harshly. But Lu Bian was completely different. Every single woman who threw themselves at him, he would immodestly take liberties with them. He treated everyone with the same ambiguous attitude, causing many young ladies to shed tears because of him. Besides that, Lu Bian had a special way of doing things. That was if he fancied any beautiful woman, he would give a free consultation for the other party. His only request was for that party to accompany him for an entire month, and she must listen to all his demands and fulfill all his requests. Every single movement must be according to his wishes. It was because of this regulation that he was castigated by many. Some who hated him thought that he was a sex fiend who took advantage of people when they had fallen and using this as an excuse to soil his reputation behind his back. Only those, like Huang Yueli or Mu Qingqing, who were closer to him knew that reality and rumors were very different. It was true that Lu Bian had a filthy mouth, and he often loved to take liberties with ladies. Besides, as his character was wicked, his mouth was not always that cheap. When he was happy, all sorts of ambiguous sweet nothings would spill out, but when he was wicked, he could really infuriate one to death. But if one was to say that he was frivolous, then that might not be so. Huang Yueli sighed slightly as she recalled some things from her past life, and the rage that was riled up by Lu Bian seemed to have descended by quite a bit. She bore with the dizziness and she clenched her teeth and said, "Can you don't be so narcissistic? Who would want to throw myself at you? I merely wanted to sit up, but I almost nearly fainted." Really? This explanation seems to be real, but you've already leaned against my chest for so long already, and you still can't bear to get up. Aren't you secretly hinting me or something? Saying that, Lu Bian lowered his head as a smile hung on the corners of his lips, and he gradually went nearer to her ear. You know, I cannot bear to let any beauty disappointed. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she went totally speechless in her heart. In the past when she heard Lu Bian was frivolous, but because she was Mu Qingqing's woman, Lu Bian did not dare to show her any disrespect. Now that her identity had changed, when she heard what he said, she felt awkward to the max. She used her strength and pushed Lu Bian, speaking in an infuriated tone, "I've already said that I don't mean it in that way. If you don't want to make me disappointed, then scram further away." Huang Yueli moved backwards, attempting to sit back on the bed. But this sudden movement caused her to almost fall down again. Lu Bian held out his hand in time as he held her waist. "Little beauty, do you know what it means by your mouth saying yes, but your heart saying no and rejecting your desire, but actually welcoming it?" Looking at Lu Bian's expression that looked like a smile but yet not a smile, Huang Yueli almost wanted to throw up blood. Why was the effect of this 7-character soul extinguishment skill so abnormal? Until now, not only was she not able to utilize her profound energy, she kept having dizzy spells making her unable to even stand properly. Besides that, she had continuously made a fool out of herself in front of Lu Bian. If he really misunderstood anything, then in future when they met again, won't she die of embarrassment? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli felt that she must find ways to ascertain her identity, just in case Lu Bian develops any unnecessary misunderstanding. Lu Bian was also Mu Qingying's best friend. So if she was able to receive his help, then she would be able to return to Mu Qingying successfully. The only problem was, she needed to consider carefully on how to put this across. After all, everyone in the entire Soaring Heavens continent knew about her death in northern ice fields. After the soul had been dispersed, one would completely disappear from the surface of the earth, not even able to reincarnate. Hence in everyone's eyes, Huang Yueli had completely become a dead person. If she were to jump out suddenly, claiming that she was a person who had died many years ago and was even Lu Bian's old friend, there was a 90% chance that everyone's first reaction was disbelief. After all, even Huang Yueli was unable to explain why she was able to reincarnate, and had even assumed her current identity. No matter how one thought, it totally didn't make any sense, but it had indeed happened. Moreover, if Lu Bian chose not to believe her, it wasn't that bad. But he might feel that it's some scheme that his foes had sent to deal with him. If there was such a misunderstanding, don't talk about meeting Mu Qingying, she might even lose her little life here. Lu Bian was a genuine 9th-degree realm expert and was a famous one at that. His temper and character had always been strange, and if there was even the slightest disagreement, it wouldn't be strange that he might just kill her without any explanation. Huang Yueli shut her eyes as she tried to think of a way out. However, she was simply too dizzy to the extent that she was unable to think about anything properly. Just as she was at a loss, suddenly, she felt two streams of high-concentrated vision on her. Huang Yueli hurriedly opened her eyes as she saw Lu Bian staring at her, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Seeing her open her eyes, Lu Bian raised his brow as he said, "Why? Really that dizzy?" "Not really dizzy, it's very dizzy, extremely dizzy." Huang Yueli's face turned pale as she felt she hadn't been in such a pathetic state for a very long time. She was not exaggerating this round because her soul trace had always been stronger than most practitioners and even if she was heavily injured, her state of mind would be clearer than most practitioners' consciousness. But now that she was so dizzy, she felt that she was unable to think clearly. Had this situation happen on other people, they would have probably fainted over completely. Lu Bian didn't know what she was thinking, so he looked at her in disdain. "Woman, aren't you exaggerating just a little too much? If you were that dizzy, how could you still speak to me so clearly?" Huang Yueli raised her head and looked into the sky as she went speechless. So because her conscience was too strong and she didn't faint immediately, and that was actually a mistake? However, she indeed could not hang on any longer. She felt that she would faint any minute now, and within this short period of time, she would not be able to wake up. Although Lu Bian scorned her, but the expression on his face turned solemn. He placed his fingers on Huang Yueli's wrist, checking on the condition of her pulse and profound energy in her body, and even after a long time, he had not let go. In fact, his expression had turned graver by the minute. After some time, did he release Huang Yueli's wrist as he spoke. "The dark attributed profound energy in your body had exceeded my prediction. Initially, I thought that fellow was only a 5th-degree realm practitioner, and his profound energy was not as pure, and he might not be able to bring the 7-character soul extinguishment skill into play. But from the looks of this, he should be from a large sect and have a certain amount of potential." Huang Yueli replied lethargically, after saying so much, Are you able to cure me? If you can't, then, just say it straight." Lu Bian was dumbfounded when he heard that, and immediately after, his expression turned ugly. The weak lass right in front of him was extremely immodest. She returned the ridicule that he had sent to her just minutes ago. Earlier he said if she wanted to throw herself him, just tell him straight, and now her reply was, "If you're not able to cure me, just tell me now." Didn't this mean she was doubting his medical skill? If this could be tolerated, then what else could not be? In Lu Bian's entire life, the one thing that he could not tolerate was someone doubting his medical skills. He retorted grumpily, "Who says I can't cure you? I was just saying, judging on your injuries, just based on taking pills alone would not be enough to eradicate the dark attribute profound energy in your body completely. As long as a little bit of dark attributed profound energy remains, the giddiness that you encounter will remain, so in terms of treatment, there are just some inconveniences." "Oh." Huang Yueli just replied with a single tone word. Even though it was a short reply, but in Lu Bian's ears, it was comprehended as thousands of words. This wretched lass, did she think he was not able to understand what she meant? She did not believe in his medical skills at all and had thought that he was lying? What a joke! Were there any injuries that he, Lu Bian, was unable to cure? To doubt him in this way. Where had the eyes of this woman gone to? Oh, that's right, a country bumpkin like this lass couldn't possibly know what an extraordinary person he was. However, Lu Bian's mood was extremely vile. "What do you mean? Do you think I can't cure you? I'm telling you, it's just a 5th-degree realm practitioner putting his profound energy to use on the 7-character soul extinguishment skill only. Even if it was a 9th-degree realm practitioner's arm, I can also cure. The reason why you feel so giddy is because I had not expected your cultivation to be that bad. If it had been practitioners with stronger power, they would not end up like you." "Oh." Huang Yueli still replied using the same single-tone word. Lu Bian answered, You. Simply trying to anger me to death. Since you don't believe me, then I will help to cure. Saying to this point, Lu Bian seemed to have realized something and immediately shut his mouth. He hastily corrected himself. "If you don't believe me, then beg me. If you manage to make me happy and agree to my terms, I can consider giving you treatment." Huang Yueli pouted her lips as she secretly thought this fellow's reaction was rather quick. She did not want Lu Bian to deliberately make things difficult, so she taunted him. She had some understanding of Lu Bian's thinking and knew that when this fellow agreed to treat a patient, it was definitely not because he wanted to be a saint, helping to tend to the sick and injured. Other than treating his best friends or beautiful women, towards other people, there were several times when he agreed to the treatment. It was just to prove that his medical skills were the best malpractice and no one else were comparable to him. On seeing Lu Bian being angered to a certain point, she had thought that he would surely divulged by mistake and agreed to cure her. However, the result was he was able to turn around at the critical moment. But no matter, she had even more malicious talk waiting for him. Huang Yueli shut her eyes as she replied, Do you think I'm an idiot? You obviously cannot cure me and still continue telling me rubbish. Anyway, after I'm dead, you can say that it's not that you cannot cure me, it's because I didn't beg you. You. Lu Bian didn't expect that he would be despised to this degree by a young lass. Her meaning behind her words was that by asking her to beg him, he was intentionally finding an excuse to hide the fact that he was not able to cure her. As a #1 divine doctor, did he need to do such a thing? But in order to rebuke her and prove that he was able to cure her, could it be that he really had to cure her? Of course, Lu Bian was not really unwilling to help treat her. After all, this young lass was exactly the type of ladies that he admired, and he had indeed not met a young lady who made him feel the same as that person. Only this lass had yet to kneel down and beg him for help. He had yet to haughtily throw out his terms, to let her be his puppet doll for an entire month. But how would he reply her? How could he reduce his terms like that? Thinking of this, he suddenly seemed to recall something as his eyes shone. Young lass, the reason why you doubt my medical skills is because you don't know who I am, right? Let me tell you, I'm the only 9-ranked pill master in the entire Soaring Heavens continent and also a 9-ranked doctor. My name is Lu Bian. As a practitioner, you must have heard of my name. Lu Bian, ah. Huang Yueli gave a blank expression. Lu Bian was secretly feeling delightful. This was known as a man's name, was equivalent to a tree's shadow. Once he revealed his name, this lass instantly paused. Knew that she was wrong? Knew that she had offended a divine doctor like him and playing a joke with her own life? He finally felt that he gained some face back, and lowering his chin, he continued, "Do you now understand clearly? For a dark attributed skill like the 7-character soul extinguishment skill, once the profound energy had invaded your consciousness, it is extremely difficult to treat. I am the only one in the entire Soaring Heavens continent who can treat this. If I'm not willing to heal you, then only death will await you." As Lu Bian finished what he was saying, he haughtily shifted his vision away, waiting for that lass to apprehend his meaning and kneel and beg him for help. By then, he only needed to add in a few more jeering and at the same time raise more demands. Better if she was able to accompany him for a while longer, at least 3 months. After all, he really felt that this lass was alike to that person who he had hidden at the bottom of his heart for many years. Moreover, among all the young girls whom he had met over the years, she was the most alike, not only in terms of looks, but also her tone of speaking. That witty and intelligent look were all so similar. However, Lu Bian waited and waited, but he didn't manage to wait for Huang Yueli's begging. He held himself back, and when he finally could not hold it in any more, he turned around and realized that the little lass had already leaned against a pillow and shut her eyes, not knowing if she had fainted or fallen asleep. "You! Wake up! What are you thinking about? Don't you want to live anymore? Do you even want me to treat you?" Lu Bian's expression turned steely green, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Huang Yueli spoke in a neither fast nor slow speed. "Oh please, uncle, if you want to brag, please don't exaggerate too much. Don't all old men who want to abduct ignorant young lasses bluff by saying he is the #1 divine doctor, Lu Bian? I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of scammers like you that want to cheat people for sex or their money. If I were to believe you, I would just bump into a ghost. Anyway, since I'm going to die, why should I beg you? You." At this moment, Lu Bian almost couldn't breathe. This lass actually treated him as one of those vagrant cheaters who were devoid of conscience. After some time, he finally regained his composure, and in an utterly discomfited tone he said, "Damn it. I said I'm Lu Bian, so I am. Didn't you see this fan that I'm carrying?" As Lu Bian was talking, he extracted a fan from his waist, and with a swish, the fan opened up. On the face of the folding fan, besides a majestic atmospheric landscape painting, there was a massive Lu word. The character was in bold, cursive calligraphy, giving off an unbridled and unrestrained feeling. Even if Huang Yueli didn't look, she knew what that was. This folding fan was one of the tokens which symbolizes Lu Bian's statue, and in Soaring Heavens continent, all those who had some experience would know who the owner of this folding fan was. To Huang Yueli, this folding fan was more than familiar. Because this fan was an article which she had personally refined that year, and it was a genuine 9th grade upper-level profound armament. The fan face looked like it was made out of the most ordinary scattered gold fine writing paper, but in reality, she had used the 9 dual-petal violet-leafed golden lotus in combination with various 9th grade materials, refining it for 81 days before it was refined successfully. Although it looked like it was brittle and thin, but in actual fact, it was indestructible. That was many years ago. Lu Bian dragged Mu Qingqing before her to help beseech for it. Huang Yueli seldom spent so much energy to refine a 9th grade upper-level, profound armament, and at that time, she was giving Mu Qingqing some face, while on the other hand, she thought that if she was injured one fine day, she would definitely require Lu Bian's help. Hence, she accepted this task and spent quite an enormous effort on it. After this jade lotus fan's shape had been set, its power was enormous, and in combination to Lu Bian's earth attribute profound energy, it was listed as one of the top 10 profound weapon in the Soaring Heavens continent's weaponry register. After so many years, to be able to see the Jade Lotus fan again, Huang Yueli was deeply moved. But she did not reveal her thoughts. Instead she said, "Isn't that just a fan? Just taking a fan, and you think you can pretend to be divine Dr. Liu? Which vagrant scammer who pretends to be divine Dr. Liu don't have a fan in their hands? Aren't you just trying to cheat me just because I've never seen the real Jade Lotus fan? TSK, you cannot be more fake than this." Liu Bian almost threw up blood. The people he normally met were basically from large sects and their potential were pretty powerful. It had been quite a number of years since he met someone with such a weak cultivation and alas, who didn't even have a discerning eye for things. She actually didn't know what was what. It's not that he was a narcissist, but someone as charming as him, just one look and you'd know he's no ordinary man. No matter who saw him, one would probably suspect which sacred place did he hail from. Little Lear, damn, isn't this considered as narcissistic? Even after he had shown his Jade Lotus fan, she was still showing that disdain and contemptuous look. This was a 9th grade upper level profound armament. To a second-degree realm practitioner like her, it would be her greatest honor if she could even take a look at it from afar. But yet, she still showed that dissatisfied look. Had her eyes been smeared with shit? Liu Bian was completely infuriated now. He stared at Huang Yueli's face as he gloomily said, "Right, since you don't believe that I can cure you, I shall intentionally cure you. Wait and see. I'll show you later if I'm the real Liu Bian or not." Liu Bian left these words and walked out of the room angrily in large strides, and even slamming the door as he left, letting out a bang blare. When Huang Yueli heard this rumble, her initial dizzy brain had started to hurt again. Damn, what kind of man is this? To treat a pitiful weak young lady like this? Does he still have any conscience left? Huang Yueli grumbled in dissatisfaction, totally forgetting who was the one who had made Liu Bian so furious in the first place. But this was good in a way. Although Liu Bian's character was slightly vile, but his merit was that he was a man of his words. So whenever he had said something, he would definitely fulfill it. No matter how unruly he was in the beginning, as long as he had verbally agreed to accept patients in the end, he would use all his might to cure that patient. No matter how much effort he had to put in, he would definitely continue with his treatment until the patient is completely cured. Of course, this had nothing to do with professional ethics or out of sympathy. He was merely an arrogant person who cannot accept his name to be ruined. Huang Yueli was rest assured as she laid on the bed, resting and waiting for Liu Bian to start his treatment for her. Only thing was she had a splitting headache and had originally been on the brink of concussion. She was relying on her willpower to hang on, and now that she was finally assured, her conscience instantly started to become blurred by quite a bit. After not too long later, she had fainted once again. By the time she awoke, the sky had already darkened and apparently it was already midnight. The splitting headache seemed slightly better, at least she didn't keep seeing black spots. Huang Yueli moved her wrists and suddenly, her wrists were held down by another person. "Don't move. I've painstakingly helped you apply acupuncture, and if you move and the needles have shifted, it doesn't matter if you die, but if the news of me treating someone to her death were to spoil my reputation, are you sure you can take up this responsibility?" Liu Bian's tone was engraved with a deep vengeance. It was apparent that he had been suppressing the flames deep within his heart. Huang Yueli had just woken up from her deep dream and realized that she had been turned face down and back facing upwards, lying on her stomach on the bed. As for Liu Bian, no one knew when he had returned and was sitting by her bedside. The joints on his fingers was holding on to a thin golden needle, slowly pricking into her arm. Woo, so painful. A peal of intense pain can be felt and Huang Yueli was caught unprepared, so she moaned out loud. Liu Bian stared at her chillingly. Cry, 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 what are you crying for? Just acupuncture and such a tiny wound, you still dare to cry. As a practitioner, don't you even have the willpower to bear with this pain? Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she realized that this fellow was doing it on purpose, nursing his grudge and exacting his revenge. Looked like the things she had said to bully him earlier had made Lu Bian mad. Before Huang Yueli could say another word, another needle pricked onto her shoulder and the pain caused the sweat on her forehead to start streaming down. This stuffy old fox. He's too underhanded. Just as the third needle was about to be pricked, she hastily said, "You think I've never done acupuncture before? To feel such pain, you've obviously pricked the wrong acupoints. Like what I said, you must be a vagrant scammer. Just this acupuncture skills alone, any roadside true doctor would have better skills than you. You still dare to impersonate divine Dr. Liu. Do I need to impersonate? Can't you feel that the symptoms had already lessened? This divine doctor's acupuncture will cure all illnesses, so stop talking nonsense." Lu Bian had never expected that his deliberate vengeful way had not only not scare her, but it brought about a fresh suspicion. Huang Yueli heard his exasperated tone and quietly laughed to herself. She replied sulkily, "Since when? I still feel giddy. Moreover, the pain I feel had already masked all other senses. Even if I don't feel giddy now, then it must be because of the pain which had diverted my attention away." Has water gotten into your head? You can't feel this at all? Lu Bian was extremely depressed as his hand in the air stopped for a short moment before the golden needle pricked into Huang Yueli's back and his movements had become much gentler than before. How about now? Is it still painful? Has your symptoms reduced? He clenched his teeth and inquired. This needle had a slight prickling pain, as though she had been bitten by a mosquito. Huang Yueli satisfactorily hooked the sides of her lips upwards and replied, "Oh, I feel it, I feel it. Indeed, I no longer feel so dizzy now. Looks like your blind guess seemed to be of some use." His highly perfected medical skills were blind guesses? Such an obvious effect was called of some use? Lu Bian cried out in discomfort. But to prove that his medical skills were extraordinary, he was not able to poke her to death with one prick. Moreover, he couldn't bear to raise his hand against someone who had such a similar expression and look. Lu Bian couldn't think of anything else and holding in his anger, he applied acupuncture on Huang Yueli's acupoints with the golden needles. In this entire process, not that he had never thought of using underhanded methods to implicate her. But the minute something was wrong, Huang Yueli would hurl out all sorts of suspicions at him. Such as, "Do you really know how to do treatment, blowing your own trumpet until it's already broken? I don't believe divine Dr. Liu don't even know how to do acupuncture. Vagrant scammer will be a vagrant scammer, admitting it won't kill you." Just listening to these alone infuriated Lu Bian so much that his eyebrows kept twitching. He finally finished the acupuncture and left the golden needles on her for around 1 hour after Lu Bian removed it. "So how are you now? Much better?" Lu Bian asked with a black face. Huang Yueli tried sensing and replied, "I seem much better now. But when I turn my head like this, I still feel giddy and the right side of my head still feels painful." This time round, she was telling the truth. After all, she was seeing the doctor, so if she were to tell the wrong symptoms, it would affect the doctor's judgment, so it won't do any good for her. What's more, as long as Lu Bian did not come out with any evil ideas, she wouldn't intentionally go against him because all she wanted to was to survive only. Lu Bian squinted his eyes when he heard what she said. He stretched out his hand and once again placed it on Huang Yueli's wrist. The dark attributed profound energy in your body had already been dispersed by a large amount. But because the treatment time was delayed for quite some time, so a substantial amount of profound energy had already invaded the inner portion of your dantian, and would not be easily eradicated. So, that portion would never be cleared? Huang Yueli inquired. Of course it can be cleared. Lu Bian stared at her in disbelief, as his words had repeatedly been doubted by this lass. But while thinking, he burst out laughing. Once this portion of dark attributed profound energy had invaded the dantian, it was indeed more difficult to cure. As time drags on, it might possibly invade your meridians and affect your future cultivation. But there is still a way to clear it fast. Nothing can stump me, Li Bian. Just wait and see. As Lu Bian spoke, he turned and walked out of the room. Huang Yueli was stunned when she saw him acting in this way. Earlier, Lu Bian appeared melancholy, sporting a look as though he wanted to kill her just with his eyes. But after a couple of breaths' time, he suddenly laughed. This was just too abnormal and weird. It was apparent that that fellow didn't have any good intentions. Could it be that he was thinking of other sinister ideas to exact revenge on her? After a while, Lu Bian returned with two 13 to 14-year-old servant girls. He turned around and instructed the servant girls before walking to her bedside. This time, Lu Bian's spitting anger expression no longer hung on his face. Instead, a smile hung on his face and his gaze ran from head to toe, as he presumptuously sized Huang Yueli up. His eyes undisguisedly bore the 4 words, "Up to no good." Huang Yueli took guard against him as she questioned, "What's up with you? Why are you staring at me like that?" Lu Bian's thin lips curled upwards as he spat out these words. "Take off your clothes." Huang Yueli was shocked as she couldn't believe her ears. "What did you say?" Her delicate pale face revealed a sluggish expression, temporarily losing her black-bellied and calm smile. Lu Bian saw her expression and his spirits instantly was lifted. He delightfully smiled as he spoke slowly, "Take off your clothes. I think I've made myself very clear. Do you need a more detailed explanation? That means to remove all your clothes, from your inner clothes to the outer ones, from top to toe, remove all your clothes, understand?" Huang Yueli's face immediately turned green. Sky Cloud City Northeastern Region. On an uneven mountain path, the rider dressed in black rode on a steed as it speedily flew on the narrow pathway. Very quickly, he arrived at his destination, a majestic atmospheric mountain, which was also where Li Moying's sect was. The minute he arrived at the front mountain, he was stopped by someone. The disciple's standing guard spoke down against him haughtily, "Who is that? Report your name. Do you know where this place is? How dare you rush headlong to our sect's main door?" His attitude was extremely impolite, but disciples from a large sect were often arrogant, and there was no exception even if he was just an outer disciple who stood guard outside the door. The black-robed rider got off the horse and passed a token ring to the outer disciple. "Acting on my master's orders, I'm returning to the sect." His expression was solemn as he spoke calmly. The outer disciple was originally in a lazy attitude, but the minute he saw the token ring, his hand trembled and almost dropped the token ring onto the ground. Following that, he immediately adjusted his posture and stood pencil straight. He held the token ring with both hands and delivered it to the black-robed rider's hand. "So you're Sir Moe, it's been hard on you to have completed your tasks while outside. Please enter inside quickly, this way please." As Li Moying's subordinate, Moe wasn't a nobody in the sect. He was also a well-known figure among the inner disciples, and had passed various tests, and handled the bodyguard position before he became the commander of the shadow guards. He kept his token ring and asked the disciple standing guard, "Where is young sect master now?" The doorkeeper disciple hurriedly replied, "This. My position is lowly here, so I'm not sure of young sect master's movements. But I heard that the competition with West Sky region is starting soon, so all direct disciples are currently in closed-door cultivation at the Hind Mountain, so young sect master should be there too." When Moe heard that, he appeared stunned, instinctively feeling something was amiss. Li Moying sent an urgent mail to ask him to return to the sect in the shortest time possible. He had thought something major was happening in the sect, which could have endangered Li Moying's safety. Because of that, He rushed back burning with anxiety, and in the several days of his journey, a few fourth-grade dark snow piebald horses had died from tiredness, which was why he was able to reach the sect in such a short amount of time. But it looked like nothing had happened in the sect at all. A suspicion flashed past Moi's head. His master naturally had his own reason to summon him back, and as his subordinate, the only thing he needed to do was to listen to his commands. Moe had been thinking in this way as he nodded and replied, "Thank you." He led his horses to the doorkeeper disciple, and following that, he prepared to head towards the rear mountain and report to Lemoyne. Who knew? He had just taken a few steps when he heard a burst of disturbance coming from the main gate, and all the doorkeeper disciples had rushed towards the door. Quite a number of people had gathered along the pathway leading to the main door. Moe turned his head around questioningly. Right in the sky at the main door, multicolored clouds, tinged with sunset hues, filled the horizon. And amidst the dazzling radiance, a huge, snow condor gradually descended onto the ground. All the feathers on this snow condor were not tinged with any other colors. It was as white as the unmeltable icicles on the top of the snow mountain, and its body size was enormous. When it spread out its wings, it measured as long as 20 meters. Not only did it have strong power, it also looked extravagant and beautiful. After the snow condor steadied itself on the ground, a bunch of outer disciples gathered around and respectfully queued up into a line to pay their respects. On the back of the snow condor alighted a graceful, peerless beauty. She was dressed in a crimson long dress, which highlighted her looks, and with her excelling temperament, slender swaying frame, she resembled an angel who had descended onto the mortal world. In many people's eyes, she was indeed a fairy from the 9 skies. After she descended the snow condor, without giving those surrounding her a glance, she walked past the white jade pathway and walked through the main door. Her chin was raised upwards in the entire journey, displaying an aloof and arrogant look. However, in the eyes of the outer disciples, they were head over heels for her, and even after she had left for quite a distance, they were still in a daze in their original spots. Moe turned around and shot one glance, understanding clearly in his mind. There could only be one person who would display such an extravagant entrance, just entering the main door. That would be the precious eldest young miss of the sect master, Morong Fei. Eldest young Miss Morong was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Not only did she have gorgeous looks, her innate gifts were also outstanding, and she was an famous, peerless beauty in the South Sky region. In everyone's eyes, she was also thought to be well-matched for Lemoyne. Moe had once believed that this eldest young Miss Morong would eventually become his future mistress. But after he had met Huang Yueli on the last trip back to South Yu Kingdom, he already knew what kind of lady did his master like. This aloof and arrogant eldest young Miss Morong was not his master's cup of tea. So Moe didn't bother to give another look and continued on his way towards the mountain pathway, only thinking to grasp tight on the timing and report to Lemoyne earlier. But just at this moment, a female voice was heard from his back. The person in front stopped for a moment. Although this voice sounded melodious, but it contained a sense of arrogant prestige in it. Moe's brows creased, but he halted his footsteps, turned around and lowered his head to pay respect to the person who had called out. Eldest young Miss Morong. Morong Fei walked in front of him and her eyes flashed past a strict, cold glint. This Moe. His actions were pretty hasty. The minute he received the forged letter she had written, he immediately set forth to return and had only used 3 days to reach the sect. Even though she took a ride in the soaring cloud snow condor, she almost couldn't catch up with him. However, to be able to meet here meant heavens was also on her side. Morong Fei hid the smile in the corner of her lips, and her gaze fell onto Moe as she asked frostily, "Who are you? Why didn't you take your initiative and pay your respects to me when you saw me earlier?" Moe knew that Morong Fei was extremely particular to stay on her dignity, and was someone who was particular about ostentation and extravagance. Those disciples whose status were much lower would be required to pay their respects to her, otherwise they would be secretly marked by her. He hurriedly replied, "Please be appeased, eldest young Mississippi. I am MOE, and I have a huge responsibility now to report to my master urgently, so I didn't notice what had happened earlier at the main door. If I had offended you in any way, I hope eldest young miss don't take it to heart." Morongfei raised her eyebrows and replied, "Your master? You are?" Moe replied, "I am one of young sect master's shadow guard." Morongfei had intentionally asked him on purpose, so she displayed an enlightened look as she nodded and continued, "Yes, no wonder I find you familiar. So you are one of Moying's guards?" "That's right. I had just returned from outside earlier, and as master had urgently recalled me, I was in a hurry to report to him at the rear mountain, so I beseech eldest young miss to allow me to leave for now." Moe heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had got past this hurdle for now. Although Morongfei's character was cold and aloof, but towards Li Moying, she had always tried to get into his good books. So with this in mind, she was much tolerant towards the subordinates under Li Moying and had never made things difficult for them. But this round, things were not as what Moe had predicted. When Morongfei heard what he said, she did not let him go off as what she did in the past, but she replied, "Senior brother is currently in closed-door cultivation at the rear mountain, preparing for the tournament, which will be held 7 days later. This is the biggest event that is happening in our sect for now, so how can you go and disturb him now? Whatever matter you have, wait until the tournament is over." She turned around and looked at her own guards. "You guys bring Protector Moe to the room on the mountainside to rest and treat him well. This person here is the most popular person around your young sect master." Morongfei's guards immediately passionately welcomed him. "Senior brother Mo, this way please." Moe hastily replied, "No. Rest time isn't urgent. Eldest young miss, I really have urgent matters to meet with my master, and he was the one who used the white-breasted falcon to deliver the urgent mail to recall me, so he must have something very urgent. Even if he is in closed-door cultivation, he will definitely come out and meet me, so I must rush over immediately." Morongfei creased her brows and replied coldly, "It was rumored that the people around senior brother have outstanding cultivations, and were all dependable and reliable. But how come you don't seem to understand the severity of this matter? The tournament is the biggest event that is happening in the sect now, and senior brother holds the hope for the entire sect. How can he be disturbed during his closed-door cultivation? If this disturbance causes damages to his cultivation, are you going to be accountable for it?" Moe was lectured till his face turned pale and his head hung low. But he was still reluctant to give up and immediately replied, "Eldest young miss, please be appeased. I naturally understand the point you are trying to put across, but this is the first time master had sent out such an urgent mail to recall me, so he must have something major cropping up. I must go and meet him now." "Enough. Why can't you be more sensible? Senior brother is in the sect and there are so many fellow disciples around him, so if he really met with any trouble, who wouldn't be of help? Must he really wait for you to do it? Besides that, I have been meeting senior brother every day for the past few days, and he had been in a pretty good mood. He doesn't look like he had anything urgent to attend to. But, that letter." Moe didn't want to rebuke Morongfei, but when he recalled the illegible handwriting and a few hasty sentences, it made him uptight once more. Morongfei had not expected him to be so uncooperative, and her tone started to be tinged with impatience. "What? Did you think that anyone could hurt senior brother in the sect?" Moe hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's not like that. I had never thought of it in this way," he tried to explain. However, Morongfei didn't wait for him to finish before she cut him off again. "Since that's the case, then don't disturb senior brother." Moe frowned and a sense of uncertainty appeared at the back of his head, not understanding why Morongfei must stop him from meeting Li Moying. Morongfei saw his strange expression and realized that her attitude seemed slightly offhand and immediately relaxed her tone by adding a few more words of explanation. I had said these was all for the consideration of the sect. But I can understand your feelings as well. Why not we do it in this way, you follow my guards, to rest up in the room first. As for your return, I'll inform senior brother. If he wishes to meet up with you, he will naturally ask someone to summon you. After Moe heard this, he thought carefully for a moment and felt that it made sense. If Li Moying had something urgent to look for him, even if you don't call on him, Li Moying would also ask someone to check on his whereabouts, and if it's nothing urgent, he would naturally not want to meet anyone while he's in closed-door cultivation. With Morong Fei passing the word, it would be better than him rashly disturbing his master. With he nodded his head and replied, then I will have to trouble eldest young Mississippi. Moe following Morong Fei's guards and making a turn, he made his way towards another mountain pathway. Morong Fei let out a frosty smile upon seeing his disappearing silhouette. She was going to meet Li Moying, but she would absolutely not remind Li Moying about Moe's return. If she were to allow them to meet, then the fact that she had sent the assassin to kill that lass would be exposed. She was worried that Shui Qingqing would not be able to find an opportunity to take action, so she wanted to make more time for him so that he would be able to ensure things go on without a flaw. As for that summoning letter, it was not even from Li Moying, so even if Moe waited till the end of time, Li Moying would not possibly summon for him. When Moe finally realized something was wrong, that wretched lass's bones might have already turned to ashes. As Morong Fei delightfully thought of these, the smile on her lips grew wider. She held out her hand, little butterfly, serve the Millennium Snow Lotus porridge which I had made earlier and follow me closely. I am going to the rear mountain to meet with senior brother. In the deep end of the forest. A little courtyard laid within. Huang Yueli subconsciously held the blanket in front of her chest tightly as she stared chillingly at the man in front of her. Those words that Lu Bian had said earlier simply sounded too dubious. What, take it all off, remove cleanly? Would an honorable person even use such words? Could it be that he was really intending to lay his hands on her? Speaking of this, Lu Bian helmed the reputation of the #1 playboy in the South Sky region, and even if she didn't feel there was any major problem with Lu Bian in her past life, but that could only be because she was Lu Bian's best friend's sweetheart. As the saying goes, you cannot fool around with your friend's wife. So perhaps Lu Bian was courteous to her because of this. But now, he didn't know her identity, and perhaps he really had some warped thinking in his mind. Lu Bian looked at her uptight expression and instantly his spirits was lifted. This irritating young lass, hadn't she not shown him any respect earlier and even disrespect his dignity? How about now? Ha 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 ha, he didn't believe that he cannot cure this flat-chested young lass at all. Thinking of this, Lu Bian opened his mouth once more. Why? Didn't hear me clearly? Still not going to undress? Oh, right, I understand now. You must still be suffering from concussion and feeling faint so you don't have the energy to undress. I've wronged you. No matter, let me help you, undressing or the likes, I'm the expert in this. He protruded his cheeks and moved closer with an ambiguous expression, seemingly like he needed a good spanking. Huang Yueli's mouth started to twitch. If it hadn't been for lethargy and all the profound armaments she had were exhausted during the battle with Shui Qingqing, she would have thrown a thunder flame ball on Lu Bian's face long ago. Really wasted to have such a handsome face. His character really seemed like it needed a spanking and looked especially wretched. Lu Bian stretched out his hand to snatch the blanket covering her. As Huang Yueli prepared to shoot her mouth off at him, suddenly a creak sound was heard as the room door was opened from the outside. Master, the items you require have been prepared. Ah. 4 serving maids entered the room and they were talking while walking in. The minute they entered the room, the scene they saw was 2 people huddling tightly at the corner of the bedside. The few of them immediately stopped in their tracks and using their hands to cover their mouths, they gave an astonished and vexed expression. Huang Yueli's mouth started twitching again. From the expressions of those serving maids, without a doubt, they had mistaken her and Lu Bian, the unprincipled one, were having some illicit affair. Only heavens knew that she had no interest in this silly butterfly at all. Lu Bian smiled as he raised his chin and raising his brow, that expression looking contented. Huang Yueli turned her face around with a chilly expression, not giving him a hoot. Lu Bian turned around and when he faced the serving maids, the smile on his face instantly disappeared into thin air. Who told you that you could enter the guest's room without knocking on the door? Don't you even have any manners? Although Lu Bian usually despised worldly conventions, but he was after all a ninth-degree realm expert and when his stern face was turned on, that imposing manner was definitely extraordinary. The serving maids turned pale with fright and apologized profusely, "Master, please be appeased. Qing'er is at fault. Please mete out punishment to me." Lu Bian replied, "Go to the in-charge and receive your punishment by yourself. Leave the things, and you can go." The few serving maids were scared out of their wits and hurriedly left the items before running out of the room. Huang Yueli turned to take a look and found that the serving maids had brought in a huge bathtub. It was as tall as one man's height and the width was so large that it could seat 2 people with more space to spare. Beside the bathtub were various grades of medicinal herbs. Other than these, there were several pails of boiling hot water. Huang Yueli instantly understood what was going on. Lu Bian had wanted to let her soak in a medicinal bath to expel the dark attributed profound energy within her. This was a commonly used treatment and Huang Yueli had encountered this plenty of times. If it hadn't been for Lu Bian who had put it so ambiguously to her in an attempt to mislead her, she would have thought of this long ago. On seeing the bathtub, Huang Yueli felt relieved and pulling the blanket aside, she sat up. She was still experiencing obvious dizziness, so she didn't dare to move too quickly. She placed one hand against the railing of the bed and the other held on to the mattress as she slowly arose. When Lu Bian saw what she was doing, he held on to her shoulder and steadied her swaying body. "Come on, aren't you feeling dizzy? Don't push yourself too hard. Let me help you along the way, I can also help you undress directly. You really can't find such a good-hearted doctor like me nowadays." Huang Yueli was dumbstruck as she had been completely defeated by his thick skin. However, even though nothing nice comes out from this fellow's filthy mouth, but knowing that his motive was to let her soak in the medicinal bath for treatment, Huang Yueli wasn't a single bit worried. As a doctor, he would definitely not do anything which would affect the treatment. After all, what Lu Bian was most afraid of was to ruin his own reputation as the #1 divine doctor. So Huang Yueli might as well let him help hold her as she slowly made her way to the bathtub. Since it saved more energy when someone was holding her, and since that person liked to service others as though a serving maid, then why would she reject this offer? The duo stopped when they reached the side of the bathtub. Huang Yue knew that the next step she should take was to undress and jump into the bathtub. So she looked back and stared at Lu Bian, clearly intending that he should get lost. However, Lu Bian didn't move a single step and looked back directly at her, his expression filled with provocation. "What's the matter? Lass, why aren't you undressing? Could it be you are waiting for your brother here to help you undress? Then I really won't stand on ceremony?" Lu Bian waited for her exasperated or embarrassed reaction because she only had 2 routes to take. One was to undress in front of him or she could take up his suggestion to help her remove her clothes. And it seemed that it was impossible for her to agree to either one route, so what reaction would she come out with? It was something worth looking forward to. Lu Bian actually didn't realize that his thinking was abnormal, but after that person had died, he hadn't met with any young lass who had made him interested in the past 10 over years, and simply couldn't wait to tease her. Huang Yueli remained rooted to the ground and calmly shot him a glance. "Uncle, how old are you now? You still dare to claim that you're a brother? If you had kids when you were younger, you'd probably be my grandpa's age already?" Lu Bian's expression on his handsome face paused for a moment and very quickly, it turned green and purple as though he had just swallowed a housefly. Wah cow, where on earth have your eyes gone to? Uncle? Have you ever seen such a handsome and charming uncle? And grandpa? Paw your head. I'm not that old all right? As compared to this obviously inexperienced young lass, he was naturally older, by quite a bit. But for 9-degree realm practitioners like him, their lifespan would last at least a few thousand years, and as for their looks, they would have to wait till they reached 900 years old before signs of aging would appear. Any time before that, he would maintain his looks when he had just broke through to the 9-degree realm when he was 28 years old. So amongst the 9-degree realm practitioners, Lu Bian was considered as extremely young and with such a devilish handsome face, from 3-year-old Lolita to several 100-year-old 9-degree realm female practitioners, which lady had not been smitten by him. Only this blind lass in front of him dared to despise him for his age? Lu Bian's expression turned green, and just as he was about to lecture this young lass on what was known to respect her elders. Ugh, no, to admire handsome men. This round, Huang Yueli opened her mouth again. I say, uncle, do you really want to see me undress? Of course. Lu Bian originally wanted to trick her, and as he had been agitated by her earlier, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to make a practical joke out of her who had despised her as old. Huang Yueli pursed her lips as though she was in an awkward position. All right then, I'm really going to undress. What? Did he hear it wrongly? This lass was really preparing to undress in front of him? Lu Bian's eye turned wide as it almost dropped out from its sockets. No, wait a minute, this must be unreal. This lass would rather die than give in to the assassin, but when she met him, a charming and elegant handsome man, she actually gave in that easily? Could it be that she was conquered by his handsome looks? Lu Bian narcissistically thought while he didn't really believe this. Was this lass fooling around with him? Trying to scheme him, too innocent. When he hoaxed her continuously later, it would definitely make her cry non-stop. Lu Bian's mentality now was equivalent to a 7- or 8-year-old boy. The more interest he had towards a girl, the more he wanted to make her cry. Apparently, he didn't notice how childish he was. However, without waiting for him to continue, Huang Yueli said, all right, then I'll undress now. Saying that, she really pulled open the front lapel of her clothes and with a whoosh, she had revealed her outer clothes. Fuck. Lu Bian's first reaction was to turn around and both his hands, covering his eyes, tightly. You wretched lass, don't you have any morals at all? You actually undressed in front of a stranger? Ha 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 ha. Huang Yueli's laughter came reverberating from Lu Bian's back. He then realized that he had been tricked, and as he turned around, he saw that there were several layers of clothes on Huang Yueli. The outer layer was a smock, and after she had removed that, she still had inner robe and undergarments on her. So there was no way she would be exposed. Stinking lass, you dare to fool me? Lu Bian's expression turned as ugly as it could be. Huang Yueli laughed as she replied, Uncle, don't act tough. I realized that you're actually an honorable and upright man. Me? You're talking about me? What honorable and upright man could I be? Did you make a mistake? You really think I won't force you? Lu Bian flushed red as an embarrassed glint flashed past his face. Huang Yueli laughed till she couldn't speak. In actual fact, she had already discovered in her past life that Lu Bian only appeared as a Casanova and abnormal, but in reality, he wasn't the extreme which he displayed to the outside world. She had already witnessed before in her past life that sometimes when Lu Bian talked to her, his face would be flushed, and he looked rather pure and innocent. No one knew why he displayed a Casanova look and acted in a flirtatious behavior. Seeing that Lu Bian's expression was a mix of embarrassment and anger, Huang Yueli quickly grabbed hold of a screen and pulled it towards the side of the bathtub. I'm really going to undress now, so just wait behind the screen. Why should I listen to you? Lu Bian's expression was black like coal as he was filled with anger, bearing a look which showed that he couldn't wait to strangle her to death. However, his actions and the words he said were totally the opposite. Lu Bian looked at Huang Yueli holding up her dizzy head and taking the screen from her. He moved it to encircle the surroundings and even helped to pour the water and medicinal herbs into the bathtub before leaving the area. Walking to the external boundary outside the screen, he sat down on a chair. Slight rustling sound echoed from the screen, and it was obvious that Huang Yueli was really undressing this time. Lu Bian sat on the chair and hesitated for some time before he called out, "Hey, young lass, the water in the bathtub is boiling hot and the medicinal herbs inside are rather stimulating, so when you enter." Before he could finish, he heard a splash sound. "Must be more careful, otherwise it will scald you to death." Lu Bian mumbled as he completed his sentence and discovered that the lass had already entered the bathtub, and his expression turned dark once again. He had gone through an intense battle in his mind before he decided to give up the opportunity to play a trick on her. Just as he wanted to remind her to take caution of the heat, who knew that this lass was looking for death and had jumped right in. What a waste of his precious sympathy. Even if she was scalded to death, she deserved it. Lu Bian silently cursed. But after a while, he discovered that there was no strange sound coming from inside at all. Only the sound of water gently flowing, which let out a light splashing sound, could be heard. Could it be that this lass was really scalded to death alive? Lu Bian's eyebrows knitted into a knot as he opened his mouth and inquired, "Hey, lass, are you still alive? You had spent so much effort to save me, and now you're cursing me to die?" Huang Yueli's sulky voice was heard from behind the screen. Lu Bian heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt something was weird. This medicinal bath. "Don't you find it scorching hot?" "Scorching hot? It's still all right?" Huang Yueli answered indifferently. To tell the truth, she really didn't feel that this medicinal bath was scorching hot. The reason was because every time she advanced, the medicinal bath that she was soaked in was hotter than this, by at least 100 times. Besides that, the bathtub was continuously heated by true phoenix fire, so that feeling was extremely overwhelming. It could simply burn a live person into charcoal. If it hadn't been for her unique flame spirit physique, she would probably had ended up dead. Compared to that, Lu Bian's medicinal bath was merely stimulating, so to her, it was just an appetizer. However, when these words fell onto Lu Bian's ears, he displayed an astonished look. In fact, he had intentionally added more ingredients to this medicinal bath, because he was petty over the fact that this lass had tricked him several times, so he purposely added in plenty of stimulating herbs. Not only were these medicinal herbs were not harmful to Huang Yueli's body, it would only do her good. But once the medicinal water had risen to the boiling point, that stimulating feeling. If an ordinary person's finger were to even slightly touch a little bit of it, that person would immediately yell inordinately. To think that this lass actually had no feeling. Just how strong was her determination? Lu Bian's eyes turned wide, but he could not speak out at this moment. Huang Yueli didn't say much and just sat there, soaking in the medicinal bath. But after soaking there for a while, she felt that it was too boring, and adding on to the fact that her head was still rather dizzy, she almost fell asleep in the bathtub. She raised her voice and called out, "Hey, uncle, are you still outside?" "I'm here, what's wrong?" Lu Bian was holding on to a medical scroll as he sat outside. "What's up? Want me to soak in the bath with you?" "Say so earlier. Even if you did, I also won't accompany you." "TSK, who cares about that? I was just about to say, since it's so boring, let's have a chat." The corners of Huang Yueli's lips twitched. This fellow was good in everything except that his mouth was just too cheap. Chat about what? Chat. "Uncle, this afternoon you told me that you're the #1 divine doctor." Lu Bian, is that true? Lu Bian sulkily replied, what do you think? I've already nursed you to around 70 or 80% of your health and you're still asking such questions? Are you really blind? Hee, I was just asking. Huang Yueli had only wanted to find a topic to chat so that she wouldn't fall asleep in the bath, in case she choked on the water. But after exchanging a few sentences with Lu Bian, her heart felt a swirl because there was a burning questions which she had kept within her heart for a very long time. Uncle, I heard that you are good friends with Soaring Heaven's Continent's #1 expert Mu Qingqing, is that true? Do you know, how is he right now? It was after Huang Yueli popped the question, did she realized how much she longed to know about Mu Qingqing's current situation. Before this, she was situated at a small place like South Yu Kingdom and had no way nor channel to find out about Mu Qingqing's news. So at that moment, her inner heart was still at peace, suppressing the imperative feeling. As she was a rational person, she knew it wouldn't help even if she was anxious, so the only thing she could do was to take one step at a time to gradually become stronger and think of ways to achieve her goal. However, now that Mu Qingqing's best buddy was just right beside her, Huang Yueli could no longer contain the impulse within her. The minute the words came out of her mouth, her heart pounded madly. It had been 2 months since she was reincarnated into this body, and she could finally find out Mu Qingqing's situation. But after waiting for several moments, she didn't get a reply from Lu Bian. Huang Yueli subconsciously frowned as puzzlement got her wondering what that wily man could be thinking about. After a while more, there was still no sound from outside of the screen. She could no longer keep it in and questioned, hey, uncle, are you still there? Here. Lu Bian answered in a low tone. I asked you something earlier, why didn't you answer me? What did you ask me? I didn't hear you clearly. Lu Bian's tone sounded weird. If it had been normal times, Huang Yueli would have long realized something was not right. But today, she was just too anxious to find out about Mu Qingqing's situation, so she had overlooked this point. Uncle, you must be getting old, you actually are hearing impaired. I was asking you, do you know what's happening in Blue Profound Sect and what is Murong's sect master doing nowadays? I heard that he had reached the peak of 9-degree realm many years ago and had been searching for the pathway to God realm, so has he successfully broken through to God realm? And has he married anyone, does he have anyone beside? The minute Huang Yueli opened her mouth, she realized that the number of things she wanted to know were simply too many. It had been 14 long years since they had been apart. 14 years was enough for a baby to become a beautiful young lady. It wouldn't be surprising if anything were to happen in this period of time. Hence the more Huang Yueli asked, the more unstoppable she became. However, just as she was talking without respite, suddenly. Enough. Shut up. Lu Bian's tone brimmed with anger as though a jolt of lightning had exploded beside her ear. You're not allowed to mention Mu Qingqing, this name. The voice was fuming with rage between gritted teeth, was able to make Huang Yueli feel the deep grudge Lu Bian had within. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck momentarily, but isn't Mu Qingqing. Shut up. I'm asking you to shut your mouth. With a whoosh, Lu Bian actually pushed the screen between the both of them flat onto the ground as he walked in utterly discomfited. Huang Yueli hurriedly pushed her body downwards a little more, allowing only her neck to surface above while the rest of her body was submerged in the water below. Luckily, the bathtub was high and could basically cover her entirely. Lu Bian took large strides towards her, and the usually composed, smiling handsome face was now flushed red as the corners of his eyes were raised, the rage could be visibly seen. Young lass, I've been very tolerant with you. On account of your young age and you look like all the tricks and unkind words that you had done and talked, I've already not haggled with you on it and even curing you. But this does not mean that you can easily step on my bottom line. As Lu Bian was speaking, the profound energy within gushed out uncontrollably and the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot. Even though he didn't meant for it to happen, but Lu Bian was still a genuine 9-degree realm practitioner, and just this unintentional release of his profound energy caused some serious impact on Huang Yueli's dantian. She made an oomph sound and felt something sweet gushing up her throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huang Yueli quickly controlled the limited profound energy she had in her body in order to minimize a portion of the impact. However, as the disparity of their cultivations is too huge, she was still able to feel the injury on her meridians getting serious by the minute. A sliver of blood flowed down from one corner of her mouth. Lu Bian saw her blood and he recollected his thoughts, gave a cold snort and retracted his profound energy. However, the fury on his face did not seem to lessen. Women are so superficial. Why are you all only after the looks in a man? Continence number 1, handsome male. What about it? Am I worse off than him? People who think he's more handsome are really blind. As for continence number 1 expert. That's a huge joke. Usually saying how powerful he is, he couldn't even protect the woman who he loves, can he even be considered as a man? As Lu Bian's face sunk, he sneered. Huh? When Huang Yueli heard these, she became even more lost. At the same time, the shock in her heart had multiplied several times. No one knew better than Huang Yueli on the strength between Mu Qingqing and Lu Bian's friendship. They were best buddies who were able to leave their entire fortunes and lives in each other's hands. There was even a period of time when both of them couldn't leave one another's sight. Huang Yueli had even wondered if both of them were in that kind of relationship. In her previous life, both of them had knew one another for more than 20 years and had always been each other's most trustable friend. Huang Yueli was very sure that Lu Bian would be able to help her locate Mu Qingqing. But from the current situation, it looked like. Why were things so different from what she had imagined? From Lu Bian's reaction, it was definitely not faked, and moreover, he had no reason to act in front of a second-degree realm young lady like her. The truth was now right before her. Towards Mu Qingqing, Lu Bian hated him to the core. To the extent that he didn't allow anyone to mention Mu Qingqing's name. How was this possible? If it hadn't been something that she had witnessed with her own eyes, even if Huang Yueli was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe this would have happened at all. Mu Qingqing and Lu Bian fell out. Moreover, from such a wonderful relationship, the two friends turned foes? What was going on? She completely could not comprehend. Lu Bian intentionally restrained his imposing grandeur, just in case he jolted Huang Yueli to death accidentally. But the anger within had not dissipated. He took a few steps forward and had completed stuck himself to the side of the bathtub. He lowered his head and looked at Huang Yueli's eyes. Huang Yueli took a towel with the intention to cover herself, but as the towel was not big, she felt that her movements would lead to her being exposed instead. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her chin. Lu Bian stretched his hand and pinched her chin. Using that infuriated handsome face, he inched towards her pale delicate face as his gaze locked in on her eyes. Little lass, I think you're intentionally acting ignorant with the intention to anger me, right? Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide as she felt the strength gripping on her chin becoming stronger, as though it was going to break her chin into fragments. Her face contorted in pain. No. I didn't mean it in that way. Lu, divine doctor, why would you think in this way? You dare to say you didn't? Lu Bian's voice instantly became colder than usual. Who in the entire soaring heavens continent doesn't know that it is a taboo to mention that person's name in my face? Whoever dares to mention about him in front of me is simply looking for death. For so many years, no one had dared to do what you did, purposely mentioning him in front of me, and you dare to say that you're not provoking me? This. I really didn't know. Huang Yueli's heart skipped, simply unable to believe her ears. Judging from what Lu Bian meant was that he and Mu Qingqing had turned from friends to foes, and it had already been in such a state for 10 over years. Didn't that mean that these two had completely fallen out with one another and became enemies not long after she died in the northern ice fields? What on earth had happened? She recalled that 1 month before her death, she had still seen Lu Bian and Mu Qingqing drinking together, and at that time, both of them behaved like they were best buddies. Subsequently, what happened? Huang Yueli felt that herself was innocent as she didn't know what had happened. How would she know that such good buddies like them would mutually fall out with each other, to the extent that Lu Bian did not even want to hear Mu Qingqing's name? It's all over. Would Lu Bian harm her on impulse? Her injury had finally got a little better. However, Huang Yueli was still fortunate. Luckily, she was overly concerned earlier and had not revealed her status at the first moment. Otherwise, if Lu Bian had found out that she was the reincarnation of Huang Yueli, then she would get into deep trouble. In the past, when Lu Bian and Mu Qingqing were close, she was the sister-in-law. But after both of them had fallen out, she guessed that in Lu Bian's eyes, she had become the enemy's woman. Using the enemy's woman to exact revenge was commonly seen, and if things turned bad, she might even lose her little life here. Now that Lu Bian doesn't know her real identity, he probably wouldn't kill her. After all, she was a patient whom he had accepted for treatment, and if she died at his turf, before she was fully cured, it would be damaging to his reputation. Lu Bian was extremely concerned regarding matters which would affect his reputation on medical skills. As expected, Lu Bian stared daggers at her for some time, and before he crushed her chin, he snorted eventually, released his grip and ditched her. Huang Yueli's head turned to one side and coughed non-stop, feeling the blood in her chest gushing up. Obviously, she had sustained a sizable internal injury. Who on earth did she offend? Before her old injury was healed, she sustained a new one. Lu Bian saw her suffering, and a sense of guilt flashed past his eyes. But very quickly, he hid his emotions. His chilly glare fell onto her as his voice appeared cold and emotionless. I don't care if you really didn't know or pretending not to know. If I were to hear you mention his name once more, I absolutely have 1,000 ways to let you remain alive. But to suffer 10,000 times more than you're dead, you better mark my words well. Saying that, Lu Bian resolutely turned his head, and with big strides, he slammed his way out of the door. Huang Yueli held her chi and blood-raging chest as she looked at Lu Bian's leaving back, her mind still in puzzlement. No matter how she thought about the matter between Mu Qingqing and Lu Bian, she couldn't figure it out. However, today's matter also gave her a reminder. It was not possible for her to use her past life's experience to judge the current soaring heavens continent's powerhouse distribution and interpersonal relationships. After all, in the 14-year interval, the number of things that had changed were just too much. Even the friendship between Mu Qingqing and Lu Bian could change completely, then as compared to the relationship between the various sects and powerhouses, the changes in these would be much easier. If she had intended to rely on her past life's experience, then she would ultimately suffer a setback. As for today, her luck was considered all right. It was just out of some concerns that she did not reveal her identity, and since Lu Bian didn't show any intentions to kill, she was able to escape the calamity. If it had been anyone else, perhaps that person wouldn't be that lucky. Huang Yueli sat in the bathtub until the water had turned chilly. She had just adjusted her internal breath, and standing up, she dried herself and wore her outer clothes. As she had been injured by Lu Bian's earth-attributed profound energy, Huang Yueli was depleted of energy, and the minute she laid back on the bed, she drowsed to sleep not long after. Right at the moment before she fell asleep, Huang Yueli's mind suddenly flashed a thought. 14 years, everything had changed. In that case, had Mu Qingqing's feelings towards her changed as well? 3 days passed by with a flash. Northeast section of Sky Cloud City, Limoying sect. Moe was sitting in the guest room as the feeling of uneasiness grew. It had been 3 days since he rushed back to the sect from Southview Kingdom. But Lemoyne had not once ordered to see him, and because he was worried that he would disturb his master's closed-door cultivation, so he did not disturb him at all. Initially he was confused by Morongfei's saying, feeling that what she said made some sense. But after a few days, Moe reiterated his thinking and felt that something was wrong. He had returned for so long and Lemoyne had always been in closed-door cultivation at the rear mountain. Not once did he leave, not to mention meeting with any danger. Everyone in the sect knew about this, so there was no way to fabricate this. Since Lemoyne was in closed-door cultivation, not able to make any time to meet with him, then what was the reason for asking him to return? The most puzzling thing was the letter from the Swan Goose mentioned that Lemoyne had met with an unsolvable danger, so all the shadow guards were to be recalled back, otherwise he would not be able to solve this trouble. But Moe realized that the only shadow guard who had rushed back seemed to be only him. For such a long time, he had not seen a second shadow guard appear in the sect. Now that things were so queer, Moe couldn't help but feel suspicious. He reckoned over and over again and a shocking guess appeared in his mind. That was, Lemoyne did not actually send him any letter for him to rush back to the sect. The Swan Goose letter that he received could have been fake. If it wasn't for this case, there was simply a way to explain the various doubts which had occurred. But if this was the truth, what was the motive in sending him this letter? Once Moe started to think towards this direction, his heart turned terrified instantly. Because his main duty in Southview Kingdom was to protect Hanan Yueli. Then the motive in luring the tiger down the mountain was naturally to act towards Huang Yueli. When Moe thought of this, the sweat beads on his forehead started sprouting like crazy as his heart turned icy cold. How could he have been so silly and didn't realize at that point that someone would have falsified Lemoyne's command to transfer him away to harm his future mistress? If his guess was right, then wouldn't Huang Yueli be in grave danger? Huang Yueli was just a second-degree realm practitioner and she had no expert bodyguards protecting her. And the only people who could possibly knew about Moe's identity could only be Lemoyne's enemies, and their power were definitely extraordinary. In comparison, Huang Yueli was just a little lamb who lacked the ability to resist. As long as Moe had left, she would become a piece of fatty meat, waiting for others to divide up. The more Moe though, the more terror curdled his blood. Very soon, the back of his shirt was drenched in sweat. Things have really taken a bad turn. He had fallen into someone's scheme to return to the sect, and that was equivalent to exposing Huang Yueli to the enemy, and she was being exposed without any form of defense. The worst thing of all was that he had only realized this only now. He had spent 3 days traveling back and subsequently he was sent to the guest room to rest for another 3 days. All in all, it had been a total of 6 days. For a practitioner to kill someone, under the circumstances of disparity of power, one would only require a few breaths to kill. 6 days was enough for Huang Yueli to be killed 180 times. Now, there was a 90% chance that Huang Yueli had already met with an evil scheme. Thinking of this, Moe's heart was filled with guilt as he couldn't wait to use his life to atone for his mistake. No one knew more clearly than him on how important Huang Yueli was to Lemoyne. That aloof and emotionless master of his had usually not paid any attention to any woman, and for the first time in his life, he had been touched by a lady, and for the very first time, he put down his status and wooed her. Even after she had repeatedly rejected him, he didn't show any signs of unpleasantness. In front of Huang Yueli, Lemoyne seemed to have changed into another person. He was no longer that aloof, peerless genius who was illness-ridden and had been bullied from young. But he had changed into a living person filled with human emotions, and he was willing to open up his heart and accept the people in this world. After getting to know Huang Yueli for over a month, the number of times that Lemoyne had smiled was much more than the total number that he had smiled over the past 20 years. Moe couldn't imagine if Huang Yueli were to be murdered and this news reached Li Moying's ears, what would his reaction be? He would be so upset and heartbroken. From Moe's understanding of his master, Li Moying might even go into qi deviation on the spot. Adding on to the destructive power when his illness happens, by then, perhaps the entire Southview kingdom would be buried as a funerary object for Huang Yueli. As Moe thought, he started to shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly stood up from the chair and using his footworks, he used the fastest speed he would muster and sped towards the rear mountain. He knew that even if he were to die 1,000 deaths, it would not be able to make up for the mistake that he had made. He also knew that he had no face to appear before his master. But he must make use of this time to inform Li Moying of this news. No matter what, it was already too late. But what if? What if matters had not been what he thought of? What if based on his future mistress's wit, she had really managed to last till now? Moe was very sure that there was 1 in 1,000 possibility that Huang Yueli was still alive. In that case, Li Moying would not give up on this vague hope and he would definitely rush back to Southview Kingdom to save her. Moe's silhouette flew at a great speed in the sect. With his protector token, he gained entry into the front and mid-mountain pathway. Those outer disciples didn't dare to stop him at all. But once he had entered a majestic stone door outside the rear mountain, he was stopped by someone. Moe's face was filled with anxiety as he flashed his identity token. "Senior brothers, please let me pass. I am the commander of the shadow guards under young sect master and I have extremely pressing matters which I must tell the young sect master. As the matter is very urgent, I'm unable to tell you more so please let me pass." As he was saying, his footsteps didn't slow down as he attempted to rush through the stone door. However, the few disciples guarding the door refused to budge and stood in one line as they block his way. AI, wait. Senior brother Moe, don't be in such a rush. Yes, the rear mountain is where our sect's direct disciples are in closed-door cultivation. Sect master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter and disturb their training. Right, senior brother Moe, you've just rushed back from outside so you're probably not aware, right? In another 20 days, our sect will be having a tournament with several West Sky Region sects, and this is the main event for our sect. If those West Sky Regions trash were to successfully defeat us, then in the next few thousand years, our sect will not be able to raise our heads in front of them. That's right. Senior brother Moe, it wouldn't be good to disturb young sect master at this point of time, right? Moe grew more flustered as he replied, "Yes, I know what you all mean. But my matter is extremely pressing and must immediately report to young sect master." He was so flustered as though his boat was on fire as his forehead was filled with sweat. However, the disciples guarding the door still refused to budge and all of them had a perplexed expression on their faces. Senior brother Moe, please don't make things difficult for us. Yes, sect master had already set strict orders that we're not allowed to let anyone go and disturb young sect master and the others. If we were to let you through, sect master would definitely blame us for it and we're not able to handle the blame. Yes, senior brother Moe, you're one of the trusted aides beside young sect master so you have him to cover you. So sect master will definitely forgive you but for us, the ordinary disciples, we have no one to protect us so we're not able to take up this responsibility. All of them gave their opinions and were resolute in their rejection. Moe knew that they were only doing their job and this matter was actually not their fault, nor should they be blamed. If it hadn't been for the fact that the matter that he wanted to report was regarding Huang Yueli's life and death, Moe also wouldn't want to make things difficult for them. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In this case, I won't make things difficult for you. Would senior brothers please kindly help me pass a message to young sect master? If young sect master wishes to meet me, then it wouldn't be your responsibility. If he's not willing, I also won't make things difficult for you all. Moe settled for the next best decision as he spoke. The few of them hesitated. Moe hurriedly brought out some concealed weapons and handed it over to them. Those concealed weapons were all fourth-grade profound armaments and had been pushed into his hands by Huang Yueli. Although those were delicate items and it could only be used just once, but the power was extremely huge and it was not something that these ordinary inner disciples could afford. When the few of them saw these profound armaments, their eyes shone as they didn't hesitate any longer. "All right then, your brother here will help you pass on your message. But I'll say the ugly words beforehand, if young sect master is not willing to meet you, you will have to leave the rear mountain immediately, otherwise we will report this to the sect master." Moe hurriedly nodded. It should be done so, exactly like this. He was very sure that once Li Moying hears of his request to meet him, he would definitely link it to Huang Yueli getting into trouble and would meet up with him. Perhaps Li Moying would not even continue to stay there for even a breath's time and rush out to question him. So as long as these disciples guarding the door were willing to help him pass the message, he had nothing to worry about. The few of the disciples discussed and sent out one of them, who turned and entered the stone door. Moe had just heaved a sigh of relief, but at the very next moment, a voice raised unexpectedly. "The few of you. What are you doing?" Hearing that voice, everyone froze in mid-air and the movements in their hands stopped and a terrified expression hung across their faces as they turned around. First young miss, the leader of the guards, shouted out her identity. Everyone's feel turned to jelly as they knelt onto the ground. Morong Fei was dressed in a light purple long-tailed long skirt as she gradually approached them in a swaying manner, and beside her were 4 serving maids. In each serving maid's hand was a large serving tray made out of white sandalwood, and on were several exquisite porcelain bowls, where a wonderful fragrance whiffed out from the bowls. Moe's expression changed as he lowered his head to pay his respects. Morong Fei had a cold expression on her face as she swept her glance around everyone. Wherever her glance fell onto, that cold glare had already scared the door-guarding disciples until they were trembling non-stop. "You all, who can tell me what were you all saying earlier? And what were you doing?" Her voice was chilly as it bore in might and icy intent. The commander of the guards had long been scared out of his wits, but he could not afford to not answer her. First young miss, earlier the senior brother Moe said he would like to meet with young sect master, and he had extremely pressing matters to report. But, as what you had mentioned earlier, sect master had requested all the direct disciples to go into closed-door cultivation in the rear mountain, and besides you, no one was allowed to visit. So we were advising senior brother Moe to leave. His words had pushed all the blame onto Moe. The few of them were responsible disciples, and it had been because of Moe's gibberish. As for them, they have no wrongdoing and attempted to cover up this matter. However, Morong Fei gave a cold snort. "Do you think I'm blind? Earlier, Moe took out some stuff to bribe you. Did you think I didn't see it? Still not going to hand it up?" All of them knew they were unable to hide things any further and hurriedly took out the profound armaments that they had kept. 4th-tier concealed weapons. Not bad. Moe, you're really senior brother's right-hand man, you're so generous. As for the rest of you, it's against the sect regulations to accept bribes. Morong Fei snorted. "Today, after your duty is up, all of you must go to the punishment hall and receive 12 whips. If I were to see this again, don't blame me for being merciless and drive you out of the sect." The disciples guarding the door were scared out of their wits, and they didn't even dare to beg for mercy as all of them kowtowed to accept their punishment. Morong Fei didn't bother about them but turned her glare to Moe. "Moe, I have told you before that senior brother is currently in closed-door cultivation and no one is allowed to disturb. You actually dared to come to the rear mountain behind my back, attempting to interrupt senior brother's cultivation. You dare to agree overtly but oppose in secret on purpose. What ill intentions do you have for planning such a thing? Moe realized the situation and hurriedly tried to explain. First, young miss, things are not what you think it is. If possible, I would definitely not interrupt Master's cultivation, but I really have extremely urgent matters, and must meet with Master. Huh. Morongfei was filled with disdain as she snorted, extremely urgent matters? Just how urgent was it? Can it be as urgent when compared to the tournament with the West Sky region? It really is that urgent. To Master, this matter may be even more important than the tournament. Moe replied, First young miss, I only need a quarter of an hour, so please try to help. Impossible. Before Moe had completed his sentence, Morongfei rejected his request. Not to mention a quarter of an hour, even if it was a breath's time, senior brother is not able to waste this. First young miss, our master would definitely want first-hand information on this news. If my master finds out that you're obstructing me from informing him, he will definitely not be happy with you. AI, using senior brother to suppress me? Morongfei swept him one glance. Since that's the case, whatever pressing matter you have, you can tell me directly. If the matter that you say has been ascertained by me that it really is a pressing matter, then I am also not someone who is unreasonable, so just say it out. Morongfei stared at Moe as she displayed a I'm all ears look. This matter is. Moe had just started off, and as the words came to his mouth, it suddenly halted. The fact that Li Moying had got to know of a young lady in the South Yu Kingdom and had unfathomably gotten engaged with her. If this matter were to be told, it was very difficult for anyone to believe it. Plus the fact that he had been tricked and someone was intending to harm Huang Yueli were just his own conjecture, and with no actual evidence, it wouldn't even more absurd. Even if others were to believe what he said, but in the eyes of the high and mighty geniuses in the sect, Huang Yueli was just a second-degree realm practitioner and her birth was just from a small country, so she wasn't compatible to be with Li Moying at all. So what if she died? Was it a big matter? For those kind of people, Li Moying's closed-door cultivation was considered as a big matter. Even if he were to say these out, no one would think his matter was pressing. Besides that, the more important thing was before this first young Miss Morong, she was one of the favored ladies who tried to woo Li Moying. If she found out that Li Moying already had a sweetheart on his mind, not only would she not help Huang Yueli, she might even harm her instead. Moe reacted just in time and took a deep breath as he swallowed the words back. First young miss, please forgive me. The matter that I am going to report is confidential and Master had specially instructed that I cannot leak things out. So I must meet with my master before I can reveal it. Morongfei's eyes turned chilly as she heard his explanation. What Moe was trying to conceal was something that she was very clear about. He was worried that she would find out that Li Moying has a fiancé. She had never thought that even the number one shadow guard beside Li Moying would protect that lass to this extent. After realizing that she might have met with danger, he had rushed over anxiously. This had also verified what Morong and I told her before, senior brother really cared about this country lass very much. Luckily, she had made a prompt decision and acted beforehand to kill that young lass in the southern region. Morongfei narrowed her eyes and shouted loudly, Men, Moe, and West Sky region sects have collaborated and is attempting to interrupt our senior brother's closed-door cultivation, harboring evil intentions. Quickly take him down and lock him up in the water prison. Moe gasped in shock. First young miss. You're mistaken. I really did not intentionally interrupt Master's closed-door cultivation. You're really mistaken. Morongfei had sent someone to keep a close eye on where Moe was staying, and it was through one of their reporting that she found out he had come to look for Li Moying at the rear mountain and specially came forward to stop him. Morongfei came prepared as she brought along several fifth-degree realm inner disciples with her. Moe was unable to defeat so many people alone, and he really didn't want to hurt his fellow disciples so very quickly. He lost his opportunity. The few inner disciples went forward and tied him up. Moe couldn't believe that Morongfei would actually capture him. As the sect master's daughter, Morongfei had been living under the guise as an angel in the sect. Besides that, she was very apt at pretending to be gentle and amicable, especially towards Li Moying's subordinates. So every single time, she would inquire after their welfare, acting like she is their mistress. So before today, Moe's impression of her wasn't too bad at all, and he had never expected Morongfei to use such extreme ways to prevent him from meeting Li Moying. First, young miss, he tried to explain again. But Morongfei waved her hand impatiently. You dare to defy sect master's commands, and now even trying to deny. Seems that you're really not going to weep until you see the coffin. What are you guys standing there for? Still not going to bring him away? The few of them responded and dragged Moe away. Morongfei's face displayed a smile. In actual fact, she had thought that after these 6 to 7 days' duration, Huang Yueli was definitely dead by now. The reason why she was doing this was out of prudence. Only, she didn't know what Shui Qingqing was doing at all. After he had killed that slut, he still hadn't came back to report, and not knowing where he had wandered off to, till today, he had yet to return to the sect. Men, they're really unpredictable. Although Morongfei was filled with discontent, but she didn't give any further thought to it. From what she felt, for Shui Qingqing to go after a second-degree realm lass, naturally, there shouldn't be any accidents. Morongfei turned back and indicated the 4 serving maids to follow up to her pace, and after that, she walked towards the rear mountain. Li Moying was still alone, quietly sitting in front of the cliff at Heaven Crate Valley, practicing his swordplay. During his cultivation, the surrounding 10 miles at the rear mountain was filled with thunder attributed profound energy, and as if it was attracted by his internal profound energy, various fluctuations and lighting were seen flashing in the sky, painting a large domain of the Reed Mountain into a dangerous thunder domain. This was Li Moying's domain. Those who had not been given permission to enter were all injured by lightning, and as for those whose cultivation levels were slightly worse off, the minute they stepped into the boundary of the thunder domain, they would be turned into scorched corpse on the spot. Li Moying quietly sat there as thunder rays could been seen indistinctly around him, casting a blue-purplish ray on his handsome face. This made him seem even powerful and mysterious. Morongfei was just several hundred meters away from him before she felt her body not being able to take the pressure, unable to take another step forward. "Senior brother," she called out in a low tone. Li Moying's eyes suddenly opened and his eyes flashed a purple streak of lightning. That glance was extremely terrifying, causing Morongfei to shudder uncontrollably. "It's you." Li Moying spoke icily, unable to tell the emotions in his tone. Morongfei was intimidated by his surrounding vigor and her heartbeat almost stopped. It was with great difficulty that she regained her senses as she hastily said, "Yes, senior brother, I heard from Master that you've already been in seclusion in Heaven Crate Valley for 10 days. During this time, you didn't sleep nor rest, and I'm worried that your body would not be able to take it." Li Moying's glare was cold as he replied indifferently, "No matter. Since the tournament dare is nearing, I don't have much time to waste. But suitable rest time is necessary." Morongfei advised, "Senior brother, I brought along some medicinal cuisines, which would be able to help in establishing your primordial spirit and replenish your profound energy, something which I had started brewing 3 days ago. Just rest for 2 hours or so, and have something to eat, which will yield better results in your cultivation." Saying that, she personally took the tray and walked over. Morongfei put the dishes on the side of a stone table and using her delicate hand, which was applied with cinnabar, she lifted the spoon and cooled the medicinal cuisine into a bowl. As the South Sky region's #1 beauty and favored Lady Morongfei, she had numerous suitors, and even though many peerless geniuses pursued her endlessly, they were unable to make her through a glance at them. But now, she had put down her status, and like an ordinary serving maid, she personally served Li Moying his meals. If it had been any other men, the satisfaction in their inner hearts would probably have reached the peak and would have fainted from happiness long ago. However, Li Moying's expression still remained indifferent. He didn't receive the bowl which Morongfei had passed to him, but looked behind her back as he questioned, "I have been practicing my swordplay." "For 10 days already?" "That's right, senior brother. My father and the sect's junior brothers and junior sisters are all worried about you, concerned that you may forget to rest and eat, thus affecting your condition. We wondered if senior brother had gotten some comprehension from this round swordplay?" Li Moying absent-mindedly replied, "I have naturally comprehended something out of this. This time I had understood all of the sword markings left by the forebears and realized that I had broken through the last level of bottleneck. Within 3 days' time I would be able to break through to the 7th degree realm." Seventh degree realm. Morongfei was so shocked that her eyes widened and her hand subconsciously shivered, almost dropping the porcelain bowl in her hand. 7th degree realm. Li Moying was going to advance to the 7th degree realm. How was this possible? He was just 20 years old. Even though Li Moying was known as the #1 genius in the South Sky region, and since young, every advancement he made had left everyone shocked beyond words. But this was simply atrocious. A 20-year-old 7th degree realm practitioner was unheard of in the entire Soaring Heavens continent's history. Even the current #1 expert in Soaring Heavens continent, Mu Qingqing. He was 22 years old when he broke through to the 7th degree realm that year, and at that time, he had already set the record of the fastest breakthrough in Soaring Heavens continent history. As for now, Li Moying was only 20 years old. He was going to break this record to become the youngest 7th degree realm record holder in history? Didn't it mean that Li Moying had even more shocking talent than Mu Qingqing? And one day, he would have the ability to hold on to the strongest power in the entire Soaring Heavens continent? Morongfei's heart started pounding madly. A set of autumn watery eyes flowed onto that handsome face. The man right before her eyes, no matter if it was in terms of looks or power, were all so outstanding, incomparable to anyone else. Only this man was worthy of her, Morongfei. Morongfei became more determined to fulfill the wish to make Li Moying her husband. She joyously said, "Senior brother. This is just too wonderful. If my father were to know about this, he would be overjoyed. With your 7th stage realm power, those West Sky region practitioners are not a match for you. You'd definitely reign in this round's tournament. Senior brother, you're really marvelous." As Morongfei said these, her face started to flush a tinge of pink. It was only in front of such a powerful man like Li Moying did she felt that she was a delicate young lady, wishing to rely on that broad chest for protection. Morongfei couldn't help but got a little closer. Li Moying's brow subconsciously creased together as he took a step backwards. "Senior brother?" Morongfei didn't expect him to move away from her as she was stunned momentarily, and her face expressed a sense of hurt. For a peerless beauty with such status and innate talent to give out such a pitiful expression, most men would feel remorse. However, Li Moying looked like he didn't notice anything as he spoke out. "In these days which I was in closed-door cultivation, aren't there any letters delivered to me by the white-breasted falcon? Why is it that I had no letters at all?" "Huh?" Morongfei heard what he said and her heart thumped. She had previously intercepted the white-breasted falcons which Li Moying had reared, and after giving Moe a forged letter, she killed that falcon for fear of the secret being found out. She thought it was done in top secrecy, but she never expected that Li Moying would recall this matter during his closed-door cultivation. She hastily replied, "No, I've never seen senior brother's white-breasted falcon fly back at all. If it was senior brother's letters, no one in the sect would dare to intercept it, so why would you not receive it? That's weird." Li Moying's dashing eyebrows creased slightly. "It's been 10 days, how could it be that there's no news at all? Morongfei's face turned palely white. She had been wondering why would Li Moying suddenly ask about a flying magical beast whose only task was to deliver letters. So he was indeed waiting for news from Southview Kingdom, for that wretched lass's letter. Normally when Li Moying went out for training, he might not return for several months, so he won't even take the extra step to send a letter to the sect, much less write a letter to her, Morongfei. But now? It had been only 10 days since he received that lass's news, and Li Moying was already feeling uncomfortable, even actively asking on his own. Morongfei was feeling so jealous that her hands were trembling. However, she didn't dare expose herself and could only forcefully suppress the anger within her, pretending to be unaware. "Senior brother, whose letter are you waiting for? Do you need me to pass down the message that once there is any news of your falcon flying back into the mountains, I'll let them to report to you immediately?" Li Moying shook his head. "Forget it, there's no need." He didn't notice Morongfei's strange attitude, but had already immersed into his own thoughts. Why was there no news from his Lear for such a long time? Surely she couldn't have gotten into trouble, right? But Lear had Moe by her side, a practitioner who was at 5th stage realm peak. In a place like Southview Kingdom, it was absolutely an incredible source of power, so basically there shouldn't be any trouble. Could it be that that conscienceless lass refused to write him any letters? That was highly possible. After all, he had written so many letters to Lear, but she had never written back any letters to him personally. All news regarding her would be penned down and sent over by Moe. Thinking of this, Li Moying became displeased. This lass. She really had no conscience. He had noted all of these down in his heart. She dared to treat him in this way. After he had settled the sex matters and finally found her, he would absolutely punish her severely. At least, he had to punish her to offer him kisses. At least 100 times. Li Moying was still considering in his thoughts as the sides of his lips curled into a smile. Speaking of this, he had not intended to waste so much time in closed-door cultivation in the sect. He preferred to stay by Huang Yueli's side and rush back to attend the tournament just a few days before it started. But after the sect master had heard about his engagement in Southview Kingdom, he had already spoken to him personally once. The sect master was naturally not satisfied with Huang Yueli. A plausible but fallacious 6th grade talent, not of outstanding birth, was simply incompatible with him. Sect master even suggested for him to consider marrying Morongfei as his lawful wife and for Huang Yueli to be a concubine instead. But Li Moying was extremely firm in his stance that if he was unable to marry Huang Yueli as his wife, he would choose to leave the sect. In this way, sect master had no choice but to give way, telling him that if he were to successfully annihilate the West Sky region's sects and helped him to establish reputation for their sect, then he would agree to let Huang Yueli join their sect and agree to their marriage. Li Moying didn't care if the people in the sect minded or not. As for whether they agree or not, it wasn't of concern to him. But as sect master Morong had given him a second chance in life, if he was able to get his master's blessings, he would feel overjoyed. And it was just because of this, which was why he suppressed the urge to stay beside Huang Yueli, forcing himself to go into close-door cultivation at the rear mountain. Luckily, the tournament was about to start soon and he had only needed to settle the matters here before he could run off to Southview Kingdom Open and aboveboard to abduct that little lass back to the sect. Thereafter, they would get along day and night, not leaving each other's sight. Li Moying had been imagining their intimacy between the both of them as his smile grew deeper. His usually aloof and cold-as-ice handsome looks looked like it was snow melting, giving out a gentle expression which made his beautiful facial features add a few charismatic allure. Morongfei was stunned by this as her eyes was glued onto Li Moying's face. Li Moying noticed her sight and instantly felt displeased. He didn't know why whenever Lear stared at him, he only felt a sense of excitement as his entire body started to become heated, wishing to hold that lass into his embrace, to melt into his blood and bones, to love her dearly. But if other women's sight fell onto him, it only made him feel like vomiting. Li Moying frowned. All right, I want to continue with my closed-door cultivation. Junior sister, please leave. But senior brother, Morongfei wanted to add on something. However, Li Moying had already walked towards the cliff. Ignore her existence. Morongfei could only turn around and leave in hatred. She looked at those cuisine which she had painstakingly cooked, but yet been touched as her heart wallowed in self-pity and jealousy, throwing those dishes onto the ground in anger. That slut, she actually hooked senior brother's heart away. Too bad, no matter how good your foxy skills are, what use is there? Aren't you just a dead person now? Little courtyard in the forest. It had been 3 days since the medicinal bath incident where Lu Bian had left in anger. Huang Yueli started to think that since Lu Bian was that angry, he might not continue with her treatment, leave her with an existing injury on top of another new injury, and chase her out for her to survive on her own. But the very next day morning, 2 serving maids appeared on time at her room, and not only did they help her with her daily activities, they also prepared the second day's medicinal bath. I didn't expect this. Although Lu Bian's temper had turned strange, but his principle towards treatment for patients had not changed at all. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards as she had no qualms about accepting the pills he had supplied. Anyway, she had already ruffled Lu Bian's feathers, so no matter how worried she was wouldn't change anything. So she might as well take it easy. What she should do now was to get herself healed before she could consider the next step to take. Just like that, another 3 days passed. It was until the 3rd day's afternoon when a serving maid suddenly walked in to report. Miss Bai, master, invites you to the courtyard for a while. He's waiting for you at Variance Blossom's pavilion. Oh? Really? I thought, after he had through such a huge temper, he wouldn't want to see me for the rest of his life. Huang Yueli stretched her lazy waist as she walked outdoors to look for Lu Bian. The courtyard that Lu Bian had been living in seclusion was not large, but the inner structures were extremely exquisite. All the sceneries had been designed meticulously, and there were plenty of rare flowers and plants which were not found in Southview Kingdom planted here. It could be said that for every one step you'd see one scenery, for seasons in a year could be found here, and it was extremely beautiful. Besides that, the entire hill slope at the back of the courtyard was transformed into a medical farm, where many rare and high-quality medical herbs were planted. Any medical plant from the medical farm could be auctioned off in the Sky Emperor City for at a rocket-high price. But Lu Bian seemed to use these herbs to brew soup daily or to feed his pets. Such extravagant consumption made Huang Yueli's eyebrow twitch. He's worthy of being the #1 divine doctor in Soaring Heaven's continent, rich and overbearing, even a spendthrift than her. Walking to where the serving maid mentioned the location of the Variance Blossoms pavilion was, Huang Yueli raised her head as she saw Lu Bian inclined right in front of her, sitting in the pavilion. As the gentle breeze blew past, his white robe fluttered. On the exquisite side of his face, a sense of loneliness was revealed. His eyelids drooped slightly, but his vision of sight was aloof as though he was looking at something inside his hand. Divine Dr. Lu. Huang Yueli called him from afar and walked over. Lu Bian stared blankly for a while and his right hand instinctively withdrew and kept the item in his hand into his sleeve. Huang Yueli was too far away and Lu Bian's action was too fast. So she had only took a glance from afar, not seeing clearly what he had in his hands was. She could only see that item giving out dazzling rainbow rays under the sunlight. That dazzling ray, although was just an instance, had attracted her attention. In her memory, only one stone had such radiant glow. Rainbow Spirit Crystal. This was an extremely rare 9th grade material, and in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, there were only 7 pieces. Every piece could clearly tell their history. Rainbow spirit crystal's effect could greatly amplify the recovery rate of one's profound energy, and owning one piece of rainbow spirit crystal would ensure the profound energy being regenerated. In times of a long battle, it was a magic tool which would determine the winner or loser. But the rainbow spirit crystal was the most outstanding of all. Not only did it have a powerful effect, also that exceedingly dazzling radiance. The rainbow spirit crystal had an exquisite scintillation, a beautiful array of 7 different colors interchanged continuously within the piece of small crystal, as though a stream of rainbow had been confined in the crystal, so enchantingly beautiful until one could not move one's sight away from it. For female practitioners, rainbow spirit crystal's charm was simply irresistible. Ordinary gems could only make a woman feel fortunate. The strong recovery effect in combination with the indescribable beauty of the spirit crystal was more than enough to get a lady's heart hooked. In her previous life, Huang Yueli also longed to own a piece of rainbow spirit crystal. But due to the sparsity of the rainbow spirit crystal, every piece was a valued treasure in some of Soaring Heaven's continent's top powerhouses. Even though Huang Yueli was the #1 armament master in the continent that year, she was unable to make those powerhouses give up that rainbow spirit crystal. She was at a loss, but after thinking of many ideas, she was still unable to get one piece. Just as she was about to give up, during one of her birthday, Mu Qingqing suddenly brought her to a mythical paradise and mysteriously brought out a bracelet hidden behind him. Huang Yueli looked carefully, overwhelmed with surprise and joy, and couldn't speak properly for quite a while. Because what Mu Qingqing had given her was a bracelet made out of rainbow spirit crystal. It had always been something that she wanted but was unable to get it. Where did you get this from? You don't need to bother about this. This is for you, do you like it? Mu Qingqing smiled calmly as he avoided her question. Yet Huang Yueli noticed that something was amiss. Something's not right, this is such a big piece of rainbow spirit crystal. This piece belongs to Beam Moon Palace. How did you get them to give up this to you? They didn't agree to the exchange when I said I'd refine 10 pieces of 9-grade upper-level, profound armaments for them. I naturally have my own ways. You only need to answer me, do you like it or not? Mu Qingqing gradually got closer to her as he whispered gently beside her ear. Huang Yueli's face flushed into a scarlet red and mumbled softly, I like. Subsequently, she found out that in order for Mu Qingqing to obtain this rainbow spirit crystal, he had agreed to a shockingly major task, almost paying it with his life in order to give her this surprise. And on her birthday, when Mu Qingqing had rushed over, the injuries on his body had yet to recover fully. Huang Yueli looked at the rainbow spirit crystal in Lu Baiyan's eyes, and memories from her past life started to flow back into her. She wondered if the bracelet had exploded together along with her. If that rainbow spirit crystal were to be broken into smithereens, it would really be a waste. If it hadn't been broken into pieces, then in whose hands were it in now? Huang Yueli had been indulging in flights of fancy when Lu Baiyan turned around and looked at her. You're really slow. You've gotten accustomed to staying here just after a few days, eh? Huang Yueli replied, yes, I am really grateful to Divine Dr. Lu for your warm-hearted reception and for treating my injuries. How can I ever repay you for your gratitude? These words were coming from the bottom of her heart, because if it wasn't for Lu Baiyan, she would have been dead by now. So she was still grateful to him. Lu Baiyan threw her a glance and spoke in a neither cold nor warm tone, it looks to me that you're already used to the lifestyle. These few days, you'd either eat or sleep, no different from a pig. If you were to say you're not used to it, who would believe you? The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched, feeling that the gratitude that she had earlier had vanished by half. This really was. Ivory would not sprout from a dog's mouth. How was she to reply to this? However, Lu Baiyan didn't expect her to reply as he continued talking. After freeloading for so long and wasting so many of my valuable herbs, don't tell me you're just intending to take advantage of me? Haven't you ever considered how you should repay me? Ugh. Huang Yueli went into a blank. To repay a debt naturally was entirely justified. But when she looked to Lu Bian in her past life for treatment, she had never paid him any compensation, so subconsciously, she had missed out on this. It was after Lu Bian's reminder that she suddenly recalled that her identity was no longer the same as her past life, so naturally Lu Bian would not let her take advantage of him for nothing. She hastily added, "Of course I know about this reasoning, and I will definitely repay you. But Divine Dr. Lu, you're the #1 divine doctor in the continent. Whatever you want, you'd already have it, whereas I'm only a second-stage realm practitioner, so I really don't know what compensation I can give you in order to satisfy you. If Divine Dr. Lu, you have anything that you want, please let me know, and I'll send it over with my 2 hands." "Really? That's great. You have something that I'm interested in." Lu Bian raised his brow, and on his charming face, he gave out a lazy smile as his gaze was fixated on Huang Yueli. That expression seemed to be sizing up the item he had in his hands. Huang Yueli felt uncomfortable by his gaze as she subconsciously took a step backward. "Divine Dr. Lu, you. Please go ahead and speak your mind." Lu Bian sat up straight and looking at her, he opened his mouth and said, "Accompany me for 3 months. "What?" Huang Yueli didn't expect him to say this, and her eyes opened wide. Lu Bian ill-intentionally curled the corners of his lips as his smile looked slightly evil. "Need me to make things clearer?" "Accompany me for 3 months. During this period, no matter what I ask you to do, you're not allowed to reject, and you must follow what I tell you to do." "But," Huang Yueli frowned, "why do you need me to accompany you?" Lu Bian gave a soft snigger as he suddenly stood up. He looked slightly skinny dressed in the white robe when he was sitting down, but when he stood up, he revealed a well-built muscular body. Step by step, he got closer to Huang Yueli, almost to the point of sticking to her before he stopped. "To want you to accompany me, naturally, because I have some interest in you. Don't you understand? Are you really that pure? Huh?" Lu Bian stuck close to her ear as he blew some air towards her earlobes, intentionally making things sound extremely ambiguous. Huang Yueli creased her eyebrows sensitively as she turned her head towards one side. Lu Bian held up her chin and continued to tease her, "Why? You've already stripped and bathed in front of me, so why are you pretending to be reserved now? My meaning, you should be very clear, isn't it?" He purposely said this, thinking that this little lass might just jump in shock the very next moment and treat him like a pervert, flying into a rage out of humiliation. Or perhaps she was smitten by his charm and shyly rejecting, not daring to accept his request directly. However, what was unexpected was, "There's no problem. Agreeing to your request, but 3 months is simply too long. I can only afford to stay here for 7 days. "What?" This time, the person who was in shock was Lu Bian. He lowered his head to take a look at Huang Yueli's expression, which did not reflect the shock or embarrassment which he had anticipated. On the contrary, her expression was calm and her intonation when she spoke was stable, as though her emotions were not affected by him one bit, and what they were conversing in was something very ordinary. Lu Bian frowned as he had mentioned the same request to quite a number of young ladies. But this was the first time that anyone had agreed so readily as though she didn't worry about her chastity at all. Upon hearing such a request, normal ladies would understand what he wanted to derive from their bodies, so they would hesitate for quite some time before they agree to it. What on earth was this young lass thinking of? In fact, Huang Yueli had so readily agreed was naturally due to her own reasoning. During her past life when she was still alive, Lu Bian would love to let the ladies around him accompany him for some time. Initially, Huang Yueli viewed his character with disdain, feeling that he was using the treatment as an excuse to coerce the ladies. Subsequently, after one incident, she realized that Lu Bian had asked the young lady to stay by his side, but he had not done anything scandalous to them, only treating them like a doll, requesting them to dress according to his wishes, and thereafter accompanying him to have his meal or engage in a conversation. Although she did not know why the number one divine doctor would have such a strange hobby, but this was nothing unacceptable. If it was just acting like a doll which only accompanied to eat or conversed and not sleep together, and yet would be able to repay him for saving her life, then this was just a simple task. Only, 3 months to her was simply too long. Lu Bian frowned as he exclaimed, "Are you joking? 7 days? The gratitude towards you is only worth 7 days? I'm telling you, the number who wishes to climb onto my bed starts from northern ice fields all the way to dark moon forest. The fact that I've chosen you is your honor. You still dare to bargain?" Huang Yueli's lips twitched. The things he said were really wicked. If she hadn't known about his character, she would probably have thought he was a big pervert. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she said, 3 months was initially possible, but I have something extremely important to do, so latest by the end of 7 days, I must leave this place. If you are willing, I can use money or profound armament or similar items to pay for the remaining time, or I can repay back after I have completed my business. Lu Bian inquired, "What business could you possibly have?" "I must rush to Sky Cloud City within 20 days' time." "The exact reason, I'm sorry for not being able to reveal it. Anyway, when time is up, I absolutely must leave." 20 days later was the enrollment date for various academies. In order to reach Sky Cloud City by foot, judging on her speed, she will need 10 over days for the entire journey. So staying here for 7 days was her limit. Otherwise, she would not be able to meet with the deadline for Celestial Light Academy's enrollment. Lu Bian stared at her for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, but in this 7 days, you must be available anytime and not defy any of my requests." "All right, it's a deal." Huang Yueli nodded. Deal. Once the agreement had been met, Lu Bian stood up and let go of Huang Yueli. He turned around and pointed on the set of clothes on the stone table and said to her, "Now, the first order is for you to change into this dress." Huang Yueli just realized that on the stone table beside Lu Bian laid an exquisite set of clothing. That was a sakura-colored puffy-sleeved flowing dress. On the hem of the sleeve and skirt were a mix of exquisite embroidery patterns made with golden thread. The layering skirt hems looked like petals from a blooming flower. Upon seeing this dress, Huang Yueli's eyes shone. In her past life, she had been especially fond of the puffy-sleeved long flowy dress, and almost all of her dresses were of the similar style. She was also the one to lead the trend in this kind of petal-hemmed design. During that time, as a famed peerless beauty in soaring heaven's continent who loves this design, it had caused numerous young ladies to follow suit in dressing up like her. Which was why until today, the flowy dress style remained as a display of soaring heaven's continent's female practitioners manifesting their identity. The more arrogant, self-important and outstanding innate talent that a young lady had, the more she enjoyed dressing up in this manner. And the dress that Lu Bian had brought out had exceptionally exquisite embroidery with fine workmanship. So even a young lady like Huang Yueli, who had high expectations, instantly fell in love with this. She delightfully took over the dress and replied, "No problem. I'll go back and change right now, just you wait." And she ran off back to her room in high spirits. Initially, she was still worried if Lu Bian's aesthetic appreciate would be too exotic. If he had made her dress up like a laughable country girl, then her reputation as the continent's #1 armament master would be thrown away cleanly. But now this job was so easy. She only needed to accompany him to eat and chat, and there's also such a beautiful dress to wear, so it was simply too simple and too worthwhile. Okay. Huang Yueli quickly changed her clothes and returned to the pavilion. Lu Bian had been waiting in the pavilion. A jug of wine and 2 wine glasses appeared on the stone table, and he held up his glass, pouring and drinking by himself. When he heard her approaching, Lu Bian turned around. The next second, his eyes opened wide and his gaze was filled with unconcealable admiration. He was totally mesmerized. The young lady before his eyes was dressed in a flowing cloud-like dress. Sakura color complemented her fair skin, which made it look even more tender, as though a slight pinch would make water flow out. The layers on the long dress flowed downwards like blooming petals. When she moved with quick, light steps, the layers of hem would sway along, moving up and down. Reflecting against the rays of the sunset, she looked so beautiful, like an angel who had mistakenly descended into the mortal land. Lu Bian's eyes were fixated on her. Cough cough, do I really look so mesmerizing? Huang Yueli's lips curled as she couldn't help but feel delighted. Although Lu Bian wasn't the type of man who she liked, but to be able to mesmerize such a handsome man till his eyes was unable to move away, it was some sort of achievement. Lu Bian finally found his senses, and with a light cough, just so, I guess. Compared to that person, you still got a long way to go. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, not seemingly hearing him clearly. Who am I still far away from? Lu Bian replied, nothing, you heard wrongly. Huang Yueli. She really heard Lu Bian said something, but why did he change his words in a blink of an eye and not admit what he said? Something smelled fishy. Lu Bian stared at her a little longer and took out a jade hairpin from his sleeve. Huang Yueli looked closely and found that this jade hairpin's design showing a phoenix extending its wings. The carving was remarkably imitated to perfection, and on the position of the phoenix's eyes, inlaid a rainbow spirit crystal. Compared to her previous life's bracelet, this rainbow spirit crystal was naturally much smaller. But just this small piece of jewel was already enough to purchase 17 or 18 small countries. So when she was here earlier, the item that Lu Bian was playing around with was this jade hairpin. As Huang Yueli's gaze grazed past the hairpin, she couldn't help but be attracted to it, so she took a few more glances at it. It was undeniable that Lu Bian's aesthetics view was rather outstanding. Just from the intricate carving, design, color from this jade hairpin, every aspect was splendid and magnificent, unable to find any flaw from it. Although that rainbow spirit crystal was small, but it had the magical touch of livening the phoenix, making it look like it was about to spread its wings and fly. More importantly, she recalled that there was no rainbow spirit crystals, which were inlaid in any jade hairpin. So this proved that this hairpin was specially forged to become the carrier of the rainbow spirit crystal. She wondered if this was the work of Lu Bian? Huang Yueli's eyes shone after she saw the hairpin, and Lu Bian suddenly spoke out, "What's the matter? Feel that this is pretty?" "Pretty? It's very beautiful." Huang Yueli naturally told the truth and gave her praises unselfishly. "The carving is really marvelous. I wonder which outstanding craftsman had forged such a beautiful jade hairpin. But only this fine workmanship is able to match the rainbow spirit crystal inlaid in the hairpin. You know this is the rainbow spirit crystal?" Lu Bian raised his eyebrows. About this." Huang Yueli suddenly realized that she had completely forgotten about her identity and had misspoken. After all, an item like the rainbow spirit crystal was unheard of even among many 5th or 6th stage realm practitioners. She hurriedly found an excuse. "I had seen a drawing in one of the books noting down the continent's treasures, and I'm not really sure if this is it." "Don't tell me it really is the rainbow spirit crystal?" Lu Bian didn't investigate further and only took a glance at her before passing the jade hairpin over. "Put this on and let me take a look." "Ah. Huang Yueli was stunned as she thought she had heard him wrongly. Was there something wrong with Lu Bian's brain? He actually passed such a valuable spirit crystal jade hairpin so casually to a stranger for her to wear. For such grade of treasure, even if it was one of the large sects in the Sky Emperor city, it would be the most precious among all the treasures, so they wouldn't let anyone take a single glance at it. He simply just brought it out like this? Wasn't he just too spendthrift? Huang Yueli couldn't help but creased her eyebrows as she tried hard to recall, could it be that pill masters were much richer than armament masters? When she received the rainbow spirit crystal bracelet in her past life, as it was very valuable, she had always kept it carefully. Who would act like Lu Bian in such a rich and imposing way? Lu Bian saw her blank look as a smile slowly formed. Why are you in a daze? I asked you to put it on, didn't you hear me? TSK, to have a hearing deficiency at such a young age, or you just simply don't understand human language? He was the one who wasn't talking human language. Since Lu Bian was acting like a tycoon, then why should she feel heartache for him? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she received the phoenix jade hairpin and put it in a slanted angle into her hair. She had always been light with her fingers and had been deft in making herself look pretty. Just a few movements of her wrists, and she had already placed the jade hairpin into her jet black, soft hair, which was tied up into a bun as she revealed a fair and elaborate face. A few strands of fringe hung down from the corners of her forehead, adding on some charm. And along with the jade hairpin which was stuck in her flowing black hair, the shimmer of that rainbow spirit crystal in the phoenix's eyes, it made her look like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Lu Bian stared intently at the young lady in front of him and felt his heart pounding wildly. Many years ago, that indescribable feeling when he met that young lady started surging back into him. Two alike. Really, two alike. Even though the young lady in front of him wasn't particularly beautiful, and as compared to that gorgeous, peerless beauty in his memory, she was just too ordinary and their looks were not alike in any sense. But the temperament in the both of them were indeed very alike. That person and her were the same, they were both suitable to wear the similar styled dress. That person and her were the same, under the reflection of the rainbow spirit crystal, their charm became even more mesmerizing. Even the posture on how she tied up their hair was so similar to that person. The person in his memory had on numerous times, casually took a hairpin and easily tied her hair up in a few moves after a battle. Her fine black hair had been transformed easily into a fresh and charming style. For that one moment, Lu Bian had thought that the person right before his eyes was that person whom he had known more than a decade ago, the one whose fame was known throughout the entire soaring heavens continent's #1 armament master, #1 beauty, Huang Yueli. Divine Dr. Lu, what are you thinking about? Huang Yueli interrupted his thoughts. Originally, she didn't mind such a peerless handsome man to be smitten with her. But after some time, she felt something was wrong and the way Lu Bian looked at her was really weird, as though he was going to see through her. Surely he couldn't be thinking of something filthy, right? Upon hearing Huang Yueli's voice, Lu Bian snapped out of his thoughts. Oh. Nothing. I was just saying. The jade hairpin on you looks barely manageable. Lu Bian gave an evil smile, trying to hide his shock, and said unforgivingly. What was he thinking about earlier? Huang Yueli was already dead. Not only was she dead, even her soul had completely vanished. Forever and ever, she would never appear again. The little lass in front of him was indeed someone whom he had seen in so many years, most alike to Huang Yueli. For many years, he had lots of beauties accompany him and every single one had a certain part which resembled the Huang Yueli he remembered over a decade ago. For example, some were the eyes, others were mouth, and some others were her figure. As long as there was something similar, he would think of ways to make that person stay and accompany him for a period of time. Although those people resembled her, but they were unable to display Huang Yueli's indescribable temperament. She was just that extraordinary, and no one even had 1% of her charm. Only this young lass in front of him. She obviously didn't look like her, but she was able to display 80% of the #1 beauty's charm. Lu Bian sighed gently as he showed signs of melancholy. However, no matter how alike she was, it was only a resemblance. He really shouldn't be captivated by just a mere illusionary delusion. Huang Yueli was ridiculed by him and momentarily felt discontented as she rolled her eyes at him and said, barely manageable. Then why did you stare at me for half a day for? TSK, such duplicity. Lu Bian retorted, I think. Aren't you two narcissi? I'm only looking at the jade hairpin that I carved myself. As for you, you're just a mannequin that is displaying my jade hairpin only, what's there for me to look at? Huang Yueli's face turned green. This was an insult, absolutely a naked insult. She pouted her lips and replied, I really can't tell, you actually know how to carve. And your carving is so. You've spent quite an effort, isn't it? Could it be that you're preparing to give this present to the girl of your dreams? Huang Yueli's original intent was to poke fun at him. Since he already had someone whom he liked, he still dared to stare at the other ladies. This was considered as emotional extramarital affair. But who knew, when Lu Bian heard what she said, his face sank immediately as his gaze turned cold. Regarding my matters. You better not ask too much. According to our agreement, you only need to listen to my requests obediently. If I were to hear such questions again, be careful that I chop you up into minced meat to fertilize my backyard's medical farm. He abruptly had a change of attitude. Earlier that wicked smile was still hanging on his lips, but now his lips were tightly pursed together and the tone that he used was also filled with a stern attitude from someone who had assumed a top position. Huang Yueli was slightly surprised and with an O sound with a frightened expression, and she stopped asking further. However, although she didn't say anything, she was suspicious within her heart. Speaking of this, to carve a jade hairpin by hand, it was definitely to give to a lady. So does that mean Lu Bian really had a lady that he liked? But in her previous life, she didn't seem to have heard him mentioning about such a person, so could she have sprouted out in the past decade? What sort of person was she? The amount of women who surrounded Lu Bian were numerous, and although he was all smiles with them, but in actual fact, he didn't fancy anyone at all. To be able to be fancied by Lu Bian, even to the extent of him carving a jewelry piece for her, what sort of person was she? To tell the truth, she was really a little. No, extremely curious. Only, now it seemed impossible to ask the question. In the far end of the sect, on the path of the rear mountain, a team of guards were escorting Moe along the mountain path, towards the direction of the water prison. However, these inner disciples had tied up his hands, and were not rough with him. As the inner discipled were merely 1 to 200 people, and Moe was one of them. As everyone were met frequently, so they had some sort of friendly relationship. Besides that, Moe was also young sect master's trusted aide, so there's no guarantee that when the young sect master became the sect master, he might become the sect's important elder. So for such a person, not many were willing to offend him. The only problem was as this was eldest young Miss order, so they didn't dare not to disobey. Those disciples who were more familiar to Moe couldn't help but advised, Senior brother Moe, look at yourself, what are you tormenting yourself for? Since eldest young Miss doesn't allow you to enter the rear mountain, then don't go. Why go against her? Once you've gone into the water prison, the water inside are water underground which had been frozen for 1,000 years. If you're inside for too long, it will hurt your meridians and affect your cultivation. It's simply not worth it. Moe heaved a big sigh and replied, you guys don't understand. I really have a very important matter, and if Master comes out of closed door and finds out that I didn't report to him on time, he will fly into a rage. Really? What matter could it be that is more important than the West Sky Region Sex Tournament? Yes, you didn't deliberately not report this, but you were stopped by eldest young Mississippi. So just push the blame to her, because this wasn't your fault in the first place. Young sect master trusts you so much, so he won't put the blame on you. The crowd started giving words of advice of their own. Moe shook his head and didn't rebuke them, as though he was convinced by them. Mo's cultivation was much higher by the rest of them by several times, and they had barely won by numbers. So in the beginning, everyone guarded against him. But after walking such a long distance, Moe didn't seem to show any signs of resistance and even started to chat with them, so everyone started to let down their guard. Everyone believed that Moe had always been loyal to the sect and would quietly accept the punishment that eldest young miss had meted out, not daring to resist. In this way, some inner disciples had let down their guard and their minds gradually wandered off. Moe had been silently observing the performance of the team which was escorting him and found a number of them were rather relaxed. He winced his eyes, and once a few of them walked past a corner, he rose in revolt suddenly. He retrieved 2 pieces of thunder flame balls and smog bombs which Huang Yueli had passed to him some time ago and threw it among the crowd, taking them by surprise. Damn it! What's the situation? Something caught fire. Oh my god, why can't I see clearly? Everyone take caution and don't beat up our own people. No one had expected that an explosion would happen right next to them, and because the effect of Huang Yueli's smog bomb was so great that several layers were superimposed together and instantly, thick smoke covered the surroundings, and it was practically impossible to see clearly each person's position. In the midst of the confusion, Moe used his soaring heavens sword to cut loose the ropes, took the opportunity when everyone were running about everywhere and extended his fastest speed to escape. He didn't have much time. Once the smog dissipated, they would discover that he had escaped. By then, this would have been reported to Murong Fei, and she would definitely find a chance to capture him again. What's more, she would have figured out that he would have gone to look for Li Moying and would set up enough people to patrol around the rear mountain. In this way, he would not even hope to see a glimpse of Li Moying. This was why Moe didn't waste any time, and on the first moment, he ran towards the rear mountain. This time, he didn't dare to enter from the main door, but chose to sneak in via the small path in the middle of the mountain. Moe knew that the location which Li Moying had his closed-door cultivation would always be at the Sword Cliff at Heaven Crate Valley, so he ran towards that direction directly. However, the rear mountain was filled with various mechanisms. He had only ran a short distance when he stepped on one of them. Pew pew was heard and a row of poison arrows were shot out, which Moe easily avoided. The only problem was avoiding the arrows were easy, but after the mechanisms were activated, it let out a ear-piercing sound and the surrounding guards were all attracted by it. Who is that? Who's there? Quickly, men, someone has snuck into the rear mountain. The guards were yelling and shouting as they surrounded the location where Moe was. Moe clenched his teeth, ignoring them and continuing to speed towards his destination. The more mechanisms he activated, the more chaos he attracted, and the number of guards pursuing him had increased. Some of them had even recognized him. But the distance to Heaven Crate Valley was nearing. Stop right here. Moe, how dare you? You actually defied my orders and escaped from the water prison. Even Murong Fei pursued him and yelled out sternly, stop right there now. However, Moe had already reached the boundary of Heaven Crate Valley, and from afar, he could see a lightning-struck thunder field. He did not dare to hesitate and increased his speed once more as he sped towards the raging thunder and lightning field. Stop. You think that once you enter Heaven Crate Valley, I won't dare to capture you? The distance between the both of them was merely 100 meters or lesser, and Murong Fei rushed into the boundary of the thunder field. At the same time, she shot a sharp, icy arrow with shocking might towards the back of Moe. Moe's speed had already been raised to the maximum, but the icy arrow's speed was much faster. The icy arrow was about to penetrate his body. At this very moment, in Heaven Crate Valley, a shocking loud boom reverberated. Ruumbali. A flash of bluish-purple-colored lighting was seen in the sky. It was as though in that instant that this lightning bolt illuminated the entire sect. No matter if it was the front or rear mountain, everything was shrouded by a blinding flash. Immediately after, thunder in the sky seemed to be attracted by this bolt of light as various lightnings tore the sky apart and came crashing down towards Heaven Crate Valley. The two sets of lights combined together as one, as though a sharp sword, made a split between heaven and earth. The sizzling sound from the lightning reverberated continuously in the sky, and the radiance grew brighter, so bright that others were not able to open their eyes, and some of them had even lost their sight because of it. The minute the bolt of lightning split apart was the exact instant when Moe rushed into the thunder field. Luckily, it negated Morong Fei's attack, and he had already taken precautionary actions by using his profound energy to encapsulate the important parts of his body. Even so, he was still unable to go against such a savage thunder, and at the moment where lightning flashed past, he had been thrown outwards, throwing up blood in mid-air. Yet, he was already considered lucky. Morong Fei was much worse off. She had been pursuing Moe and throwing out attacks, so she had not once even considered defense. During the moment when thunder flashed past, her body was practically unprotected, and when lightning penetrated her body, it had injured all her internal organs. At the same time, she had been using the icy arrows to pursue Moe, so the profound energy displayed were forced back into her dantian by the powerful thunder attributed profound energy, causing her chi and blood to be in turmoil and her meridians shattered. Morong Fei made an oof sound when she had been struck by lightning on the head as she turned black. Her skin was completely burned and had split open, displaying a crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Following that, she crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to move a single bit. Moe saw the state that Morong Fei was in and was shocked out of his mind. Only, he recalled his mission and clutching onto his chest, he forced himself to stand up and move on. Not far away, after the strongest explosion of raging thunder in Heaven Crate Valley had erupted, it was gradually quelling down, but the intensity of the surrounding thunder field was much stronger by 1-fold as compared to when he just arrived. Moe looked at the lightning-filled scenario in front of his eyes in shock and mumbled to himself, "It can't be? Don't tell me. Master had just successfully breakthrough? He had advanced to the 7th stage realm? Does he need to be so abnormal? He's just 20 years old." As the commander of Li Moying's shadow guards, Moe had always been impressed by his master's power. But every single time Li Moying would give him an even astonishing performance. And every single time, it was refreshing his understanding of him. Like this round, a 20-year-old attaining 7th stage realm, what heaven-defying rhythm was this? He sighed for a moment and forced himself to adjust his remaining profound energy. Bearing with the pain that he suffered when he was struck by thunder, he surged on towards Heaven Crate Valley. Even though he knew Li Moying had just advanced and it was necessary to continue staying in closed-door cultivation to stabilize his foundation, but he couldn't help but had to interrupt his master. Because during the time when Li Moying was in the Dark Moon Forest, he had already used his actions to tell him that Huang Yueli's life was much more important than his. Moe had only walked for 10 meters when he felt the huge pressure. The internal region of the thunder field's intensity had gone beyond his imagination. To be so far away from the center, he was unable to hold on any longer. Who dares to barge into my thunder field? To disturb my cultivation? At this moment, a chillingly stern voice echoed from above his head. Master. When Moe heard this voice, he was so overjoyed that he almost cried. After experiencing so much setbacks and obstructions, he finally met Li Moying himself. Upon hearing Moe's voice, Li Moying went into a blank momentarily, and immediately following that, the thunder field disappeared and Li Moying's silhouette appeared in a flash, right in front of Moe. "Why are you here? Where's Lier? Did she come back to the sect with you?" "No. Master." The sweat on Moe's head swooshed down all at once as he knelt down and sprawled onto the ground, not daring to lift his head up. "Master, I deserve to die 1,000 times. I've fallen into someone's scheme. 3rd Mississippi. Her whereabouts is unknown." "What? Li Moying's eyes turned extremely wide as his gaze was like electricity as it shot towards Moe, seemingly piecing through him. What's going on? What exactly happened? Didn't I tell you to stay by her side, and not to leave her for even one step? I have been foolish and had been tricked by others. Even though Moe was crouching on the ground, he could feel the piercing and emotionless pressurizing look as his body uncontrollably trembled. He hurriedly related the entire story, from the forged letter to how he hurried back to the sect, and how he met with different obstacles and was unable to meet Li Moying in the process. This is what had happened. It had been 6 to 7 days since I left Third Miss, and if someone had ill intentions towards her, they would probably have carried out their evil scheme. Before Moe finished his sentence, he heard a loud bam sound as a bolt of lightning flashed past and a part of the mountain cliff was split apart by Li Moying on the spot. Numerous stray rocks started tumbling downwards, and many of it hit against Moe directly, but he didn't dare to move, nor could he move. Because it was indeed due to his negligence, which caused Huang Yueli to meet with danger, so he absolutely deserved to die. Li Moying spoke in a downcast and anguished voice. I remember that I had once told you that you're alive because Third Miss is alive. If Third Miss were to die, you also don't need to live anymore. Now, what do you have to say? I have no face to see Master and Third Miss, and I only beg for death. Moe already had no intentions to live after he realized that he had been tricked. The crime of causing his future mistress to die, in any of the great powerhouses, was absolute death penalty. He whipped out his sword and brought it to his neck, but Li Moying sent the sword flying away. Humph, not that easy. Gather all the shadow guards, and follow me to Southview Kingdom, to save Lear immediately. If Lear managed to escape this calamity, then you'll be at her mercy. But if anything unfortunate happened to her. The minute he said the word unfortunate, Li Moying's heart felt a surge of heartache, too painful that his entire heart started to contract. If anything unfortunate happened, I will personally kill you in front of Lear's tomb. Go. Li Moying didn't want to waste any more time, and without taking another look at Moe, his figure moved, and had already flashed several hundred meters apart, traveling at tremendous speed down the mountain. At this point of time, his heart was soaked in turmoil as it was tormented acutely. Every single minute and second felt like it was as slow as a year. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was his Lear was in danger. Even if there's just 1 in 10,000 chance, he must go and rescue her. He didn't believe that crafty and black-bellied little fox would easily be done in by others. She must be waiting for him to save her. Li Moying's speed was extremely fast, and within a few breaths, he had already traveled from the rear mountain to the front mountain. Just as he was preparing to leave the sect, he met with a group of people face on. Moying, you already came out from closed-door cultivation? Myself, your junior brothers and junior sisters are preparing to go to the rear mountain to look for you. Hearing this voice, Li Moying frowned slightly but still stopped his tracks. The person who was approaching was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, with regular features and fair complexion. He was surrounded with a huge reception and helmed the grace of an expert. There was a beard below his chin, and one could tell that he should be an outstanding and handsome man when he was younger. Li Moying cupped his fist in the other hand as he paid his respects. Master. This person was Li Moying's master, the sect master of the sect whom he belonged to, Sect Master Morong. Morongda was reckoned to be South Sky region's first or second best expert, and his cultivation had long entered the 9th stage realm. But the one thing that he was most complacent about was not to become the top exponent in South Sky region, and not that he had gave birth a daughter who was the #1 beauty of South Sky region, but to have taken in such an outstanding talented genius disciple. Moying, I had already felt it in the front mountain. Earlier you had broken through to the 7th stage realm, right? You're just 20 years old, and you've already broke through to the 7th stage realm. You're the first person in the history of Soaring Heaven's continent to have done so. Ha 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 ha. You're really my disciple. Morongda laughed heartily as the surrounding disciples went up to congratulate him one after another. Eldest senior brother, you're just so awesome. With eldest senior brother around, our sect will definitely become the #1 power in soaring heaven's continent. Morongda laughed. To have broken through another realm so quickly, your cultivation should still be unstable now, so why did you exit your closed-door cultivation so soon? There's still 7 days before the tournament, so you better use this opportunity to continue cultivating to solidify your power. When it's time for the tournament, I will hold a magnificent party in your honor and invite all the South Sky region's powerful sects. Li Moying creased his brows as he replied, Master, I'm afraid I cannot continue to stay in closed-door cultivation. I have something urgent right now, and must immediately make a trip to Southview Kingdom. What? Morongda went blank and thought he had heard wrongly. Return to Southview Kingdom? Now? That's right. Li Moying nodded. Lear had met into danger and I had just found out. So I must immediately set off to rescue her. I have to leave now, and if I'm able to find her, I will try my best to rush back before the tournament. What's the meaning of this? There's only 7 days before the tournament starts. You just advanced and the profound energy in your body is still unstable, and you're intending to lead the sect at this juncture? What joke are you making? I've never met someone who does such foolish things like you. Morongda's expression turned ugly as he resolutely said these words. Li Moying's expression turned chilly and replied in a firm manner, Master, I understand what you're saying, but Lear is my life. If anything were to happen to her, then I won't want to live anymore, so I must immediately go and rescue her. As for the tournament, I will try my utmost best to return by then. If I'm not able to, then treat me as the sinner of the sect. Anyway, I cannot leave her alone. You. Morongda hasn't expected Li Moying to shoot back so bluntly and almost couldn't grasp his breath. Although this eldest disciple's character of his was normally aloof and overbearing, but he had always been respectful to his master and seldom went against his wishes, not to mention to directly reject his requests. This was the first time. You want to drive me to my grave. Morongda's eyes turned rounded as he lamented in grief. A glint of guilt flashed past Li Moying's eyes, but he didn't show any signs of backing down or changing his mind as he stood there firmly with a resolute tone. Master, this matter is my wrong. If the sect were to suffer any losses because I was not able to attend the tournament, then I'm willing to bear all the responsibility. But I must leave now, because I cannot let my woman face danger alone. I'm extremely sorry. Saying that, his fist was placed in the other hand as he paid his respects to Morongda. Immediately after, he turned and walked out of the mountain's main door. Stand right there. Morongda never expected that the face of a master was actually not useful at all. In front of him, Li Moying only said a few sentences to explain and immediately prepared to leave. Li Moying heard the voice behind him, but his footsteps didn't stop at all. Morongda shouted out in exasperation, Li Moying, you're the pride of our sect and the entire sect had spent so much effort on you and used so much resources which made you who you are today. Now that the sect is in need of your help, you're going to leave because of a woman with an unknown background, casting aside your sect's pride and glory? Li Moying didn't reply. Morongda continued, Li Moying, hadn't you always wished that Bairuoli could join our sect and let me preside over your marriage? If you dare to take a single step out today, don't even think that I will acknowledge that woman. And don't even dream of becoming husband and wife. Hearing that, Li Moying's footsteps halted. Morongda was delighted as he thought this sentence was a vital shot which strangulated Li Moying's vulnerable spot. Even though he had thrown out all the good and bad things, it wasn't as effective as saying one sentence about that woman. This made Morongda gloomy, but at least Li Moying felt threatened and was willing to stay behind. However, although Li Moying halted in his footsteps, but he didn't turn around. He opened his mouth once again and the tone was covered in frost. Master, I'd always been respectful of you as an elder, so I wanted to bring the woman I liked back to show you, and not to get your consent. If you're willing to preside over our marriage, I'd be extremely glad, but if you're not willing to or even object to our marriage, it makes no difference to me at all. At the most, Lear and I will leave the sect together. Soaring Heaven's continent is so big, surely there's a place for us out there. I've seen you wrongly all these years. So you're those kind who'd be muddle-headed in times of relationship. Do you know what you're saying? Because of a woman. You're going to betray our sect? Morongda's expression turned green after he was rebuked by him, and even his fingers started trembling. In actual fact, he had not intended to let Limoing take Huan Yueli as his wife from the start. From his view, in terms of identity or innate talent, that last-born from South Yu Kingdom was totally incompatible with Limoing. Only his precious eldest daughter Morongfei was compatible with a genius like Limoing. What's more, after his daughter had married Limoing, allied through marriage, he would be able to control Limoing better in his hands. Otherwise, even though they were master and disciple in name, but Morongda had long realized in the past few years that Limoing was actually completely different from other disciples. He didn't care about the sect or master-disciple relationship. To him, it was just a matter of respect on the surface only. Besides that, Morongda had realized when Limoing was 7 or 8 years old, he was unable to teach Limoing at all. Such a peerless genius with outstanding innate talent made anyone gasp in amazement, and was not someone who could be easily taught by an ordinary 9th stage realm practitioner like him. For Limoing to join his sect was really delaying his progress. The past few years had really been so. Every single time Limoing advanced, it had nothing to do with Morongda at all, and Morongda didn't know why he could continuously advance that quickly, even breaking the record which Mu Qingqing had left years ago, the fastest record for advancing to 7th stage realm. The teenager in front of him was destined to cause deterrence to the entire Soaring Heavens continent. And it's exactly because of this reason that Morongda imperiously wished that he and his sect could have closer ties with Limoing to guarantee that when Limoing made a rapid success in his future, he would still be bound to the sect. That was why, since Limoing was young, he would intentionally let Morongfei have different sorts of interaction between the both of them, in the wish that from childhood friends, they would start to have feelings for each other. But not knowing what happened, no matter how outstanding Morongfei had been since she was young, or even getting prettier by the year, attracting South Sky Regions or even other Sky Regions geniuses to compete for her love. Only Limoing held a lukewarm attitude to her from beginning till now. As for this time, Limoing had made a trip to the Dark Moon Forest and on the way visited his family in South Yu Kingdom, and in that small country, he found himself a fiancé? Morongda naturally could not accept this, but he knew Limoing's temper very well. He knew he couldn't force him, so he used all kinds of reasons to coop him up in the sect. Morongda had not thought of murdering Huan Yueli, because he knew very clearly that if Limoing were to find out about it, he would definitely fall out with the sect. He only thought that a practitioner's cultivation route was very long, and perhaps after Limoing had gone into closed-door cultivation a few more times, and after several years, perhaps that lass in the South Yu Kingdom would not continue waiting for him. Perhaps she might change her mind and marry others, so by that time, Morongfei would be able to take advantage of the situation and penetrate in, so that marriage would probably succeed. His plans was indeed not bad. The only thing was, Morongda had never expected that Limoing would be so devoted to that lass from South Yu Kingdom, even after he used his pride as a master and the sex relationship to coerce him. He was not hesitant for even a single bit at all. In Limoing's heart, that lass was more important than the entire sect. Limoing nodded slightly, and his resolute gaze fell onto Morongda as he calmly and unhurriedly spoke. I don't wish for things to become like this as well. But if master must force me, I can only choose her. Once he finished his words, he strode forward again, and this round, he didn't stop at all. Morongda was angered till his face turned green. He was extremely furious, but he could not release his rage and had to keep it in. A blue-robed disciple said softly, "Master, are we going to let eldest senior brother leave like that? Once he leave, he would probably not be able to make it for the tournament. Shall we activate the mountain isolation array? Or perhaps you can go after him personally? After all, eldest senior brother is only in the 7th stage realm and he's not your match." This disciple was one of Li Lingchuan's lackeys, and for him to interpose at this moment, his tone helmed a sense of gloating over his misfortune. TSK, Li Moying was usually arrogant and overbearing and was the apple of the eye of the sect master and several elders, so everyone thought his position was unshakable. To think that today, he had actually rebuked the sect master for a woman from the countryside. Now that this had happened, would sect master Murong still place his trust in him and like him? Perhaps Li Moying might even lost the position of young sect master. In this way, Li Lingchuan might be able to ascend to this position. Thinking about this, the blue-robed disciple opened his mouth again. "Eldest senior brother is really unreliable and didn't even respect you. Master might as well just take him down personally and lock him up. He also doesn't need to take part in the tournament, just get second senior brother back. Let him know that the sect will still do well even without him. Second senior brother isn't worse off than him any bit." Blue-robed disciple said delightfully as he felt he was incisive and knew how to talk well. These words not only undermined Murong's impression of Li Moying, he also unsuspectingly brought out Li Lingchuan, earning Murong's appreciation. Who knew when Murong heard his words, not only did it not unease his tension, it brought out a paw slap on his face as he flew out. "Who do you think you are? What do you know? How dare you sprout nonsense here? Get lost now." Blue-robed disciple struggled to get up as not daring to say a single word, he held his face and ran away with piss in his pants. Murong hatefully looked at his leaving silhouette as he was unable to express the unspeakable frustration within his heart. These insensible disciples, what do they know? It won't take more than several years before a genius like Li Moying would become a star in soaring heaven's continent. Old fools like them, even though they were the sect's elders now, but by then, all of them could only prostrate on the ground to depend on him. Right now, it was the sect which couldn't lose Li Moying and not the other way round. If he wanted to leave, Murong did not dare to stop him. The sky gradually turned dark. A knocking sound could be heard from the outside of the room. Huang Yueli raised her head and asked, "Who's that?" "Miss Bai, my master, invites you to the rear garden." "All right, I know." Huang Yueli arose from her seat, tidied her clothes, and followed the serving maid and left her quarters. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had gone past and today was the last day of Lu Baiyan and her agreement. The injury on her could be said to be a full recovery, and she had to admit that Lu Baiyan's medical skills were indeed skillful. Some days ago, she was still lying on the bed on her last breath, but now she was jumping about energetically just like before she was injured. After so many days, she had gotten a degree of understanding on Lu Baiyan's standard routine. Moreover, a puppet doll like her only needed to accompany him to eat and drink, and need not be around him daily, for 24 hours. Generally speaking, Lu Baiyan would be in the pill furnace room refining pills during daytime and he would be cultivating in the night. Only during dusk would he ask the serving maid over to accompany him. During this time, Huang Yueli would wear the puffy-sleeved flowing dress, which he had prepared for her and put on that jade phoenix hairpin with the rainbow spirit crystal inlaid and obediently run over to the pavilion in the rear courtyard to accompany him for his meal. During meal time, Lu Baiyan would often go into a daze while looking at her. That gaze of his sometimes made the hairs on Huang Yueli back stood up. She couldn't help but guess that she probably looked alike to the person he liked, which made Lu Baiyan keep staring at her. But why didn't Lu Baiyan just go ahead and woo the lady he liked? Just based on him, divine Dr. Lu's power, looks and financial ability, if he could bring out his sincerity and faithful heart, probably very few ladies would reject him, right? Every single time after they had their meals, Huang Yueli would be filled with puzzlement. But after thinking about it carefully, these matters wasn't of concern to her, and she only needed to do what she should do. Besides that, today was the 7th day. After accompanying Lu Bian to finish the meal tonight, the agreement between them should be completed and both of them not owing one another. By then, she would have taken the test at Celestial Light Academy, followed by raising her power, then going to look for Mu Qingqing in Sky Emperor City. In view that Lu Bian had completely fallen out with Mu Qingqing to the point that even his name could not be mentioned, so she gauged that in future, she would never meet with Lu Bian ever again. By the time Huang Yueli had reached the pavilion, Lu Bian was indeed waiting for her there. The both of them had their meal as per normal, and as Lu Bian put down his chopsticks, Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on her was slightly heavy over the past 7 days, worrying that she might draw up Lu Bian's suspicions on her identity of her previous life, so she had been extremely cautious when she talked to him. Even the name she reported was by Ruoli. Finally, she was going to be relieved soon. However, before she could take another breath, she heard Lu Bian asked, "Do you know how to play the zither?" "Huh? You're talking to me?" Huang Yueli went into a blank. Lu Bian turned his head back as he frowned slightly. "If I'm not talking to you, then am I talking to air? I don't have the habit of mumbling to myself. I don't mean it in this way." "No need to explain, I understand." Lu Bian stared at her coldly. "Did you feel that after finishing this meal, your task would come to an end and you no longer need to entertain the uncle who is old enough to be your grandfather? I'm telling you, no matter if you're willing to entertain me or not, anyways, the agreed duration is 7 whole days. Tonight any time before midnight, you still have to listen to my commands." I know, why are you so fierce for?" Huang Yueli retorted. That was why, pill masters were all unscrupulous businessmen. Lu Bian was a classic example of one such person. There was just a few hours more in the night. Did he need to be so petty, to squeeze out all her value and use her until the very last moment? She silently cursed him within her heart and had never once considered that if anyone were to say unscrupulous businessmen, ever since an outstanding armament master like her was born into this world, outsiders no longer criticized pill masters for being money-minded, and had all gone to criticize armament masters. Lu Bian stared at her coldly with a proud word plastered all over his face. Sigh, the debt collector was forever the boss, and had the authority to request her to do anything. Huang Yueli heaved another sigh yet again and replied, "I can play a few zither songs, but my standard isn't high at all. So don't expect any melodious tunes from me." "Doesn't matter, I originally didn't expect you to have any talent at all." Lu Bian replied immodestly. "What the?" Huang Yueli almost exploded. Although it was for the sake of hiding her identity which made her say such humble words, but did this fellow had to reply so slickly and underestimating others like that? He really deserved to be punched badly. Lu Bian didn't bother about the blaze in her eyes, and casually pointed to one side, saying, "Sit over there and pay me a tune. If your tune wasn't played properly." He lowered his voice, with a threatening tone. Huang Yueli hastily replied, "If I didn't play properly, then it would be because of your zither and not because of me. Still dare to deny? Didn't you agree to satisfy all my demands?" Lu Bian replied in an unfriendly manner. Huang Yueli stuck out her tongue and with quick steps, she walked over to the seat that he had pointed to. After a short while, the serving maids cleared the dinner table, carried a classic zither and placed it in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's eyes shone when she saw the classic zither. "Wow, this is SP. This is a really good zither." She had recognized it on first instance. This was one of the top 10 zither in Soaring Heaven's continent, Sparrow in the Clouds. But just as she joyously gasped in admiration, she managed to change her reaction in time. That's right, the identity that she was playing now was a countryside lass who came from a small nation, and if she was able to recognize Sparrow in the clouds on first sight, then it would be too fake, so she had to forcefully change her terminology. Lu Bian gave her a curious look, but he didn't give any further thoughts. He asked, "What tunes do you know?" Huang Yueli deliberated over her answer. "I don't know a lot, mostly it's just classics, for example, 3 stanzas of Plum Blossoms, Zen Heart in Cloud and Water, Mountain Stream, Phoenix Demands." "Play this one." Lu Bian cut into her sentence. "Play which one?" Huang Yueli blinked. Lu Bian rolled his eyes at her as he replied, "Stupid, you're so stupid. I'm asking you to play the tune Phoenix Demands." She was unfathomably being despised by him again. Why hadn't she realized this in her previous life, that Lu Bian had such a horrid character? No wonder he didn't manage to woo the girl that he liked and could only force other people to pretend to be a puppet doll to accompany him. Huang Yueli pouted as she brought the classic zither closer to her. Her slender fingers lovingly glazed over the zither's body and those 7 long strands of zither cords. A classic zither was as pretty as a beauty, it needed to be admired and loved by others. She could tell that this classic zither was maintained very well, and from the looks of it, Lu Bian had spent quite an effort acquiring it. To be able to play a tune on such a good zither, Huang Yueli was jumping for joy in her heart as her spirits gradually became stern. She quietened down and concentrated hard as her finger suddenly shook and landed on the zither chord. A crisp zing sound was heard as though the black-naped oriole was leaving the valley. Immediately following that, the rhythm underneath her fingers became faster and faster, and a melodious zither sound was played continuously as it lingered around the quiet pavilion. The tune Phoenix Demands was originally a tear-jerker, soul-stirring story which was usually hummed or sung in a low tone. At this current moment, in view of the rising crescent moon, the pavilion seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Huang Yueli had initially intended to hide her skills, but the minute her fingers felt the zither chords, she basically threw the thought of hiding her skills away. As though it was an ability, the minute she touched the zither chords, she had turned into that previous life's #1 zither master in the continent. She involuntarily put in all her heart and soul into this tune, making it into a superb artistic achievement. Lu Bian was completely mesmerized, and it was only until Huang Yueli stopped when he looked at her in puzzlement, as though he didn't understand why she suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli met his gaze and said, "I've already completed playing." Lu Bian looked deeply into her eyes. "I really didn't think that you could play the classic zither?" And her zither techniques were so well versed. Ever since that person died, it had been more than a decade since he heard such a melodious zither sound. Huang Yueli didn't understand what he meant, so she continued asking, "And what?" "Moreover, it is barely audible. I had thought that the tune that you played would result in a wave of noise pollution, or maybe even break the zither chords." Praises came to his mouth, but had been pushed back forcefully by Lu Bian. Unsure of why this was so, every single time he had to converse with this little lass, he just couldn't help but use his evil tongue style to tease her, as though it would make him miserable if he was not able to do so. This feeling made him feel relaxed, and this sense of relaxation was something that he had not felt even when he was with that person and previously. In front of that person, he had always felt that she was an almighty goddess. Even though his heart was fully occupied by her, but he didn't dare to confess even one single word and just kept dragging his feet. Subsequently, he finally decided to personally carve a phoenix jade hairpin with the rainbow spirit crystal, something which that person was always wanted, and laid in it for that person's birthday. Other people always said this: if that girl was willing to accept the jewelry that he gave her, that meant that she understood his feelings for her. However, when it was that day, he arrived late because he was entwined by a patient, and by the time he had arrived at that person's place, he only saw Mu Qingqing holding her wrist and putting on the bracelet for her personally. The goddess in his heart gave an overjoyed expression, her pretty dimples showing on her face, while she was all smiles as she dove into his best buddy's embrace. Ever since then, all his feelings had turned into a secret hidden forever, buried into the deepest corner of his heart. "Hey, divine Dr. Liu, uncle, granduncle, why are you in a daze? What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you're so old that you've already become senile?" The young lady's lively voice pulled him back from his heartbreaking memories. Lu Bian turned his head and saw the devious smile on that young lady's face as she kept staring at him. And in between her hair was that jade hairpin which he had carved that year but yet never able to give it out. At that moment, Lu Bian's heart was struck heavily by a thought, which sprouted out uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. He was unable to make that person stay, but could he make the her, who was right before his eyes, stay? Huang Yueli didn't know what he was thinking about. She only noticed that he was in a daze and his expression became uglier and uglier, as though he was about to cry out, so she came over to break his thoughts. She had been considered her own safety as priority, and without thinking, she knew that for Lu Bian, a fellow who loved his pride more than anything, if she were to see himself crying terribly, would he just exterminate her? She would be released from midnight onwards, so she couldn't possibly destroy that hope at the very last moment. Lu Bian looked at her deeply, and after a while of intense staring, until Huang Yueli's hair stood up, she subconsciously touched her own face. "Hey, uncle, what are you staring at? I know I'm pretty as a flower and everyone loves me when they see me, but your age is really too old for me." Black lines filled Lu Bian's face as he cut into her words. "I say, I asked you to play a tune and you just played one piece only. Are you trying to dismiss me? Where on earth would you find such a convenient thing? Continue playing until I say stop. You're not allowed to stop." Huang Yueli's expression turned black immediately. "What? Is there someone who would treat a zither master in this way? To play a tune on the classic zither is an art, and not some simple physical work. Do you know this or not? Moreover, after 11 tonight, I'm no longer your puppet doll. After 11 tonight, even if you kneel and beg me, I'm never going to play a tune for you." "That's right, now that you mentioned it, you just reminded me." Lu Bian touched his chin as a cunning look was displayed. "Since I only have 6 hours to enslave you, then all the more I shouldn't waste it. Just continue playing from now till 11 before you stop. In between this duration, you're not allowed to stop for even one moment." Why, you?" Huang Yueli's face turned green completely. If she really had to play for 6 hours continuously, then her fingers would probably be all ruined by then. "What? Didn't we agree that within this 7 days, you must listen to me? 7 days is not up yet? A person must be honest and true to one's words." "Humph, I'll play. I finally understand the meaning of playing a lute to a cow." Huang Yueli mumbled softly, determined that her next tune would be something horrible to the max so that she could make Lu Bian disgusted till he vomited. However, when her fingers touched the zither chords, she totally forgot all the grievances that she had earlier and subconsciously started to play properly. To use Sparrow in the Clouds to make a murdering swine sound would really be wasteful. She couldn't bear to do so. Luckily, although Lu Bian's words were horrible, but his organs weren't really that black after all, and he didn't make Huang Yueli play non-stop. Intermittently when Huang Yueli played the zither, she also squabbled several times with Lu Bian, and under the starlit sky, this evening went past quietly. The time slowly passed. When the time was up, Huang Yueli silently put down the zither in her hands and stood up. "Divine Dr. Liu, the agreed time is up. These few days, I've been deeply cared for by you. I will never forget your kindness for saving me. However, the agreement to accompany you has now come to an end. By dawn tomorrow, I shall leave this place and set off to Sky Cloud City." Lu Bian looked at her slightly hazy but enchanting face under the stars as his gaze set in deeply. "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" The agreed time had just passed and you don't even wish to stay for one more day? Huang Yueli didn't expect him to ask such a question and curiously replied, "Didn't I explain this to you 7 days earlier? I have to hurry to Sky Cloud City to join in the enrollment examinations. This matter must absolutely not be delayed, so I must leave." Lu Bian replied, "Really? What's so great about the enrollment examinations? Isn't it held by just those few academies by those broken small sects, so what's so great about it? If you want to learn profound skills, with my one word, I will be able to send you to the top sect in the entire Soaring Heavens continent and guarantee that you will become a direct disciple that the sect would expend all their effort in grooming." When Lu Bian said these, his face was filled with arrogance. Huang Yueli didn't doubt one bit that he was able to do so, but... "Please, I'm a nobody to you, so why would you want to recommend me? You've already bent your rules to treat my illness, and I'm already overjoyed by that. So please stop spouting nonsense, otherwise I may take it for real." Huang Yueli gazed one look and snapped at him before she turned around, preparing to return to her room. However, just as she was about to move off, suddenly her wrist was tightly held on by someone as she was pulled backwards. She lost her balance and fell into the man's embrace. "What if I tell you that everything I said was the truth? Lass, if you're willing to continue and accompany me, I'll do what I said earlier and send you to the top sect in Soaring Heavens continent. I know you're a smart girl, so you should know what choice is most advantageous for you, right?" "What happened? Don't tell me, you still haven't found her?" An icy cold voice rang in one of the superior rooms of a guest house. A line of shadow guards bent their heads and bowed in front of Li Moying, wishing that they could directly bury their heads into the ground. 7 days, it's been an entire 7 days. You can't even find one person. She's just a second-stage realm lass who is heavily injured, so she can't possibly walk too far away. But even though it's like this, you're still unable to find anyone. What do I still need you bunch of trash for?" Li Moying clenched his teeth as every single word hissed out from the gaps between his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot with obvious dark eye rings. His usually peerlessly handsome face became haggard. A sparse beard stubble formed on the corners of his upper lips and his disheveled hair hung on the sides of his face, adding some tones of despondency. The shadow guards kept quiet out of fear as no one dared to make even a squeak sound. Amongst them, the only one who was able to converse in front of Li Moying would be Moe. But as Moe was the one who had committed the wrongdoing, his head was already hanging by his waist, so no one else dared to advise Li Moying. "All of you, go out and continue searching. If you're not able to find her, don't even bother coming back. Scram." As though they were given amnesty, the shadow guards ran off one after another. Li Moying sat disappointedly on the chair as his thick brows arched together tightly, his heart was in a state of chaos. 7 days ago, he didn't bother about Morongda's obstruction and immediately left the sect with an anxious heart. He used the fastest flying ship he could find and the entire journey only took less than 2 days before he reached his destination. He searched along the way and very quickly, he found Kai Wei and the rest who were recuperating in the medical clinic of a small town. From Kai Wei's description, Li Moying found out the truth about Huang Yueli being ambushed. Even though he already had a bad premonition in his heart, but when he heard with his own ears on the truth that Kai Wei told, it was enough to make Li Moying's head split as tremors of pain gushed up, making him unable to hold up. So it had really been carefully planned by someone to lure Moe away and taking action against his beloved woman. Kai Wei was not eloquent, but even so, the happenings had been described to be such a hair-raising experience, so it was imaginable on how thrilling and dangerous the actual situation had been. For just one moment, Li Moying felt that his heart was almost pierced through by 1,000 arrows. However, Kai Wei's words gave him yet another sliver of hope. Although that killer was very powerful, but our young miss reacted swiftly and made use of the surroundings to obstruct him. Subsequently, young Miss escaped into the forest and the killer also took chase. I saw the forest burst into flames as though they had engaged into a battle, but after that, the both of them did not leave the forest. I feel that young Miss is so smart, and so powerful, so maybe she's not dead yet. Upon hearing this, Li Moying's dull eyes seemed to have lit up a little. That's right, his Lear was so smart and so powerful, how would she just give her life away so easily? Even though the opponent she was up against was several realms ahead of her, but she would surely have a way and she would surely be waiting for him to save her. From that day onwards, Li Moying gathered all of his shadow guards and organized all the men who he could move and made them search around the surroundings of the crime scene. For exactly 7 days and 7 nights, he had not shut his eyes, not taken any food and purely swallowing some abstinence pills to get through the days, worried that he might miss any news regarding Huang Yueli. Yet, Huang Yueli seemed to have vanished in thin air as her existence had completely disappeared. Senior brother, don't be too anxious. Based on the current situation, if there's no news about sister-in-law, it actually is the best news. If she were to meet with a mishap, we would definitely have found out, but now that we're not able to find her, she had probably hidden herself away to hide from the enemy to some secret place. Luo Jiyun gave a piece of his advice. As Li Moying had not returned, Morong sent him to urge Li Moying to return to the sect about 4 days ago. However, when he reached here, seeing how distraught and despondent Li Moying was, he forcefully held back the words that he was asked to convey, not even mentioning a single word. For the past few days, Luo Jiyun had also been helping to keep a lookout, offering ideas. Li Moying showed a disappointed face. Your saying is so simple. If she was really fine and knew we were searching for her everywhere, won't she just appear by herself? Her refusal to appear in front of us means there must be some accident, or perhaps when she left this place, she was already seriously injured, or maybe the killer who pursued her had already brought her away. Luo Jiyun's expression turned pale. Of course he knew that what Li Moying mentioned was possible, but he didn't want to bring this out now. Senior brother, sister-in-law is so quick-witted, it's impossible that she would be brought away by anyone that easily. Just at this moment, a shuffling footstep sound was heard from the door, and following that, Mo Yi's anxious voice rang. Master, master. The people sent out 2 days ago brought back an important news. They had met a highly suspicious expert in the town up ahead, and he was possibly the one who captured Third Miss. What? Quickly come in and speak clearly. Li Moying agitatedly stood up. The room door opened and Mo Yi lent an arm to support a black-robed shadow guard. The shadow guard was obviously hurt and was not able to stand properly, but still insisted on bowing to Li Moying. Please accept my respects, master. How come it's only you alone? Didn't we send out 5 people to check on this? And you mentioned that you have the suspect, where is he? Li Moying hastily questioned. Master, I'm incompetent. I let that suspect run away. What? Li Moying's brows knitted tightly together. The few of you had already advanced to 5th stage realm and your powers are not weak. Even with the 5 of you, you're not able to capture the other party? Shadow guards lowered their heads and ashamedly replied, yes, that person's power is indeed very strong and not some ordinary 5th stage realm expert. His cultivation methods and profound skills are much higher than the few of us, by several times. We didn't expect the opponent to strike first, so we were caught unaware as 2 of us were heavily injured. Mo Lu and Mo Qi went after him, but were injured by him, so only I made it back to report this. Just who was that? How do you know that he is connected to Lear's disappearance? Shadow Guard secretly raised his head and took a glance at Li Moying, but he pursed his lips, not daring to speak. What on earth happened? Tell me clearly. Li Moying felt an uncontrollable surge of shock as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Could it be that something had happened to his Lear? Shadow Guard spoke as he trembled with fear. After that person had injured us, he left a sentence, "Go back and tell Lemoyne that his woman is already dead, that lass had died more than 10 days ago. Isn't he very capable?" But he was not even able to protect the woman he liked. After having said that, the room went into a dead silence. Lemoyne stared deadly at the shadow guard in front of him as he clenched his teeth, his face deadly pale. Moe and Luo Jiyun were standing by the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. They all knew clearly the tremendous shock that Lemoyne was under right now. The most important woman in his life, that lass whom he had held dearly in his embrace, had vanished silently to an unknown place just after he had left a few days ago. Moreover, the other party had taunted him in such a way. "Aren't you very capable? Too bad, you're not even able to protect the woman that you like." Even if these words were told to an ordinary person, as a man, but yet unable to protect his own woman was an extremely disgraceful matter, not to mention that this was told to a peerless genius like Lemoyne. His potential was limitless and had always been proud and arrogant. He had absolute confidence in himself and had always thought that if Huang Yueli were to follow him, she would become the most fortunate woman in this entire world. But the result? Reality gave him a tight slap in the face, completely shattering his self-confidence entirely. That's right. Not only was he unable to protect his Lear, the reason why she met with this uninvited misfortune was also due to him. If it hadn't been for him, Huang Yueli would never have met with such a powerful opponent, and she would definitely not met with a mishap. Lemoyne felt his heart wrenched together into a lump, so painful that his entire body started convulsing. The shadow guards restlessly lowered their heads as sweat beads started to form on their foreheads, slowly dripping down their faces. Actually, when the other party escaped, he said a lot more things, and he had specially filtered the gentlest sentence. Those extremely vile words had already been swallowed by him, not daring to reveal the slightest bit. The other party's original words were, "Lemoyne, aren't you very capable? Too bad, your woman is already dead, and she's already been dead for more than 10 days. Want to know how she died? When she died, it was so terrible. She had been surrounded by a bunch of magical beasts and her flesh was stripped off her body while she remained alive, and even her bones were eaten until not a single bit remained. Ha ha ha, no wonder you all are not able to find her corpse." The shadow guards do not dare to reveal these words at all, fearing that it might agitate Lemoyne. However, even though that was so, their master had still suffered a huge setback, as though he was unable to bear it. Lemoyne's pain made his face turn pale and his entire body was trembling slightly. Luo Jiyun realized that something was wrong and he anxiously walked over to support him. "Senior brother, don't be like this. Sister-in-law, she might not be dead. Perhaps that man was just telling lies? Moreover, since we have yet to find her body, just basing on a few words from that person, we cannot assume that something had really happened to sister-in-law. Pull yourself together. Perhaps sister-in-law is still waiting for you to save her." To tell the truth, Luo Jiyun felt that Huang Yueli had probably lost her life. But he was afraid that Lemoyne would collapse because of this, and could only say such things to stabilize him, at least giving Lemoyne a sense of hope to persevere on. When Lemoyne heard his words, his eyes finally showed a slight glimmer of hope. But at this very moment, Emo-san hurriedly ran in, and before he had entered the door, he cried out loudly, "Bad news, master, brother Moe." Earlier, the shadow guard who went to investigate the location which the killer had escaped had passed the message that he had found a large amount of blood stains, and it looked like traces of wild beasts gnawing. "Shut up." Moe's expression changed as he sternly shouted out to stop him. However, it was too late. When Lemoyne heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Bright red blood spilled out from the corners of his pale white lips, and flowed down from his perfectly sculpted jawline, gloomily cold yet strange. Lemoyne's body shivered and was about to collapse. "Master! Senior brother! Luo Jiyun and Moe rushed over to support him. However, Li Moying's eyes flashed a cold glint as he pushed them aside. Go away. A powerful qi gushed out and the decoration in the entire room turned into powder within an instant. And the two people, Moe and Luo Jiyun, who rushed to the front were sent flying by the profound energy as they flew past layers of walls and fell out of the guest house. Li Moying swept his hand and the entire building was on the verge of collapse. The guest house had turned into a mess instantly, and various screams and crying could be heard as everyone's first reaction was to escape outwards. Luo Jiyun threw up blood from the attack as several ribs on his chest were broken. With great difficulty, he struggled to get up and before he was unable to stand properly, he heard a loud boom. The 3-story guest house had completely been demolished. And in that pile of ruins stood a figure dressed in a dark black robe, slowly approaching them. Luo Jiyun raised his head and on one look, his entire body turned cold as he called out. Senior. Brother. Li Moying had walked right out of the ruins, with a layer of frost in his eyes. His eyes had turned bright red, as though blood was going to spill out. Fluctuations of an extremely powerful profound energy was emitted from him and even though there was some distance away, they could clearly felt that this overbearing strength was enough to destroy the world. A powerful pressure, like a tall mountain pressed down on each and every one's head. The fluctuations from his profound energy had impressively been raised and reached the peak of 9th stage realm. Moe raised his head and was completely shocked by what he saw. Li Moying's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty and emotionless chilly glare, as though surely Master's illness couldn't have flared up now? At this moment in time, Li Moying couldn't feel anyone's vision, and even though Luo Jiyun and Moe were not far away from him, he had not noticed them totally. In his heart, there was only one thought, and that was he was not able to protect his beloved woman. Again. He couldn't understand why was it again and was feeling frustration rushed in madly, bloating his brain up as though it was about to explode. In the bright red vision, he saw many flashbacks. In the ice fields, which were enveloped in that never-ending icy coldness was a petite figure surrounded by several top exponents. He anxiously chased after them, chasing and chasing, but no matter how he tried, he was not able to chase up to them. He only saw a blinding flame shoot up into the sky and under the flames, that young lady's figure melted away and disintegrated. In the haze, he seemed to notice the lady's face and it was layered over his leer's looks. Why? Why was he always unable to protect his own woman? Even though he had such outstanding talent and held such power, but in the end, he was never able to protect the thing that he wanted to protect the most. Li Moying's senses slowly blurred and all his consciousness were enveloped by that hate and regret. He unconsciously took a step forward, and yet another step. The amethyst light sword in his hand had been drawn, as though he wanted to kill those people surrounding his lair, sword by sword, as though he wanted to split their lives apart. Following Li Moying's unconscious movements, an extremely powerful profound energy swirled in the sky willfully. The minute he lost his consciousness, his cultivation had instantly raised to the peak of 9th stage realm, so every single strike he threw out held incomparable explosive grandeur, like a hot knife through butter, pressing forward. Every single place his strike hit, all the obstructions were swept to a knot. The surrounding homes were completely demolished by him as the bricks formed a rubble on the ground. The townspeople were shocked as they cried while escaping in different directions. The usually serene town had instantly turned into a living hell. However, Li Moying didn't seem to have any intention of stopped, as the murderous glint in his eyes flourished and with a sinister expression on his face, he continued moving forward. Luo Jiyun stared at him shockingly with his eyes wide as he broke out in sweat, unbelievably uttering, "Th. This can't be true, right? Senior brother, his illness acted up?" Judging from the surrounding grandeur, from Master's surroundings, he had already reached the peak of 9th stage realm. Moreover, he has completely lost conscious and unable to recognize us, so his illness probably acted up. Moe was also shocked beyond his imagination, but he was still able to remain composed. Luo Jiyun was still unable to believe it, but today is not the night of a full moon. Senior brother, he had never had his illness act up on other days. Moe's face turned grave as his brows knitted closely. It didn't happen in the past, doesn't mean it won't happen in future. Young Master Luo, do you remember what Divine Dr. Lu said when he came over the previous time, to treat Master? Luo Jiyun's eyebrows lifted as he tried to recall, and his expression suddenly changed. You mean to say? Moe nodded gravely as the both of them saw a deep worry in each other's eyes. At this moment, a shrilling cry was heard from afar, pulling their senses back. That's it, we're finished, what should we do now? Senior brother's illness actually acted up now. We aren't prepared at all. What should we do? Luo Jiyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, except that he didn't turn around in circles. Moe said, we're not able to control the current situation. Every time Master's illness acts up, he must take the medication first. Otherwise, we will require several of the sex elders who are in 9th stage realm to take action together before we can surround him in an isolated boundary to stop him from going on a killing spree. But now, there's only 2 of us here, and we're obviously unable to stop Master. Luo Jiyun hurriedly added, what shall we do? The last time senior brother's illness acted up, luckily we were in the Dark Moon Forest. Killing a few magical beasts were nothing at all. But now this town was filled with ordinary people who were not able to cultivate. If senior brother were to kill them by mistake, when he regains his conscience, he would blame himself to death. To kill the innocent and even to massacre the entire town, those with morals would definitely not be able to do such a thing. And Li Moying was not such a person. Moe was calmer, and after thinking for a while, he clenched his teeth. We have no choice. Let's do it this way, we'll try to think of ways to attract Master's attention and lure him away. At least we have to make him leave the town's boundary to the empty land outside. This way is much better than letting him stay here to kill someone. Luo Jiyun nodded instantly. Great, let's do it this way then. We'll stand on both sides, and when the other is almost caught, the other will be in charge of distracting him. The both of them had discussed for a short amount of time, and based on the current situation, there was no time to let them hesitate. The both of them instantly took action. However, they quickly realized a problem, and that was, Li Moying was totally not affected by their distraction. The fact that their potential as a 5th stage realm practitioner, in front of Li Moying's absolute power, was simply not enough. Moe took action first and struck an attack towards Li Moying. However, before his flexible sword could even reach 10 meters around Li Moying's surroundings, he was completely thrown out. And Li Moying's line of vision had not changed a single bit. Luo Jiyun flew forward as he caught Moe. Brother Moe, what happened to you? Moe coughed out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale, like a sheet of paper. I'm alright, but Master, he's simply too strong. We are unable to go near him at all. Tioch. What should we do? This. Luo Jiyun had no more ideas, and as both of them's face showed a despaired look as they could only watch Li Moying's silhouette going further and further away. Just at this moment, from not too far away, suddenly came a familiar voice. Why is it so messy here? And why are there so many people running about? Eh? Brother Moe, junior brother Luo, what are you guys doing here? A crisp, melodious voice with deep puzzlement from a young lady was heard. When they heard this voice, Moe and Luo Jiyun seemed to be struck by lightning as their faces revealed a lifeless expression. Their bodies seemed to be glued to the ground, not moving at all. Brother Moe? Junior brother Luo? The young lady curiously stared at them as she walked over with quick steps and faced them. Hey, what are you guys doing? And why is it so messy here, as though a typhoon had ran over? Don't tell me magical beasts had invaded this place? Hey, why are you guys ignoring me? We've not met for just over a month and you don't recognize me anymore? Huang Yueli's face was filled with puzzlement, only feeling that the two of them looked like they had just seen a ghost and their hearts filled with astonishment. She subconsciously touched her own face. Weird, why were they looking at her like that, as though they didn't know her? Could it be that her face was disfigured? But surely not right? That day when she was pursued by Shui Qingqing, her face was indeed filled with some injuries, but after applying Lu Baiyan's medication, the wounds had completely healed, not even leaving any scars. Just at this moment, Luo Jiyun finally regained his senses. Using his finger to point at Huang Yueli's nose, his mouth opened wide and called in a tongue-tied manner, "Why? You are sister-in-law." A pause sound was heard as Huang Yueli slapped his finger away, saying in a dissatisfied tone, "No manners. Haven't your master ever taught you this? Pointing at someone in this way is a serious lack of upbringing." Even though Luo Jiyun was lectured by her, he was not angry at all. Instead, he screamed an awe sound as he used his hand to pinch his own thigh. Heavens, I'm really not dreaming. Ouch, so painful. No wonder I'm not dreaming, so this is real? Sister-in-law, you've really returned to life. You're not dead? Moe was also in a state of shock and joy, almost crying out. Third miss, you're really not dead. Really, young Master Luo, I also saw. Luo Jiyun screamed, no. Although sister-in-law is back, but it doesn't mean she's not dead, she could be a spirit. Tell us, are you human or ghost? I must check properly. Saying that, Luo Jiyun reached out his hand towards Huang Yueli's face to pinch her. Huang Yueli hurriedly moved aside as she said in a dissatisfied tone, what ghost or not ghost? Who's dead? Don't you dare curse me, I'm warning you. Saying that, she suddenly realized what they meant and after a moment of daze, her eyes widened as she spoke, wait a minute, you guys thought I was dead? What's the situation now? How did you guys find out that I was almost killed? That's right, aren't you all accompanying Li Moying in the sect in closed-door cultivation? Why are you guys here now? Moe replied, this. Third miss, this matter cannot be explained so easily. It's good that you're all right. As for the intricate details, I'll explain to you after a while. Now, there's something pressing that you need to do, please follow me now. Luo Jiyun was still unable to overlook this as he continued questioning, sister-in-law, are you human or ghost? Could it be that you cannot bear to leave senior brother alone and purposely returned as a spirit form to see him? Huang Yueli was left speechless as she pointed to her feet and said, do you see my shadow below my feet? Pointing to the top of her head, do you see the scorching sun above? Have you ever met any ghost who has a shadow and which ghost dared to come out onto the streets under such a scorching bright afternoon? Luo Jiyun dumbly replied, in this case, you're a living human? Do you even need to ask? Moe was already losing his patience listening by the side and he tugged Huang Yueli's sleeve, pulling her along while running. Alright, young Master Luo, please do us some good and stop acting like this. What time is it now? Can you stop stirring up trouble? Third miss, please hurry and follow me this way. A fifth stage realm practitioner's speed was naturally much faster. Huang Yueli was tugged along until she stumbled and almost fell. Brother Moe, what's the hurry? And where are you bringing me to? Did you come over with Li Moying this round? Is he Nerb? Moe led her to a turn and his footsteps slowed down as Huang Yueli also came to a halt. Raising her head, she was shocked by the image she saw. Even the words that she had said halfway were swallowed back. Moments later, she shockingly said, This is Li Moying. He. Looking at him, don't tell me his illness acted up again? Moe replied, yes, Master has already lost his conscience and had been destroyed. The surrounding structures were totally unable to stop him. Huang Yueli muttered, how did it become like this? Hadn't he always been in the sect? How did he appear here? Moreover, today is not full moon's night, and it's bright daylight now. How did his illness suddenly act up? Luo Jiyun couldn't keep it in as he shouted loudly, sister-in-law, you don't know. Brother Moe was not recalled by his master, but had been tricked by bad people. Eldest senior brother met brother Moe and knew you were in danger. So without caring about master's obstruction, he insisted on leaving the sect before the tournament to come here and save you. In the end, he searched for 7 days and nights, but was unable to trace your existence at all. This morning we found the killer who tried to assassinate you, but he said you were already dead and your corpse was devoured by magical beasts. Eldest senior brother was enraged and he became like this. What? Huang Yueli's eyes turned wide, totally unable to speak as a scorching warm sensation gushed up her head. He left the sect at such a critical juncture, just to come and save me? That's right, senior brother, Luo Jiyun wanted to continue talking but was interrupted by Moe. Enough, we can talk about these later on. The most important thing now is to hurry and stop Master from killing. Master hasn't had a shut-eye for 7 days and nights, and if he forcefully raises his cultivation to go on a massacre, I'm afraid his cultivation might regress. Luo Jiyun shut his mouth immediately and nodding furiously, he turned towards Huang Yueli and said, sister-in-law, we were still in a dilemma on what to do but luckily you came along. Now, only you can save senior brother. Huang Yueli felt extremely shocked at this moment. She really didn't expect Li Moying to suddenly appear here and he had been here since 7 days ago. Just to search for her, he hadn't rested at all and because he thought that she had passed away, he was agitated until his illness acted up on the spot. So actually, it turned out that in the past few days, when she thought she could only struggle and rely on herself for survival, but this man had never forgotten about her for a single moment. Hearing Luo Jiyun's plea, she nodded immediately, okay, I'll go try. You guys wait here. Saying that, with big strides, she marched towards where Li Moying was. Moe shouted to remind her, Third Miss, you must take caution on your safety. If you can't manage to stop him, you must retreat immediately. However, Huang Yueli was not able to hear any sounds from the outside world now. Her line of vision had completely been attracted by the man in front of her and all her concentration had been deprived by him completed. A dark-robed Li Moying, emitting unexcelled power around him, used his cold, bloodthirsty glare and stood up high up on the ground looking at everyone as though they were ants beneath his feet. Using a disdainful look from the corner of his eye and turning his nose up at everyone. His appearance was so icy cold, so ruthless, but when that blood-red eyes swept past her face, it made Huang Yueli shudder. The flawless facial lines had perfectly sculpted facial features, diagonally slanted brows, cold and aloof thin lips. Everything about him carried an air of might which could not be overlooked, making everyone unable to control themselves to acknowledge allegiance to him. Huang Yueli walked slowly towards him, as though she was enchanted. And when Li Moying realized that Huang Yueli was nearing him, he put down the sword in his hand. He turned around, quietly paying attention to that young lady in front of his eyes, watching her take one step at a time getting closer and closer to him. That icy cold deep eyes displayed no feelings, and his face had no expression at all. Even though he had already put away his stance, but the profound energy that was emitting naturally from Li Moying's body was still very strong. The nearer one was to him, the stronger the pressure. Even if it was a 8-stage realm practitioner, he would not be able to take it much longer at this point of time. But Huang Yueli was still getting closer. It's not that she had not felt that tremendous pressure and not that she didn't notice the impact and injuries on her body. But it was a kind of strength which completely controlled her conscience, attracting her uncontrollably towards him. She could only continue to get nearer and near to him. When the distance between the two of them were only 2 meters, Huang Yueli suddenly felt her brain buzz. Her entire soul was on fire and was in immense pain. Her vision turned back and her legs went soft, almost falling onto the ground. But at the very next moment, she felt her waist tightened and a gust of power was felt pushing her to fall forward as her body weight crashed against the robust chest of a man. Immediately following that, her breath was completely plundered from her. The minute their lips met, Huang Yueli's conscience turned even blurry. This kiss was exceptionally scorching. It carried an overbearing sense of determination to win and had a kind of reckless and impatient heat, as though it was going to swallow her completely. She knew this was not right because she had someone in her heart and Li Moying was just a visitor in her life. However, she had no strength and had no way to go against this man's advancement. All of her soul from each corner were clamoring to her to go nearer to him, give in to him and accept him. In this man's embrace, she turned into a puddle of water. Without his support, she didn't even have the strength to stand properly, as though she was about to blend into this man's body. This kiss lasted for very, very long. From the overbearing advancement initially to the gentle lingering towards the end, who knew how long it lasted for. When Huang Yueli's lips were finally released, she almost fainted in Li Moying's embrace as she raised her head and opened her eyes slightly to look at the man in front of her. Li Moying's blood-red pupils had regained normalcy and his icy cold facial lines had turned softer. Lear. You're really not dead, you're still alive. He muttered softly and his arms tightened to bring her into his embrace, with quite an amount of strength. His strong, robust arms were hooked around Huang Yueli's waist, as though iron bars, totally unshakable. Huang Yueli was bound till she felt pain and her expression had turned slightly green. Damn it, Li Moying, let me go, let me go. Can you be gentler, I can't breathe? The arms around her waist loosened slightly, but didn't let her go. Li Moying buried his head on her neck and rubbing against it as his hot breathing blew against her sensitive neck repeatedly, making her feel uncomfortable, subconsciously withdrawing her shoulder. Lear, you're really alive, you are really alive. Did you know how frightened I was? I'm afraid I am not able to protect you, and have to see you die in front of my own eyes again. Even your bones are not left. Again? Huang Yueli felt this word seemed a little weird, but before she could think deeper, her attention was diverted. Because Li Moying's voice sounded like it was trembling and it held obvious signs of choking. Surely he wasn't about to cry, right? You. Li Moying, are you all right? She hurriedly asked. I'm all right. Li Moying was still lying against her neck, refusing to raise up his head. As long as you're alive, I'll be all right. You haven't slept in 7 days and 7 nights, and you call that all right? I know you're strong, but you cannot neglect your own body like that. Look at me, aren't I in one piece? Can't you trust me to take care of myself? I believe. Li Moying cried out softly, but you're still not grown up yet. Moreover, I'm your man, so protecting you is my responsibility. Huang Yueli was stunned momentarily, wanted to say that you're not my man. But after what happened earlier, when she recalled all the things that this man had done for her, the words of rebuttal were stuck in her throat, unable to speak it out. The two of them hugged each other for a while more and not long after, Li Moying's body suddenly started to shudder before he suddenly KO'd and leaned entirely towards Huang Yueli's body. Huang Yueli hurriedly caught hold of him and saw that Li Moying's eyes were shut tightly. Apparently he had lost consciousness. Luo Jiyun and Moe hurried over too and took over Li Moying from her. Masters knocked out cold. These few days he didn't rest at all and his illness acted up today. If it hadn't been for the profound lunar spirit mirror that third Mishi refined, he might not have been able to hold on for that long. Huang Yueli nodded as she was slightly embarrassed to look at Moe and the rest. After all, she and Li Moying had just displayed a passionate scene in front of them. And now if she were to just purse her lips slightly, she would be able to feel the pain that her lips were in, so apparently, it was swollen. The previous guesthouse naturally was not fit for staying anymore. Moe and the other shadow guards made a stretched and with great effort, they finally found a not too bad guesthouse in the town and carried him inside. The townspeople were long frightened out of their wits, and no one dared to go near them. All the townspeople looked at them from a great distance, standing in awe of them that group of people were doing. Huang Yueli was extremely anxious as well, so she followed them in. For an entire night, Li Moying drowsed while he was unconscious and had not woken up at all. As for Huang Yueli, she stayed by his bedside. Worries filled her anxious face as she looked at his pale white, handsome face. That long lashes hung down, casting a shadow beneath his eyes. The corners of his lips had a light purple color, and that still and weak look was totally different from his usually overbearing ways. Accompanied with that extreme handsome looks, he looked especially pitiful. Huang Yueli touched his forehead and felt that he was cold as ice, ringing alarms in her heart. In normal circumstances, when one's body is injured, fever and body heatiness was considered normal. Even if the fever was really high, it would eventually go away. But if a body was constantly cold, that would be dire. There was a possibility of serious internal injury or some other dangers. Huang Yueli stood up to put the blanket on for Li Moying before turning towards the door. When she opened the door, several shadow guards stood in 2 lines and bowed in respect to her. "Third Miss." The attitude of the shadow guards were especially respectful. She nodded and asked, "Where is Moe? I need to ask him something, so please take good care of your master." Shadow guards displayed their loyalty in haste. "Third Miss, please be assured that we will take good care of master. Protector Moe is in the next room, let me show you the way." Without hesitation, the shadow guards executed Huang Yueli's order. All of them had heard from Moe on Huang Yueli's status, and knew that this seemingly petite and weak young lady was their future mistress, the person whom their master wanted to protect with his life. In the next room, Moe and Luo Jiyun were sitting opposite one another with a deep hinge of worry casting over their faces. "I went over to senior brother's room to take a look, and his facial color is still not very well. Looks like this round's acting up is detrimental to his body. We don't know when he will be able to regain his conscious." Moe replied, "I really didn't expect that Third Miss's disappearance would agitate master so much that it actually caused his illness to act up immediately. Today's not even full moon's night." Luo Jiyun frowned when he heard that. "That's right. There's something weird going on. Why did eldest senior brother's illness act up when it's not even a full moon's night?" This had never happened in the past. Moe's expression turned grave. "Young Master Luo, have you forgotten what Divine Dr. Lu said when he came over to give treatment to Master that time?" "Divine Dr. Lu? What did he say?" Luo Jiyun asked, puzzledly. But before Moe could reply, he suddenly recalled and cried out in shock, "Ah, I remember now. You mean to say. Under Luo Jiyun's intense sight, Moe slowly nodded. Heavens, how could it be? Why would such a thing happen? Could there be a misdiagnosis? Luo Jiyun cried out unbelievably. Moe's tone turned dull as he continued, "I also don't believe in such a matter, but Divine Dr. Lu is the continent's #1 divine doctor, and this is a diagnosis that he came out with, so how could it be wrong? Right now, this had really happened, and we don't know after Master wakes up, how would he become?" The both of them exchanged glances as they saw the worry in each other's eyes. Just at this moment, the room door was opened with a bang. Huang Yueli walked in with big steps and asked, "What are you talking about? Is there any problem with Li Moying's illness? And you guys were talking about Divine Dr. Lu? Are you referring to Lu Baiyan?" Both of them were shocked as they stood up from their chairs. Ah, third miss, why are you here? Yes, sister-in-law, aren't you taking care of senior brother? Has he awoken? Huang Yueli shook her head. He's still unconscious and sleeping, but his body temperature keeps getting lower and lower. I'm worried about his condition, so I'm here to discuss with you guys. What were you discussing about? What did Lu Bian saw about his condition? Moe looked as here and hesitated. Luo Jiyun directly said everything out. Sister-in-law, that year when Divine Dr. Lu gave treatment to senior brother, he had specially reminded that eldest senior brother cannot be agitated. He said, under normal circumstances, under full moon's effect, eldest senior brother's illness should be controllable under the medication. But if he was agitated and his illness acted up outside full moon's night, that would mean. That would mean what? Huang Yueli asked anxiously. Luo Jiyun pursed his lips. That would mean senior brother's illness has worsened. It might even cause danger to his life. And when the frequency of acting up increases, he would be very difficult to cure. What? Huang Yueli's eyes widened with shock, standing in a daze. She had never expected that Li Moying's illness this round would have such dire consequences. And the reason for his illness to flare up was because of her accidental disappearance, which possibly meant she was killed by someone. In actual fact, both of them had only knew each other for only 2 months. Huang Yueli had thought that even if Li Moying had real feelings for her, it might just be the beginning, and this heart-throbbing feeling was still very slight. As long as the both of them are apart for quite some time, it would disappear with time naturally. But she had not expected that both of them were only apart for just a month, and not only did the feeling not lessen, instead it had deepened. Li Moying heard about her mishap and rushed over without any hesitation, just to rescue her. Huang Yueli received his Swan Goose letters, and naturally knew that the tournament with the West Sky Region's sects was extremely important to his sect and knew that Li Moying had great gratitude towards his teacher. He had always wanted to repay Murongda. But now, because of her, this man didn't care about anything else. The fact that Li Moying rushed over to save her made her extremely touched, but what shocked her was that he actually lose control of his illness because of her. This showed the influence that she had over this man was much stronger than anyone else, and it would directly string along all of his emotions. Moreover, this made Huang Yueli even guiltier. Originally, Li Moying's illness, which acted up once a month, was already under control for many years under Lu Bian's medication. It had not caused any fatal injuries to his body, and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. If Li Moying's condition had worsened because of her, he might even die while in his prime. Every single time Huang Yueli's mind flashed past these thoughts, she would feel a painful sensation in her heart, so painful that she could not help but bend over. Moe called out, "Young Master Luo, don't." Without Li Moying's permission, Moe really didn't dare to utter such thing in front of Huang Yueli. But Luo Jiyun didn't bother and just told her the cause and effect. Divine Dr. Lu said the problem with senior brother's unstable soul was inborn and he could only control it, but not possibly heal it completely. So we must be extremely careful not to let it worsen. As long as his illness acts up outside of full moon's night, that would mean that his soul had weakened again. Then the difficulty of controlling it would increase and his condition might just worsen all the way. The more Huang Yueli heard, the more alarmed she felt. She pondered for a moment and suddenly stood up. "I have to go out for a moment. The both of you stay here and take good care of Li Moying." The two men went into a blank. "Where are you off to?" "It's so late and the sky is already dark." Huang Yueli replied, "I think you guys don't know this. Lu Bian is staying in seclusion nearby. From the town we are in, it only takes around 10 miles of distance." "What? Sister-in-law, how do you know?" Huang Yueli replied, "To tell the truth, when I was pursued a few days ago and almost lose my life, an expert saved me. Subsequently, I found out that this expert is Lu Bian." Divine Dr. Lu had kindly offered shelter to me and healed my injuries, which was why I was delayed for such a long time. Divine Dr. Lu saved you? The puzzlement on Luo Jiyun's faces gradually faded away, and immediately following that, he let out an overjoyed expression. So Divine Dr. Lu was actually staying in seclusion in such a remote place. No wonder we were not able to find him these few years. That's great, let's hurry and look for him now. Saying that, he turned his head and said, Sister-in-law, where does Divine Dr. Lu stay? I'll go instead, the night is so late already, and a young lady like you better not be running out at this timing. Huang Yueli frowned and said, No, when I left, Divine Dr. Lu had reminded me that I absolutely cannot leak out the whereabouts of his home. So I must look for him personally, and moreover, only I can go alone. All of you better stay here. What? How can we do that? Luo Jiyun subconsciously stopped her. That's right, 3rd Mississippi. If you go out at this timing and if anything were to happen to you, what am I supposed to tell Mater? At least, let me accompany you? Moe said. But Huang Yueli's attitude was extremely resolute. What? Don't all of you want Li Moying's life already? Now only Lu Bian could possibly save him. If you follow me and anger him, then he won't help to treat your master, then what should we do? Huang Yueli brought out Li Moying, so Moe and Luo Jiyun was rendered speechless. No one dared to treat Li Moying's health as a joke. So even though they were not willing to, they were forced to see Huang Yueli slipping out into the middle of the night. Huang Yueli was not too concerned about her own safety. After all, she was not a weak young lady, and without Sui Fangping that kind of expert spying on her, normal dangers would not be able to threaten her one bit. Very quickly, she found her way to Lu Bian's secluded courtyard based on her memory. In actual fact, the boundary of this courtyard was installed with several high-leveled invisible arrays. Without the lead from the courtyard servants, it was impossible to enter the courtyard based on their own ability, or even to see such a place from the forest. From afar, one would only be able to see a serene and weird forest at where the courtyard was located. Obviously, this was a piece of cake to Huang Yueli. She ran like she was flying, and passing several obstacles, she reached the doorway of the courtyard. When the guard saw her, his eyes almost dropped out. Tioch. This, Miss Bai, how did you make your way here? Huang Yueli replied, We can talk about this some other time. Stop fussing, is Lu Bian in the pill furnace room? I need to see him now, I have a very important matter. Ah? But. Master he. Before the guard could finish talking, Huang Yueli had already went past him and directly walked in to look for Lu Bian. Pill furnace room, not there. Study room, not there. Pavilion, not there. Even Lu Bian's bedroom, Huang Yueli also didn't care to avoid suspicion and ran inside to take a look before discovering that there was no one there. Lu Bian. Where did you run off to? Come out this instant. She started yelling. No one responded. Huang Yueli called out yet again, Hey Lu Bian, Uncle Lu, Divine Dr. Lu. Where on earth are you hiding? Quickly come out. Didn't you say I can look for you any time and you welcome me any time? Why are you ignoring me now? That night, Lu Bian held her in his embrace in an attempt to make her stay and accompany him. However, Huang Yueli rejected him without even considering. Divine Dr. Lu, we already agreed on 7 days timeline, don't tell me you're not going to keep your promise and want to go back on your words? One cannot be non-genuine, right? To be declined by a woman so directly was his first time. Lu Bian's face was thrown away and he was feeling upset inside. He had finally met someone who made his heart tinker after a decade. Don't tell him that he had to give up so easily? But as the #1 divine doctor, he was someone reputable in Soaring Heaven's continent, so he cannot just snatch a woman off the streets. Moreover, he knew that such things cannot be pushed. Lu Bian had no choice but to fall back. Alright, since you've already said until like this, I won't make things difficult for you. I know you have urgent matters so you can go ahead and settle your stuff. But since we have some dealings, so in future if we do meet again, you have to treat me nicely. As for my courtyard here, I welcome you back to visit any time. Based on Lu Bian's position, to say such things to a second stage realm lass, if Huang Yueli was not going to agree, she would really not know what's good for her. Besides that, there was no guarantee that she might require Lu Bian's help in future. So Huang Yueli naturally agreed good-naturedly. She had never expected that she would come and ask Lu Bian for help so soon. If she had knew earlier, her attitude towards Lu Bian for the past few days would be much better. At this moment, the courtyard's guard had finally chased up to her and said, "Miss Bai, why are you so impatient? My master had just left this afternoon, saying he wanted to travel around and he wouldn't be back within a short period of time." He left? And it's actually during this afternoon? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes in shock, somewhat surprised. Lu Bian had just asked her last night to continue staying in this courtyard with him, which meant he didn't have any plans to travel in the short term. But right after she had just left, Lu Bian also left right after? Furthermore, this was the moment when she needed Lu Bian the most. Was there a need to be so fraudulent? Huang Yueli would never have thought that Lu Bian felt that he was a failure. He finally expressed interest in a girl but was eventually rejected, so he casually accepted a medical request from a large sect and took this opportunity to divert his mind. Since Lu Bian wasn't around, Huang Yueli could only leave in disappointment. Just right after Huang Yueli left, Li Moying, who was in the superior room in the guest house, had slowly opened his eyes. "Senior brother. Master." When they saw him wake up, both Luo Jiyun and Moe were so agitated that they pounced over right away. Li Moying blinked his eyes in bewilderedness, and when he saw the two men in front of him clearly, a glint of disappointment flashed his eyes. Before he went unconscious, he had obviously seen his Lear appeared before him. Could it be that it was only his hallucination due to his illness acting up which clouded his consciousness? Lear, he softly spat out these few words. Moe hurriedly replied, "Master, don't worry. Nothing happened to Third Miss at all. Earlier, she had showed up and her condition looked rather well, and she was very energetic. She was also the one who recalled your conscious, do you still remember?" Li Moying heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it wasn't his hallucination. His Lear had really returned in one piece. And he had embraced her tightly. But where is Lear now? He looked around but didn't see Huang Yueli's figure anywhere. Earlier the relaxed brow started to crease again. Moe replied, "Master, Third Miss had been staying by your bedside, refusing to leave. But after that, when she saw that you remained unconscious, she was so worried that she said she would invite Divine Dr. Liu to give you treatment. She had just left just an hour ago." Li Moying's arch eyebrows knitted together as his piercing eyes stared at Moe. Even though he had just awoken and his body was still weak, but that sharp like razor eyes still made Moe break out in sweat. "Divine Dr. Liu? Which Divine Dr. Liu? Don't tell me it's Lu Bian?" Moe hastily nodded, "It is Mr. Lu Buyan." Third Miss said Divine Dr. Liu was staying in seclusion nearby, and the reason why she could escape unscathed was due to Divine Dr. Liu. So for your well-being, she had gone over to look for Divine Dr. Liu to save your life. Before Moe could finish his sentence, he had already saw Li Moying's expression change, and as his right hand struck out, a crashing sound was heard as the flower vase by the bedside was smashed to smithereens. Moe jumped in shock as his entire face was filled with surprise. He had thought that Li Moying would be overjoyed when he heard how concerned and worried Huang Yueli was to him. However, who knew that he would throw such a huge temper? Li Moying's face was so black that ink almost dripped out from it. Do you know what time it is now? You guys actually allowed Lear to leave the guest house alone to look for a male stranger? Oh, he was worried about Huang Yueli leaving alone and meeting with danger. Moe relaxed slightly and hastily explained, Master, don't worry. Third Miss said Divine Dr. Lu stays nearby, and moreover, Third Miss is a second-stage realm practitioner. The townspeople around here are all commoners and there aren't any magical beasts in the forest, so she should be safe. Should. Li Moying furiously stopped him from continuing, should be safe. Lear had gone alone to Lu Bian, that pervert's home, and you call that safe? Moe went into a daze and continued shortly after, but, although Divine Dr. Lu is dissolute, but surely he's not lewd. Moreover, Third Miss said she had been staying with Divine Dr. Lu for the past few days. What Moe meant was, if something were to happen between the both of them, it would already have happened long ago, and why wait till today? Li Moying got even angrier when he heard what Moe said. Several years ago when Lu Bian treated him, Moe and Luo Jiyun were just watching from afar and didn't know exactly what happened between him and Lu Bian. But Li Moying felt that Lu Bian actually really, extremely hated him, even to the point of saying he cannot hate him enough. During the treatment process, Lu Bian intentionally tortured him, thinking of different ways to torment him, making him feel that death is better than life. Li Moying really didn't understand what he did to offend this number one divine doctor whose name was famous in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, but he didn't feel fear. That year he was still very weak. Since Lu Bian dared to offend him in this way, he would remember this debt and sooner or later he would become stronger. Just a Lu Bian was not enough to become an obstacle in his pathway to advancement. Actually, Li Moying totally couldn't understand why, since Li Bian hated him so much and so obviously, in terms of words, action or even the treatment process, he had hardly refrained from showing his hatred, but he was still unwilling to let him die. Instead, he was trying ways and means to save him. Li Moying knew that in order to dispense pills to curb his rare and exotic illness, the amount of effort and finances that were required to be put into this was imaginable. Even the sect which he was in were to give up everything they had, they would still be unable to take it. But Lu Bian insisted on saving him. Even though he had used various ways to torment him during the treatment process, but eventually Lu Bian still managed to refine the pills. Moreover, he didn't accept any treatment fee. Subsequently, when Lu Bian was about to leave, Li Moying asked him this personally. Since you hate me so much, why did you save me? Lu Bian couldn't be bothered to show the hatred he had and replied icily, because only when you continue living then would you ever recall one day the wrongdoing that you did. You being alive, would be able to accept the punishment. If you died, won't it be too easy for you? Moreover, only when you're alive then can I prove that I'm stronger than you. Li Moying was puzzled as Lu Bian continued, remember, I saved your life, so only I can kill you. Don't be so weak like a dog, and before you even advance to the 9th stage realm, you're already killed by those trash. Don't make me despise you further. After finishing these absurd words, Lu Bian left. Li Moying had thought about this matter after the incident, but since he had no answer to it, he put it aside. Anyway, Lu Bian was known to be weird, and didn't his best buddy, the number one expert, Mu Qingqing, also fallen out with him? Lu Bian didn't seem to have any friends, and was alone by himself, so whatever weird stuff he came up with didn't seem so weird after all. But after this matter, Li Moying's disgust towards Lu Bian had risen to the peak. For the first time in his life, Li Moying felt that he was unable to resist against such a tremendous pressure in front of Lu Bian, and he was the first to say that he despised him. Other than this, Li Moying could also clearly felt that there was a sense of repellent in his bones against Lu Bian. As for now, he heard that his beloved Lear had actually stayed together with the man he hated for so many days. Heavens knew what happened between these two. Now his woman went to beg Lu Bian to save him? He rather die than beg Lu Bian, and he wouldn't want his woman to beg him. Thinking of this, Li Moying dragged his weak body and sat up, trying to get off the bed. Luo Jiyun had a big fright and hurriedly rushed forward to hold him down. "Senior brother, your body is still very weak, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get something? Can you don't move, stop moving alright? Whatever you need, just tell me, and I'll get it for you." Moe wiped off the sweat on his forehead and said, "Master, I've overlooked and allowed Third Miss to go out on her own. But I've sent some people to patrol the area near the forest to wait for Third Mississippi. I will now go personally and look for her, so please don't worry." "Look for her? Are you sure you guys can find her?" Li Moying sneered. On a casual note, would an expert on a different notch, like Lu Bian's home, be easily found? Unless it was a 7th rank array master, otherwise one would probably not even be able to find Lu Bian's main door. He pushed aside Moe and Luo Jiyun, not bothering about putting on his shoes, and rushed outwards. "Senior brother, no." Li Moying's figure went by in a flash and reached the ground floor. Subsequently he flew at a great speed towards the direction of the forest. Luo Jiyun and Moe chased after him with their might but were not able to keep up with him. In the night, they saw Li Moying's demonic-style silhouette, almost not able to see him clearly. "Whoa, isn't senior brother seriously injured? Why is his speed still so fast? Wasn't he in a critical stage this time?" Luo Jiyun was dumbstruck. Moe's face was filled with astonishment as well. "That's weird. The time Master took to wake up this time had relatively shortened and is really abnormal." Speaking of this, the previous time in the Dark Moon Forest, Master awoke rather soon too, and subsequently his recovery was also very fast. Why was these 2 times? The both of them exchanged glances, and suddenly shouted "Ah" together. They recalled at the same moment. In the last 2 times, Li Moying had not lost consciousness, because of the depletion of his profound energy, but under Huang Yueli's assistance, he had controlled his illness in the middle of it, and subsequently he went limp from then on. Could there be some connection somewhere? Before they could complete their thoughts, a petite figure appeared in front of him. In the darkness, her baby pink dress was especially eye-catching and her appearance attracted their attention instantly. "Lear!" Li Moying's surprised voice sounded. He jogged a few steps beside Huang Yueli and carried her up. Huang Yueli was walking alone in the middle of the night and from afar, she could sense a strong energy speeding towards her direction. She had been anxious initially and armed herself. But after she heard Li Moying's voice, she relaxed herself. The man's familiar breath was blown by her ear, firm yet gently cradling her, making her night of uneasiness come to an end. Recalling the things that this man had done for her, Huang Yueli's heart turned soft. She stretched out her hand over to Li Moying's waist and hugged him back tightly. No matter how much worries or how much hesitation she had, at this moment, she simply didn't care about it. She only knew she must hug him tightly and feel his body warmth to tell herself he was still well and right beside her. As for Li Moying, his feelings were exactly the same. The 2 people hugged tightly together and it was after some time before Huang Yueli came to her senses. She gently pushed Li Moying's chest and said, "When did you awaken? Why didn't you rest in the room, but run out in the middle of the night? If you catch a cold and your injuries worsened, what should we do?" Li Moying listened to her soft and gentle vocals and almost shed tears on the spot. After so many days of uncertainty and unrest. Finally, heavens gave him his best return, his Lear was alive and in his embrace. What's more, she was so beautiful and cute, and so sweet. Li Moying took a deep breath and answered in a low voice, "You're not around so I didn't have the mood to rest. I kept dreaming that you were pursued by assassins, bitten by magical beasts, so I couldn't sleep at all. When I awoke I didn't see you, so I thought that I was hallucinating when I saw you earlier." Huang Yueli heard what he said and her heart ached immediately. She hurriedly held his hand and said, "What nonsense are you sprouting? How can I be a hallucination? Don't you see me jumping around energetically? Alright, it's my fault, I shouldn't have left halfway. Let's hurry back and this time, let me accompany you, and not leave you for even one step. Sleep well, alright?" Lemoyne looked at her for some time and when he saw her clear eyes, which showed her anxiety and heartache, he nodded. Okay. The few of them returned to the guest house and Huang Yueli discovered that Lemoyne's room had been changed. She said astonishingly, "That's weird." Moe saw her hesitation and was worried that she might say something which might infuriate Lemoyne, so he quickly pushed the both of them into the room and said, "Master, third miss, have a good rest. I'll leave my leave now." Finishing his sentence, he closed the door and slipped away quickly. Since third miss was around, she could settle his master, who didn't recognize anyone when his illness acted up, then this surely would be chicken feed for her, so he might as well not stay and find trouble for himself. The room was left with Lemoyne and Huang Yueli. Lemoyne wanted to say something but when he turned around, Huang Yueli's delicate and pale-complexioned face expressed obvious signs of tiredness. That usually bright, adorable eyes seemed listless. His heart ached for a while, not knowing what to say. His Lear was actually worried for him. Huang Yueli passed by him and with quick steps, she flipped the blanket aside and supported him. "Quickly lie down. It's already the fourth night watch period, so if you don't rest, dawn will break very soon." Lemoyne seized the opportunity and laid on the bed while nudging aside, leaving the space beside him empty and made an anticipative expression at Huang Yueli. "Lear, come and accompany me." Huang Yueli's face turned black as she replied, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm warning you, don't you dare have awry thoughts." Lemoyne broke out into a smile as the corners of his lips curled upwards, displaying an evil smile. "Who's the one having awry thoughts? Have I done anything to you that I shouldn't? I only felt that you looked tired and wanted you to rest here with me. How about you? Why is your face so red? What were you thinking about?" Huang Yueli was stifled by his words and was left speechless. Lemoyne turned sideways slightly. His clothes were slightly disarrayed as his firm, sexy chest was exposed. A few drops of sweat dripped down along his vein lines on that jade-white skin. Huang Yueli's vision uncontrollably attracted by the movement of the sweat bead, and it was until it disappeared and was absorbed into his clothes before she suddenly came back to her senses. She raised her head and as expected, she met with Lemoyne's mocking glance. "Lear, what are you looking at? Your glance is so lewd, don't tell me you have ulterior motives towards me? If you still haven't seen enough, why not I take off this shirt? Otherwise, your disappointed look really make me unable to bear it." "No need, I'm not disappointed at all." "No need, there's really no need. Hey, you're not allowed to strip." Huang Yueli couldn't help but started screeching. But Lemoyne continued to tug at his waist belt and taking off his shirt, he threw it onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Huang Yueli felt her face was almost bursting into fumes as her eyes did not dare to roam freely. "Lear, your face is really red." Lemoyne chuckled with a low tone, bearing deep seduction in his voice. Huang Yueli felt the burning heat on her face and kept reminding herself to remain calm, must remain calm, however. It yielded little results. Heavens, why was she so abnormal? Why did her face flush red? In her previous life, it wasn't just 1 or 2 times having seen a naked man's body, so she had never given it another thought. After all, when a practitioner cultivated, there was bound to be some kind of injury or the likes, so the situation of shedding the clothes were a common scene and she was not some pure, innocent young lady, so what was the fuss about? But today, she was totally unable to control her tendency to blush. Huang Yueli patted her face as she tried to find a reason. Today's weather is really warm. This room's ventilation is not good at all, it's so stuffy. I'll go open up the window to get some fresh air. Ah. As she was saying that, she turned around and wanted to walk away, but was pulled by Li Moying's suddenly grab on her wrist as she fell onto the bed. Huang Yueli was caught unaware, and as her feet was unsteady, she fell backwards. Just nice, she fell onto Li Moying's body and couldn't help but made a dull moan. She moved her body, wanting to stand up. While using her palm to support herself, she didn't feel the mattress cover, but instead her hands touched a piece of warm, smooth skin. She withdrew her hand subconsciously, but fell down once again. Li Moying took advantage of the situation and held on to her waist as he took her entirely into his embrace. Huang Yueli's expression turned ugly as she pushed him away. Li Moying, let me go. You're a ruffian, daring to tease a gentlewoman. Why? Yo. You're too shameless. Li Moying couldn't help but burst out into laughter. What did you say? You're some gentlewoman? Obviously a ruthless little fox? Yet still dare to pretend to be a little rabbit? Moreover, I'm hugging my fiancé, it's entirely justified, so in what way am I shameless? I never admitted that I'm your fiancé, so don't you? Wu Nn. Huang Yueli's utterly discomfited voice was pushed back once again by that man's cold lips. Li Moying sealed her lips tightly, gently caressing it. It was a gentle and light kiss, and not long after, he raised his head. Huang Yueli's eyes were opened wide, staring fiercely at him. Li Moying saw what she was doing as he laughed. Leer, your mouth is pouted so high that it can practically hang a bottle of oil. You. Shameless. Huang Yueli felt that she hadn't suffered such indignance for a very long time. This man's skin was thicker than hers, his cultivation was higher than hers, and yet he stuck to her like chewing gum, totally unable to shake him off. If given just a little sunlight, he would shine brightly. Unfortunately, Huang Yueli couldn't bear to deal a vicious hand on him, because whenever she thought of how he gave her his everything, she would recall how Mu Qingqing from her previous life had also came from afar to save her. Moreover, this man was nursing some serious internal injury, not knowing when he would get slightly better. So although she had thousands of ways but in front of him, she was unable to use it. Huang Yueli's twisted expression had fallen into the man's eyes. Li Moying secretly curled his lips as he expressed a contented smile, like a cat which successfully stolen a fish. He had finally understood that although Huang Yueli talked tough at times and would resist every time he kissed her, but ultimately, she had never really dealt him with any vicious hand, so her heart really couldn't bear to do it. Recalling those people who couldn't get her, like the Crown Prince and others, they had only spoken politely to her, and they were already schemed until they almost died. Towards his little fox, he was much closer than them. But it seemed that she had not tormented him at all. When Li Moying thought of all these, his smile grew wider. Anyway, this little fox didn't meant what she said, and since he was already clear on this, that would mean that he wouldn't be giving her any chance to back down. Although her mouth kept saying she don't like him, not willing to end whatever relationship they had, but as long as this little thing didn't reject him, he would continue to pursue her endlessly. Anyway, as a practitioner, they would have a long time to tangle with each other, and sooner or later, this little fox would willingly agree to be his woman. Li Moying caught hold of Huang Yueli's resisting little hand and called out lightly, all right, stop making a scene, okay? I'm really tired, didn't you see me passing out earlier? You're still bullying me here. Who bullied you? It was obviously you. Huang Yueli became gloomy. Li Moying laughed, all right, it's all my fault. Can we rest now? If we still don't rest, it will be dawn soon. Saying that, he went nearer and gave a gentle peck on Huang Yueli's fair and bright forehead. Good night, Lear. The man's deep magnetic voice was heard by her ear, the scorching warm breath and the light kiss in the dark and misty room was so ambiguous, so enchanting. In that instance, Huang Yueli suddenly felt peaceful, as though her heart had finally found a harbor to park, her body completely relaxed. This night, Huang Yueli slept very well all the way till sun was already shining brightly before she finally awoke. Moreover, she was woken up by the heat. The minute she opened her eyes, a magnified handsome face appeared right before her eyes, almost making her break out into cold sweat. But immediately following that, she remembered what happened and discovered that she and Li Moying's bodies were entwined together and that man's arm acted as a pillow under her head for an entire night, not knowing if it had turned numbed. Huang Yueli immediately pushed him and prepared to get up. Who knew? Li Moying's throat raised out some blurred murmurs, and as his arm tightened, he brought her into his embrace once again as his head rubbed against her neck, tickling her. Li Moying! Let go of me. I want to get up. Huang Yueli whispered. Li Moying murmured, sleep a little while more, I'm dead, beat these few days. Then you can continue sleeping, let me get up first. I don't want to, I want to hug you while sleeping. When Li Moying said these, his reply was fast and smooth. He didn't seem like he was that tired after all. Finishing what he said, he had no qualms about continuing to hug his extra-large little fox bolster as he rubbed and smelled her and continued to sleep. Huang Yueli grew gloomy and pushed him a few times, but this man was really powerful as his body was like a steel wall, not shakeable by that little bit of energy by hers. Huang Yueli's movements became bigger and this man lost his patience as he tangled himself onto her. His long and powerful thighs clamped her legs, rendering her immovable. Suddenly, Huang Yueli stopped moving as her face blushed a tinge of pink, as though her acupoints had been immobilized. The reason was because when Li Moying clamped her from behind, she sensitively felt something was pressed against her. Surely it wasn't. It wasn't that thing, right? Fuck. Huang Yueli felt sick all of a sudden, only wishing to give this man a flying kick on the spot. Unfortunately, even though she struggled for very long, she only felt the feeling of being pressed against getting more and more obvious. Moreover, Li Moying was obviously in a semi-conscious state, not knowing what unhealthy dream he was having. Besides his hug becoming tighter and tighter, he also started to rub against her body. Huang Yueli pushed him with her blushing face for a while, before an idea finally came to her mind. She whispered beside his ear, Li Moying, quickly let me wake up, I'll go make breakfast for you. Breakfast? Li Moying muddle-headedly heard the keyword. NN. My cooking skills are not bad, haven't you tried it the other time previously? Li Moying recalled the time when he tried this little fox's cooking when they left the Dark Moon Forest on the flying ship. That delicious taste was the best he had ever tried in his entire life. Moreover, just thinking about his little wife busying herself in the kitchen to cook for him made his heart warm up. Li Moying finally released the grip from his arm. The little lass in his embrace immediately went down the bed and like a wisp of smoke, she ran out of the room. What a joke! If she were to continue staying here, she was worried that she would not be able to protect her own chastity. Just how did she get smitten by this man yesterday and actually agreed to sleep on the same bed? Although nothing happened between then, but it was still a disgraceful thing. What's more, from other people's view, they were fiancé and fiancée, and since they were sleeping together, they would definitely assume that they had some kind of relation. So even if she were to jump into the Yellow River, she would not be able to clear up this rumor. Truth had proven itself, Huang Yueli's worries were not superfluous. Huang Yueli was in the guesthouse's kitchen and spent an amount of effort to simmer a bowl of porridge and prepared a few varieties of snacks. When she carried the serving tray into the room, Luo Jiyun and Moe were already seated beside the table as a strange smile hung on their faces as they fixed their gazes on her. Huang Yueli frowned as she turned to look at Li Moying and found that he had fallen asleep again. The greenish-dark color under his eyes had lightened slightly but had not completely faded. Apparently, These few hours of sleep was not enough to offset that amount of time he had spent previously. Huang Yueli didn't wake him but left the serving plate on the table. When she walked near, Luo Jiang couldn't help but got closer with a gleeful expression. "Sister-in-law, was it tiring for you to take care of senior brother yesterday?" "It was okay, not tiring at all. He's tired," so when he returned to the room, he fell asleep immediately. Huang Yueli replied calmly. Luo Jiyun blinked his eyes, apparently not believing her words. "Really? Sister-in-law, but when brother Moe and I came in earlier, we saw senior brother's clothes and waist belt were all thrown onto the ground, and he was sleeping in the inner corner. The outer side of the bed seemed to have been slept by someone." Even under Luo Jiyun's curious gaze, Huang Yueli still remained extremely calm. She breezily threw Luo Jiyun a glance as her tone was exceptionally peaceful. "Oh, about this, I got slightly tired taking care of him last night, so I leaned against the bedside to rest a little while." "Don't I have the right to take a little rest? There's just one bed here. If I'm not going to lean on the bed, where can I lie? As for the clothes, if you're going to sleep, isn't it natural to take off your clothes? Don't tell me when you guys sleep, you still wear your outer clothes? There's no pajamas to change into here. Moreover, Li Moying had got into a battle when he went out last night, so his clothes were already dirty beyond words. Later, please bring it out to wash, and make sure it's washed cleanly." Saying that, she easily overthrew all the suspicions that Luo Jiyun brought out. Moreover, she had started ordering them to work. Luo Jiyun's eyes widened as he turned tongue-tied. He thought he had finally found an opportunity to tease his sister-in-law, but in the end, it seemed like he was the idiot. "That's right, you must sleep since you're tired, and of course, sleeping should be on the only bed. The clothes were too dirty, so naturally you must take them off when you're going to sleep." All too normal, extremely normal. Moe saw Luo Jiyun's dejected expression and shook his head. Young Master Luo was still too young. He didn't know this sister-in-law of his was as hard to deal with as his senior brother, so he wanted to tease her? It was an impossible thing to do. Huang Yueli pulled a chair and sat opposite the both of them. "All right, stop the nonsense. I have something important to tell you guys." "What's the matter?" "Third miss, please feel free to say it." The two of them hurriedly replied. Huang Yueli continued, "Yesterday I had originally intended to ask Lu Bian to do a medical consultation for Li Moying, but in the end, it was such coincidence. I left the previous night and yesterday morning, Lu Bian had went out for an outpatient visit, so I had made a wasted trip. Moreover, I have no idea when he will be back." Luo Jiyun and Moe looked at each other and recalled what Li Moying had told them yesterday when he heard Huang Yueli had gone to look for Lu Bian, as well as the violent rage that he had expressed. Although he didn't understood why Li Moying was so upset, but after consideration, Moe felt he was obligated to remind Huang Yueli about this. "Third miss, actually. After you left yesterday, Master awoke and when he didn't see you, he seemed very angry." "Really?" Huang Yueli didn't think anything was amiss, and said dismissively, "Of course I'd like to stay by his side to accompany him and wait for him to wake up. But it's simply too dangerous for his illness to act up like that anytime, so if I didn't get divine Dr. Lu to come over and check on him, how will I be rest assured?" Moe realized that she didn't understood what he meant, so he tried to make his meaning clearer. "Third miss, I feel that my master don't seem to like divine Dr. Lu very much." Huang Yueli suddenly went into a blank. "Really? Why is that so? Divine Dr. Lu's medical skill is indeed matchless in the whole world. Moreover, he had treated Li Moying previously. Even the medicinal pills that were used to suppress his illness were refined by Lu Bian, so he would surely understand what's going on with his condition. It would surely be of help if we invited divine Dr. Lu to come over and take a look. This? I understand, but Master he..." Moe wiped the sweat off his forehead, not knowing how to explain. Third Miss didn't seem like she understood his hint, not realizing that Li Moying was jealous just because she and Lu Bian stayed together for a couple of days. He was slightly glad that Lu Bian had been out for an outpatient visit and Huang Yueli had not found him. Otherwise, if the both of them were to appear in front of Li Moying, plus the fact that Lu Bian and Li Moying found each other disagreeable, heavens knew what kind of disaster would have happened last night? Huang Yueli continued, "Sigh, I say, your master is already a grown man, don't tell me he's afraid of seeing a doctor. But for this illness that he was born with, if he didn't listen to the doctor's advice, it was impossible for him to recover by himself, so how can he hide a sickness for fear of treatment?" Luo Jian saw that Moe couldn't bring himself to ask the question, so he simply popped the question by himself. "Sister-in-law, I'm very curious, why did Divine Dr. Lu save you? Isn't he rumored to have an aloof character and a typical not caring about other people's affairs or lifting a finger to save someone in mortal danger? Unless the other party is a beauty, otherwise he would never stick his nose to save that person." Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him and said, "What do you mean? You think I'm not a beauty?" Although this body indeed differed from her previous life, but she discovered that as her cultivation gradually grew, her looks in turn also became prettier. She thought that this body's look seemed to be sealed by the flame spirit physique, and as it was unsealed, it would turn prettier bit by bit. In actual fact, she was already rather pretty even though she was in the second stage realm. In the past, her cousin Bai Rua Qi was named as Southyu Kingdom's #1 beauty, but yet she was incomparable to her now. Luo Jian hastily replied, "Of course not. Sister-in-law, you're pure and delicate, of course you're a beauty, big beauty. But that. I heard Lu Bian was a Casanova and every time he saved beauties, he didn't have any good intentions and would make them accompany him for a period of time." Huang Yueli said, "That is a misunderstanding. Lu Bian is not what you guys think. Although he really had a lousy temperament, but his character isn't that bad. He had indeed made me accompany him for 7 days and 7 nights, and wanted me to listen to all his commands with no resistance, but—" "What? Lu Bian, that bastard. He really did that to you?" Huang Yueli had yet to finish her sentence when she suddenly heard Li Moying's flustered and exasperated voice from the bed. Huang Yueli was shocked and she turned around and saw Li Moying wearing only a pair of pants. His upper body was still naked as he jumped down from the bed and walked towards him with a furious face. Huang Yueli cried out in joy, "Li Moying, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I've made for you." Li Moying suddenly pulled Huang Yueli's wrist as he pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head. His peerlessly handsome face gradually pushed nearer to her as the tip of their noses touched. The anger on Li Moying's face was obvious as the strength that was grabbing Huang Yueli's slender waist was rather forceful. "Lier, you really agreed to Lu Bian's request? That pervert wanted you to listen to all his commands and made you accompany him for 7 days and 7 nights? Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide as she couldn't understand what was wrong with the man in front of her eyes, and blinked. "That's right, I did agree to his demands, but... that bastard." Li Moying was so angry that he wanted to flip the table, but when he saw the breakfast that Huang Yueli had made and left on the table, he hesitated and not bearing to spoil it, he turned around as he sent a stool flying. "Hey, WH. What possessed you?" The corners of Huang Yueli's lips twitched. Li Moying held her shoulders and glared at her, clenching his teeth as he hisses, "I know, the reason you agreed to his demands was to save your own life. It's all my fault, I wasn't able to protect you, so for you to make such a decision, I am not in any stand to say anything. But don't meet with Lu Bian ever again, forever and ever. Even if I were to die tomorrow, you're not allowed to go and beg him." Huang Yueli blinked her large eyes as her face had a puzzled look. "Did you hear me? You're my fiancé." Li Moying saw that she didn't give any reaction and continued to ask her pressuringly. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes again, seemingly starting to come around. Li Moying, are you jealous? I tell you, nothing happened between me and Lu Bian. We were only. I don't want to hear this. Li Moying resolutely cut her off. Don't be jealous. I'm not jealous. You are jealous. Which eye did you see me jealous? Li Moying stared at her, while shamed into anger. I saw with both of my eyes. Huang Yueli looked at his tightened jawline. That unyielding expression made her burst out laughing. This round, Li Moying was really furious. You still dare to laugh? Huang Yueli saw that he was really so angry to the point of fainting and hastily continued, all right, I'll stop laughing, okay? Can you listen to me finish my sentence? I don't want to hear. Li Moying replied resolutely. Huang Yueli pouted and said, all right. Forget it if you don't want to hear. Then I'm leaving. Anyway, you don't believe me and feel that I've been tainted by other men, so I'll get lost myself and you can stop getting involved with me. The food I made, I think you'd probably not have any mood to eat as well, so I'll bring it along with me. Saying that, she took the serving plate on the table and turned towards the door. However, before she could even touch the door, her pathway was blocked by someone. Li Moying's speed was extremely fast and within a split second, he blocked the exit. Huang Yueli cried out, go away. Li Moying crossed his arms and with an angry face, he stared at the lass who made him love and hate her. Who said you can take the breakfast away? You obviously said earlier that it's made for me. Huang Yueli stared at him, anyway, you don't want to eat it. I saw a little dog at the doorway, so I'm going to feed it. You dare? Li Moying was going to be angered to death by this lass. She actually stayed together with the person he hated the most for 7 days and nights, and Lu Bian actually made her listen to all his demands. Listen to all his demands? What on earth was that? This little fox had never listened to his demands at all. Why must she listen to that hateful fellow's demands? What kind of fellow was Lu Bian? The most undue thing was this lass had already treated him unfairly, threw her temper at him and wanted to feed his breakfast to a dog. Could it be that in her heart, he was not even comparable to a dog? Li Moying's face turned so black that ink could drip from it as he had already swallowed several jars of matured vinegar silently. Not only was he jealous of Lu Bian, he was also jealous of that stinking dog. But even though he was feeling sour inside, he refused to admit it. He pulled a long face and with a strong attitude, he said, you had already given me this breakfast, so you cannot take it away. You're not allowed to leave here as well. Saying that, he turned around and commanded, "Moe, go chop that dog up at the entrance of the door and make it into hot pot." Hey! You! Huang Yueli turned anxious, that's just a puppy that's just born. How can you be so heartless with no compassion at all? Li Moying raised his chin and looked down at her. I'm that ruthless, but compared to Lu Bian who has a dagger hidden in his smiles, I'm way better than him. You, Huang Yueli, didn't know if she should cry or laugh. He still remembered Lu Bian's matter. Did he need to be so petty? She was distracted for a moment when Li Moying took the opportunity to hold on to her slender waist with one hand, and using the other to throw the serving plate with just enough strength, landing it onto the table without spilling even a drop of the porridge. Huang Yueli's wrists were held tightly by that man and pressed against the wall as both her hands were pressed on top of her head. Li Moying, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Moe and junior brother Luo are still here. Huang Yueli didn't expect him to make a move once they didn't agree on a point, but she wasn't able to avoid him, so she could only call out while struggling. Li Moying's eyebrows lifted and that swift and fierce phoenix eyes raised slightly, bearing a slightly evil expression as he got closer to Huang Yueli. That pressurizing handsome looks was so near that Huang Yueli could see clearly how long and curly his eyelashes were, as though two little fans, making even her, a woman, jealous of it. Lear, Li Moying mumbled softly, his tone deep with a tinge of huskiness from being awakened not too long ago. Huang Yueli's heart skipped a beat as her eyes widened and stared blankly at that peerlessly handsome man. Lear, do you mean if Moe and Luo Jiyun were not here, then I will be able to hug you freely? Li Moying laughed, this is easy, I'll make them go away. You two fellows, what are you preparing to peep at by continuing to stay here? Haven't you seen a couple quarrel before? Luo Jiyun and Moe had originally opened their eyes wide, looking at the show with keen pleasure. An emotionless and cool man like Li Moying was actually jealous. This was a show which would only be seen in 100 years, so how could they miss it? Moreover, Li Moying's jealousy made him look really childish. It was unimaginable on how stern and overbearing this man usually was. Just as they were absorbed into the scene, they suddenly heard Li Moying say such a sentence. Both of them were alert and immediately stood up. Senior brother, we were about to leave, leaving now. I was worried about Master and Third Miss safety, We're leaving now. Seeing these two traitors ignoring her call for help and preparing to run off without any loyalty, Huang Yueli's eyes almost popped out from staring at them. Damn, I usually treated you guys pretty well. How could you yield to the evil force's powerful lust? It was really a waste for me to treat you guys so well. Just at this moment, Li Moying opened his mouth yet again, that's right, that dog at the entrance. Don't you dare. Woo. Huang Yueli was about to start berating him, but instead her lips were pressed against by Li Moying's perfectly shaped thin lips who was stooping right above her, pushing her last words back. This time, there were no obstructions as his tongue tipped dove straight in and invaded her mouth, absorbing her fragrance. Luo Jiyun couldn't help but blew a whistle and pulling Moe, the both of them quickly ran away. Whatever dog, he could pretend that he didn't hear anything, but Li Moying wanted him to get lost, he didn't dare not listen. Instinct told him that if he continued to stay here and be a spectator, perhaps he would die in unsightly manner. After the both of them left, Li Moying didn't had any more reservations and pressed Huang Yueli against the wall, waywardly kissing her till he had enough. Huang Yueli wanted to say no, but under this overbearing yet sexy man's breath invasion, her brain turned into glue and gradually gave up resisting as she laid gently into the man's embrace. After a long time, Li Moying finally let her off, but one hand was still locked onto her wrist, while the other hand's thumb gently brushed past her swollen lips from the kissing, causing a slightly prickling sensation. Lear, you're mine. Promise me. Don't meet with Lu Bian ever again. Li Moying gritted his teeth as he said these by her ear. Huang Yueli had originally become dizzy from the kiss, but upon hearing these, she suddenly awoken from her stupor. She quickly pushed Li Moying aside and retorted angrily, Li Moying, haven't I told you this? Nothing happened between me and Lu Bian. He didn't raise any demanding requests. He only made me dress up as the girl that he liked and accompany him to have his meals or have a conversation. Perhaps I resembled a little to the girl that he liked? She was afraid that Li Moying would stop her from talking, so she could only explain quickly. Li Moying originally bore an ugly expression and prepared to continue his fiancée lecture, but when he heard her last sentence, he blinked unexpectedly. Lu Bian has someone that he likes? How come I have never heard of this? You're a nobody to him, so why should he tell you? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Upon hearing that, Li Moying grew unhappy again, then who are you to him? Why did he tell you? Looking at that gloomy handsome face, Huang Yueli knew that this man was jealous again. Why on heavens was there such a man who was so easily jealous? His tolerance was as small as a tip of a needle hole. Although she thought in this way, Huang Yueli felt her feelings lifted and couldn't help but laughed out. You still dare to laugh. The minute you hear about Lu Bian, you smile. Don't tell me you two really. Huang Yueli hastily explained, what rubbish are you thinking about? Do I even need him to tell me this kind of thing? I can observe it for myself. He obviously has a girl who he likes, but he don't dare to confess, so he made me dress up like her. We really only ate together. Hey, you're not allowed to be angry anymore. If you show me that face again, beware that I will ignore you. Huang Yueli's chin raised, showing an unyielding expression. Li Moying wasn't feeling especially happy. His little fox. Even if it was to have a meal with another man, he was upset. That was his exclusive privilege. Who did Lu Bian thought he was? His Lear had better only eat with him. But he also knew that if he pushed her too hard, perhaps Huang Yueli might rebound. He liked that this little fox was not a woman who would bend to another's will. So he could only suppress his unwillingness down. Alright, I'll stop making wild guesses, and believe the both of you. But you two are not allowed to meet again, and you cannot go and look for Lu Bian. Hey, can you be more reasonable? Don't you know that only Lu Bian could possibly cure you? Don't tell me you want to die. Even if I die, I don't need him to save me. Otherwise, heavens knows what demands he would ask from you again. This time he didn't make any demanding requests, but what about next time? Li Moying said discontentedly. Huang Yueli was defeated by him. This man, usually he was so strong and incisive, but when he really became jealous, he was even more childish than a 3-year-old child. At least even a 3-year-old child would be able to tell that saving his life was more important than being jealous. Moreover, Lu Bian had not done anything to her. The only thing was his words were slightly infuriating, and she had already fought back against him. Li Moying saw her hesitation, and with an ugly expression, he drew near again. What's your reply? If you dare to say no, I'll continue to kiss you until you agree. The man's warm breath breezed against her ears, as though he could turn his head and pressing her into his embrace willfully being frivolous. Huang Yueli knew that he really dared to. She could only reply, alright, I agree to it. I won't go and find Lu Bian again. Surely you can rest assured now, right? Anyway, she didn't need to look for him herself. She can send someone to look for him, and by the time Lu Bian arrived, it was unavoidable that the both of them had to meet. It was not that she really liked Lu Bian and wanted to get tangled with him, but Li Moying's illness was rumored to have worsened, so if Lu Bian didn't take a look, she really could not set her heart at ease, so it was impossible that she don't meet with Lu Bian. However, saying these out would only make Li Moying fly into a fit of jealousy, so it's best that she keep mum about it. By then, just do it directly. Li Moying looked at her suspiciously. You simply agreed to it? Huang Yueli replied in dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Don't agree, you get angry. I agree, and you don't believe me. Just tell me what you want me to do. Li Moying stared at her for a while, and his face gradually exposed a smile. Humph, since you listened to me, to reward you, let's. He closed in on her again as his thin lips drew nearer to her. Huang Yueli's actions was pretty fast as she put her little hand on his mouth, with a paw sound. Li Moying's face turned black once more. Huang Yueli beamed at him and said, I almost forgot, you haven't eaten the breakfast that I made for you. It's turned cold. If you're not going to eat it, the porridge is going to turn sticky, and it won't be nice at all. Li Moying hesitated for a moment, and his dark black, deep pupils shone as though he was considering if he should eat his breakfast first or eat his little fox first. In the end, he decided to eat his breakfast first. After he had his fill, he would have enough energy to slowly devour his little fox. Li Moying let Huang Yueli off and sat down by the table. On the serving plate laid a bowl of specially boiled minced meat egg porridge and 4 different snacks: jujube paste cake, crystal prawn dumpling, spring rolls stuffed with 3 delicacies and small steamed bun. An aromatic fragrance whiffed out, and just based on the smell, it made one hungry. Li Moying instantly felt hungry, and he lifted his chopsticks as he started eating the food in large mouthfuls. As he ate, he didn't forget to praise Huang Yueli's cooking skills. "Lear, the food you made are simply too delicious. I've never eaten something so delicious before. Why don't we get married officially tomorrow so that you can go back with me and cook for me every day?" Huang Yueli pouted and replied, "Fat hope. Who wants to marry you? Moreover, even if I do get married, don't expect me to stay at home to cook and take care of the kids. Today you're a casualty, so I'll make it an exception to cook for you, alright? Don't dream about making me cook every day." Li Moying was berated, but his lips curled upwards, revealing a smile. Okay, I said the wrong thing. My Lear's fingers are so pretty and slender, it's not for cooking. If your hands were to become rough from cooking daily, my heart will break. Huang Yueli was disgusted by his mushy words and was preparing to rebuke him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Bam bam bam. Who is it? Come on it. Their private time was disturbed and Li Moying's expression turned for the worse as he called out in a bad mood. The person knocking on the door stopped for a moment, probably frightened by Li Moying's fierce tone. After a while, Luo Jiyun pushed the door open and asked cautiously, "Senior brother, it's me. What's the matter? Have you make the dog hot pot already?" Li Moying glanced at him with a chilling look. Luo Jiyun was dumbstruck. What dog hot pot? He had long forgotten about it. He thought Li Moying had said it in a fit of anger earlier. Moreover, Huang Yueli obviously liked the white puppy at the entrance. If he really killed it to make into a hot pot, if sister-in-law really blamed him, he would have to bear all of the consequence, so he was not that silly. But hearing that tone, could it be that eldest senior brother's anger had not quelled? Hadn't sister-in-law settled him? He threw a suspicious glance at Huang Yueli. This glance made Huang Yueli become more embarrassed as she tugged at Li Moying's sleeve. Alright, stop spouting nonsense. For junior brother Luo to come at this timing, there must be some urgent matter, so listen to him first. Alright, I'll listen to you. Li Moying smiled at Huang Yueli and with a humph, he turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Luo Jiyun really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Listen, what was known as hoes before brothers? Putting love before friendship. This was it. When he talked to eldest senior brother, he bore an aloof and impatient expression, but what about sister-in-law? Just one sentence and senior brother listened to her and was so gentle to her. If there wasn't anything to compare again, there was no impact. His heart sighed in agony for a while, but remembering the official matter, his expression turned solemn. Senior brother, I had received a letter from the sex white-breasted falcon. Master is asking me again if I had managed to incite you and bring you back. Senior brother, then you? Huang Yueli asked curiously, wasn't it mentioned that when Li Moying left your sect, there was just 7 days before the tournament started? Now that 7 days had already passed, the tournament will be starting today, so isn't it too late to rush back now? Luo Jiyun explained, the tournament had indeed started, but according to competition regulations, this tournament would continue for a total of 3 days. If eldest senior brother were to make his way back now, he should still be able to make it for the last day of the tournament. Most heavyweight practitioners would only go on stage on the 3rd day, so we will be just in time to leave now. I see. Huang Yueli nodded as she turned around to look at Li Moying. Li Moying had a cold expression as he laid down the chopsticks and replied, I'm not going. If you're worried about the masses and the sect, you can take the flying boat back first. Luo Jiyun replied, how can we do that? What use would it have if I were to go back alone? West Sky region had sent so many younger generation experts, so based on my potential, I can't even get in line. Li Moying replied calmly, what does that have to do with me? But. Luo Jiyun jolted, but that is after all our sect. Senior brother, I know you're still angry with Master obstructing you from leaving the sect. Master was indeed too rash to say he would never admit sister-in-law and such. But those were just words which Master had said in a fit of anger, so don't hold it against him. Li Moying replied, I'm not angry with him. Whether he admits Lear or not, what does it have to do with me? I'm the one marrying her, and not him, so it's enough that I admit her. Although Master saved my life, but if he wanted to interfere with my decision, it's impossible. Then, why are you unwilling to do back? Luo Jiyun questioned curiously. Li Moying replied, because my Lear have to go to Sky Cloud City, and I'm worried about her, so I've decided to escort her personally to Sky Cloud City. Huh? What? Both voices screamed out in shock at the same time. Huang Yueli blinked her bright big eyes as she said, Li Moying, I'm not that frail to need you to escort me to Sky Cloud City. There's only one channel to Sky Cloud City from here, so I won't lose my way. Li Moying bore a face of disapproval as his deep gaze laid momentarily on her before he responded, I know you won't lose your way, but I'm afraid that you may meet with an accident on your way there. This time I just left you for how long and you were almost killed by someone. This was just an accident. Huang Yueli retorted, and it's impossible that I have a killer pursuing me daily. Moreover, if you're not rest assured, you can let Brother Moe to accompany me on my way, so it won't delay your journey. How can I do that? I should protect my own woman, how can I rely on someone else? These are two different matters, right? Huang Yueli took a look at him and continued, you really don't need to worry about me. I can take good care of myself. But your sect? Haven't you met with some troublesome matters? I heard Brother Moe mention before that this tournament is especially important for your sect, so stop being willful and quickly go back. Huang Yueli knew what happened to Li Moying when he was young and knew clearly the gratitude he had for his master. If it hadn't been for Murongda, Li Moying would have been dead frozen in the snow with no possibility of being able to cultivate, and impossible to become his current strong state. This gratitude had been kept within Li Moying's heart, and under the circumstances that it did not go against his principles, whenever Murongda needed his help, he would never reject. So this tournament, Li Moying had intended to attend, but he could not rest assured about her safety. Li Moying's intentions were seen through, and he started to hesitate. Luo Jiyun hastily added on, Senior brother, this tournament is directly linked to our sect's reputation. Anyway, it would take only a total of 10 days to travel by the flying ship, so when the tournament is over, you can go look for sister-in-law again. Luo Jiyun was totally speechless. Still said he wasn't angry. If he wasn't angry, would he had such a reaction? How would sending Huang Yueli to Sky Cloud City be more important than the sex tournament? Now that Huang Yuel's killer had already been injured and escaped, and with a powerful expert like Moe by Huang Yueli's side, plus the fact that there was only one channel to travel, under normal circumstances, she would be extremely safe. Huang Yueli was so smart and so black-bellied, she wouldn't need anyone to escort her. To put it blankly, Li Moying just didn't want to hear other people belittle Huang Yueli, saying she was not worthy of him, that the both of them cannot get married and such. Murongda had spoken incoherently previously just to obstruct him from leaving, and it had offended Li Moying, which was why he was acting in this way. If this wasn't being sullen, then what was it? Huang Yueli too agreed, that's right, just rest assured and go back. I'm just going to Sky Cloud City to enter the entrance examinations. It's just a small matter. For such a powerful expert like you to stay by my side, it will only give me pressure. Li Moying suddenly recalled the Celestial Light Academy that Huang Yueli was going to enroll for the examination was. His face let out a deep smile and finally gave up on insisting his way. Since he had decided to go back and join in the tournament, then he didn't have any time to waste. 2 hours later, Li Moying and Luo Jiyun prepared to leave. After he boarded the flying ship, Li Moying held Huang Yueli's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. After that he lowered his head, and under her shocked expression with large eyes staring at him, he gently left a peck on her lips. "I'll be right back, wait for me." Huang Yueli hurriedly covered her mouth. This man was really more and more exploitive. The surroundings were filled with shadow guards and spectators from the little town, and he actually kissed her in front of everyone. After a while, the flying ship slowly rose to the skies, and those standing by the side of the ship gradually could not be seen anymore. Huang Yueli rose her head and looked at the sky as a sense of disappointment and frustration gushed up. After a while, she turned and looked at Moe, who was standing right beside her. "Brother Moe, we need to be on our way too. To tell you the truth, I must reach Sky Cloud City within 10 days, otherwise I will miss the enrollment timing." Moe also started to become anxious. "What? So fast? Then we must grab tight of the time now. Even if we rush throughout day and night, we might not even reach in 10 days' time. Let's set off now." 7 days later. The atmosphere in Sky Cloud City was boisterous. Plenty of talented young men and ladies had gathered at this place on account of its reputation. Today was the enrollment day of various academies in South Sky region, and the enrollment period will last for a total of 3 days. If any practitioners were not able to make it on the third day by the third quarter of Shishir, 5 to 7 p.m., then they would not be able to take part in the various academies' entrance examinations. 3 sorry figured appeared in the bustling crowd. The 3 people, Bairua Qi, Li Shuer and Imperior Tutor, were traveling along the widest pathway in Sky Cloud City. This was the pathway to the most reputed and famed Celestial Light Academy. Bairua Qi had just reached the intersection and had been shocked by the tremendous amount of people. Heavens, there are actually so many practitioners who came to enroll for Celestial Light Academy. Li Shuer didn't think anything of it as she said, "That's of course. Celestial Light Academy is the best academy in South Sky region. The number of people who comes to enroll every year is the most, but the elimination rate is naturally the highest too. Only those with at least 4th grade talent will be selected." When Bairua Qi heard that, she instantly became restless. "I'm just a 4th grade talent, I wonder if I will be selected?" Her 4th grade talent was considered powerful in South Yu Kingdom as it was very rare. But when placed in Sky Cloud City where all geniuses from South Sky region gathered, she was equivalent to a small shrimp, totally unnoticeable. In Celestial Light Academy, the worst grade talented students were at least a 4th grade, and they were well known among the 4th grade talents, so normal 4th grade talents would already be eliminated from the start. Bairua Qi was born in a small place like South Yu Kingdom, so her cultivation methods and profound skills were not the best quality. Compared to those 4th grade talents who were born in South Sky region's great families, there really wasn't any competition at all. Li Shuer comforted her, "Don't worry too much. This round you're considered lucky to have some good come out from the disaster. Although you were almost drawn clean of your blood essence, but that is still external injury. After you'd taken that vessel coagulation pill of mine, not only had your injuries all healed, you also broke through to the 2nd stage realm. A 15-year-old 2nd stage realm practitioner is considered not bad in Sky Cloud City. With me here, your selection is definitely not a problem." Bairua Qi quickly held on to Li Shuer's hand. "Shuer, this time I must really thank you. If I can enter Celestial Light Academy to learn, then I'll listen to all your commands in future." Li Shuer smiled. Her situation in Celestial Light Academy was not the same as South Yu Kingdom, where she was held in high respect by everyone. Now that there's a sidekick like Bairua Qi, to her, it was something good. She turned towards Bairua Qi and said, "The queue here is too long. I have a way to cut queue, come with me." The 3 of them turned many corners and followed a small pathway and walked all the way into Celestial Light Academy's entrance until they found a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. When they saw the person, Li Shuer immediately greeted him. "Master." Bai Ruoqi and Imperial Tutor had initially found this man normal looking and didn't treat it as a matter of fact, but when they heard Li Shuer greeting him, she immediately felt deep veneration for him. They all knew that Li Shuer's master was a 4th rank armament master. 4th rank. What concept was that? South Yu Kingdom's highest-ranked armament master, Master Yan, was only 3rd rank, and yet the emperor had treated him like a VIP with utmost respect, even more respectful than the imperial tutor. The reason was because armament masters were simply too rare and too important. Which practitioner didn't want a tremendous amount of profound armaments to arm themselves with? But those who had the potential to refine armaments were simply too few. When the middle-aged man, Tang Jinhua, saw Li Shuer, he gave a smile on his face. Shuer, you spent quite a long time at South Yu Kingdom, right? Those homework which I've given you, have you been completing it on time? Of course, master. Shuer had gone back this round and found that my standard of refinery had improved. The success rate of refining a first-tier profound armament had already reached 30%. This time back, I intend to practice for some time before going to the Armament Guild to apply for assessment of a first-tier armament master. When Tang Jinhua heard that, he immediately replied happily, really? You were able to have a success rate of 30% in such a short time. With this standard, it's enough to become a real armament master. Not bad at all. I really didn't judge you wrongly. Li Shuer immediately responded, it was all due to Master's delicate teachings, which led to Shuer having such results. Although having said that, her face started to reveal some complacency. She was now the apprentice of a high-level armament master, and at her age, her innate talent was not bad. So usually in Celestial Light Academy, she was quite popular among the other students. As everyone all had profound armaments, and sometimes they might meet with some damaged or defects, which require repairing. As everyone were poor students, it was apparent that they were not able to find reputable armament masters as they simply could not afford such exorbitant prices, so they could look for armament apprentices to fix it. After all, as a student of the armament branch, whenever they repaired fellow students' profound armaments, they would be able to get student points. So their fees were generally much lower, and sometimes in order to gain the student points, they would also do it for free. High-level armament apprentices were all highly pursued by the other students in the academy. If they really became a true blue armament master, then they would be viewed as a core figure. Even Celestial Light's armament branch students who become a first-tier armament master were only a total of 20 over people. As long as she could pass the armament master qualification examinations, then she would be accepted as a core student directly, and even hope to enter Celestial Light sect to become an outer disciple. Tang Jinhua was obviously very satisfied with Li Shuer's performance as he added several words of encouragement. Li Shuer took the opportunity and said, Master, this time back to South Yu Kingdom, I'd brought along my best friend who is also intending to enroll for Celestial Light Academy. Master, do you think you can help her to enroll a little faster? Although she said to help in the enrollment process, but Tang Jinhua naturally understood that Li Shuer hoped he would be able to help her best friend enter Celestial Light Academy. However, as Li Shuer, his disciple, had made him satisfied, if Bai Ruoqi's potential wasn't too bad, he didn't mind helping. Tang Jinhua inquired, Really? This is your friend? He turned around and his gaze fell upon Bai Ruoqi, who had been standing by the side carefully. What's your name? Which tier talent are you? What's your cultivation? Bai Ruoqi replied respectfully, Master Tang, my name is Bai Ruoqi, and I'm 15 this year. I'm a 4th tier lower grade talent and my cultivation had just advanced to 2nd stage realm. When Tang Jinhua heard her reply, his brows creased immediately, appearing to be slightly perplexed. 4th tier lower grade talent. That's just a little too low. There were already several fourth-tier upper-grade talent practitioners who had registered for this year's enrollment, and the total number of students who will be accepted will only be 100 people. Her cultivation's still alright, but she's just in second stage realm, first level. There are a lot others whose cultivation are much higher than hers, so if she want to be selected, there is a 8% chance of it not happening. Bai Ruoqi's face turned slightly ugly as she lowered her head. In South Yu Kingdom, she was regarded as a top talent, but she had never expected that on the first day of entering Skycloud City, she had been despised so thoroughly, completely not putting her into regard at all. To a proud talented young lady like her, this was a fatal strike. Her pride was unable to take it. But Bai Quoqi also understood that a fourth-tier armament master like Tang Jinhua naturally had very high sights, and not taking her into consideration was very normal. Her usual bossy temperament naturally could not be shown now. Li Shuer hastily stood forward and hugging Tang Jinhua's arm, shaking it. "Master, please try to help. Although my best friend's innate talent is not very high, but her uncle was a core student of the Celestial Light Academy, so can't you give her some privilege?" Tang Jinhua was put in a difficult position, but when he heard those words, his eyes congealed as though he thought of something. "Wait. South Yu Kingdom, and your surname is Bai, you mean? Could it be Bai Lu Feng?" Bai Ruoqi's face immediately filled with joy. "Master Tang, you are acquainted to my uncle?" Tang Jinhua's smile on his face turned brighter. This time when he sized up Bai Ruoqi, he seemed more amiable. "So, Bai Lu Feng is your uncle?" "That year, Bai Lu Feng was my classmate. He's a powerful figure." Thinking back about that year. In the first year of entering the academy, he had already become the core student, and he also became top student among the core students. Till now, his name is still on Celestial Light's honor list. Since you're Bai Lu Feng's niece, naturally, you're different from the other examinees. Bai Ruoqi's heart was finally assured. She knew how to observe one's words and gestures, so she immediately continued from his words. "Oh, Master Tang is actually Uncle's classmate." Uncle had indeed mentioned that while he was in Celestial Light Academy, he had many good friends, but unfortunately he had no chance to say goodbye. In actual fact, Bai Quoqi had not met Bai Lu Feng many times, but for her to say such things now made others feel that she was pampered by her uncle from young. Tang Jinhua became even happier when he heard that. It's so rare that even though he had such high cultivation, and yet he still remembers us. Too bad he's been missing for so many years, otherwise. We should really gather together. Alright, I've noted down your matter so you can skip the basic exams and try for the second round of exams. But ultimately it would depend on your performance on whether you're selected or not. But don't be too worried. As long as your results are still passable, we will definitely give you priority to be selected. Bai Ruoqi hurriedly accepted as she was overjoyed beyond words. She had never expected Bai Lu Feng's name to be so useful. Just using this uncle's reputation, whom she had no feelings for, she could easily be treated differently at Celestial Light Academy. This was simply a biscuit that dropped from heaven. However, before she got even happier, Tang Jinhua's next sentence made her depressed. "That's right, speaking of this, I remember that Bai Lu Feng has a daughter. In terms of age, she should be similar to you, is she alright? Why didn't she join in the examinations this year?" No one had expected Tang Jinhua to suddenly remember Bai Ruoli, as their hearts instantly become uneasy. But very quickly, Li Shuer reacted. "Master, you mean Bai Ruoli? She is indeed Bai Lu Feng's biological child, but unfortunately, she is a trash who was not able to cultivate, so she didn't join in the examinations this round." "What? Bai Lu Feng's biological daughter is not able to cultivate?" Tang Jinhua's eyes widened as he said in disbelief. Li Shuer replied, "Isn't that right? Such a waste. Otherwise, why wouldn't she come for the examinations?" Tang Jinhua sighed several times more. That's too bad, just too bad, such a waste. If Bai Lufeng's daughter had just a bit of cultivation talent, even if she was a third-tier talent, our academy would enroll her immediately. I really didn't expect this. Bai Ruoqi was overjoyed earlier, but when she heard this, her face turned black. With her fourth-grade talent, Tang Jinhua only said to give her a chance at the examinations, before being given priority selection. But if that wretched lass came, no matter what grade talent she was, she would be selected immediately. The differential treatment was just too obvious. Comparing the two, the rear door that Tang Jinhua had opened for her was comparable to dismissing a beggar. Moreover, Huang Yueli's true potential was that powerful, and with Bai Lufeng's bright stature around, in that case if she were really to come to Celestial Light Academy, wouldn't she do extremely well here? Bai Ruoqi was so upset that she clenched her teeth and cried out secretly, "Luckily, that wretched lass is dead." Luckily she didn't have the life to come to Skycloud City. No matter how many opportunities she had in Celestial Light Academy, it's all come to a naught. Thinking of that, she started to feel a lot better. When they finally bade farewell, Li Shuer's mood turned considerably well. "Ruoqi, see, my master's quite good to you, eh? The priority enrollment name list only have a total of 5 students every year, and it's normally give to major powerhouses' descendants, and this time he's left one place for you." Bai Ruoqi immediately thanked her. "Shuer, you really have your ways. If it wasn't for you, I would probably not even have the chance to take the examinations. And you already have the potential to become a first-tier armament master, you're just too incredible, I must really congratulate you." Li Shuer was extremely proud with herself, but she was deceptively acted modest. "You flatter me. Today you are able to get yourself on the name list, you also need to give credit to Marquis Bai Lufeng's face. I hadn't expected Marquis Bai to be so powerful in Celestial Light Academy that year. Number 1 core student. And with the title as Bai Lufeng's niece, you'd have a smooth pathway in Celestial Light Academy." Hearing that, Bai Ruoqi's face turned dull. Li Shuer realized something was wrong and asked, curiously, "Ruoqi, what's the matter?" Bai Ruoqi appeared fidgety as she asked in a whisper, "Shuer, Imperial Tutor, do you think Bai Ruoli, that slut, has she died yet?" Li Shuer responded, "Whether she's dead or not, aren't you the clearest among us? That day we saw with our own eyes that she was pursued by that 5th stage realm expert without any way to strike back. No matter how powerful she was, she's just a 2nd stage realm practitioner, so is there any way for her to escape death?" Bai Ruoqi hesitated and asked, "But she's abnormal. In the past, we had always thought she was some trash, but in the end, not only was she suddenly able to cultivate, her cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. Perhaps this round, there would be some sort of accident again?" Imperial Tutor said dully, "I remember that when you were dragged into the woods by that 5th stage realm practitioner, didn't you say he used your blood and did a spiritual ritual to search for Bai Ruoli? Didn't you see if she had died then?" Bai Ruoqi replied, "Of course I didn't see it. At that time I only saw that expert strangling Bai Ruoli's neck and had dragged her to one side, and after that I couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. By the time I awoke, the both of them had disappeared. Do you think that slut didn't die? If she were to suddenly appear, then I wouldn't be able to use Uncle's name to continue staying in Celestial Light Academy?" Li Shuer thought for a while and replied, "I still feel that you're thinking too much. Didn't you say it yourself that Bai Ruoli's neck was strangled by that expert? Perhaps the next second, she was already strangled to death, so what could she come out with? You only didn't see her corpse. I heard that there's a kind of cadaver disintegration powder which can turn the corpse into a puddle of water. Perhaps not only did Bai Ruoli die completely, even none of her bones and dregs remained." Saying that, Li Shuer's eyes flashed past a glint of chilly laughter. Based on her judgment from the scenario from then, she was 90% sure that Huang Yueli was dead. This was really something exhilarating. The biggest insult that Li Shuer had ever suffered was because of Huang Yueli. Now she had died in such a terrible way, even her bones did not remain. Only for her to die this way would she slightly lift her feelings of hatred. Hearing Li Shuer say this, Bai Ruoqi finally was rest assured. Wasn't this wretched lass arrogant? Didn't she dare to insult her elder cousin at the Peach Blossom banquet, crown prince and imperial tutor, and even dared to plot against Li Shuer? No matter how complacent, how overbearing she was at that time, but what was the use? Now that she had offended a real expert outside, didn't she die from just one palm strike? Now, the person who had the last laugh was her Bai Ruoqi. 3 days of enrollment period came to an end quickly. Until the evening of the 3rd day on the last quarter of the enrollment time, Huang Yueli still had not appeared. Bai Ruoqi was initially still rather restless, worried that Huang Yueli didn't die and suddenly come to life. The results had proven that she was really thinking too much. That wretched lass had indeed been murdered by that killer and absolutely was not able to come back to life suddenly. When she got to know about this, Bai Ruoqi was especially overjoyed. During her few days' stay here, under Li Shuer's guidance, she got acquainted to several Celestial Light Academy's teachers and senior brothers and sisters. After conversing with them, Bai Ruoqi realized that her missing uncle Bai Lu Feng was that powerful, simply considered as a famous person. Bai Lu Feng had broken many different academic records during the time he spent in Celestial Light Academy, and was the only one whom Celestial Light sect made an exception to interview to draw him into the sect. It was also rumored that the sect master had wanted to take him in personally as his disciple. However, not knowing what Bai Lu Feng had in mind, he actually rejected the offer. Bai Ruoqi felt that Bai Lu Feng was extremely silly to have squandered such a good opportunity. However, his reputation was still outstanding. Many people had heard of him, and it was because of Bai Lu Feng that she had differential treatment from others, which made Bai Ruoqi felt great. She was also very sure that if Bai Lu Feng's biological daughter were to appear, then her identity as a niece would have to stand by one side. Now that this wretched lass had died completely, she had no more qualms about using Bai Lu Feng's name to enjoy different privileges in Celestial Light Academy. On the 2nd day after the enrollment period had ended, Celestial Light Academy organized the preliminary examinations. Preliminary examinations was just a simple check on the bone age, cultivation, and grade of innate talent. But just that one round was enough to filter out at least 90% of the people who had enrolled. Those whose innate talents were the lowest, who were 4th-tier lower grade talents, among the rest, were to take the 2nd round of examinations. But these people's cultivations were mostly in 2nd stage realm, 3rd stage, which was much higher than Bai Ruoqi. When Bai Ruoqi found out about this, she rejoiced in her heart. If it hadn't been for her uncle, Bai Lu Feng, she probably would have been eliminated in the 1st round. Without even getting a chance to take part in the 2nd round of examinations, she would have to return to Southview Kingdom. If that really was the case, then it would be too embarrassing. Now she had nothing to worry about. On the 3rd day was the 2nd round of examinations. Bai Ruoqi took a number plate as she queued up to enter Celestial Light Academy's public square to take the examinations. Before she left, Li Shuer encouraged her, "Do your best, you must perform properly. After today, we will be classmates in Celestial Light Academy." Bai Ruoqi smiled and said, "Don't worry, just wait and see, I'll be all right." The reason for her self-confidence was not without any reason. Using Bai Lu Feng's reputation, she got acquainted to many people and she had inside news from a certain someone on the contents of the 2nd round of examinations. A supervisor who had once received a favor from Bai Lu Feng specially brought her into the examination location secretly so that she could spend some time practicing there. Celestial Light Academy's assessments were mainly based on impromptu ability to react, but since Bai Ruoqi already knew about the assessment content and had practiced it, she held a big advantage over the others. Although her potential was not as good as the others, but as she already knew the technique to clear that stage, Ruoqi was certain that she was able to pass the assessment, and probably get a pretty good rank. The examinees who were taking part in the second round of examinations had gathered at the public square. A white-haired elderly man appeared in the middle of the tall stage. "Everyone, I am Celestial Light Academy's vice principal. A warm welcome to you for enrolling to Celestial Light Academy, and since you're able to pass the preliminary examination and to take part in the second round of examinations, then all of you must be the fittest among your age group practitioners. But it's not easy to enter Celestial Light Academy, because at least half of all of you here would be eliminated today." No one below the stage talked as everyone stood upright with an anxious yet excited expression. Celestial Light Academy's elimination rate was the highest among all other academies, and everyone were very clear of this. So since they were here, they were prepared to compete against the other geniuses. The elderly man swept his gaze below the stage and expressed a satisfied reaction towards the crowd as he nodded his head. But competition also represents an opportunity. In Celestial Light Academy, as long as you have enough power, you will be able to succeed in various competitions and obtain a large amount of resources. This entrance examinations is the same. This time, all of your examination results will be recorded down and ranked. First place practitioner in the entrance examinations will be obtaining a 4th tier lower grade profound armament, 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Second place will obtain a 3rd tier upper grade profound armament, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Third place will obtain a 3rd tier mid-grade profound armament, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow! When the prizes were announced, the examinees who were below the stage couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The prize for the first person who came in first in the entrance examinations would get a 4th tier profound armament. To the first and second stage realm practitioners, a 4th tier profound armament was equivalent to an unimaginable huge amount of fortune. Even if it was a 3rd tier profound armament, they were not able to afford it. Even if they were geniuses from some big powerhouse, they were not able to get such a high-class profound armament from their families. Celestial Light Academy was really the #1 academy in South Sky region. Just an entrance examination, and they were giving out such expensive rewards. The elderly man continued, besides that, the top 10 practitioners would also be able to get a 3rd tier lower grade profound armament, 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Top 50 would get a 2nd tier upper grade profound armament, 10,000 lower grade spirit stones. So work hard everyone. After the elderly man had finished his words, he stepped aside and passed the official examinations matters to the school's teacher to explain. However, at this point of time, no one noticed this at all. All the examinees were so agitated that their eyes shone, with everyone rolling up their sleeves for battle, preparing to show their full potential to obtain a pretty ranking. Even Ruoqi had secretly pondered as she knew she wouldn't be in the top 10 category. But as she already knew about the contents of the examinations, perhaps she might be able to get into the top 50. As long as she was able to get into top 50, she would be able to obtain a 2nd tier upper grade profound armament. The presiding examiner clapped his hands and the crowd quietened down. Since everyone is clear on the examination ranking rewards, then I shall explain the assessment contents in detail. The assessment is split into 3 portions, namely to assessment everyone's power, skills, and determination. The examiner explained in detail on the assessment content and style. As Ruoqi already knew the information, her mind started to wander. Truth be it, those who listened carefully to these details were practitioners from the surrounding smaller countries, as these people were the most likely to be eliminated. Those who were able to get a top ranking were mostly geniuses who were born in various powerhouses in South Sky region. They already understood Celestial Light Academy's assessment criteria while they were in their homes, and some powerhouses even let their own geniuses practice in advance so as to guarantee their ranks and rewards. Besides the elderly Vice Principal Ling, there were also several other people who were seated on the tall stage right in front of the public square, looking at these examinees. Bai Ruoqi looked afar and recognized one of them as Li Shuer's master Tang Jinhua. Although she didn't recognize the others, but she knew they must be some important figures in Celestial Light Academy. It looked like the entrance examinations was rather important since it attracted several important people like Vice Principal Ling to personally come and take a look. She must put up a good performance this time. Just as Bai Ruoqi was looking around, a disturbance could be heard from the direction of Celestial Light Academy's main entrance. As though someone was arguing with the Academy's guards, as the sounds of dispute could be heard distinctly from the public square. The examiner noticed the situation and frowned as he ordered the person next to him, "Go take a look at the situation? Today is a big day for the school's entrance examinations, and it's extremely important. Go see if some other Academy students have come to create havoc." That person walked one round around the entrance and relayed the message. Seemed like someone was late and wasn't able to enroll on time, but still insisted on taking the assessment. The guards at the entrance refused to let her in, so both of them had some arguments. Examiner unhappily replied, "Quickly ask that guard to make that person leave." Every year there would be some who were late and not able to make it for the examinations, and every year it would be handled properly, but why is there such a huge commotion this year? This year, Vice Principal Ling had specially drew some time out to take a look at the entrance examinations, so that he could pick out diamonds in the rough. If the entrance examinations were handled properly, the examiner would be able to shine in front of Vice Principal Ling. He couldn't allow anyone to create trouble at this juncture. Yes, I'll go relay your message immediately for the guards to quickly. The examinees below the stage had heard what happened, and all of them looked curiously towards the entrance. Some of them even started to discuss this matter. "Wa Cow, who dares to create trouble at Celestial Light Academy? Don't you want to live anymore? Didn't you hear what the examiner said? That person didn't manage to enroll in time and wanted to gate crash to take the examinations." Wishful thinking. Where does she think this place is? "That's right, my background is from the top 10 families in Southview region and I must also obediently enroll on time. Who does that fellow at the gate think she is? If she angered Celestial Light Sect, in future, no other academy would dare to take her in." Just at this moment, the disturbance from the entrance became even clearer. Following that, the figure of a slender young lady slipped past from the door and rushed right into the public square. And right behind her was a large group of Academy guards, all of them ashen-faced and bearing swollen faces as they pursuing her endless but yet unable to keep up with her. Stand there right now. What place do you think Celestial Light Academy was, a place for you to crudely rush into? Don't you want to live anymore?" The young lady's footsteps stopped momentarily as she stopped in front of the public square, turning her sights onto the lines of crowd on the examination hall as her eyes gave out a gleeful smile. The assessment hasn't started yet? I managed to get here in time. Examiner, I want to enroll for Celestial Light Academy's entrance examinations." Hearing this clear and melodious voice, Bai Ruoqi turned around abruptly and upon one glance, her mouth opened wide with a face of disbelief. Because the young lady in front of her eyes was actually Huang Yueli. It was actually that wretched lass. She actually appeared at this place. What was going on? How could this be possible? This little slut. Hasn't she died already? Hasn't her body been turned into water by the cadaver disintegration powder? But for her to appear here now, was she human or ghost? Seeing that the guards were not able to deal with someone who gate crashed into the venue, the examiner's face turned black immediately as he berated dissatisfactory, "What are you all doing? This is the most important time of the Academy's assessment. Why can't you even guard the door properly? What are you waiting for, still not going to remove this person? Hearing the examiner's words, Bairuoqi's pale-like-sheet face slowly started to gain some color. Right, although this wretched lass suddenly appeared, but she actually dared to act blur in such a way. It was already way past the enrollment period and she still dared to barge in. Did she think this was South Yu Kingdom, using Prince Yu Wang's might to do as she wished? Now that she was under Celestial Light Academy's powerful grasp, this slut probably would not even get a chance to express that she was Bai Lufeng's daughter and would be bound up and thrown out of the academy. The guards had finally reached the public square. After a lecture from the examiner, all of them were embarrassed and hurriedly rushed up to catch her. But who would have expected Huang Yueli to slip aside, and as the guards were about to catch her, she managed to escape their grasp and all of them caught hold of nothing. Huang Yueli hid aside and shouting loudly, "Hey, the few of you don't keep your words. Didn't we agree earlier that as long as I can enter Celestial Light Academy, you will let me take the examinations? How can you go back on your words now? Is Celestial Light Academy's credit so worthless? Did you see what happened earlier?" Vice Principal Ling suddenly gave a sound of astonishment on the stage. The gray-robed elderly man beside him nodded. "You mean that young lass who barged in? Her footwork is really something." Vice Principal Ling continued, "Yes, the profound energy vibrations coming from her body seem to be only second-stage realm cultivation, but those guards who tried to capture her earlier are all third-stage realm practitioners, and by right their reaction should be faster than hers by a lot. But her footwork is so ingenious, and could actually trick them go into circles. This lass is really not simple." The public square had already turned into a mess. The expressions on the guards who were trying to capture Huang Yueli had turned ugly, and as they turned around to catch her, all of them shouted at her heavy-heartedly. "Wretched lass, you actually cheated us. That's right, if you hadn't snuck an attack on us, how could you possibly get into the academy? And you still dare to sprout nonsense in front of the examiner. Don't even think of being able to attend the entrance examinations today, get out here quickly." Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as she pouted in dissatisfaction. "You all really intend to go back on your words? All right then, I won't stand on ceremony." Saying that, she waved her hand and before the guards could even see her movements, they felt their legs giving way as they lost their balance. A few patter sounds were heard and under everyone's witness, these third-stage realm guards actually fell onto the ground, and all of their faces kissed the ground. Huang Yueli's face was all smiles as she crossed her arms, and on her delicate face was an innocent expression. "Aya, you're too courteous. No matter what, you're also Celestial Light Academy's guards, and a third-stage realm. Even if you feel that you've done me wrong, you also don't need to pay such a huge respect. You're prostrating in front of me, I really can't accept this." The guards had fallen onto the ground seeing stars as their heads had gotten dizzy. After their dizziness had gone off, they finally realized what happened and the few of them were so ashamed and resentful that they wished for death, only hoping to hide into the ground. How could they? How was it possible that they were tripped over by a second-stage realm lass? And to fall in such an unsightly position. Moreover, it was on the entrance examinations grounds, in front of so many examinees. This was embarrassing to the max. The few guards continued to lean on the ground, not daring to climb up or lift their heads to see anyone. They didn't expect Huang Yueli to say that. The few of them almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. When the examiners on the stage saw this scene, their expressions started to change. As Celestial Light Academy's teacher, his cultivation had reached 5th stage realm and his power was much higher than those guards. So he had seen clearly Huang Yueli's trajectory. When this last struck out her hand, she had also thrown out some kind of secret weapon. That method of throwing out the item was extremely tricky, and as those third-stage realm practitioners didn't manage to react in time, they fell into her trap. Not only was her strike fast, swift, and accurate, her mouth was shockingly vicious. After being tricked by her today, it was imaginable that few guards didn't have the face to continue staying in Celestial Light Academy. The examiner was initially utterly discomfited and wanted to chase her away, but at the present moment, his expression changed. The lass in front of him looked pretty young, but her cultivation had already reached second stage realm and she was at least a 5th grade talent, so she was considerably strong. Besides that, the way she utilized her profound skill was not simple at all. It wasn't something which ordinary people were able to learn. This young lady might come from some huge powerhouse. Towards the genius young lady, who had both talent and powerful connections, the examiner naturally wasn't willing to offend her. So his attitude immediately changed. This young lady, what's your name? From which family did you come from? Did you know that our academy's enrollment period has ended and you're already late, so you're not able to take part in the examinations? When the examiner said these, his tone was stable and calm. Based on his position, he was considered rather modest. Huang Yueli then let the guards off as she turned towards him and replied in a light tone, "My name is Ruoli, and I come from Southview Kingdom. When I came over today, I heard that the enrollment period had passed, but I traveled a long distance from Southview Kingdom and you can't expect me to go back like this. I hope Mr. Examiner would give me a chance, please." When the examiner heard what she said, he went into a blank. The young lass in front was asking for an exception to join the examinations, which wasn't surprising at all. But when he asked where she came from, it was with the intention to sound her out to see if her family had some relationship with Celestial Light Academy, so that he could use it to her advantage and find a reason to give her a chance. The result, who knew? She actually said she came from Southview Kingdom? Where on earth is that ghost town? He had never been there before. His impression of that place was one of the 10 small countries around Dark Moon Forest, so small that it couldn't be any smaller. In this case, should we give this lass a chance? Just as the examiner was hesitating. On the stage, Tang Jinhua suddenly yelled out in surprise, "Southview Kingdom, and her surname is Bai." This young lass couldn't be. Vice Principal Ling asked curiously, "Master Tang, why are you so excited? Don't tell me you know this lass?" To be able to sit on the stage to observe the examination grounds were all upper management of Celestial Light Academy. And among those present, only Tang Jinhua was a 5th stage realm practitioner. But Tang Jinhua was an armament master with rather good potential, so his status was naturally much higher than similar leveled practitioners. Tang Jinhua said, "Vice Principal Ling, didn't I mention this yesterday? The reason why I want to observe the assessment is because a friend's niece is one of the examinees. To tell you the truth, she is the famous Bai Lufeng's niece." What? Bai Lufeng's niece? Those present started to cry out in alarm as their eyes revealed several glints of shock. When Bai Lufeng was in the academy that year, his reputation was so resounding that only those who had experienced it personally knew about it. To be honest, his potential at that time had long surpassed many Celestial Light Sect's direct disciples, and many records which were still preserved at Celestial Light Academy were created by Bai Lufeng. After he had rejected Celestial Light Sect Master's offer to be his disciple, he left Celestial Light Academy and his power advanced by leaps and bounds, which made everyone unable to believe that he came from a small country around the border. Vice Principal Ling hurriedly asked, "How is the potential for Bai Lufeng's niece?" Tang Jinhua shook his head as he replied, "I must disappoint Vice Principal Ling. Bai Lufeng's niece's talent is rather common, and even if she is able to enter Celestial Light Academy, she would probably be at the bottom of the rung. When she came to enroll, I had asked about Bai Lufeng's daughter, and she said her cousin is 14 this year." Hearing that, everyone's gaze turned towards Huang Yueli. In that case, this last below also came from South Yu Kingdom, and her surname is also Bai. How many practitioners bore the surname Bai in that small place, and with such great innate talent to be able to defeat third-stage realm practitioners? I guess she must be Bai Lufeng's daughter. That's right, no wonder her mastery of footwork and usage of secret weapon is so exquisite. I'm guessing it must be passed down from Bai Lufeng. Correct. Seeing how natural and unrestrained from the way she speaks, that quick-wittedness doesn't lose out to Bai Lufeng at all, so she must be her. Bai Lufeng is considered as quick-witted? That fellow was a mischievous chimp. Sinister and crafty, not a good person. Ha ha ha, Master Qing, I know that Bai Lufeng had burnt your beard that year, so you still nurse hatred towards him, till today. How long ago was that already? Humph, I'm not someone who bears grudges. Master Qing's face blushed when he was exposed by his friend as he hurriedly denied the allegation. Vice Principal Ling then said, since she's Bai Lufeng's daughter, then her ability should be almost the same. Based on the contributions during his year in Celestial Light Academy, it's entirely justified if we enroll her directly, so just pass down the message. Wait a minute, Vice Principal Ling. When Tang Jinhua heard that, he frowned as he hastily cut into the conversation. What's the matter? Master Tang, do you feel that we shouldn't make an exception? You were in the same cohort as Bai Lufeng, and towards the things that he had done, you should have more or less heard about it. That year, he was, after all. Tang Jinhua shook his head and replied, I don't mean it in that way. If she's really Bai Lufeng's daughter, then we should directly enroll her. But she probably isn't. The few of them went into a blank. Not her? How could that be possible? Yes, please explain why you think so. Tang Jinhua continued, when Bai Lufeng's niece came to enroll, I asked about Bai Lufeng's biological daughter. Although she is 14 years old this year, but she didn't have any innate talent, and was a cultivation waste. Because of this reason, she didn't come for the entrance examinations this year along with her cousin. The young lass's potential is not too bad, and although she could not be compared to Bai Lufeng that year, but surely we cannot consider her to be a waste, right? When the crowd heard, they gazed at one another as their intense debate had extinguished by a large bit, as though doused by cold water. In this case, after so much time, she isn't Bai Lufeng's daughter? We rejoiced too soon. But since she came from South Yu Kingdom and also bear the surname Bai, surely she should have some kinship with Bai Lufeng, right? This is hard to say. Even if so, it's still different from her biological daughter, so if we were to directly enroll her, it would be very difficult to explain. Vice Principal Ling heard everyone's discussion and after thinking for a moment, he passed a message to someone. Since we can't directly enroll her, but this lass's innate talent is not bad, so we can still give her a chance. Go pass down my command to give this lass an assessment quota. On the public square, Huang Yueli and the examiner were in a deadlock for quite some time. She noticed the other party's hesitation and said, I know it's difficult for me to convince everyone if I were to join in at this juncture. Why not we do it this way, you can test me a different set of assessment. Even if the difficulty is much higher than the others, it's fine as well. In this way it will be fair. Examiner looked at her, surprisingly. Most people who took the entrance examinations at Celestial Light Academy were afraid they would not be able to pass, but this lass actually asked to raise the bar? What was wrong with her? Wasn't she afraid that her standard would be too far apart and embarrassed herself? Since that's the case. The examiner had just agreed to her terms when she saw someone coming down from the stage to pass a message. The other party whispered a few words by his ear and the examiner gave an astonished expression which followed immediately by his announcement, all right, since your attitude is so genuine, then we shall make an exception, so do show us good results in the examinations. The enrollment criteria remains the same as the others. Foi. The crowd went into an uproar the minute the examiner announced the result. How could they do this? They actually permitted her to join in the examinations? Moreover, the assessment criteria is the same as the rest. Earlier she suggested to raise the standard, but the examiner actually didn't agree to it? What background does she really have? Does she have a strong backer? Quite a number of people were dissatisfied with this result. Just looking at how Huan Yueli defeated those few guards, although she sought the help of profound armaments, but to be able to defeat several third-stage realm practitioners, not many of those present were able to do so. Very obviously, she was a tough opponent. And she would definitely affect everyone's ranking in the assessment. Just at this moment, someone jumped out to protest against this. Mr. Examiner, this is unreasonable, right? This Miss Bai had obviously missed the enrollment timing. On what justification can she enter the assessment? If you were to make an exception for her, then others would also be able to come and enroll at the very last minute? The examiner turned and looked at Huan Yueli when he heard what was said. Since letting you take the assessment would be difficult to convince the crowd, what do you think we should do? The examiner had intentionally said this, because Vice Principal Ling had personally sent someone to pass a message to let Huan Yueli attend the assessment. For someone of Vice Principal Ling's stature to open his mouth, naturally that person's face was very big. But that lass was just from some small countryside, so the examiner was filled with puzzlement. Now that someone was questioning Huan Yueli's qualification, he didn't directly settle this issue, but threw the problem to Huan Yueli, just to see how much this lass could handle. Huan Yueli knew the examiner pushed the problem to her. However, the problem to any ordinary young lady was a difficult one, but to her, it was just chicken feet, not posing any difficulty to her. In a calm and unhurried manner, she replied, "This is very simple." Huan Yueli stopped for a moment and turned her gaze towards the young man who doubted her. "Since you feel that I don't have any qualification to join in the assessment, then I shall challenge you. If I am able to defeat you, then you will give up your assessment qualification to me. How about that?" "Huh? What?" The young man was dumbstruck, not expecting Huan Yueli to be so direct. The minute they didn't get along, she didn't hesitate and immediately declared war against him. Huan Yueli looked at him with a half-smile as she said, "Why? You don't dare? If you don't even dare to accept other people's challenge, then on what grounds do you have to enter Celestial Light Academy? On what grounds assess your doubt against other people? You'd be better off staying at home and being a good boy." Ha 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 ha. The crowd starting bursting out in laughter. The young man's face flushed red. If he still didn't accept the challenge, in future when he entered Celestial Light Academy, he would still be laughed at by others, unable to hold up his head. "All right. Let's compete." He set his heart across and accepted the challenge. In actual fact, he was feeling apprehensive. After all, Huan Yueli had made 4 third-stage realm guards lie down on the floor. But his thoughts raced quickly as he started to think that he was also a genius in his family. He was also able to defeat a normal third-stage realm practitioner. The reason was because ordinary practitioners and those geniuses who really received serious grooming held different cultivation methods and profound skills. Even though they were of the same stage, but the difference in potential was very huge. Huan Yueli could defeat ordinary guards, so it means that her skills were outstanding. But he himself came from a prominent background, so he might not be any worse off than that lass. The both of them agreed on the bet, and the public square started to bustle with noise and excitement. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the both of them, and each and every examinee were very excited. It was rumored that competition was intense in Celestial Light Academy, and in order to receive any resources or opportunities, it would be via competitions to gain a position. Battles and bets amongst students were very common. Whoever's strength was weaker was bound to be bullied. No one had thought that even before the entrance examinations, they were able to witness their first bet on the spot. When the few VIPs on the stage saw this, they too expressed praises. Not only does this lass have a high innate talent, she also has guts and an imposing spirit. The minute she came, she set out a challenge unrestrainedly. Her intention is use her absolute power to shut up the others' mouths. This is really meaningful. The other party who accepted little Lassbai's challenge seemed to be from the branch division of the Situ family. Situ family is also considered as one of the top 10 powerhouses in Sky Cloud City, so even if he's from the branch division, his potential is also extraordinary. Tang Jinhua frowned as he expressed his worries. Vice Principal Ling, are we really going to let them challenge one another? We don't know how much potential this lass has, and just based on her imposing spirit, it's just not enough. If she were to lose to the kid from Situ family, then she would have to get out of Celestial Light Academy. Maybe we stop them from challenging each other. Vice Principal Ling's face had a slight smile as he used his hand to fiddle with his beard, laughing, replying in an unconcerned manner, no matter. Since she's a descendant from Bai Lu Feng, how could she not even win a bet? Let's just wait and see. On the public square, the examiner had already ushered the examinees to move towards the two sides and leave the space in the middle for the two contenders. Huang Yueli and the young man each took one side. The examiner said, "The competition shall start now." The young man arrogantly raised his chin and he cupped his hand in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Xiu Qingqing, third young master from Situ family branch division. The cultivation method I'm most apt in is..." "Enough, your introductory is too lengthy. Are you intending to strike or not?" The young man had yet to complete his sentence when he was interrupted by Huang Yueli. He went into a blank for quite a while, before he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. You actually, how can you be so impolite?" When the powerhouse's disciples in Sky Cloud City had competitions, they all followed regulations. They must stop moderately, they must be polite. Before each battle, the two parties would have an exchange of pleasantries to introduce their background and whatever outstanding skill they had. For a practitioner like Xiu Qingqing, who came from one of the powerhouses, basically when he bragged about his own position, many practitioners who didn't have a strong background and were weaker would be afraid. So without him even striking, they would immediately admit defeat themselves. This round was the same practice. Xiu Qingqing had originally intended to show off in front of Huang Yueli, the country bumpkin from a small country around the border, in the hope that she would not dare to provoke him and get out from Celestial Light Academy herself. But who knew that Huang Yueli couldn't even be bothered to hear him finish talking and just interrupted him. Moreover, she spoke with a tone filled with ridicule, as though what he was saying was a joke. Just as Xiu Qingqing was feeling embarrassed and angry, Huang Yueli's soft voice was heard again. "This competition is not about treating someone to dinner. Did you think that, when you met with the enemy's attack, others would be willing to hear you talk such a long chunk of rubbish? Since you have no intention to strike, then I will not stand on ceremony." She had already stuck before she completed her sentence. Xiu Qingqing could only see a scorching fire ray flash, and before he could react, he already felt a dull pain on his chest, scorching heat directly himself in the face. "You." He hastily worked his chi to defend, but it was too late. The fire attributed profound energy, was almighty, and was the top 3 attributed attacks among all the other attributes. As Huang Yueli was the one who displayed her skill, the attack force which she had showed was astonishing. A fire dragon smacked directly onto Xiu Qingqing's, sending him flying miles away. Xiu Qingqing's body flew high up into the sky, over everyone's heads, for quite a distance, before landing right behind the crowd. The moment he fell, he had passed away even before he managed to groan. His chest bore the burnt mark of the fire dragon. The crowd went into an uproar. No one had expected that the young master from the Situ family's branch division would be defeated and incurred a serious injury by a lass who had no fame or reputation, who came from a small country. Even the examiner was stunned for quite a while. Huang Yueli raised her brows as she reminded him, "Mr. Examiner, may I check if the results of the battle can be announced?" "Oh, right. The examined regained his senses. "The winner of this battle is Ruoli from Southview Kingdom. Based on their bets, Ruoli will not obtain the official qualification to take part in the enrollment assessment, whereas Situ Qingqing has been disqualified. Men, bring Mr. Situ out." Situ Qingqing had just barely regained his conscience when he heard the examiner announce the result. Recalling that he had waited for a long time for today, with the intention to put his expertise to good use in Celestial Light Academy, but in the end not only did he lost his entrance qualification, but he was also thrown out. This lass from the countryside, how was it possible that she was so powerful? Wasn't this abnormal? The more Situ Qingqing thought, the more melancholy he became, as he couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of blood as he fainted again. But Huang Yueli didn't bother about him again. Situ Qingqing was just a young master from a powerhouse who grew up in a protected environment, and this was the first time he encountered the law of the jungle elimination process, so being melancholy was a definite thing, but as this was a bet which he had accepted willingly, he had to accept the price of defeat and had no one to blame. Huang Yueli swept a glance at the crowd, and from their eyes, she saw expressions showing astonishment and restraining fear. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she spoke in a composed tone, "Who else has objections to my examination qualification? You can raise it all, and I'll accept it right here." No one answered her question. Everyone had been shocked by that one-strike performance which defeated Situ Qingqing. Those present who were able to join in the second round of the examinations were mostly disciples from branch divisions of Sky Cloud City's major powerhouses, and many of them knew Situ Qingqing and his power. In this round of enrollment examinations, Situ Qingqing had shown outstandingly over a large number of people and had the chance to obtain the top 10 ranking. But even if he was like that, he was still unable to withstand one strike from Huang Yueli. How about those whose potentials did not even match Situ Qingqing? If they dared to provoke Huang Yueli, then won't they be waiting for her to serve them their last dish? Everyone suddenly had the same thought in their minds. Even Situ Qingqing, who was thought to obtain the top 10 ranking, could not go up against her. Then just how strong was Huang Yueli's potential, and could it be that she would be able to get the first place in the enrollment examinations this time? Ruoli had hidden herself in the crowd as she was hopping mad. Wasn't this wretched lass being pursued by the 5th stage realm practitioner, and had already been injured seriously? How could she escape death, and within a short span of 20 days, her injuries miraculously healed completely and her potential seemed to have improved further? How did she do that? She herself had borrowed the position of Bai Lu Feng's niece with great difficulty to make those at Celestial Light Academy see her in new light, giving her a chance to prove herself. Would it be disrupted by this wretched slut again? The more Ruoli thought, the more indignant she felt. At this moment, Huang Yueli asked once more, "Is there anything who had objections to my examination qualification?" The crowd looked at her with an unfriendly gaze, but still no one replied. Huang Yueli replied with a half-smile, "Since there are no more objections, that means everyone had accepted my enrollment examinations qualification. Teacher, I had wasted quite a bit of everyone's time, so let's not continue to delay everyone any further. We should start the assessments." The examiner was rendered speechless. So this lass also knew that she was delaying everyone's time. To say it point blank, she was just too arrogant. If it hasn't been for her interruption, they should have officially concluded the first portion of the assessment. But not only did this lass caught the eye of Vice Principal Ling, she had already shown exceeding guts and power. In Celestial Light Academy, power was equivalent to might and the underlying basis of arrogance to use power to talk. So the examiner wasn't angry at all, as he just replied, since that's the case, you can take over Xitu Qingqing's position. Go stand into place. Huang Yueli nodded as she walked towards the spot which the examiner pointed to. Coincidentally, that position was just one row in front of Bai Ruoqi, and as Huang Yueli walked past, the two exchanged gazes and unavoidable bumped into each other. Huang Yueli's eyes flashed past a glint of surprise as she didn't expect Bai Ruoqi to have escaped death even though her blood was let out by Zhuofengping. Moreover, she made her way to Celestial Light Academy and even passed the preliminary examination. Bai Ruoqi stared daggers at her, her eyes filled with flames of hatred. If it wasn't that they were in Celestial Light Academy's public square, she probably would have berated her long ago. But Huang Yueli merely threw her a glance and her lips even curled up into a slight smile. Following that, she turned around with her back facing her and stood in her own position. This was pure contempt. This was worse than slapping Bai Ruoqi on her face, which made her feel even more humiliated. Huang Yueli's response obviously showed that she didn't pay any attention to her. She felt that she had a great feud with Huang Yueli, but in Huang Yueli's eyes, she was merely a buzzing housefly. To even pat her dead was too troublesome. Bai Ruoqi was infuriated until she could not take it. As she turned to look at a young lady standing next to her, her eyes suddenly shone. She nudged a few steps nearer and closed in while speaking in a low tone, "Miss Song, look at that Bai Ruoli. She's so arrogant and despotic, as though none of the examinees here are able to defeat her. She totally didn't pay any attention to you at all. Actually, that bit of power of hers, compared to you, was like a fart. How dare she be so arrogant?" The young lady beside her was a young miss from the Song family, a major powerhouse which was ranked third in Skycloud City, Song Yaru. Song Yaru's birth was elegant, her looks were graceful and refined. With an exceeding 6th grade innate talent, she was a popular socialite pursued by many among the Skycloud City's families. Song Yaru's potential had long surpassed those around her age in this round's enrollment assessment. It could be said that even before the assessment started, everyone had already decided that she would definitely come in first. For a genius young lady with such potential, to come in first place in Celestial Light Academy was no suspense at all. She had not expected to gain much from her time in the academy. Song Yaru's ultimate goal was to obtain the number 1 ranking so that she was able to come in first in next year's annual sex tournament and officially enter the number 1 sect in South Sky region behind Celestial Light Academy, Celestial Light Sect. To join Celestial Light Sect was something which the other examinees don't dare to think about, but to Song Yaru, it was a goal which she must reach. The disparity between both parties' levels was naked to the eye. Bai Ruoqi was able to get acquainted to Song Yaru because of Bai Lufeng's reputation. If it wasn't for the fact that she had an uncle in the 8th-stage realm, the daughter of a rich and arrogant family like Song Yaru would not bother to talk to Bai Ruoqi at all. At the present moment, she merely glanced one eye at Bai Ruoqi. Her power is indeed not weak. Not only had her cultivation reached the last stage of 2nd stage realm, the way she uses her profound skill is also well versed. She indeed has the ability to be arrogant. Bai Ruoqi didn't expect the elegant and powerful Song Yaru would give Huang Yueli such a high evaluation. Momentarily, her face turned green and white, as though she had been slapped by someone. But, Song Yaru paused for a moment before continuing, "No matter what power she has, it is just enough to compare against these normal examinees. In Skycloud City where geniuses gather, various powerhouses have nurtured their peerless geniuses, so even I am not able to be compared against those people, moreover her. Sometimes it's better to remain low-keyed. When the actual assessment comes, she will then understand how much disparity she has from a real genius." When Bai Ruoqi heard this, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. What Song Yaru meant was obvious. That she was dissatisfied was how arrogant Huang Yueli was. Point blank, no matter how powerful this wretched slut was, she would not be able to compete against the peerless genius Song Yaru. It was just because other people cannot be bothered to focus excessively on this only. By the time of the assessment, when real abilities matters, she could only wait to be defeated. And so, the first round of assessment started. As all of you can see, this row in front here is a total of 12 strength testing stones. Later on, each and every one of you must start from first stone on the left side and using all your power to unleash your attack towards the strength testing stones. You must strike all 12 stones. You're not allowed to use any profound armament. Lastly, the total strength of the 12 strength testing stones would be tallied together, and that is everyone's first round of assessment results. The examiner introduced the assessment criteria and immediately announced, "Now everyone please follow according to your number and come up. The assessment starts now." The examinees stood in line as each person stepped up and unleashed their attacks towards the strength testing stones. Huang Yueli looked on in interest. In her past life when she was adopted by the mythical Flame Palace's palace master, one of the 7 sacred lands in Soaring Heaven's continent, she never had to participate in such a low-leveled assessment. It seemed to her that Celestial Light Academy was really worthy of the academy directly affiliated to Celestial Light sect. The assessment content was rather exquisite. Using strength testing stones to assess practitioners' profound energy strength wasn't something rare. The rare part was Celestial Light Academy actually used 12 pieces. To hit 12 strength testing stones consecutively in one strike was definitely much more difficult than using one's entire strength to hit one stone. It's just because of that, in a spurt of energy, next would become weak and lastly to be exhausted. To raise one standard facing a piece of strength testing stone was not difficult, but if one were to use his entire might against the first strength testing stone, then the attack on the next few pieces of strength testing stones would show an obvious drop in strength. So the biggest problem was how to distribute their power evenly onto the 12 pieces of strength testing stones during their strike. This round of assessment was not just testing the practitioner's strength of profound energy, but also to assess them on the control of their strength and method used. The first few examinees who took the assessment apparently didn't understood the deep meaning to this assessment. Most of them directly used the strongest force they had on the first strength testing stone and had scored the highest mark on it, but subsequently the strength went downhill and until the last 3 pieces, those practitioners had completed relented and could only unleash 10 over Gene 1, even weaker than those ordinary people who were naturally strong. When the 12 strength testing stones points were added up, the result was much lower than what the examinee had expected. How did it turn out like this? Mr. Examiner, I miscalculated earlier, a miscalculation. The strength that I usually unleash is much higher than this. Please give me another chance and try all over again. Yes, mine is also a miscalculation, please give me another chance. Quite a number of them were begging earnestly, but the examiner was not touched. It was announced earlier that everyone had just one chance. Whether you can grab the opportunity or not depends on yourself. Alright, next batch. Bai Ruoqi was right in the middle of the second batch of examinees. When it was her turn, the corners of her lips curled up slowly into a smile. This bunch of blockheads, did they think the Celestial Light Academy's assessment could be passed so easily by brute force? Fools who don't use their brains will forever be stepped upon by others. She had already knew about the exam question and had practiced in secret. So she knew that in order to get high marks for this question was how to distribute one's profound strength properly. So she only utilized 60% of her strength during her first strike. The light beam on the strength testing stone stopped in a rather low position. Examiner reported the figure, 1,300 Gene. The surrounding examinees started to turn around and gave her a shocked expression, obviously showing signs of despise at this result. Those who had taken the assessment earlier had at least scored a 2,000 Gene of strength, and some had even exceeded 3,000 Gene on the first strength testing stone. Bai Ruoqi had actually scored at least 2/3 lesser than the lowest score in the earlier batch. What a big difference. How can it be that low? Just this bit of standard, she should be in the Qi Profound Realm 7 or 8 level? How did she even pass the preliminary exam? Hearing the whisperings below the stage, Bai Ruoqi secretly scolded them morons in her heart, and immediately following that, she continued to strike out her second move. She continued to adjust the intensity of her profound energy, and the strength that she struck out had actually became stronger. The second piece, 1,400 Jin. Third piece, 1,500 Jin. Fourth piece, 1,600 Jin. All the way until the seventh piece, Bai Ruoqi had hit a peak of 1,900 Jin, but following that, her strength gradually became weaker and her results went downhill from there, and until the last piece, she had only managed 1,000 Jin. But even so, her total results was still much higher than those in the previous batch. When the results was announced, those who had ridiculed her earlier all become dumbstruck. Even when those VIPs on the stage heard the examiner reported the results, they also took another look at Bai Ruoqi. This young lady is the person whom you said was Bai Lufeng's niece? Although her innate talent is slightly off, but the ability to change according to situation is very outstanding. An elderly practitioner said while fiddling with his beard. Isn't that so? Looks like this lass's power of understanding isn't too bad after all. Although innate talent is important in the art of cultivation, but that meant advancement in the early stages would be much faster. Moreover, we can use pills to change the body constitution. But towards the advanced stage, comprehension becomes the main key. Without the power to comprehend, the best innate talent would be wasted. This Bai Ruoqi is a rough diamond. The few elders had not expected Bai Ruoqi to know the assessment content in advance, and had mistaken that she had really thought of a way to evenly distribute out her profound energy in such a short time, so they saw her in new light. Although it was rare to find a genius with a great innate talent, but a genius with such great comprehension was even rarer. Even Vice Principal Ling also added, this lass's comprehension is really extraordinary, but it's such a waste for her innate talent to be only at 4th grade lower level. Sigh. Otherwise, we can directly admit her to be a core student. For now, just give her a prospective core student qualification, and after 1 year has passed, we'll check on her performance again. Saying that was equivalent to have pre-elected Bai Ruoqi. When the examiner heard Vice Principal Ling's message, he immediately announced at the public square. Instantly, everyone looked upon Bai Ruoqi with envy and jealousy as the crowd bustled, all discussing about her. My heavens, Bai Ruoqi is actually pre-elected to become a prospective core student. Yes, based on what? I have already realized the concept that this assessment cannot be completed with just brute force, but to use a certain technique. Her number's just slightly ahead of me, so she got the chance to show off. That's right, why have all the advantages been taken by her? Even though they were imbalanced, but the others were only discussing in secret and no one dared to voice out their objections. Bai Ruoqi naturally could not help smiling as she accepted the crowd's envious gaze, feeling delightful in her heart. This was the result she wanted. After she found out about the assessment contents, she had tried several times and was unable to hit the highest score. So subsequently she sought Imperial Tutor's advice, who helped her to devise a method to evenly distribute her profound energy so that she was able to display this skill during the official assessment, to make everyone in awe of her ability. But this information was something that she could never ever speak out. Bai Ruoqi smiled as she turned her gaze towards Huang Yueli. Instantly, she froze. Bai Ruoqi had thought that she had performed well and had suppressed Huang Yueli's earlier limelight, and she would be very angry and envious. But in actual fact, Huang Yueli's face remained calm, not even bothering to take a look at her. What's there to pretend? Bai Ruoqi clenched her teeth silently. I'm going to see how much strength you are able to unleash and if you have any way to surpass me. the assessment continued to proceed. With Bai Quochi as a precedent, all the examinees behind her tried preserving a portion of their power, and it was only when they were striking the last few pieces of strength testing stones when they gradually increased their strength. But unfortunately, as they had not pre-practiced, they were uncertain how much strength was most suitable. Towards the end of the assessment, the results that they had were incomparable to Bai Ruoqi. In this way, it set off Bai Ruoqi's comprehension as being much higher than most people, so those who were doubting her capability reduced by quite a number. Bai Ruoqi was joyfully satisfied, completely unable to control her smiling face. Number 95, Song Yaru. Just at this moment, the examiner on the stage called out Song Yaru's name. This time everyone's eyes were set on Song Yaru. As compared to the newcomer Bai Ruoqi, Song Yaru was the real genius who was the focus of everyone's attention. The minute she appeared, no one bothered about Bai Ruoqi. She walked lightly to the front of the strength testing stone as her expression was solemn, and after she had gathered her concentration, she struck out. 4,000 Jin. When the result of the first testing stone was displayed, everyone gasped. 4,000 Jin. Before Song Yaru, those who used all their strength on the first strength testing stone only managed to hit out a maximum of 3,000 Jin. But after everyone started to restrict their profound energy, even 2,000 Jin was already considered a high figure. But Song Yaru had easily hit out 4,000 Jin. And she obviously hadn't exerted all of her strength. Immediately following that, Song Yaru continued to strike, and the results of the remaining few strength testing stones were climbing uphill. 4,100 Jin, 4,200 Jin. 5,000 Jin. At the 10th strength testing stone, Song Yaru actually broke through to 5,000 Jin of strength. It was until the last two stones where her strength weakened, but even at the last piece, she managed a 3,500 Jin. By the time Song Yaru finished, the entire public square was dead silent. Originally the focus of the crowd was Bai Ruoqi with outstanding comprehension, who had dog poop luck, but now who could still remember who was Bai Ruoqi? Under the absolute power to crush anyone, whatever technique had already become a passing cloud. The elders on the stage couldn't stop, but praised her in admiration. Song Yaru is really worthy of the Song family. Just look at her cultivation, she should had already reached 2nd stage realm, 7th stage and above. Besides that, her power of comprehension is way higher than Bai Ruoqi. The layering effect of profound energy consistently continued until the 10th strength testing stone. I must congratulate Vice Principal Ling. Song Yaru is the most likely candidate who will be able to join Celestial Light Sect, and by then Vice Principal Ling would have contributed a great merit once again. The most important mission for Celestial Light Academy was to attract and nurture young geniuses with great innate talents for Celestial Light Sect. If they were able to attract outstanding geniuses to the principals, it would be considered as an outstanding merit and would be given a large amount of reward from the sect. Vice Principal was all smiles. This batch, the most outstanding would be Song Yaru, so hopefully she won't disappoint me in future. When Song Yaru got off the stage, she casually cast a glance at Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoqi didn't dare to meet her gaze and subconsciously lowered her head. She too knew that Song Yaru despised her, but in front of this genius, what else could she say? Originally, she had never expected herself to outshine Song Yaru. With Song Yaru's astonishing performance, the others' assessment results were just too ordinary. Anyway, no matter how powerful they would not be able to defeat her. And there probably wouldn't be another one who had such good luck like Bai Ruoqi. So, it was a long wait before it was finally Huang Yueli's turn. Number 157, Bai Ruoli. When the examiner reported this name, those who were already half asleep suddenly regained some energy. Earlier, Huang Yueli had continuously defeated a few third-stage realm guards, and using just one strike, she defeated the promising Sidi Qingqing, who was thought to be the top 10 ranking, so everyone had various expectations on her power. Although she didn't believe that she could outshone Song Yaru, but she was after all a black horse who came out from nowhere. Everyone was curious on how much potential she had. Under the crowd's focused attention, Huang Yueli left the formation and came to the front of the strength testing stones. Examiner said, "You can start now. Remember, you only have one chance." Huang Yueli nodded as she raised her fiel and suddenly unleashed her power, as though a lightning bolt shooting towards the strength testing stones. Pong 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 pong. 10 over-compressed knocking sounds were heard continuously, as she had within an instant, struck out towards the 12 pieces of strength testing stones at one go, without any pause in between. By the time her elegant and agile move had struck the last piece of strength testing stone, the result of her assessment simultaneously appeared on the top of each stone. First piece, 3000 Jing. Second piece, 3000 Jing. Third piece, 3000 Jing. Fourth piece. Examiner stared at the 12 pieces of strength testing stones as his expression appeared a momentarily blank. 12th piece, still 3000 Jing. Number 157 examinee, a total of 36,000 Jing. 36,000 Jing. This figure made everyone extremely surprised. 36,000 gram would definitely gain a spot in the top 10 ranking among all the examinees, but as compared to Song Yaru's exceeding 50,000 Jing total, the difference was just too huge. Moreover, it didn't fit everyone's expectations of Huang Yueli. Originally, since she was able to send Xitu Qingqing flying in just one strike, everyone had thought that her potential should be much higher than the top 10 contenders, equally matched against Song Yaru. But who knew? From the looks of it, she seemed just so ordinary. Everyone looked at one another in dismay as they couldn't help but started to discuss in whispers. Huang Yueli, however, didn't seem to notice the surrounding situation as she calmly got off the stage and returned to her own position. She had just stood firm when Bai Ruoqi's sneering could be heard from behind. "Just 36,000 Jing, you have just that much capability. Looks like your usual power were all because of the profound armaments that your father had left for you. Without external help, your potential is just so ordinary. Compared to the revered Miss Song, you're miles apart. What's there for you to be delighted about?" When Huang Yueli heard that, she turned slightly as her brows lifted. "No matter what, I've scored 36,000 Jing. Compared to some people who cannot even manage 2,000 Jing, I'm much stronger." Bai Ruoqi was rendered speechless as she refrained from commenting further. As for the others, they just discussed a little while more and didn't focus any more attention onto Huang Yueli. This suited Huang Yueli's intentions very much. She had felt that her battle with Xitu Qingqing had drawn too much attention earlier. Her main motive was to investigate the clue that Bai Lu Feng had left, and not to act cool in Celestial Light Academy. To her, 4th-tier lower-grade profound armaments were easily refined, so to fight for first place was really worthless. Moreover, as an accomplished 9th-stage realm top expert like her, she had her own pride. To go up against a bunch of youngsters who hadn't grown up in a low-leveled entrance examinations and fight for first place, if this news were to leak out, won't the others laugh until their molars all dropped out? Therefore, in this round of official assessment, she intentionally suppressed her cultivation and struck out casually. Her aim was to guarantee herself to successfully pass the examination and enter Celestial Light Academy. In the school term, it was equally important to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if she was targeted by anyone, if she wanted to do something against the school's rules, it would be extremely inconvenient. However, even though the others didn't target her, Song Yaru seemed to have noticed something and intentionally turned her head, throwing meaningful glances at her several times. On the stage, the few people's gazes turned sinister as they had already seen through Huang Yueli's uncommon trait. Tioch. This lass's result, why does it make me feel it's so unrealistic? Is it my misperception? Tang Jinhua creased his brows, feeling that something was amiss. Your feeling is correct, this lass. didn't put in her entire effort. Correct, the first piece of strength testing stone was 3000 gene, second piece was 3000 gene. All the way till 12 piece, it was still 3000 gene. How could there be no variations in the profound energy in every single piece? Who was she trying to fool? It only states an obvious fact, 3000 gene to her. Not only was it not her entire strength, it's probably not even 30% of her strength, so she just casually struck out with no effort at all. Moreover, to have struck out continuously 12 times at such a fast pace, and yet maintaining the same strength, the control over her profound energy has already been practiced to perfection. After the few elderly analyzed the situation, they nodded their heads as they could see each other's praises for Huang Yueli in their eyes. Tang Jinhua was dumbstruck. But, you mean to say it's possible? The fluctuation of the lass's profound energy was only at second stage realm. But according to what you say, if 3000 gene was not even 30% of her strength, then her total profound energy should probably have exceeded 10,000 gene, and that is something that only third stage realm practitioners can achieve. According to common sense, it cannot happen naturally. But if she's the biological daughter of Bai Lu Feng, then I feel, this is not rare. After all, Bai Lu Feng had achieved even more ridiculous things that year. That's right. Look at the lass's countenance, she really bears some resemblance to that stinky kid. The few of them started to make guesses. Tang Jinhua still retained a face of disbelief. I told you all already, Bai Lu Feng's daughter is a cultivation trash, and she is definitely not. Stop making wild guesses. Vice Principal Ling fiddled with his beard as he beamed, then let's wait for the result of the next 2 assessments. Even if she's not Bai Lu Feng's daughter, just based on her earlier performance, perhaps her potential is much higher than Song Yaru. The first round of assessment came to an end, and very quickly, the ranking results were posted and was pasted on an eye-grabbing piece of huge rock at the public square. Huang Yueli took a look. Song Yaru had well-deservedly gotten first place, while she was ranked 6th. But Bai Ruoqi had obtained an unbelievably low ranking, placed 48th. The reason for Celestial Light Academy to post the results out was a method of motivation to let everyone see how they ranked against their competitors, which made everyone increase their sense of crisis and competitive awareness. As expected, many examinees who were lowly ranked were filled with a sense of crisis as their expressions congealed. They had consciously felt that they were already on the verge of life and death, and if they didn't try their best in the next round, they would be eliminated. I believe everyone had already seen your own ranking in the first round of assessment. This ranking is only momentarily, as the next 2 rounds of assessment would increase in difficulty, so it would be much more difficult to obtain higher marks. Therefore, even if you are ranked in the top few, you shouldn't lower your guard. The examiner said some words of encouragement as he hurriedly entered the main topic. Next, we'll be starting the second round of assessment. Everyone, please look towards the back of the right side. Everyone turned and looked towards the direction where the examiner had pointed. Celestial Light Academy was built right beside an spiritual artery, which had an abundance of profound energy. The public square at the entrance of the school is sitting on the lap of the mountain, and the 4 corners were surrounded by mountains. On the right rear end of the public square, 2 tall mountains sat opposite each other, and in between was an approximate distance of 300 meters. The 2 mountains were linked together by a thick steel cable. The examiner said, "Do everyone see that steel chain in between the mountains?" The second assessment's requirements is for everyone to pass through the steel cable in succession, from the left side of this mountain to the right side of that mountain. The shorter the amount of time used, the higher your marks will be. Hearing that, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Treading on that tiny chain of steel cable over the cliff was possibly terrifying for ordinary people and a very thrilling matter. But to practitioners, that steel cable bridge wasn't considered too difficult. So the main question now was how to unleash their fastest speed to reach the other side of the mountain. Upon seeing the crowd's relaxed expressions, the examiner coughed slightly and continued, I have to remind everyone that this steel cable bridge isn't as simple as all of you think. This steel cable is one of the official training grounds that Celestial Light Academy official students train in, and the difficulty is very high. All of them went into a blank. The array masters from our academy had personally drawn up some array patterns on the cable. The minute you step on the steel cables, these array patterns will be activated and around the cable surroundings will appear a fixed number of arrows repeatedly shuttling around the vicinity of the cable path. Once you've been struck by the arrow, a large amount of points will be deducted. If you're so unlucky to be struck off and fall into the bottom of the cliff, then your examination qualification would be cancelled, and this round's assessment will directly be cleared to 0. Directly cleared to 0? And will be struck off and fall to the bottom of the cliff? When they heard the examiner's detailed explanation, everyone finally realized the difficulty of this assessment and they drew in a cold breath. The cliff looked like it was a few hundred meters in depth. If one were to look downwards, one would not be able to see the bottom, so they do not know what was lurking below. Even if they were practitioners and their bodies were well built and tough, but to fall into the cliff would be unbearable. Moreover, Celestial Light Academy's official students were almost all second stage realm practitioners, and many were in third and fourth stage realm. For the arrows to be able to strike them off the cliff, the force was imaginable. If they were unfortunately struck, then the injury would probably not be light. But as this is everyone's first time taking this assessment, so I've already reduced the quantity of the arrows to the lowest limit possible to a total of 12 arrows. Other than that, for fairness' sake, the first 10 examinees who take part in the assessment would have increased points awarded, so everyone can voluntarily volunteer yourself. Silence filled the public square. At this point, everyone hesitated, not knowing if they should volunteer or not. It was clear to see from the first round of assessment that those who joined in first would be disadvantaged, as those hiding behind would be able to learn from their experiences. But the examiner also said that those who volunteered first would have additional points. The examiner saw that no one volunteered and said, if no one is willing to volunteer, then I will draw lots. But those who are drawn would not have any additional points. Let me have a go. A lean-built youth walked out. It's Lu family's 7th young master, Lu Zicheng. In the first round of assessment, he ranked 17th. Oh, it's him. Lu Zicheng's power is indeed strong and his cultivation among the examinees is one of the tops. Earlier, he had suffered because of his inexperience and miscalculated, which is why his ranking is so far back. A gloomy expression hung on Lu Zicheng's face with a sense of non-contentment. Earlier in that first round of assessment, his number was placed rather forward and had not realized the hidden trap in that examination question, so he used all his might on the first strength testing stone and obtained a total of 3,700 gene of strength. But who knew that to continuously unleash so much power, his condition deteriorated towards the end and his final result was only a 17th rank. This, to Lu Zicheng, was the greatest insult yet. He was aiming for the top 5 ranking, and if he were to get a ranking of 10 and below, then he was unable to give an answer to his family's elders. So this time, upon hearing the examiner say that the first few people who volunteered had additional points, he was the first to stand out. In the first round, the 12 strength testing stones from Celestial Light Academy was said to have dealt everyone with an unprepared hand. But there was nothing special about this second round. There were many large families who designed and built steel cables across the river and was considered as a popular form of training method in the South Sky region. Only the array pattern inscribed were somewhat different for each family, the other parts were almost the same. At this point, to those disciples in the large families, this round was of no difficulty at all. Very soon, Lu Zicheng confidently stood at the starting point. Start. The examiner shouted the command to start and his figure went speeding off. His foot slightly touched the steel cable and had already jumped a few meters of distance. At this moment, the steel cable gave out a glaring blue ray. The array pattern had been activated. Lu Zicheng's speed was extremely fast, but at the same time when he increased his pace, his attention was also concentrated as he focused on defending against the changes outside. After running for around 1/6 of the distance, a swishing sound could be heard ahead of him. 4 sharp arrows came flying tumultuously towards him, sending vibrations in midair. Lu Zicheng had long prepared himself as he leaned to one side and avoided the arrows. At the same time, he had already ran a huge distance away. 4 arrows reached his back and suddenly turned its directions. In midair, it split into 2 and in a split second, it turned into 8 arrows and had distributed itself into the top, middle and bottom routes, attacking from his back at a flying speed. This time, the arrow speed had increased a notch. Lu Zicheng had his share of experience, and when he heard the breaking sound from his back, he immediately realized that the arrows had turned back and he hastily avoided it. His feet kept swaying and he almost fell off the cliff, but eventually, he forcefully stabilized himself. However, he was not able to avoid the last arrow as his right shoulder was grazed badly and blood flowed. Fwa! Heavens! The crowd below the mountain who raised their heads to look gave out, exclaimed loudly. The speed and might of the arrow on the steel cable was much faster than any of their imagination. The attack positions were also very artful, and those who were weaker in their movements were possibly not able to avoid it at all. That is just too terrifying. Earlier, if those 8 arrows were to simultaneously attack me from behind, I'll definitely not be able to avoid it at all. Lu Zicheng is really good, he actually managed to pass such a thrilling test. Yes, he's now just a 10 over meters from the ending point. With his speed, he should be able to reach in 3 breaths' time. His speed is much faster than me by several times, and since he's the first contender to take the assessment, there would be additional marks. This time round, his ranking will probably raise by a large margin. In the midst of everyone's discussions, Lu Zicheng had already seen the destination. Just 2 or 3 more steps and he would be able to arrive safely. A joyous look flashed past Lu Zicheng's eyes, and he increased his speed further, but just at this moment, an unforeseen event happened abruptly. The sound of broken space was heard again. This time, the arrows actually appeared from all 4 directions, and the attack speed was much faster than the previous time, by several notches. Lu Zicheng's expression changed. Just from this horrifying sound, he had already judged that the crushing attack from all directions, he was unable to avoid it. Even if it was on the ground, to avoid such a precise attack would be extremely difficult. Moreover, he was threading on a thin steel cable, which he already had problems trying to keep his balance. But he had already felt the might of those arrows, and if he didn't manage to avoid it and were continuously attacked by those few arrows, he would definitely be seriously injured. Under no choice, he could only do his best to avoid it. The unfortunate thing was he was still struck by 2 arrows, and one of it was lodged into his thigh as blood flowed onto the ground. The entire steel cable was shaking vigorously as it kept jolting, shaking in midair, substantially. Lu Zicheng was like an ant hanging on a thread and almost fell down. Luckily his determination was strong enough as he endured the tremendous pain for the last few meters, and once he reached the destination, he went limp and fell onto the ground. Lu Zicheng. Points awarded for his speed in passing this round, 87 points. Struck by 3 arrows, each arrow is a 20-point deduction. Additional points for the first contender to take part in the assessment, 30 points. Total, 57 points. The examiner announced his final marks. Upon hearing this, the crowd below the stage had turned pale with fright. Heavens, if you're struck by 1 arrow, it actually costs a 20-point deduction. Based on Lu Zicheng's speed and he was struck by 3 arrows, his total after deduction was only 20 over points. Then if I were to go up, wouldn't I be left with a negative score? Deduction of points is still okay. Didn't you see? Lu Zicheng was almost struck off the cliff earlier. If he fell down, then the marks would be cleared to 0. It's equivalent to being pre-eliminated. Examiner asked, next person, who will like to volunteer? The crowd looked at each other in dismay, not daring to step forward. Even Lu Zicheng, whose power was publicly acknowledged, had suffered so badly, the others simply had no confidence at all. Examiner repeated a few more times and upon seeing no response, he said, then I will start drawing lots. Examiner, let me give it a try. The person who spoke out was actually Bai Ruoqi. The crowd's gaze suddenly changed. With Lu Zicheng as a precedent, those who dared to jump out and try was absolutely courageous. Moreover, Bai Ruoqi's cultivation was only at second stage first level, which wasn't really high among all the examinees. Even Huang Yueli couldn't help but see her in new light. Bai Ruoqi especially seemed to love showing off today. Moreover, she had been super confident. Could it be that she had the guidance of some superior person? Even those few people on stage were surprised. Oh. This lass had jumped out once again. In the previous round of strength testing, she was able to think of a way to get past it. This round is to test one's bodily movements and is much more dangerous. If her potential lacked just that little bit, she would not be able to pass this round. So what tactic could she possibly think of? Who knows? Wasn't this lass's comprehension outstanding? I really want to see what idea she can think of. Bai Ruoqi stood at the starting point and under the various gazes, she felt a slightly nervous. However, this round, she came prepared. Bai Ruoqi moved forward with light steps and thread onto the steel cable. Everyone's eyes were wide as they looked carefully at her movements. Based on Bai Ruoqi's background, cultivation and innate talent, just how strong was her bodily movements? She probably didn't even have half of Lu Zicheng's standard, so how was she preparing to get over to the other side? Or could it be that although her cultivation was ordinary, but she had learned some heaven-level footwork which had extraordinary accomplishments on her bodily movements? In actual fact, everyone had just thought too much. Bai Ruoqi had just walked a few steps and everyone's eyeballs were about to fall off. Because her speed was really slow, simply too slow. Just based on this speed, she probably only achieved 30% of Lu Zicheng's speed. And based on this bodily movements, how did she even manage to pass this round's assessment? However, when Huang Yueli saw this, she couldn't help but frowned. This is really strange. Does Bai Ruoqi really know something? She actually chose to use this tactic. Bai Ruoqi moved forward at snail speed, as though just stabling herself on the steel cable and not falling down was already taking up a huge amount of her strength. If the arrows appeared, she might be struck off any time. But as time went by, the crowd gradually noticed that something was amiss. Although Bai Ruoqi's speed was slow, but the arrows, which were directed at her, seemed to have slowed down as well. Moreover, the intensity of the attack had also turned slow. What situation is this? The arrow's speed had turned slow. Could it be that the arrow's attack speed is linked to the practitioner's speed of advancement? Under the astonished glares of the crowd, Bai Ruoqi passed the entire steel cable with a snail speed, and in between, she had only been struck once by an arrow. Her total points was even higher than Lu Zicheng. This time, the crowd was bustling with excitement as they had never expected that the array on the steel cable had a concealed principle. Moreover, it was picked out by Bai Ruoqi. What kind of comprehension did she have to have this foresight? Under the crowd's gasps of admiration, Bai Ruoqi raised her head high as she returned to her position and at the same time, cast a chilly glance to Huang Yueli. This time, her performance was even more outstanding than the first round of assessment. Earlier Vice Principal Ling had given her a prospective core student title, and this time, would be let her become a core student directly? Bai Ruoqi was filled with anticipation. In actual fact, the few people on the stage had indeed been shocked by her performance, and momentarily, they could not believe their eyes. What was happening? Had that last Bai Ruoqi really seen through the abstruseness of the array on the steel cable? The array on this steel cable indeed increased according to the practitioner's speed, and the intensity would keep on increasing. If one's speed was slowed down, the intensity of the attack power would also turn weak, so just by spending a bit more time, one would be able to pass through safely. Tang Jinhua frowned as he said, "This isn't possible, right?" The array on the steel cable was put together by several fourth-ranked array masters and armament masters. Moreover, for this assessment to successfully proceed, we had intentionally examined and repaired it a few days ago. Unless Bai Ruoqi is also a fourth rank or above array master, otherwise, how would she be able to see through it? Perhaps, this lass's comprehension power is really that high and was able to see the abstruseness? Tang Jinhua cried out, "Impossible! Array skill is an extremely unfathomable knowledge. So no matter how high one's comprehension was, one would require corresponding foundation knowledge and mentality, and not just based on power of comprehension to be able to grasp the underlying concept. If it wasn't like that, and just based on one's strong comprehension, then won't everyone be able to become an array master? But the truth is not like this. Array comprehension and martial arts comprehension are completely two different matters. Then could it be possible that Bai Ruoqi was really a fourth-ranked array master? Are you kidding me? Tang Jinhua bore an insulted look. If she had obtained fourth rank at such a young age, then she would already be enlisted by Soaring Heaven's continent's 7 sacred lands. Why would she come to Celestial Light Academy for the entrance examinations? This sounds logical too, then there could only be one truth. Vice Principal Ling, who was all smiles earlier, had his brows tightly creased together now. Looks like there's a traitor in our academy who had leaked out the contents and key to passing the stage. No wonder Bai Ruoqi could easily score such high points in the first stage of assessment. What? Cheating? There's actually someone who dared to cheat? In the past 10 over years, no one had dared to cheat in Celestial Light Academy. She's just a lass from a small country, would she dare to? Someone spoke out, still unconvinced. Vice Principal Ling said, "We are only suspecting now, let's continue to see the situation on the next round of assessment before we discuss again. If someone really cheated, then we absolutely cannot let it rest." Bai Ruoqi didn't know that her overly extraordinary performance had already raised the suspicions of the Academy's management. She was still joyfully satisfied while waiting for her commendation and reward. In the end, no one passed any message to the examiner and the assessment quickly resumed, making Bai Ruoqi rather disappointed. With Bai Ruoqi as a precedent, everyone realized quickly that they could make use the tactic of lowering their speed to guarantee their pass in this stage. Although moving at such a slow pace would not end up with high points, but it was much better than risking by speeding up but ending up falling off the cliff with their points cleared to 0. In this way, the assessment duration had been lengthened. Finally, Xianxia couldn't take things as it was and took the initiative to walk over to the side of the steel cable. "Mr. Examiner, if this carries on, what time would it be?" All of these people's speed would become slower and slower, and later on, there would be the third round of assessment. "Will we be able to complete all the assessments today?" The examiner's attitude towards Xianxia was very courteous. "Miss Song, what do you think we should do?" Xianxia said, "Just give those who takes longer than a quarter of an hour to pass the round 0 marks. The way of martial arts is a constant struggle against heavens. For those trash who dare not even cross a steel cable bridge, even if they manage to enter Celestial Light Academy, they'd also be cowards and don't even expect to stand out among the others." She left the words icily, and with a touch of her toes, she flew towards the steel cable. Song Yaru's speed was extremely fast, even faster by a fold as compared to Lu Zicheng. Because of this, the attack she suffered was several times more intense than Lu Zicheng's. To shuttle between speeding arrows was extremely swift and fierce as she was consecutively attacked. It was obvious that Song Yaru didn't have it easy trying to avoid the arrows, and she had even been struck by one towards the end. But even so, her speed had not decreased. After she had passed the stage, her total points was indeed more than the others, by a large chunk. Huang Yueli smiled as she saw this, and felt admiration towards this young Miss Song. Although Song Yaru was slightly proud, but her innate talent and potential was indeed much higher than others. Moreover, this heaven-defying drive was extremely praiseworthy. So she indeed had the capital to be proud. With Song Yaru as a lead, several examinees with higher innate talents also revealed their real capabilities. Different from Bairua Qi, who came from a small place, they were all disciples of well-known families, and everyone wanted face. To use such trickery to pass the examinations, even if they could enter Celestial Light Academy, it would be embarrassing for them. At that point of time, the assessment resumed back to normal. Huang Yueli had also mingled in this batch of people and passed the assessment. Her speed wasn't very fast, but she certainly wasn't slow. She maintained the speed of a second-stage realm first-level practitioner should have, as she used a neither fast nor slow pace to pass through this assessment. As her speed wasn't too outstanding, most people didn't notice her. Only those with insight noticed her abnormality. This Bairuli is really something. Did you all notice that when she passed the stage earlier, she wasn't struck by any arrow at all? Although there was a thrilling moment when she avoided the arrows, but it was an arduous task to avoid being struck. In today's batch of examinees, she's the only one, as even Song Yaru had been struck by one arrow. No, Elder Hu, you've misjudged. The elderly with the surname Hu said in dissatisfaction, how could I have misjudged? Could it be that you feel that she also cheated? From what I see, it may not be so. Although the speed she used wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't exceedingly slow. Rather than saying exceedingly, it's more like she was suppressing her cultivation. I didn't say she cheated. I only wanted to say when she avoided the arrows, it wasn't thrilling at all. Didn't you notice it? Every time she avoided it, she didn't really move at all. Those arrows seemed to just brush past her. Just that close, but it still didn't strike her. This is thrilling? I think she's doing this intentionally. It's more ridiculous if you were to put it in this way. If she managed to avoid the arrows that easily, then how much is her potential really? Even if it's a third-stage course student, they also don't have it easy on this steel cable. Who knows? Vice Principal Ling laughed with a deep meaning. I feel it more and more that she really is Bai Lu Jing's daughter. The second round of assessment ended and the new ranking had quickly been totaled up. Song Yaru was still deserving of the number 1 place, and she had already pulled a large distance away from the second place. It could be said that she was leading by a large margin. Huang Yuel's ranking had dropped to 10th place. It looked like she was almost going to drop out of the top 10 ranking anytime. Quite a number of people had cast her a sympathy glance, but she didn't think anything about it. As for Bairua Qi, as her performance had been outstanding this time, and as the second contender, she had additional points awarded, so her ranking had raised by a huge chunk to the 31st place. The gap to the 30th place was just one step away. Bairua Qi looked at her own name on the ranking board as her eyes shined. Before she came to Sky Cloud City, she didn't even know if she was able to enter Celestial Light Academy, with the feeling that she would most likely drop out. Never in her wildest dreams had she dreamt that she would ever have such a high ranking. Now that she had gotten such good rankings in the first 2 stages of assessment, then after the 3rd stage, perhaps she might be able to enter the top 30. After all, in the 3rd round of assessment, she had already mastered the rhythm and she had the confidence that she would be able to be awarded higher marks as compared to other people. The third round of assessment started closely after. The examiner pointed to a plot of empty land not too far away and said, "The last round of assessment is very simple, and it is to assess everyone's willpower. Do you all see that formation? Later, all of you must enter within the boundary of the formation. Once the array has been activated, it would unleash profound energy to simulate a practitioner's coercion. At the beginning, the pressure would still be rather weak, but as time passes, the pressure will become stronger and stronger. Your aim is to last as long as you can under that pressure. For those of you who cannot sustain, simply crush the number plate you have in your hands, and you will be ejected from the array. The longer you stay in the array, the higher points you will attain. Alright, now all of you, please proceed to enter." The array boundary is very large and it was more than enough to contain at least 20,000 people. Not that the total number of examinees were lesser than 200 people, it seemed rather empty when they all entered. Most of them were in a daze as they looked around for a moment before they sat cross-legged at a position by the verge of the array. Chi sized up her surroundings and laughed in secret. She could easily guess that these examinees probably felt that the position by the verge of the array was the weakest point, and the lesser pressure they would feel. In actual fact, in this array, the pressure was evenly distributed. Almost all of the positions would suffer the same kind of pressure. But of course, there was an exception. Chi had walked all the way to the inside till she reached a distance of 30 meters away from the center before she stopped. After comparing the distance between the left and right side, she too sat down cross-legged. Since it was an array, there would definitely be an array eye. The array eye of this array, which simulated pressure, was in the center of the entire array, and the oppression was the strongest there. Moreover, it had far surpassed the surrounding positions, up to over 10 folds. However, beside the center position, the pressure will gradually decrease all the way until 30 meters away from the center, where the pressure would suddenly reduce to become the lowest point in the entire array. Outside the 30 meters perimeter, the amount of pressure was the same everywhere. The position which Chi sat at now was the position where the pressure was at the minimum, so the amount of pressure that she was under was only half of what the others had. So this meant that she would be able to last longer than most people. When Yueli entered, she already found out the abstruseness of this array. In her eyes, it was no secret where the position of the lowest pressure was at. However, she did not choose to go to that place where the pressure was at the least like Chi, but instead, casually found any place to sit down. Chi gave a cold sneer when she saw her sitting down. In her eyes, Yueli had just broken through to the second stage realm, so their cultivations were the same. Now in this array, whatever profound skills or tactics could not be used. It all boiled down to their cultivation and willpower. And she had already taken up such a good spot. Perhaps she might even last longer than Yueli in this round. Chi would have never expected that the minute she sat down, the higher management of the academy on the stage all started to frown. This time. It shouldn't be a coincidence anymore, right? This coercion array is a 6th-tier array. This array is something that even our academy's array masters could not set up, and we had to ask Celestial Light Sect to send someone to help us set it up. Chi could even see through this? Trying to cheat a ghost? I hadn't expected that someone actually dared to cheat in the entrance examinations. She's really extremely daring. This is the first time in the past 70 years that anyone dared to cheat, so we absolutely cannot tolerate it. That's right, we cannot tolerate it. We must investigate thoroughly. The few elderly started discussing this matter as their expressions turned ugly. Earlier, they had really thought that Celestial Light Academy had attracted an outstanding student with high power of understanding and specially pre-selected by Chi, giving her the prospective core student treatment. But now that they had found out that she had cheated, this was like a tight slap across their faces. The few elderly felt that they had been tricked. At such an old age, they were still swindled by this young lass, that heartache. They don't even want to mention it. However, the third round of assessment was about to start and it cannot be interrupted. Everything had to wait till the end of this round's assessment before they could discuss further. At this moment, all the examinees had already taken their positions within the boundary of the array. Under the command of the examiner, the array was activated and the mysterious yet complicated array patterns were inscribed in mid-air as it gave out a faint blue glow, as though a dome encasing everyone within the array. All the examinees immediately felt the oppression of the surrounding profound energy. Initially, the pressure was still rather weak and was negligible, but as time passed by, the pressure gradually became stronger. In just under 1 instant's timing, the examinees whose cultivation were weaker had already broke out into sweat on their foreheads. After another instant's time had passed, the sweat on their foreheads had increased as their faces flushed red with their teeth clenched tightly as though the next second, their entire body would explode. Quite a number of people had felt that they were unable to hold on any further. But the opportunity to take part in the entrance examinations of Celestial Light Academy was extremely rare, so no one wanted to admit defeat easily as they clenched their teeth while persisting on. A couple of breaths had passed by. A boom sound was heard as the first person finally could not hold on any further, smashing the number plate in his hands to pieces. His body was instantly ejected out of the array. This person could only feel the strong oppressing pressure and had already been crushed to the verge, so when he was ejected outwards, he was almost in a semi-conscious state as all he could see were stars. It was until he reached the outside of the array where the pressure decreased before he regained consciousness. Lifting his head to look at the surroundings, he realized that he was the first to be ejected, and the youth immediately hung his head low in embarrassment. This round of assessing willpower was the toughest to surpass based on tactics. Basically, the assessment was to see when two powers collide, under the same amount of power, the longer they persisted, that would also represent the potential of their future's cultivation. He was the first to be eliminated, so apparently that went to say that his power was not enough and his potential was not a lot. The blow to him was not small at all. After a quarter of an hour, 10 over-examinees were ejected, and after all of them regained consciousness, they all bore the face of remorse and embarrassment. However, as time went past, more and more people were ejected. Those who had been ejected later, however, felt glad. With so many people outside who laid as a foundation for them, to many, they had already exceeded their normal selves. The number of people who remained in the array became lesser and lesser. After the array had been activated for 2 hours, there were only slightly more than 10 people who were still persisting inside. As for those examinees who were ejected, they no longer felt remorse for their own performance. They were more interested in who else were still in the array. The total number of people who attended the examinations is 187 people. Now those who were ejected from the array had tallied up to 172 people. There are still 15 people who are still in the array. The last person who had been ejected was still recuperating, as his face was slightly green. A lingering fear persisted as he looked towards the array's direction, mumbling to himself, "At the moment when I was ejected, the profound energy oppression in the array had reached the intensity of a 4th stage realm practitioner. Moreover, it was still on the rise, continuously. They are able to last so long, they are really too powerful. In our generation of young practitioners, they are really the cream of the crop." Among the examinees who had enrolled for the entrance examinations, Song Yaru had the highest cultivation and was merely at 2nd stage realm 9 level. No one had yet to break through to 3rd stage realm. Just based on 2nd stage cultivation, to be able to transcend 2 large realms and go against a 4th stage practitioner's oppression was not something that an ordinary practitioner could do. Who else is still in the array? The crowd started to turn their heads one after another as they tried to recall the examinees' name list and used the elimination process to ascertain the contenders. Song Yaru, Lu Zicheng, Shui Qingqing. The names were listed out one after another. Basically, those were the disciples from the famous families in Sky Cloud City and were the top 10 hot favorites. Oh right, there's also Betrayal, she's a dark horse. Upon seeing that Huang Yueli had yet to be ejected, they recalled her ranking in the first 2 rounds and suddenly came to realize it. Discovering that her performance in the first 2 rounds was not particularly outstanding, with no explosive power, but in the real ranking, she was actually placed rather in front. How on earth did she do that? But that wasn't the most shocking thing. What the, it can't be? That by Rua Qi. She also seems to be in the array too. Huh? How is that possible? Don't try to cheat me? How can it be fake? Take a look, she's sitting in the place near the center, much more than all other people. No wonder no one didn't notice her earlier. Having saying this aloud, quite a large number of people noticed that Rua Qi had been sitting inside the array all the while without making any movements. Although the sweat on her head kept sprouting out, looking as though she was almost not going to make it, but she had not been ejected yet and had already made it to the last 15 finalists. The examinees present cried out in astonishment. Rua Qi's performance today had been extremely eye-catching. Even though her cultivation, innate talent, cultivation method, profound skills, none of it was exemplary. In fact, among all the examinees, she was one of those at the bottom of the ladder. However, she had in all 3 rounds of assessment, showed outstanding results after every round, making everyone's eyeballs almost dropping out. The reason for her to be able to come to this step was because her power of understanding was simply heaven-defying strong. On the stage, Vice Principal Ling stroked his beard and gave a chilly croon as his gaze towards Rua Qi turned extremely unfriendly. Humph, those who try to angle for fame is someone that I despise. The position she is sitting in is probably only 30% of the pressure that the others are handling, and she is not going to make it any further. This only means that her willpower is way below par. With a niece like her, Bai Lu Feng has really thrown his face away. How did he teach her? She's after all only a niece. Perhaps Bai Lu Feng didn't really taught her anything. Ignore her. I saw that Betrayal. Really looks like she's doing well. Upon hearing those words, the few elders' gazes fell onto Huang Yueli. At this moment, the total number of people left in the array were merely 10 over people. But among these 10 over people, everyone's performance and situation were totally different. For people like Lu Zicheng, they were on the verge of collapse. From their tightly creased brows and sweat-soaked shirt, it was obvious to tell how much pressure they were under right now. For them to be able to stay in the array perfectly alright with no signs of ejections only meant one thing. They absolutely had firm determination and willpower and had used all their energy to surpass their own limits. However, Song Yaru's expression was totally different. Her face flushed slightly, and it was obvious that she was starting to feel the pressure. But this pressure to her evidently had not affected her too seriously. Her waist was still upright and the lotus position which she sat was very standard. It was evident that even if the intensity of the pressure had increased by a notch to 5th stage realms practitioner's intensity, she would have a chance to last some time. Compared to Song Yaru, Huang Yueli's performance wasn't that well at all. Her forehead was starting to turn sweaty as her brows were tightly knitted together, her face flushed a weird shade of red. It was clear that she was under a huge amount of pressure. Not bad. This little lass had completed the previous 2 stages easily and now she had persisted until the very last 10 over people. From her condition, although she cannot be compared to Song Yaru, but compared the other 10 over people, she is much better. She should be able to obtain number 2 in this round of assessment. Vice Principal Ling concluded. The others nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. But what a pity, seeing that she had completed the first 2 rounds so smoothly. I had thought that she might be able to surpass Sangyaru. But from the looks of it now, it seems that she's still lacking just that little bit. It's unfair when you put it in that way, Elder Hu said. This Bairuoli is the youngest here, only 14 this year, and Sangyaru is already 16. Just based on that lass's power of understanding and innate talent, in just 2 years' time, surpassing Sangyaru is a matter of putting the nail onto the board. Now, she merely lost in terms of age. You're right. In this way, we should put more resources into nurturing this lass. But what we don't know is the relationship between her and Bai Lufeng. It's easy to find out, isn't it? Just get her over and ask, and the truth will be revealed. All of them talked cheerfully and wittily as they thought that today's assessment was coming to an end. Except for Sangyaru, the rest would not be able to last beyond the burning of an incense stick. Only Sangyaru was slightly better, but just after a quarter of an hour, the array unleashing the profound energy would hit a 5th stage realm practitioner's intensity, and even she was not possible to last that long. So at the most, after a quarter of an hour, the assessment would definitely end. But just at this moment, Tang Jinhua's eyes swept towards the array, and after a sudden blank, he suddenly called out. That's strange, what's going on? What's the matter? That lass. Why did she suddenly stand up in the array? What? You must have seen wrongly? Stand up? The few of them turned their heads to take a look in disbelief. Just one look, and it had given them a big scare. Huang Yueli had really stood up, and moreover, after stopping for 2 breaths of time at the current spot, she started moving again. What trickery is she playing? Why did she stand up in the middle of the array? This isn't the point, right? The main point is, how is it possible for her to stand up? I cannot understand these 2 questions. In reality, they had never seen anyone who could stand up in the array in the middle of the assessment. Once everyone had selected a position, they would not move around anymore. Moreover, the pressure at the beginning was rather weak, so moving around was still possible, but with increasing pressure, to even sit properly at the original position already utilized the entire body's profound energy to resist against the coercion from the outer world. At this point of time, even if one wanted to stand up, the spirit was willing, but the flesh was weak, so it's just impossible to do so. Because of this reason, seeing Huang Yueli standing up made everyone surprised. However, this was not the most shocking matter. After Huang Yueli stood up, she walked directly towards the center of the array. Her footsteps were not very stable and her breathing was rather coarse, looking as though she was on the verge of falling any moment. When everyone saw her, they secretly broke out into cold sweat on her behalf. But she went against expectations, and not only did she not fall, she walked right into the core area of the array. Heavens, what on earth is she trying to do? Tang Jinghua asked with his eyes wide, realizing that he totally didn't understand what she was trying to do. The center area of the array's pressure is 10 times stronger than the surroundings. Has her brain gone into convulsion? She actually dared to walk right into the center area? What on earth is she trying to do? Is she not intending to take part in the assessment anymore? Once she reaches the center area, she will not be able to last longer than 1 breath of timing and will be ejected immediately. What does this mean? Is she looking to torture herself? Not only those on the stage had noticed, even those examinees on the public square had already noticed this abnormal scene. Hey, isn't that Bairuoli from South Yu Kingdom? What is she trying to do? Could it be that the center area's pressure is much weaker? I'm not sure, but she could actually stand up. Earlier under that pressure, I couldn't move an inch at all. Heavens, she's not taking part in the assessment properly. What is she thinking of? It was unfortunate that no one would ever understand what Huang Yueli was thinking about. When she had just entered the array for the assessment, she had actually made up her mind. She was a 9-stage realm expert in her previous life, and although after her rebirth, her soul was weaker, but as compared to normal practitioners, her willpower was absolutely shocking. Pressure from 8-stage realm and below were not able to cause any impact on her. So this round of assessment did not pose any difficulty to her. However long she wanted to persist, she would be able to do so. But in this round, she had actually intended to handle it just like the previous 2 rounds. When there's only 10 over people left, she would actively smash her number plate and be ejected. To be able to get a ranking of 10 or more place wasn't too high or too low, which was just nice. After the assessment had started, the others used their might to suppress the surroundings' powerful pressure. Only Huang Yueli casually chose a place to sit down, and if it wasn't for the fact that the disturbance wasn't good, she was prepared to find a stone to lean against and sleep for a while. From the beginning, everything was normal. But following the increasing intensity of the profound energy, when the pressure had reached the level of 4th stage realm, she suddenly felt her sharp pain in her chest. A strange restless feeling was emitted from her dantian. The fire-attributed profound energy within her suddenly became chaotic and impetuous, and kept colliding around in her dantian. Initially, Huang Yueli didn't think much of it. She only thought that her state of mind wasn't very good as she had underestimated Celestial Light Academy's array, which affected her internal profound energy, and caused it to be agitated. She corrected her mindset and straightened her back as she displayed the standard cross-legged meditation posture and at the same time, activated the 9 Phoenix Transformations Cultivation method. However, things were quite different from what she had imagined. The rampaging profound energy within her did not stop, but instead, the fluctuations became more and more intense. It got so intense that a large amount of sweat started to trickle down her forehead as her face started to flush red, as though she was not going to make it any longer. The situation looked very unfavorable, but in Huang Yueli's eyes, a sense of joy flashed past. The reason was because Huang Yueli had already understood the unusual fluctuations of her profound energy was not because that she was unable to take the pressure from the profound energy by the array, but because this was the sign that she was about to advance. When Huang Yueli had advanced to 2nd stage realm more than a month ago in South Yu Kingdom, the amount of profound energy had accumulated within her body and allowed her to break through directly to 2nd stage realm 9 level. However, due to the limitations of the flame spirit physique, she had reached a bottleneck and had been unable to advance to 3rd stage realm directly. Instead, she had stopped at 2nd stage realm 9 level. According to 9 Phoenix Transformations hints, it was necessary to collect a large amount of medicinal herbs, magical beast cores and spirit jades before she could continue to advance. She was already very familiar with this pathway. Previous 2 times, she had tried various sorts of methods, but yet was still unable to advance. Only when she followed 9 Phoenix Transformations Cultivation method as recorded, then would she be able to break through the bottleneck. Which was why Huang Yueli totally didn't expect that she could. Actually, under the condition that she had not collected all the medicinal herbs and under such a location. To suddenly advance? What on earth was this? Huang Yueli's mind raced as fast as a lightning firestone, where a bold guess suddenly came to her mind in an instant. This time after she had advanced not too long later, an accident had happened as Sui Fangping pursued for her life, as she got seriously injured. At that time, the profound energy in her body had totally been used up and even her meridians had been damaged to a certain degree. Subsequently, to save her, Lu Bian let her soaked in medicinal baths for 7 days. Huang Yueli's medical knowledge was very limited as she was unable to find out clearly what bath had Lu Bian soaked her in and what were the requirements. She could only subtly felt that Lu Bian had used all fire-attributed medicinal herbs and unknowingly, and had used a type of deviant flame, heartwood spirit flame, to heat up the medicinal bath. Thinking back now, that medicinal bath was very exquisite. She gauged that the medicinal herbs and proportions were similar to the 9 phoenix transformations. With a certain degree of duplicity, it had caused a certain effect to her flame fire physique. Including the fact that she was already on her last breath, it could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. In the art of cultivation, to break then to establish could bring about several folds of effect out. Huang Yueli's luck apparently wasn't too bad. The medicinal effect from that medicinal bath had been accumulating in her body, pushing her to the verge of advancement. The only thing was Lu Bian's prescription wasn't as effective as 9 phoenix transformations, so Huang Yueli could only go nearer to advancement but had not immediately achieved the response. However, the medicinal effect had laid in the dormant state, waiting for an opportunity where she could perfectly break through. And now, the opportunity had appeared. Within Celestial Light Academy's array was an increasing coercion of profound energy, which kept pressurizing Huang Yueli. The profound energy in her dantian was led by the pressure from the outside world and started to stir. As the intensity of the pressure got stronger, the effect on her profound energy became more obvious. When the pressure in the outside world had increased to 4th stage realm, she could clearly feel that the profound energy within was continuously trying to break through the bottleneck, struggling, clamoring as though it was about to break out at the very next moment. There was no other possibility about this feeling. She was going to advance. This matter had happened so suddenly, completely out of her expectations. But Huang Yueli was very clear that if she missed this sudden opportunity to break through, then it would be very difficult for her to meet with another. To her, the wisest choice was to take full use of this opportunity, and in a spurt of energy, break through to the 3rd stage realm. Huang Yueli had decided on the spot and started to initiate the cultivation method to attack the meridians in her body to seek a breakthrough. But the profound energy had rotated a few rounds, and after several rounds of trying to break through the bottleneck, several times, it was just that little bit before she succeeded, but eventually she was still unable to advance successfully. This feeling was akin to a drowning person and had already seen the surface, but as he tried his best to move forward, but no matter how much he tried, he didn't have enough energy to swim to the shore. This feeling was extremely unnerving. Huang Yueli was experienced and had already analyzed where the problem lay. The intensity of the array was still not enough, which made her fall short of success. She needed even more profound energy to attack the bottleneck and needed stronger pressure to agitate her meridians and dantian. The intensity of the array right now was not enough, simply not enough. Huang Yueli was unable to wait for the intensity of the array to slowly increase and decided immediately to stand up. She knew the array's position was where the pressure was the strongest, so she had to make her way there. Huang Yueli stood up shakily as she proceeded towards the center area of the array. In actual fact, to resist against the pressure itself was no difficulty to her, but with the profound energy in her body banging against her dantian with no way of suppression, the feeling was extremely uncomfortable and that led her face to flush as her sweat beads kept sprouting. At the moment when she walked towards the center area, she unavoidably walked past Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoqi's current predicament was extremely bad. Even though she had cheated and chosen a position with the least pressure, but as her cultivation was way below the other people, at this moment, she was unable to persist any further. Bai Ruoqi was unable to see how many people were left in the array, but she could more or less feel it and knew that the array didn't have much people left. So if she were to give up at this point of time, she would probably get rather good results. She didn't want to persist any further and retrieved her number plate from her sleeve. However, just at the moment she smashed her number plate, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind her. Why would there be footsteps in this array? For that one moment, Bai Ruoqi thought that she was having hallucinations. But these footsteps were very light, but very stable. Slowly walking towards her direction, until it had brushed past her. Ruoqi forcefully opened her eyes as she turned around to take a look. Under Ruoqi's blurry gaze, she seemed to have seen a white figure, which she found extremely familiar. How could it be her? Ruoqi thought that she was going insane. Huang Yueli had always been on the boundary of the array, and she had seen it with her own eyes. Moreover, Ruoqi had thought that she understood her third sister's cultivation very well. When they were in South Yu Kingdom, she had just broke through to second stage realm not long before, and following that with her serious injury, she probably cannot even be compared to a normal second stage realm first level practitioner. Now that the pressure had already reached fourth stage realm's intensity, and Huang Yueli was not like her hiding at a blind spot where the array effect was at its weakest, so by right this wretched lash should not be able to last that long. So how was it possible that she was still in the array? Moreover, she was still continuing to move towards the center area. This was just an impossible thing. At this crucial juncture, to be able to last more than a breath's timing was already very difficult. Who on earth would take things so hard and move towards the position where the pressure was at its strongest? But no matter how much disbeliefs Ruoqi had, Huang Yueli's figure was already swaying right before her eyes. Besides that, Huang Yueli was really walking to the center of the area where the coercion was the most powerful, where the pressure was the largest at the array eye position. Ruoqi almost screamed out in shock. She stared wide-eyed, watching Huang Yueli settling down at the array eye, and as she sat cross-legged, her side congealed slightly, striking at a standard posture for meditation cultivation. You. The minute Ruoqi opened her mouth, suddenly the intensity of the array lifted yet another level. She was unable to resist any further as she could only see black and her mind went into a state of dizziness. By the time she regained her senses, she was already ejected to the outside of the array. Ruoqi rested for a little while, and when she regained her senses, she could only feel her entire body covered in sweat. Earlier at that instant, when the intensity had once again increased, it had already reached a fourth stage realm third level practitioner's profound energy intensity. This strong pressure was enough to make her feel extremely awful. At that moment when she was ejected, she almost threw up. Ruoqi held her chest as she looked at her surroundings. The public square was filled with examinees who were ejected from the array, and there was really no sight of Huang Yueli here. That wretched lass was really still inside. Could be it that the figure which she saw earlier was really her? How could that be possible? When she was ejected, she herself had already felt so awful that she felt like dying. If that wretched lass was really still in the array and in the center position of it, just how strong was the pressure there? This was certainly not something which a second stage practitioner could handle. However, as every minute and second passed by, another 3 to 4 people were ejected, and within this group of people, there was still no sight of Huang Yueli. There were a few people whispering in discussion from behind. That Ruoqi from South Yu Kingdom is still inside and have yet to come out. She is actually able to take such a huge pressure? The intensity in the array should have at least reached fourth stage 5th level already. How is she able to handle it? I saw it earlier that she stood up from the boundary of the array and walked towards the center area. What? Isn't the pressure in the inner portion of the array much higher? She still dared to walk towards the inside? That may not be necessary. We are only guessing that the pressure on the inside is much higher. But in actual fact, it may not be true. Then where is she right now? No idea. The range of this array is just too big. With us standing on the outside, we're not able to see what's the situation in the center of the array. Otherwise, I'd also like to see what's her situation right now. The crowd started to discuss at the outside of the array, but could only make wild guesses. Originally, everyone's main point of concern was the number 1 genius Song Yaru. But unconsciously, the center of discussion slowly focused onto Huang Yueli. Her performance was simply too outstanding and simply too abnormal. The intensity of the array had already increased to a limitation which could make anyone devastated, but not only had she persisted, she had actually walked right into the center of the array. Another quarter of an hour went past again, and there were only a few practitioners left in the array as they consecutively were ejected outwards. The antepenultimate person to fail was Lu Zicheng. When he was ejected, his face was shockingly pale, no difference from a corpse. He had given all he had got, even his family's Kabbalah, risking his life to obtain a good result in this round. When he was ejected, the array's pressure had reached a fifth stage realm's intensity. Lu Zicheng thought that his performance was extremely good as he was contentedly struck up a conversation with a few examined whom he was familiar with. How was it? How long did I persist in this round? I said long ago that this assessment of willpower is my speciality, and I will definitely be able to crush the crowd. Young Master Lu, you're just too strong. The difficulty of this round of assessment is so high, and yet you are still able to get into the top 3, you're really... Before his companions could finish their flattering, Lu Zicheng's face fell. Top 3? You mean to say I'm ranked 3rd? Besides Song Yaru, who else is still in the array? This is not possible? Shui Qingqing, fatty from Wang family, Sitiyu. Aren't they all ejected already? Lu Zicheng enumerated the renowned talents of their generation in Sky Cloud City, and without any exception, these people had already been ejected out of the array and had been eliminated. As for the remaining few, he simply could not recall who else was stronger than him. It's Bairuoli. Bairuoli, from South Yu Kingdom. What? That lass from the small countryside? How could it be her? This absolutely cannot be true. Lu Zicheng's eyes turned wide as though he was unable to handle this blow that he had lost to a practitioner from a small place. But at the next moment, something made him even more astonished had happened. Another human silhouette was ejected from the array as that slender figure glided in the sky, falling on the side of the array. That Bairuoli had finally came out. Her willpower is actually so outstanding. If it wasn't for Sky Cloud City's genius Song Yaru, then... The words had stopped abruptly as that person was dumbstruck. Hey, what's wrong with you? His companion beside him felt something was amiss as he ushered him. That. He didn't regain his senses for quite a while. That what? His companion impatiently turned his head around and following his gaze, and at the next moment, he too turned petrified. The person who was ejected was Song Yaru? Then how about Bairuoli? Surely it was impossible for her to be more powerful than Song Yaru. Since she isn't out yet, could it be that she had died inside? Everyone started discussions, making wild guesses that Huang Yueli had probably gotten into an accident. Otherwise, there was no explanation on why the talented young lady Song Yaru, which her family had groomed so carefully, was not able to be compared to her. Even the examiner felt that something was amiss and worried that something had really happened. So he sent someone to ask for further instructions from Vice Principal Ling to pre-terminate the assessment and enter the array to rescue her. But Vice Principal Ling's reply was, "You're not allowed to terminate the assessment. Just proceed as per normal, and no matter how much time is needed, let that lass inside smash her own number plate to wait for her to be ejected." The examiner was filled with suspicions, and he really wanted to say that since that lass inside was possibly the top 10 examinees in this assessment, so she's considered as a talent as well. It would be a waste if she really died. But he was unable to rebuke the vice principal. In actual face, those few who were sitting on the stage could see much more than those below. Moreover, their gazes were all filled with acrimony and incisiveness. Huang Yueli's situation in the array had long entered their minds, and very quickly, they made a judgment. From the obvious external fluctuations of her profound energy, this lass. Surely she wasn't going to advance here, right? To be able to advance in the middle of the examinations, she is really an outstanding genius. Not only is her power of comprehension shocking, moreover, and had an exceeding psychological mentality. This lass has a bright future ahead of her. The crowd exclaimed in admiration as they set their sights focused onto Huang Yueli. At the present moment, Huang Yueli had already broke out in deep sweat. When she reached the center area and steadied her sitting position, she started to initiate her cultivation method. From the inside towards the outside, the profound energy within her body viciously collided against her dantian and meridians, whereas the array's profound energy kept coercing her, pressurizing her from the outside to the inside. Two powerful energies kept fighting against each other, as though it was trying to tear her entire body's meridians apart entirely. Intense pain followed closely as it seeped into every inch of her bone marrow, so intense that it was enough to make anyone die on the spot. But this pain made Huang Yueli overjoyed because this represented that she was about to advance immediately. Very soon, the lacerating pain kept rising, and after it reached a peak, it completely spread apart. Intensive and overbearing yet scorching and rampaging fire attributed energy passed through her body. The pressure from the profound energy surrounding Huang Yueli had been completely suppressed at this moment as the entire array's fire-attributed energy were all absorbing towards her as a center of attraction. This absorption speed was extremely fast as the atmosphere in the array could be seen visibly to a certain extent as it twisted. Very quickly, the fire-attributed profound energy had been stripped completely by her. This bit of energy for her was not enough. In this way, she could only continue to absorb the energy from the vast space outside of the array, but in this way, the balance of the array would be completely destroyed and the entire array was on the verge of collapse. The examinees outside the array had all gone into a blank as they stared wide-eyed and turned tongue-tied, watching the strange phenomenon appearing right before their eyes. That array, which had bounded so many of them, torturing every single one of them to their last breath, was vibrating violently at this very moment. Blinding blue rays kept flashing past on the outer area of the array as the array patterns was visibly appearing. On the center top portion of the array in the sky appeared a large red-colored cloud, several meters in length, like a ball of raging fire suspending over the crowd. This was the physical state of a congealed fire-attributed profound energy. At this moment, this red cloud was continuously attacking the top portion of the array as though it was trying to dash into the array's inner area. Those on the stage could no longer sit still as one after another, they subconsciously stood up from their seats. Everyone's sight were dead set on the stage below, as they concentrated on the petite figure in the array. Impressive, so impressive, from the abnormality of the heavens and earth. It looks like this lass is going to break through not a small level but a large realm. Right. Only when there's an upgrade of realm would there be such obvious changes in the profound energy. This lass had already a second stage realm's power, so that is to say, she's now trying to break through to third stage realm? When Tang Jinhua said these, he felt that his voice was quivering. Tioch. This matter had gone way beyond his imagination. This lass looked like she wasn't even 15 yet. But she was already going to break through to third stage realm even before she had reached the marriageable age? What kind of innate talent was that? Even if it was Celeste light sex geniuses, under various resources, not many were able to advance so quickly. As for this lass, she grew up in a small place like Southview Kingdom. This innate talent, even by Lu Feng at that year, wasn't comparable to her. However, when Vice Principal Ling heard these, he shook his head. Look at the large red cloud above her head, the boundary is so huge. When normal practitioners break through to third stage realm, they could never achieve this might. Not only is she going to advance to third stage realm, after her advancement, her power is probably extraordinary. We had never expected that in this batch of students, the Celestial Light Academy was actually able to attract such a peerless talent. At this moment, Huang Yueli had almost lost her consciousness. She could no longer feel the changes in the outer world or even hear any sounds. All her senses were kept within her body, and all her profound energy were concentrated in her dantian. Under the oppression of the profound energies, the continuous rejections, oppression followed by rejection again, it resembled a heart's rhythm, contracting and expanding. Suddenly, Huang Yueli slowly opened her eyes as the red cloud above her head continued to attack the top of the array. She stretched out her finger and struck a hand sign towards the array's eye, and the array instantly disappeared. A large amount of fire attributed profound energy rushed down from the sky and gushed into her body. Huang Yueli seemed unable to take such a huge strike and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the profound energy crashing within her body suddenly restrained itself towards her dantian and subsequently grew smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a light spot, floating on the top of her dantian. Following the formation of the light spot, the rampaging profound energy in her body slowly settled down. Huang Yueli grew delightful as she knew she had already advanced successfully to become a third-stage practitioner. The light spot in her body was the mark of a third-stage practitioner, spirit embryonic form. Because the profound energy in her dantian had formed into a spiritual form, so the profound energy in her body could attach itself to the spirit. No matter if it was the pureness of the profound energy or the storage of the amount of profound energy, there was a sharp rise. As the third stage realm was also the spirit profound realm, compared to second stage's defensive profound realm practitioners, the leap in the difference of the power could not be out on the same level. Profound energy was still on the rise, expanding, moving upscale. Now long after she had advanced to third stage first level, she advanced to third stage second level and immediately after that, third stage third level. However, just as she had broken through to third stage third level, the speed of the increasing profound energy suddenly slowed down. After that, it grew slower and slower. Just on the verge of breaking through to third stage fourth level, it suddenly came to a halt. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose in surprise. This situation had never happened before. Previously, whenever she broke through the flame spirit physique's shackles and advanced, she was always able to raise to an entire large realm. The first time she advanced from an ordinary person to first stage realm 9 level. Second time was from first stage 9 level entering to second stage realm 9 level. But now, she was not able to advance directly to third stage realm 9 level, but had stopped at third stage realm 3rd level. She attempted to initiate 9 Phoenix transformations, cultivation method to absorb the fire attributed profound energy from heaven and earth, but all the surrounding profound energy had already been drawn totally by her. So at that moment, only sparse energy was collected. Besides that, she felt that her body had hit a bottleneck. Within this short period, it would be difficult to continue upgrading to another level at one go. Huang Yueli was disappointed, but after thinking, she felt that it was understandable. Her advancement this round was an accident. Under the double effects of Liu Bian's medicinal bath and Celestial Light Academy's array, the breaking and establishing rebound effect was her coincidental advancement to the third stage realm. But this situation was obviously not perfect. According to the 9 Phoenix transformations recorded requirements, the standard operation was definitely not the same, so some flaws were to be expected. Looked like she could not afford to be lazy this time if she wanted to perfect the 9th transformation in 9 Phoenix transformations. Then she would need to collect all the medicinal herbs recorded and find a suitable timing to go into closed-door cultivation before she could fill in the remaining portions to make it complete. As for now, she could only accept this imperfect ending. Huang Yueli kept her frustrations away as she slowly walked out of the array boundary. Outside the array, plenty of people were waiting for her appearance as the gazes all held different emotions. Some were envious, shocked, jealous, unreconciled. But above all and without exception, there was a sense of reverence, hidden in the innermost part of the heart. It was because when the fire cloud appeared earlier, the examiner carelessly slipped his mouth. Heavens, this is the sign of breaking through to third stage realm, This lass, she's about to break through to third stage realm. This is simply a miracle. Third stage realm. She was actually going to break through to third stage realm. At that moment, even the cold and aloof Song Yaru, who felt that she was a cut above the others, was also dealt with a huge blow as her expression turned extremely ugly. This young lass from the small country didn't look very outstanding. Even though her results in the previous 2 rounds were still alright, but as compared to her, the cream of the crop, she could not be comparable at all. Why did she suddenly become so strong? Not only had she crushed herself in the 3rd round of assessment, she also managed to advance in the middle of the assessment. Third stage realm, this was third stage realm. Even Song Yaru herself felt that it was impossible for her to break through to third stage realm before she was 17. But this 14-year-old lass had actually did it. Under the complicated gaze of the crowd, Huang Yueli didn't make any noise and quietly walked to her original position. She had originally not intended to show off, but now that it's already clear for all to see, then it was really nothing at all. The crowd's investigative glares could not affect her any single bit. Huang Yueli turned her sights onto the examiner and said, "Mr. Examiner, I should be the last one to leave the array, right? Now that the 3rd round of assessment should have come to an end, please announce the results of the assessment." The examiner recovered from his shock when he heard what she said, as he remembered his duty. "Oh, right, the assessment results. The 3rd round of the assessment results are out and your performance have exceeded my expectations. Especially by Ruoli, who had persisted in the array for an entire 4 hours, she had already broken our Academy's entrance examinations record. With this comes your ranking after consolidating the 3 rounds of assessment marks." The examiner directed some people to post the results on the ranking board. Without a doubt, Huang Yueli had directly rose to the 1st place, while Song Yaru could only settle for 2nd place. This ranking was not the least bit apprehensive, and no matter how unresigned Song Yaru felt, she could only accept this result. Bai Ruoqi stared at the ranking board and saw her own ranking rose to the 20th place as she let out a smile. Although Huang Yueli actually advanced during the middle of the assessment, and she even advanced to third stage realm, which made her gnashed her teeth with hatred almost to the point of fainting on the spot. But at the very least, she had successfully enrolled into Celestial Light Academy. As long as she could enter this #1 school in South Sky region, when she was going to learn the cultivation methods in future, she would be able to enjoy various resources, and she would be able to raise her cultivation by several levels. Perhaps she might even surpass Huang Yueli one day. With this, I hereby announce the name list for those who have been officially enrolled. Wait a minute. An elderly voice cut into the examiner's words. Vice Principal Ling led the few management staff on the stage and walked slowly to the public square. The examiner cried out in shock as he hurriedly rushed over to welcome them. The examinees on the public square began discussing in whispers. Although they didn't recognize the others, but Vice Principal Ling had announced the assessment rewards earlier, so everyone knew who he was. The vigor of the few elders beside him were comparable to Vice Principal Ling, so they were definitely important people in the academy as well. Why did they all appear here suddenly? Had the assessments all been completed? Vice Principal Ling lowered his head, told the examiner something, and passed him a slip of paper. The examiner nodded his head as he walked to the front of the stage. Vice Principal Ling had personally verified this assessment's enrollment name list. Everyone please remain silent and listen to the announcement of the result. At that instant, everyone quietened down. The 1st place of this time's examinations is by Ruoli, who is from Southview Kingdom. She will be getting the following rewards for the 1st place: 1 piece of 4th tier lower grade profound armament, 20,000 medium grade spirit stones, and besides that, 100 star coins. Other than that, due to Bai Ruoli's outstanding performance, Vice Principal Ling decided to make an exception and enroll her directly as a core student. Once it was announced, a hustle of bustling stirred. Song Yaru too, enviously looked towards Huang Yueli. Celestial Light Academy's regulations was newly enrolled students could only start from an ordinary student. At most, they would be given a prospective core student qualification and would enjoy some extra resources. But to officially enroll as a core student, they would need to wait until the first semester's examinations. The last person who had broken the exception to be upgraded to a core student was Celestial Light Academy's famous #1 talent by Lu Feng. Now that this little lass had gotten the same kind of treatment, it really made others envious and jealous. Second place is Song Family's Song Yaru. The rewards that she will be getting is. As expected, Song Yaru was not accepted directly as a core student, but was only given a prospective core student quota. Third place. Very soon, the 100 examinees who had been recruited was announced. Those who were recruited were delighted while those who had been eliminated were filled with despair, an obvious difference. Bairua Qi was the only one who had a blank look. Because she discovered that she actually didn't hear her own name. What on earth was going on? Looking at her surroundings were either overjoyed or disappointed people. As for Bairua Qi, besides uncertainty, there was still only uncertainty. She had already been recruited, wasn't it? She was one of the top-ranking examinees in all 3 rounds, and after the last round, she had even managed to be ranked 20th. Celestial Light Academy's enrollment examinations had always been fair, and with her ranking, it was impossible to be eliminated. But why didn't she hear her own name? Bairua Qi was at a loss for a moment when she suddenly thought of a possibility. That was right, earlier when the first round of assessment had ended, the examiner had already announced that she was pre-selected and even gave her a quota for prospective core student. So that probably meant that she didn't occupy a quota among the 100 new students, which was why her name wasn't called out. So she was actually pre-selected. Right, that should be it. The examiner only gave the examinees a very short amount of time before he hastily continued. Now that the assessment results have been announced, those practitioners who had not been recruited, please leave Celestial Light Academy immediately. As for those who had been recruited, congratulations to all of you. From now onwards, you're a member of the Celestial Light Academy. Later on, an upper-class student will drop by and show you around the school grounds, followed by bringing you to where you will be staying. Will the new students who have been recruited please line up according to your examination number plates and follow me over here? After the examiner completed his words, he walked towards the inner zone of the academy. Those new students who were lucky to be selected recollected their senses from their delightfulness and hastily ran over. As for those who were eliminated, no matter how unreconciled they didn't dare to be persistent as they drooped their heads and prepared to leave. Bairua Qi looked left and right and joined the new students' team. The examiner stopped in his footsteps as he tallied the total number of people when he suddenly frowned. What's the situation now? Why is there one more person? I've made myself very clear earlier, the examinee who had not been selected must leave Celestial Light Academy immediately. Why is there someone who still lingered around and refused to leave? I'm giving you one last warning, if you don't leave now, then I'll treat the case as intentionally creating problem. After the examiner completed his sentence, he paused, but no one left on their own accord. This time even those new students were amazed. What kind of place was Celestial Light Academy? There's actually someone who tried to bluff their way through. What was stored in their brain? Isn't that person's guts just a little too big? Bairua Qi was sneering in her heart. There's someone who is so pig-headed. The examiner had already said it till this, and that person still refused to leave. She really wanted to see how this person can fake his death through. The examiner's brows creased as he commanded, everyone take out your number plates and let's verify the total. Bairua Qi had never considered that the person who should be chased out was in fact herself. Very calmly, she took out her number plate. The examiner checked the number plates one by one, and when he swept past by Ruochi's number plate, his face immediately sunk. So it's you. Number 63, by Ruochi, how dare you not listen to orders and leave Celestial Light Academy, what are you trying to do? What place do you think Celestial Light Academy is? All unrelated people are not permitted to enter the academy grounds. Bai Ruochi was showered down by a scolding as she went into a daze. She blankly stood on her original spot and after a while, she regained her senses. Mr. Examiner, you're mistaken. I am one of those who had been pre-selected. Not someone who is unrelated. The examiner replied coldly, really? But I don't recall seeing your name on the enrollment name list. Bai Ruochi hurriedly explained, Mr. Examiner, have you forgotten? Earlier when the first round of assessment had ended, you announced that I had been pre-selected. Moreover, I was given the prospective core quota. Please try to recall? The examiner replied, when I was announcing the results, I have already mentioned this. The names which I called out on the enrollment name list after all the assessments have ended was the most accurate. Sign, your name was not there, you had been eliminated. Hurry and leave now. Bai Ruochi's eyes turned wide with surprise, showing a look of disbelief. Ah? How is that possible? You must be mistaken. I had really been selected earlier. Everyone heard that right? The name list must have left my name out. Moreover, if I wasn't pre-selected, my ranking is 20th, so surely I'd be in the recruitment name list, right? Bai Ruochi's defense had lured the other new examinees to quietly discuss this issue. That's right, I recall now. This Southview Kingdom's Bai Ruochi earlier was indeed pre-selected. Right, and she is ranked rather forward. Isn't it said that Celestial Light Academy's recruitment name list are strictly selected based on the total points ranking? How come she isn't selected? That's right, could it be that she was really left out by mistake? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Bai Ruochi felt that her confidence rising and facing the examiner once again, her tone held some senses of interrogation. Mr. Examiner, I heard that Celestial Light Academy's assessments have always been the fairest and not operated underhandedly. Then I'd like to ask, why is it that I'm ranked top 20, but I'm not recruited? Is it because you didn't do your job properly and left me out, or think I'm from a small country so I can be bullied and intentionally removed my name? Bai Ruochi felt she was justified and thought that she knew quite a number of people during the past few days at Celestial Light Academy. So many high-level practitioners had to give her uncle face, so she was so pleased that she momentarily lost her sense of measure and spoke in a blunt manner to the examiner. When the examiner heard her words, his expression turned extremely ugly. The usual core students in the academy were very polite to teachers, but what was this lass? Not only was she from a small country, her innate talent was only 4th lower grade talent, so what qualifications did she have to make a fuss here? Your guts is really not small. Seems like you'd have to see the coffin before you knew how to shed tears. The examiner said gloomily, originally I had given Senior Bai Lu Feng's face to leave you some reputation, not exposing you, and let you leave the academy quietly. But from the looks of it, you don't seem to know where you're wrong and you don't intend to save some pride for yourself. Bai Ruochi went into a blank as her heart missed a beat. She subconsciously became flustered. Could it be that her attempt at cheating in the examinations had been discovered? But this thought only flashed by for a moment, before it was thrown out of her mind. No, it was impossible. How could it be discovered? The person who had leaked out the questions to her was some high-ranking educator in Celestial Light Academy. Moreover, she had followed regulations in the few rounds of assessment and had done it ingeniously so since there wasn't any obvious violation. Who was able to see through it? Thinking to this point, she straightened her spine as she spoke confidently, Mr. Examiner, I don't understand what you mean. All that I've done are prim and proper and I've never done anything underhanded. How can you think in this way and just pin a crime onto me like this? The examiner was infuriated to the point of laughter. You still dare to deny? You really think everyone is a fool? You have cheated in all 3 rounds of enrollment examinations, and with undeniable evidence, you still dare to say that you had obtained high marks but not been selected? Still dare to complain that Celestial Light Academy's assessment is unfair? If we were to recruit you, then it would really be unfair to the other examinees. The minute he completed his sentence, the crowd went into an uproar. Cheated? Bairuoqi cheated? No wonder a practitioner from a small country like her had not much innate talent, cultivation methods, or profound skills, but she was still among to be ranked in the top 20. I had suspected something was amiss long ago. But which part did she cheat it in? I couldn't tell at all? Is this real? Although her results are indeed a little exaggerated, but to say she cheated, there must be evidence, and they cannot just anyhow frame a good person, right? The topic of cheating was simply too sensitive, and from that moment onwards, the looks on Bairuoqi had changed. As a practitioner, they were very particular about being just and upright as they pursued the extreme boundary of martial arts. For someone who deviated from the correct pathway and cheated was despised by everyone. Moreover, to cheat in the examinations would affect the interests of everyone else. In the midst of the noise, Huang Yueli didn't take part in it. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile, but she didn't say anything. When Bairuoqi heard the examiner's words, it felt like a pail of ice-cold water showering down on her head, making her feel cold to the max from top to toe. Cheated in all 3 rounds of assessment. Undeniable evidence. The words kept reverberating around in her head, making her discomposed. Could it be that Celestial Light Academy had really found evidence of her cheating in the examinations? Was this possible? She had obviously been commended in the first round of assessment. From the first to the 3rd round of assessment, her name was in the ranking list, and if they had discovered that she cheated earlier, should they chase her out immediately? Why would they allow her to complete all 3 rounds of assessment? Bairuoqi thought it through, but she couldn't get an answer. The examiner stared at her through his icy cold eyes, and continued speaking. The first round was to test your control of strength and technique. The most difficult part was how to distribute your strength in the most suitable way within a short period of time and with only one chance. Other than you, even though the others understood the complexity of the assessment content, they were unable to find the best case solution immediately. When Bairuoqi heard this, she knew trouble was brewing. Celestial Light Academy staff were really sharp-eyed and saw through her problem. Only thing was, this groundless evidence was not enough to convict her. Bairuoqi tried her best to stabilize herself as she found a reason to retort, "Why do you feel that I cannot find the best case solution? This thinking just suddenly popped into my mind, can't it?" The examiner replied coldly, "If you must insist on explaining in this way, it's fine. This round, we'll just consider your power of understanding is overwhelming and you are inborn with an ability to analyze things." He hastily continued, "Then in the 2nd round of assessment, you're the first one to discover the relationship between the attack intensity and speed while passing through the steel cable. May I ask, how did you discover this regulation?" I just saw through it, can't I?" Bairuoqi hemmed and hawed as she replied. "Oh? Saw through it? Did you know that the steel cable was embedded within array patterns of 4th tier and above so that it could activate such strong intensity attack power? What do you have to be able to see through it at one look?" Bairuoqi was overwhelmed by the consecutive questions as she turned dumbstruck. But she barely found a reason. Then I don't know? My instincts told me that there was a problem with the steel cable, and moreover, my cultivation is really not there yet and I'm timid, so I don't dare to cross. I had never expected that the arrow's attack intensity would weaken, and I was only guessing. Her denial was simply shameless. Anyway, she had already stuck to her own statement that she didn't know anything at all. As for why she coincidentally got such high marks, that was akin to a blind cat catching dead mouse, pure luck. Luck was considered as part of a practitioner's ability, so who could say that one's ability was not enough? As for the accusation that she cheated, as long as she denied it all the way, then could that be considered as evidence? The examiner saw that she refused to admit her guilt, so the corners of his mouth started to twitch. It was not that they hadn't heard of cheating cases in other academies, but once they had been seen through, to have such thick skin and deny it without knowing how shameful the act was, and to have no intention to repent was never heard of before. This was simply a marvel. The examiner continued, "There's also the third round of assessment. Don't tell me that you didn't know that 30 meters away from the center of the array was where the intensity of the pressure was at the weakest, with only 30% or so. The area of the array was obviously so big, but you had to walk to exactly 30 meters away from the center area. Don't tell me that was by chance as well? Isn't this just too coincidental?" When he said these, the crowd was shocked. What? So the pressure in the array's inner portion wasn't stronger? So the position that Bai Ruoqi sat at was where the intensity was at its lowest. No wonder, I had always felt that it was weird that why was she only at second stage first level, but she's able to persist even longer than so many second stage fifth level practitioners. So the truth is like this. This absolutely is cheating. It's obviously unfair that she had obtained such high marks. Bai Ruoqi was pressured by the condemned glares from the crowd and she felt exceptionally guilty, but she absolutely could not admit that she cheated. Tioch. That was really a coincidence. What do you want me to say? What cheating, were all guesses by yourself. The examiner said, then could you explain why was it that everyone all sat by the boundary of the array and only you alone walked to the inner zone? Bai Ruoqi's guilty eyes floated around and suddenly fell onto Huang Yueli. Seeing Huang Yueli's expression filled with ridicule, with a seeming to laugh but not laugh look, she almost fainted. At the same time an evil thought formed in her mind. She gritted her teeth as she hissed, the array is so big, it's my freedom to sit anywhere I like. Is there any regulation that I cannot enter the inner cone? Moreover, I'm not the only one who didn't sit by the boundary of the array, there's also Bai Ruoli. Didn't she enter the center area as well? If you insist that I cheat, then she also cheated. The crowd's gaze all fell upon Huang Yueli. Speaking of that, the other young lady who was from South Yu Kingdom had even astonishing results than Bai Ruoqi. She had gotten first place unknowingly, and even easily crushed Song Yaru, that peerless talent. To have lost to an unknown young lass, just how many people were feeling unreconciled? How many people had swallowed this, to the verge of throwing up blood? From the looks of it, since Bai Ruoqi had cheated, then Huang Yueli, who had even outstanding results, than her, might have cheated as well? Otherwise, how could she be so heaven-defying? Hearing Bai Ruoqi's obvious words to change the focus of attention, Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards as her smile turned even more enchanting. After breaking through to third stage realm, Huang Yueli's looks had somewhat upgraded. Even though there wasn't much changes from her previous look, but she had imperceptibly become much prettier. Even if she had to stand next to Song Yaru, the famous beauty in Sky Cloud City, she would have the upper hand. At this moment, her smile was delicate and attractive, as many young men were lost while looking at her. But this sweet smile, in Bai Ruoqi's eyes, was extremely terrifying. She unconsciously took a step back. What are you thinking of? What's there to smile about? I'm telling you, don't think just because your cultivation is much higher, then you will be able to threaten me. Huang Yueli smiled while shaking her head. That pair of clear eyes contained a glint of sympathy, as though she was looking at a retard. Your joke is really funny. Do I even need to cheat? My cultivation is originally the highest among this batch of examinees. Today before I advanced, I was already at second stage, 9-level cultivation, so to obtain first place was expected. As for trash who had just entered the second stage like you, what right do you have to question me? Initially, she was still all smiles as her tone was gentle and soft, but as she continued to the end of her words, her tone had obviously become severe. When she was completing her last sentence, the words she spat out even contained some traces of pressure from her profound energy. When her words were out, Bairuoqi was pressured until her blood was raging and her chest felt dull, as she almost spat out blood. This was the might that a superior had over a junior, and now that she was already a third-stage third-level practitioner, to deal with Bairuoqi, a second-stage first-level practitioner, was a breeze. She didn't even need to use any profound skill or personally strike out. Only just using the pressure was enough to make Bairuoqi seriously injured. This powerful presence slowly spread out and the surrounding new students were affected as well as they subconsciously took a few steps backwards. At the same time, their eyes were filled with shock. Several new students who had felt unreconciled earlier could not help but to acknowledge her power. That's right, she was now a third-stage practitioner. Her might had long exceeded theirs. No matter how far away or how insignificant her background was, she could absolutely crush them now. Under the absolute difference in power, to doubt the other party would only invite trouble for themselves. Great! You're worthy of being Bai Lufeng's daughter, you really resemble some senses of his imposing attitude that year. A burst of laughter was heard from the back of the crowd. Following that, several elderly people walked up towards them from the back. The examiner raised his head as his expression changed and hurriedly welcomed them and prostrated to the ground. Principal Jiang, W.H. Why have you graced the occasion with your presence? The new students all went into a blank as they quickly looked at the elderly man, their excited faces filled with shock and delight. Principal Jiang. Could this be Celestial Light Academy's one and only original Principal Jiang Tuxin? Jiang Tuxin himself was a very powerful man and was an 8-stage realm practitioner. In the entire Skycloud City, he was considered as one of the top exponents. Moreover, his backing was Celestial Light Sect, and to be sent here to fully take charge of Celestial Light Academy, one of the most important properties in the sect, he was considered as someone with status and was deemed as a valuable person. To the new students who were present, Jiang Tuxin was absolutely a person who they need to look up to as he belonged to the legendary expert level. Normally, the Academy's daily affairs were handled by Vice Principal Ling, so Jiang Tuxin rarely showed his presence. No one had expected that on their first day of entering Celestial Light Academy, they would be able to meet Principal Jiang. The new students were all extremely excited as they followed the examiner and prostrated onto the ground. Nice to meet you, Principal Jiang. Only Huang Yueli didn't follow suit, and as the crowd suddenly lowered their heights, her presence immediately stuck out. However, not only was Jiang Tuxin not angry, he actually laughed as his eyes were filled with admiration. Not bad at all. You're Bai Lufeng's daughter? I met your mother that year, and that was when your parents had just got married. In a blink of an eye, you've already grown so big and you really resemble your mother. However, that temper resembles more to your father. Huang Yueli saw that there wasn't any hypocrisy hidden in his kindness, and instantly generated some senses of liking for him. An elderly person with good moral standing and reputation like Principal Jiang was able to treat her with kindly and with such enthusiasm came naturally from her father's face, so Huang Yueli wasn't someone who didn't know better. She instantly cupped her hand in obeisance as she saluted to him. Nice to meet you, Principal Jiang. My father is indeed Bai Lufeng. Great, that's really great. Jiang Tuxin's wrinkled face was filled with smiles. That year, I had personally taught your father, and he is one of the most talented practitioners that I had ever met. But unfortunately he refused to join our Celestial Light sect. Today, you have inherited your father's innate talent and also entered Celestial Light Academy, so this really made me feel extremely gratified. I heard that you had obtained first place in this round of enrollment examinations, and Vice Principal Ling had already given you the position of a core student. Additionally, I shall now give you 3 chances to choose any profound armament or treasures in the profound weapon chambers, and any cultivation method in the first 3 levels of the scripture depository. So you must work hard. With your innate talent, when you join Celestial Light Academy, there are high hopes of you becoming one of the inner disciples. Don't disappoint me. When Huang Yueli heard this, she instantly felt disappointed. To have an opportunity to choose profound armaments or cultivation methods, to her, was equivalent to not gaining any advantages. In her previous life, she had obtained various cultivation methods, and those would definitely much higher leveled than the cultivation methods for course students to train. As for profound armaments, she herself could refine it. Just merely an academy's profound armament chambers was probably not much better than armaments, which she could refine herself. It was better to give her spirit jades or high-leveled medicinal herbs, which was much practical. But she didn't express that out and politely replied, "Thank you, Principal Jiang, for your benevolence. I will do my best to pursue my cultivation." Principal Jiang was very satisfied with her attitude as he nodded his head. At this moment, the crowd went into another round of bustling. Even though Huang Yueli didn't thought much of the advantages that Jiang Tuxin gave to her, but in the eyes of the new students, this was a huge pie that had dropped out from the sky. This was a big opportunity that everyone would grab even in their dreams. The profound armament chambers was filled with profound armaments, which were 4th tier and above. As for the treasures that filled the shelves, those were likely profound weapons which were 5th tier upper grade and above. Each piece of these profound armaments were extremely pricey, and even as course students, they would need to accumulate masses of star currency before they could enter and exchange for 1 piece, so very few people was able to obtain 2 pieces and above. As for Celestial Light Academy's cultivation methods, it was even more famous. Ordinary students could only enter the 1st level of the scripture depository, while course students could enter the 2nd level. But Principal Jiang had directly allowed Huang Yueli to casually enter the 3rd level, to pick any cultivation method she wished. What concept was that? The scripture depository was filled with earth-tier medium-grade, profound skills and cultivation methods. If one could choose something which was suitable for their use, just learning a few moves would enable that person to move horizontally in Celestial Light Academy. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy as they looked upon Huang Yueli. When Bai Ruoqi saw what was happening and heard Principal Jiang's praises and promised rewards, her heart felt especially sour. As Principal Jiang was preparing to leave, she hurriedly shot up like an arrow and blocked his passage. Principal Jiang. Jiang Tuxin paused momentarily as he frowned and looked at Bai Ruoqi. "Who are you?" Bai Ruoqi hastily replied, "Principal Jiang, I'm also from South Yu Kingdom and my name is Bai Ruoqi. I'm Bai Ruoli's cousin. Bai Lufeng is my uncle." Bai Ruoqi quickly clarified her status with the hope that since Principal Jiang gave that lass with such good treatment, praised her in front of everyone and rewarding her with profound armaments and cultivation methods, wasn't it all because of Bai Lufeng? Then she was also Bai Lufeng's niece. Although a niece wasn't as close as a biological daughter, but she was still considered as a close relative. She should more or less be able to gain some advantage. At the very least, he should be able to let her retain in Celestial Light Academy. However, when Jiang Tuxin heard her introduce herself, he didn't express an overjoyed look like what she had expected. Instead, his face sunk. An 8-stage practitioner's imposing manner was shockingly strong, and even if Jiang Tuxin didn't intentionally release his might, it still made Bai Ruoqi trembled. "You are Bai Ruoqi?" "Yes." Bai Ruoqi somehow felt something was amiss. As expected, Jiang Tuxin snorted heavily as he spoke sternly, "So you're that girl who cheated today's examinations." It had been several decades since anyone dared to cheat in Celestial Light Academy. "How shameless are you? And to think that you're Bai Lufeng's niece. With you as his niece, it has certainly brought him discredit." Jiang Tuxin's tone was extremely severe as he displayed his imposing manner. Just a few stern words had already shocked the examinees present as they all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe out loud. As for Bairuo, she was soaked entirely in her own sweat as she stood there blankly, totally immobile. How? How could this happen? Hadn't Principal Jiang just came over? How did he find out about her self-cheating? However, at this point of time, there wasn't any moment for her to think deeply as her legs gave way, and she knelt down onto the ground crying out loud. Principal Jiang, I know I have done wrongly. I'm in the wrong, I shouldn't have cheated in the examination. It's because I really want to enroll into Celestial Light Academy, and I'm really worried that I would make my uncle lose face. So I took the risk. Now I know I'm in the wrong, I beg Principal to give me another chance. As long as I can stay in Celestial Light Academy, I resolve to change and make a fresh new start and will never ever cheat again. Bairuo cried extremely sadly as her eyes turned red, displaying a remorseful look. All the people present were shocked as they stared with their wide eyes and started discussing in whispers. Heavens, Bairuo has admitted that she really cheated. Isn't that so? Earlier the evidence was already so obvious, but she was denying it so badly. Now that Principal is here, she can no longer keep up with it? How can we retain such a person in Celestial Light Academy? Various ridicule and jeering came from all around, and Bairuo was both ashamed and furious as her face flushed into beetroot red. She couldn't wait to hide herself into a hole in the ground. This time, not only had she lost face, she had even thrown it into Skycloud City. Once the matter of cheating in examinations was leaked out, she would become the laughingstock among the entire Skycloud City's practitioners, never able to raise her head up high. If it wasn't for the current situation, even if she was beaten to death, Bairuo would never admit that she cheated. But she was very clear that as long as she admitted her wrongdoing in front of Principal Jiang and expressed that she would repent and turn over a new leaf, then would she be able to gain Jiang Tuxin's sympathy and mercy to let her stay. Bairuo clenched her teeth as she tried her best to suppress the melancholy feeling and continued howling, Principal Jiang, please let me stay on account of my uncle's face? Surely you won't hope that my uncle would see his own niece being chased out of Celestial Light Academy when he returns? He will be so disappointed. Why would my father be disappointed? He would only be more than happy. A sweet young voice was heard laughing. You. Bairuo suddenly jerked her head upwards. Huang Yueli smiled indifferently, second sister, please stop throwing our Bai family's reputation. What position does my father hold? If news of his niece cheating and still lingered around refusing to leave were to spread, that would really make him embarrassed. Since you have the guts to do such a thing, then you should be able to take the consequences. What does acting pitiful do? That's absolutely right. Jiang Tuxin gave Huang Yueli a glance of admiration. Following that, he looked at Bairuo as his glare turned icy. Earlier when I arrived, I could still hear you trying to deny the allegations. But now that you've been exposed, you start to cry and act pitiful? I'd have never expected that Bai Lu Feng's lifelong illustrious name had almost been ruined by a shameless lass like you. Vice Principal Ling, according to school regulations, what is the punishment for cheating? Vice Principal Ling hurriedly walked over and said, according to school regulations, if officially enrolled students were to be caught cheating, they would be stripped of their entire cultivation and meridians deposed and driven out of the academy. If there are no unexpected events, then the person would never be able to cultivate for his entire lifetime. As this, Bairuo is still not an official student, we can still barely let her keep her cultivation. After the punishment of 12 whips, she will be driven out of the academy. As for her cheating ways, I will inform all academies in South Sky region to keep record of her. Jiang Tuxin nodded and said, although the punishment is slightly lenient, but on account of Bai Lu Feng, we shall do it in this way. Quickly get our men to bring her away and not delay the new student's itinerary to tour the school. The examiner hastily replied and instructed someone to bring Bairuoqi away. Bairuoqi had wanted to struggle and defend herself a bit more, but Celestial Light Academy's law enforcement team were not Southview Kingdom's golden-scaled guards. All of them had extraordinary skills, and not someone who she could resist against. Bairuoqi's mouth was stuffed by someone from the back and her meridians were subdued in a few moves, rendering her immobile, and was taken away immediately. Not long after, Bairuoqi's blood-curdling screeches could be heard. Apparently, she had already been brought to suffer the whip punishment. Hearing that miserable shrieks, those new students all shuddered. The crowd had originally felt satisfied that Bairuoqi was punished for her cheating ways as they held smiles on their faces, but when they heard her blood-curdling screeches, all of them started to be terrified. Bairuoqi seemed to be the niece of some important person in Celestial Light Academy, but yet she was punished to such a miserable state. She was already being whipped as a punishment, and after that, her cheating record would be informed to all academies. To be turned away from Celestial Light Academy because of such a reason, which other academy would dare to take her in? Wouldn't Bairuoqi's future be all ruined? Terrifying, too terrifying. Moreover, earlier Principal Jiang had mentioned if an official student was caught cheating, that student would be stripped of his cultivation. Celestial Light Academy's regulations were so strict, and anyone who dared to violate the school regulations would pay a heavy price for it. All the new students became aware of the dangers, and the joy from being recruited earlier had all disappeared. In replacement, they revered Celestial Light Academy. Huang Yueli noticed the crowd's reaction and smiled while lost in thought. This Principal Jiang was proven to be a famed practitioner. After managing Celestial Light Academy for so many years, the method he took was really not ordinary. Not only had he dealt with Bairuoqi, he also killed the chicken to warn the monkeys. All of these new students were all held in high respects before they entered the school, as their eyes were on the top of them heads. But at this moment they had turned into obedient children. After Principal Jiang left, the examiner brought the new students to the inside of the academy. Following that, he got several older senior students to bring the new students to tour the academy. Celestial Light Academy's floor area was extremely big. Not only did it occupy an entire spiritual artery, the circumference of several hundred miles even had more than 10 individual training grounds and specialized closed-door cultivation rooms for students to cultivate. These closed-door cultivation rooms were built along the spiritual artery's core zone and accompanied with qi gathering array. The profound qi within were abundant, so it took only half the effort while cultivating. Even Huang Yueli took interest in this. Ever since she was reborn, she didn't had any chance to cultivate in such a high-class, closed-door cultivation room, and just taking in those sparse profound qi from the air, even if she had set up a qi gathering array, the effect really made one wanted to cry. A senior brother with the surname Lin introduced, everyone have seen these closed-door cultivation rooms on the spiritual artery. The profound qi in abundant and the cultivation effects are extremely good. But if you want to enter the closed-door cultivation room, you will need to pay a large amount of star currency. So temporarily you will not get the chance. Star currency? What's that? Someone asked immediately. Senior brother Lin patiently explained, star currency is the commonly used currency in Celestial Light Academy. There are many facilities in the academy which requires payment by star currency. For example, to enter the closed-door cultivation rooms, or sutra depository to rent cultivation methods or profound skills manuals. But for yearly promotion, there would be a minimum target of star currency before you can be promoted. There are many ways to obtain star currency. To explain simply, it is distributed based on everyone's contributions, big or small, and the marks you obtain. Take this round's enrollment examinations for example, everyone would have obtained star currency as a reward. First place will get 100 coins, second place would get 99 coins progressively decreasing in succession, and the 100th place would get 1 star currency. So in future when you take part in the annual examinations or various training, if you obtain the top few rankings, you will get a reward. But everyone must cherish this as within this year, this entrance examinations reward is your biggest fortune. Very few students would have star currency in their accounts within the first year, so you must cherish the fortune in your own hands. Upon hearing that, the new students became anxious. It seemed that the stiff competition within Celestial Light Academy was not only a rumor. Whatever they do, they will need star currencies, but yet they only had that few on hand. Especially those new students whose ranking were far back, their faces held a look of despair. Heavens, they only had that pitiful amount of star currency on hand, so what could they do with it? Only Huang Yueli had an indifferent look as she asked, "Senior brother Lin, how much star currency do we need to rent one of the closed-door cultivation rooms on this spiritual artery? Can I trouble you to tell us more?" Senior brother Lin said, "Every closed-door cultivation room's fees are different. The more higher up the room, the more expensive it will get. It costs 1 star currency a day at the foot of the mountain. As for halfway up the mountain, the fee is 5 star currency a day. The rooms near the top of the mountain is 10 star currency a day. The best rooms on the top of the mountain costs 20 star currency a day." Pfwa! So expensive. The new students' expressions turned extremely ugly as sweat started to form on their foreheads. Closed-door cultivation rooms outside the academy were calculated on a monthly basis. Celestial Light Academy's rooms were actually based on day rate. Moreover, the pricing was exorbitant. Even the worst, closed cultivation rooms needed 1 star currency a day. Only heavens knew that the last student to be recruited only had just 1 star currency. Moreover, from senior brother Lin's meaning, he had to use that 1 star currency to live throughout this year and his entire fortune. Could merely cultivate for 1 day in the worst, closed-door cultivation room? Even if it was first place with 100 star currency, she could only cultivate for 3 months at the foot of the mountain. 3 months was not enough for an entire year. Moreover, there were plenty of places at Celestial Light Academy which required spending, so surely it cannot be used entirely to pay for the rental of the closed-door cultivation rooms, right? Upon hearing senior brother Lin's introduction, the pressure on the new students grew larger. They had thought that once they entered Celestial Light Academy, they would easily obtain a huge amount of resources. So they had thought too much. There were resources everywhere and in fact, it had been even better than what they had imagined. But no matter which one it was, they had to pay a price to exchange for it. Only the really strong people had the resources to become even stronger. The weak ones would be eliminated very soon. Senior brother Lin looked at the new students' green and white faces, and the corners of the lips curled upwards into a smile. He was also once a newcomer and naturally knew what they were thinking about now. To take a hit was definite, but who asked them to be newcomers? They had to go through their own struggles to prove their worth before they could stand strong in the academy. Alright, the tour of the closed-door cultivation is now completed. So following this, we will now go to the rear mountain and take a look at the Sutra Depository. Wait a while, Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin paused in his tracks and upon turning back, HR discovered it was Huang Yueli. He replied in a friendly manner, "Junior sister, what's the matter?" Huang Yueli displayed outstanding performance in the new students' enrollment examinations, and at her young age, she became a third-stage practitioner. So it was imaginable that her future had boundless prospects, so senior brother Lin's attitude towards her was different from the others. Huang Yueli said, "I won't be following you all to tour the other grounds of the academy. I intend to stay here and go into closed-door cultivation, so I'd like to ask if I can pay the star currency now directly and rent the closed-door cultivation room?" Senior brother Lin went into an obvious blank. Why, yes you can, but, you really want to rent the closed-door cultivation room? Senior brother Lin's expression was very interesting, and this was the first time he had ever heard any new students would rent a closed-door cultivation room on their first day. Even if it was new student who had gotten first place, that 100-star currency was not enough to rave about. Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, I had broken through to the first stage realm in the third round of assessment. Perhaps it was due to the examination, my breakthrough was forced and my base is not stable, so I'd like to immediately go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize myself. I see. Senior brother Lin nodded in understanding. To break through to third stage realm was a huge matter to all core students, and they indeed needed to go into closed-door cultivation room for some time. As long as there's empty rooms, then you will be able to rent it. I'll go help you ask. So which position do you want to rent? And how many days? Huang Yueli thought for a moment and replied, Then I'll take the mountain top's best closed-door cultivation room, and for now, I'll rent 3 days for now. Senior brother Lin blinked and thought that he had heard wrongly. You. What did you just say? Can you repeat yourself once again? Huang Yueli repeated herself. I want the closed-door cultivation room on the top of the mountain, 1 day 20-star currency that type, and I'll rent 3 days first. Senior brother Lin almost fell onto the ground with shock, and after a moment, his senses returned to him. Why? You say you want to rent the 20-star currency a day's closed-door cultivation room. Huang Yueli was rather speechless as she replied, yes, that's right. It's the one which costs 20-star currency. Senior brother, your hearing isn't too good? Have you suffered some injury previously? Are you kidding me? You're a new student and you want to rent the room that costs 20-star currency a day. Huang Yueli heard him continuously repeating and emphasizing, and his senses turned dull as though he had not noticed what she was saying at all, which left her with black lines all over the top of her head. I say, Senior brother Lin. I'm not kidding, and you didn't hear wrongly. Can you please help me to check if there are still available rooms on the mountain top? Hey, wake up. Brother Lin had just managed to calm himself down, and he stared at her eyes before giving his advice. Junior sister, I advise you not to rent such an expensive room. 20-star currency a day, and you only have a total of 100-star currency. Don't think 100-star currency is a lot. Everything in the academy costs star currency, and moreover star currency is extremely hard to earn. What's more, you are just going to rent 3 days. What can you do in those 3 days? It's a complete waste of money. Even those top 10 core students who had joined the academy long ago don't spend star currencies in the way you do. About this, I have my own plans. Senior brother Lin persuaded her earnestly. Huang Yueli replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Senior brother Lin, I know you mean well, but I've already thought through it clearly. I need that mountain top's closed-door cultivation room, 3 days duration. If you're not able to help me rent, then I'll go find someone else to ask. Senior brother Lin sized her up for half a day, and seeing her composed expression bearing a I've decided look, he sighed, alright, since you insist on not listening to my advice. Sigh. He heaved another long sigh, as that glance seemed like he felt resentful towards her for failing to meet his expectations, as though he had been looking at a wastrel from head to toe. The other new students looked like they had just met a ghost. What's called a tycoon? This was it. Other people's annual income was just 1-star currency, and she had directly rented a 20 currency per day, closed-door, cultivation room, without batting an eyelid. Once the 3 days was up, 60-star currency would disappear. This was more than half of her fortune. This talented young lass from South Sky region's innate talent was rather high, but did she know how to calculate? Where do you find a person who would do things in such a manner? Your room rental is done, mountain top room number 1. 3 days duration, you can go now. Thank you, Senior brother Lin, see you next time. No matter what thinking other people had, Huang Yueli kept an indifferent face as she received the token that senior brother Lin passed to her. She turned around and headed towards the mountain top. The minute the closed-door, cultivation room door was opened, Huang Yueli was both overjoyed and surprised. Celestial Light Academy was really worthy of the #1 academy in the South Sky region. The cultivation terms was indeed not ordinary. From the foot of the mountain to the top, she felt that the abundant profound energy along the spiritual artery was at least a 4th-grade spiritual artery. As for the mountain top's closed-door cultivation room, it gathered a large amount of profound energy from heaven and earth, and there was an array which could regulate the profound energy's attributes and intensity. 20 star currencies were really well spent. Huang Yueli wasn't too worried about not having enough star currency to earn. After all, a skillful armament master didn't have to worry about that at all. She activated the array, sat down cross-legged, and started her cultivation. Due to the forced advancement, the spiritual body gathered in her body wasn't very stable and her meridians were slightly damaged. This sort of internal injury would normally require at least a month to completely recover. But with this closed-door cultivation room, she would be able to repair all the hidden illness in her body within 3 days. The only thing to regret was that she had attempted several times to continue advancing, but every single time she was on the verge of 3rd stage 4th level, she would meet a bottleneck and stop. It seemed that if she didn't gather all the medicinal herbs recorded on 9 Phoenix Transformation, then she can forget about advancing easily. 3 days passed by in a flash. Huang Yueli stretched her body as she stood up, and at the same thing continued to ponder. These 3 days of closed-door cultivation effect wasn't too bad at all, and in future, she could come frequently to cultivate. She also heard that she could rent high-class refinery using star currency, so it would definitely be of use in future. Just from this, the places which used star currency was quite a lot. But how do they earn star currency? She thought about this on the way while walking, and as she was leaving the room, someone called out to her. "Junior sister Bai, you have a few visitors, and they had been here since 3 days ago. Do you want to meet them?" Visitors? Before the senior sister could reply, someone called out from the back. "Bai Ruoli. It's really you." Huang Yueli turned back and saw a young lady dressed in light purple skirt pouncing towards her. "Younger sister Li, I'm Shui Qingqing. We haven't met for several years already. I heard the others say the new student who got 1st place is Bai Ruoli from South Yu Kingdom, and I thought I was dreaming." "How did you? Weren't you not able to cultivate in the past? How did you become so incredible so suddenly?" Huang Yueli went into a blank and quickly sought out this person from her memories. This Shui Qingqing was a daughter of a reputable family from the neighboring South Ming Kingdom, and when she was young, she had followed her father to Valiant Martial Manor as a guest and played often with the original Bai Ruoli. Her innate talent was of 5th grade lower, but she was very easygoing. Even after Bai Lu Feng had disappeared, she would still drop by frequently to play with Bai Ruoli. But ever since she had enrolled into Celestial Light Academy 2 years ago, she had lost contact with Bai Ruoli. Huang Yueli revealed a smile. "Elder sister Sue, it's actually you. I miss you too. As for my cultivation matters, that's a long story." She had a fond liking towards Shui Qingqing. After all, with such an innate talent but still retaining such nice personality wasn't commonly seen. Huang Yueli and Shui Qingqing started reminiscing about old times. When the both of them were talking halfway, the senior sister manager suddenly ran in. "Junior sister Bai, your #1 place is really a hot potato. You've just came out from closed-door cultivation, and someone had already sent you a battle invitation to fight." "Battle invitation?" Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she felt slightly lost. Shui Qingqing's expression, on the other hand, changed. "What battle invitation?" Huang Yueli asked. Before the senior sister could reply, Shui Qingqing had butted into the conversation and hastily said, "Younger sisterly, don't casually agree to these fights. Those people who sent you these battle invitations all harbor ill intentions." "Oh? What do you mean?" Shui Qingqing explained, "You just arrived at Celestial Light Academy, so you don't know. This sort of battle invitations are official fights and will be openly held at the Academy's martial arts stage. Moreover, each individual battle uses star currency for betting purpose. Each bet requires at least 10 star currency. You also know that star currency is hard to get right? Battles are one of the fastest way to earn star currencies. Most new students in the top few places would get star currencies as a reward in the entrance examinations when they just entered the school. So some shameless senior students would take advantage that the new students don't know what's going on and will send you a battle invitation when you just entered the school. The top few new students would normally feel that they are the most outstanding among all the new students, so to go against the senior students would not be a problem. Once they get heated up, they will agree to the battle. In actual fact, those students who had stayed in the academy for 2 years or not, even if their innate talent isn't very high, but their power are much higher than the new students by several times. So new students had never won before. Hearing Shui Qingqing's explanation, Huang Yueli finally understood. This meant they were trying to take advantage of the new students? Honestly speaking, she had seen quite a number of such scums in her previous life, and there were quite a number of such disciples in Mythical Flame Palace. Actually, it looked like these people had gained advantage, but since they only dared to challenge those who were weaker than them, this was a very serious psychological damage, and it would affect one's initiative, so it would be difficult to have much achievements in future. Huang Yueli replied, "Now this is interesting. So Celestial Light Academy has such a tradition. Sister Qingqing, quickly tell me what are the regulations during the battle." "There's a lot. All the Celestial Light Academy students would have a uniformed ranking at the martial arts stage. If one's ranks was lower than those higher-ranked people, the opponent cannot reject the battle. But if those higher-ranked ones wishes to challenge those lower-ranked ones, then the latter can reject the battle. Moreover, the bet is 10 times of the original amount." Huang Yueli's eyes shone and cried out in surprise, "Eh? There's such a good thing. In that case, if I were to bet 10 star currency, then the person who sends me the battle invitation would have to bet 100 star currency. Then if I were to win, 100 star currency would belong to me. Wow, this star currency is so easy to earn?" Shui Qingqing had thought her earlier words had frightened Huang Yueli, but who knew she would be excited to such a state? Shui Qingqing was dumbfounded, and after a moment, she responded, "I saw, younger sisterly, did you hear what I said earlier? The potential between new and old students is not comparable." Huang Yueli laughed, "That may not be necessary. Whether it's comparable or not, we still will have to see one's potential. Quickly tell me, is it possible that when they invite me for each battle, I will be able to bet at least 100 star currency?" "Right, that's correct, but..." Huang Yueli cried out a wow and continued, "That's great. Senior Sister Manager, I'll accept this battle invitation. Can you help me to check when will the battle held?" "Younger sisterly, why, you're so muddle-headed." Shui Qingqing almost jumped up. "I already told you that no new student had ever won the old ones. Why? You actually accepted the battle so easily." Even the senior sister was shocked as she speechlessly shook her head. "Junior sister Bai, don't be so rash. Junior sister Sue is right, those older students have mastered their cultivation methods and profound skills after so long at Celestial Light Academy, and it's not at a level that you new students could imagine. Although you are ranked first among the new students, and is already at 3rd stage realm, but Celestial Light Academy had plentiful of 3rd stage realm practitioners. The top 10 core students are mostly 4th stage realm practitioners. You're not comparable to them in any way." Huang Yueli smiled, "Senior sister, I appreciate your kind-heartedness. But those top 10 core students all want their face, so why would they come challenge a new student like me? Don't know, I know my baseline. In actual fact, even if it was the top 10 core students, she wasn't afraid at all. When she was in second stage realm, she had easily defeated the fourth stage realm Imperial Tutor. Now that she had successfully advanced to third stage realm, those practitioner below fourth stage realm 9 level were definitely not her opponent. But in order not to scare the manager senior sister, she had to be conservative. Despite manager senior sister and Shui Qingqing's repetitive persuasions, they were not able to change her mind, so they helplessly watched her accept the battle invitation. This, you don't even want to take a look and just accepted it? What's the point? Seeing Shui Qingqing's disapproving expression, Huang Yueli opened the battle invitation. Yiming, third stage realm, second level, core student, martial arts stage ranking, 69. There's not much content on this battle invitation. Huang Yueli didn't think much of it as she read on, seeing that Shui Qingqing's face had already turned petrified. Elder sister Sue, what happened to you? Shui Qingqing was already showing an expression which looked like she was about to cry. Even Yiming came to challenge you, and why, you actually accepted the battle invitation. Do you know the concept of what rank 69 in the martial arts stage was? For an ordinary, third stage second level practitioner, to rank top 100 was already a difficult feat, moreover she's ranked in top 70. She's just in the top 70s, elder sister Sue, you're too anxious. No need to worry. It's 7 days to the battle and by then, just come to the martial arts stage and watch me, that will do. Huang Yueli smiled indifferently. You. AI. Shui Qingqing wasn't able to convince her, so she became even more anxious. But newbies who had just enrolled into Celestial Light Academy were always that blindly confident, and right after they've eaten a major disadvantage, then would the fact sink in. After she had been utterly defeated during the battle, she believed that Huang Yueli would then quieten down. The news that Huang Yueli had accepted Yiming battle was soon widely spreaded in Celestial Light Academy. It was a closely watched yearly affair whenever battle invitations were sent out to the new students. No one would ever doubt that the older students would not win. But some new students were more prudent and were not willing to accept the battle invitation, so they were not able to gain any advantages. Now that Huang Yueli had proactively accepted Yiming battle invitation, it meant that this year's #1 student indeed had some potential, but was simple-minded and rash. In other words, there were advantages to be gained. For a moment, the news made many students' hearts stir. On the same afternoon, Huang Yueli received her second battle invitation. Hu Jingyao, third stage realm, third level, core student. Martial arts stage ranking, 64. Your cultivation is much higher than that something, and your ranking seems to be slightly higher. Huang Yueli held the battle invitation in her hands as she commented lazily. Hu Jingyao was a tanned youth, around 20 years old. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right, my potential is much higher than Yiming, but the overall performance isn't too different. Do you dare to accept my battle invitation?" Huang Yueli was beaming as she replied, "Amen, I accept. Remember to prepare your star currency." "Cuckoo, don't you worry about it. I think you're the one who should prepare your star currency." Hu Jingyao stared at the delicate fair face and her faint smile and was captivated momentarily by her looks as he pondered silently. Could this top student be an idiot? He and Yiming were not ordinary people. Among the core students, they were rather famous. Truth be told, for the first time in several decades, Huang Yueli had been the first one to enroll into the school as a core student, so ordinary students really didn't dare to challenge her. Those who did were naturally not common people. Heavens knew how she was able to accept these battle invitations so indifferently. Who did she think she was? No matter what, she's just a new student who had just entered the third stage realm. To break through on a last-minute basis, her base was not stabilized, and yet she was already thinking of exchanging blows with those core students who had entered third stage realm long ago? Hu Jingyao silently shook his head but said nothing at all. In actual fact, based on his cultivation and potential, he felt that it was beyond his dignity to take part in matters such as taking advantage of new students. If it wasn't for someone who had promised him some other benefits, he wouldn't even be standing here. But since he was already here, he wouldn't show any mercy. He would treat this as a lesson for the new student. To let her know how deep the water ran in the Celestial Light Academy. Hu Jingyao left behind his battle invitation, passed it to her, and left. Who knew, right after he took one step, he was called out by Huang Yueli. Oh right, that. Senior brother Hu, wait a moment. Hu Jingyao suddenly turned around, why? You regret it already? Since you've accepted this battle invitation, then the martial arts stage have already taken in this case, so there's no chance for regrets. Huang Yueli smiled as she showed a set of tidy white teeth. That's not it, senior brother Hu, you're mistaken. I just want to ask you if you happen to know if there's anyone else who wants to challenge me. Please pass the message around and tell them to go ahead. No matter how many of you come, I will accept all the battle invitations. Hu Jingyao stood in blank momentarily, and following that his pupils dilated as though he had just seen a ghost. Where on heavens would you find such a ridiculous matter? This lass actually proactively asked other people to come challenge her? What was wrong with her? Had water seeped into her brain? If she were to accept so many people's challenges, and to fight continuously, no matter how strong she would not be able to take part in a cartwheel battle, right? Moreover, as a new student, if she wasn't able to win even one single round, if she accepted so many battles, was she prepared to lose all her fortune? She really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hu Jingyao snorted, since junior sister, you're so confident, I'd naturally inform the others. Then I'll depend on your senior brother. Have a good trip. Huang Yueli waved. Hu Jingyao almost spat out a mouthful of blood as he clutched his chest and walked away looking melancholy. After Hu Jingyao left, he spread what Huang Yueli had said, and indeed, the entire Celestial Light Academy swarmed up a huge wave. Everyone was now saying that the top new student didn't have any self-knowledge and was simply looking for death. Those who were looking to gain some advantages were overjoyed, and very quickly, Huang Yueli received yet another 2 battle invitations. Yiming Shuang, Hu Jingyao, and 2 more new battle invitations. There was a total of 4. Huang Yueli was waiting to receive even more battle invitations, but surprisingly after she received these 4 invites, she no longer received any new battle invitations. She was feeling strange when Xiu Qingqing came looking for her again. Xiu Qingqing had an angry expression, and as she entered the door, she furiously screamed, "Younger sister Li, why can't you take an advices, and you actually accepted so many battle invitations? Don't you know that you've been tricked by others?" Tricked? What do you mean? Huang Yueli displayed a lost look. Xiu Qingqing was utterly discomfited as she continued, "It's all because of that what Li Shuer. To think she's also from South Yu Kingdom like you. How can she trick you like that? I tell you, those top experts like Yiming Shuang and Hu Jingyao are all reputable people in the academy, so why would they suddenly challenge new students out of the blue? It's all because of Li Shuer's instigation." Huang Yueli stared blankly momentarily, but she started smiling at the next moment. "I really can't tell that Li Shuer in Celestial Light Academy still had some sort of influence." Xiu Qingqing retorted, "Smile, smile, smile, you can still smile. I heard that you and Li Shuer had some feud in South Yu Kingdom. Don't you know she's the beloved student of the great armament master, Master Tang, and it's rumored that she already at the level of a first-rank armament master. Do you know how many core students are rushing to get into her good books? Now that you've offended her, do you think you will have any good days to spend in the academy?" Huang Yueli smiled as she shook her head and replied, only a first-rank armament master. Why are all the current practitioners all so short-sighted? You. Sigh, what do you know? For practitioners like us who come from small countries, we are already not looked upon by those students whose backgrounds are from the major families in Skycloud City. Now that you have obtained first place, the number of you who want to see you fall, and with Li Shuer pushing the waves and adding to the billows, do you think you can easily pass this round? By the day of the battle, losing star currency is a small matter. If you're seriously injured, it will affect your future cultivation and you'd be in deep trouble. Such a pity you're so rash and had already accepted the battle invitations, so even if you want to change your mind, it's too late already. So Qingyue was really anxious as her eyes had turned red. There were many practitioners who came from small countries in Celestial Light Academy, and they had always been bullied. So they had silently formed their own group, and Huang Yueli, to them, was one of their people. Their small country team finally had a top new student with endless future, and she really didn't want to see that Huang Yueli had just joined the school and already beaten until she wasn't able to raise her head up. Huang Yueli didn't know how to comfort her and could only show her the truth when that day was over. She thought about it and said, all right, elder sister Su, no matter what you say, I've already accepted the battle invitations. So even if you're worried, there's no point anymore. Right, I want to ask you something. Do you know why is it that after I've accepted 4 battle invitations, no one else continued to give me any invitations? Is there a regulation in school that each person could only accept 4 battle invitations? Su Qingyue rolled her eyes and said, how could that be possible? There is no limit to how many battle invitations one can accept. But you only have a total of 40 star currency and you have to bet 10 star currency for each round. Now that you're penniless, naturally no one would be able to send you any battle invitations. Saying that, she showed a relieved expression. Luckily you had already spent 60 star currency on your first day. Otherwise, if it were all spent here, you'd have made a huge loss. Huang Yueli just understood the whole situation was because she was too poor. In such a short time, her star currency had been deducted to 0. Shortage of funding was a big problem. No wonder everyone said star currency was very important. Just merely 4 rounds of battle for the opponent to bet 10 times of the amount would only earn her 400 star currency. It was a little too little. Huang Yueli pouted her lips and thought for a moment before her eyes shone. Right, elder sister Su, do you have any star currency? Lend me some. After 7 days, I'll return you double the amount. Su Qingyue looked at her alertly, you wish to borrow star currency? Huang Yueli nodded and replied, that's right. If you're worried that I won't return it, I can write an IOU, and we can leave a record with the academy's teachers so I won't be able to deny it after. Su Qingyue replied, I'm not worried about you not returning, but... At this moment, why do you need to borrow star currency for? Huang Yueli replied, about this. I was thinking if I had more star currency on hand, doesn't it mean that I can accept more battles? Su Qingyue had originally made a wild guess secretly, but when she heard Huang Yueli say it out, it still felt like a lightning bolt striking her from the top, burning her to a crisp. She had never seen anyone who looked for death so earnestly. Borrowing money to battle. Did she felt that she hadn't lost badly enough yet? Felt that losing her entire fortune wasn't enough and was prepared to live with a life filled with debts. No way, impossible. I will never ever lend you this money. Su Qingyue hissed out the words and stomped away in rage. Huang Yueli was stunned, not expecting that she had so little confidence in her. But it was understandable. In Su Qingyue's eyes, she was that trash by Ruoli several years ago. For trash, to be able to cultivate and become first place among the new students, was already a marvel. How was it possible that she would be the first one in several decades to win the battle against the older students? This was not a marvel, but a miracle. Sigh, I originally intended to help you and share the riches, but I didn't expect you to not reciprocate. Huang Yueli shook her head as she heaved a sigh of relief. But she knew where the problem laid, so there was a way to solve it. Huang Yueli quickly set up a booth in the academy and openly asked for a loan from the entire academy's teachers and students. Her loan rules were very simple: borrow 100 star currency to be returned 7 days later. By then, it would be calculated according to a 50% interest, which was to say, the owner would get 150 star currency. The interest rate was much higher than loan sharks. The entire academy was rocked by this news instantly. Top new student openly borrowing money in the academy. Moreover, to using such a method to loan money and such a high interest rate. Who would use such a method to loan money and to give such a high interest rate? Could it be a scam? However, there were some gutsy people who went ahead and tried. They found that Huang Yueli was very clear-cut when she dealt with the matter, and when she was loaning the money, she had gave our several IOUs, which had been recorded by the academy. With the academy's teachers as a guarantor, it would ensure nothing was lost. Even if she wasn't able to return, the academy would pay for her first. With this, the amount of people who heard about this increased, and very quickly, Huang Yueli had consolidated 1,000 star currency. In actual fact, she really wanted to borrow a bit more, but the academy's side was rather restrictive and was only willing to guarantee her for a maximum of 1,000 star currency. This matter was even approved because of Principal Zhang's accord. Otherwise, if a new student wanted to earn 1,000 star currency, one would need at least 2 years, and the academy was worried that she was not able to pay back. Huang Yueli's borrowing without restraint caused the crowd to raise suspicions. As a new student, why did she need so much star currency for? Li Shuer had intentionally walked one round at her booth and took out 100 star currency. Don't you want to borrow money? I'll loan it to you. But I advise you not to do any last-minute struggles. As a new student and you're loaning 1,000 star currency, even if you exchanged for a huge amount of cultivation methods or profound armaments, so what? Don't tell me you are able to learn it all within 7 days? Since you're going to lose, why bother to borrow so much money? So pitiful, your future in Celestial Light Academy would only result in taking up dangerous jobs such as medicine testing to repay your loan. Li Shuer displayed a bemoaning the state of universe and pitying the fate of mankind expression as she spoke earnestly. She attracted surrounding people who exclaimed that Li Shuer was so kind. Huang Yueli didn't accept her star currency as her lips curled upwards and said, "I'm so sorry, you're too late. My 1,000 star currency had been filled and now I'm not able to give out any more IOUs. Moreover, you seem to have mistaken something. I'm loaning star currency not because I'm intending to exchange cultivation methods." Not exchanging for cultivation methods? Then what do you intend to do? Don't tell me you're intending to go to the mountain tops, closed-door cultivation rooms to cultivate? That wouldn't require 1,000 star currency as well. Huang Yueli didn't reply her question. She stood up and turned towards the surrounding crowd. Everyone, I know many of them will like to challenge me. But previously, as my star currency had been used up, so a lot of you were not able to send me battle invitations. Now that I have star currency, so. She paused momentarily as an invisible smile hung upon her lips. So now everyone take the chance to send me your invites. No matter how many there are. I'll accept it all. Her tone was sweet, and when they heard it, it seemed a little soft, but at the moment the words were out, it felt like lightning had struck the ground, causing many of them to lose their senses. Yo! You are borrowing money just because you want to continue accepting battle invitations? Li Shuer's eyes turned wide. Insane, Ruoli is definitely insane. Heavens, she really don't want to live any longer. Is she thinking that she hasn't paid enough? Among the bustling discussions, Huang Yueli indifferently added, but for those who are sending your battle invitations now, I will only bet at least 100 star currency. That is to say, those who intend to challenge me will at least need to bet 1,000 star currency. Li Shuer sneered when she heard what was said, so that was what you were planning. You thought that once the bets had been raised to 1,000 star currency, no one would dare to send their battle invitations? Those course students who have been in the academy for more than 2 years all have 1,000 star currency. Just you wait. Huang Yueli innocently shrugged, don't be mistaken. I only feel that it's too tiring to go battle after battle. Think about it, 10 coins 1 round, 1,000 coins, means I need to accept 100 battles. It's very tiring, okay? I merely wanted to save some time. Just you continue to pretend. 7 days later, I'm gonna watch how you cry. Li Shuer sneered as she walked away. Due to the restriction of 1,000 star currency, the amount of people who sent Huang Yueli battle invitations had decreased by quite a lot. But those who had been coveting the fortune in her hands were still many, and eventually she managed to receive all 10 battle invitations. What's more, among the owners of the 10 invitations, they were all reputable experts in Celestial Light Academy, and were ranked top 30 in the martial arts stage. 7 days later. On the day of the battle before dawn, the martial arts stage was filled with people. Almost all of the students had received news and flocked over. Although a new student accepting an old student's challenge was seen yearly, but for it to make such a huge commotion was totally unheard of. Everyone wanted to witness the few battles with their own eyes. Since Huang Yueli talked big and used so much star currency to bet, did she really have that overbearing power, or could it be that her brain wasn't working well, thinking that she had merely gotten a first place in among the new students, and thought she was really unequaled? Regarding this question, it was something that everyone wanted to find out. Besides that, someone had specially taken bets to see how many battles Huang Yueli could win. But the majority bet that Huang Yueli would not be able to win even one single round. It was rumored that the statistics, which bet her total loss, had reached 100 to 1. Before the battle, Xiu Qingqing knew that there was no going back and specially came to encourage her. A few students and myself who are from the small countries had all bet 100 lower grade spirit stones that you could at least win one round. Why, you have to buck up. All of us believe in you. When Huang Yueli heard this encouragement, she almost spat out blood. Just win one round was considered as believing in her. Do they need to look down on her that much? She took out the 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones that she had won dueling the entrance examinations and passed it to Xiu Qingqing. Elder sister Su, I need your help to go and help me bet that I will win all rounds. If you have any spare cash, go ahead and buy my total win. The rate is 100 to 1. Just betting 100 will win you 1,000. Nothing is as easy to earn as this. Too bad this self-organized betting booth by the students cannot bet star currency and only spirit stones, otherwise I will have struck it rich. Huang Yueli's eyes shone with brilliance. She had never thought that just one battle could earn her that much, and placing a bet would earn her another huge fortune. 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones would turn into 200,000 after today. Xiu Qingqing almost fainted. Why? You are really not afraid of losing all your fortune? Owing so much money, even if we sell you, it's not enough. Huang Yueli was speechless as she shook her head. Elder sister Su, don't worry. Do I look like an idiot to you? If it wasn't that I am 100% certain, I wouldn't have agreed to so many battles, or even borrow star currency. Can you have some confidence in me? Xiu Qingqing stared at her for half a day before she nodded. All right, younger sister Li, I know you have your own ideas. Since you can become a third-stage realm practitioner from trash, perhaps you have some killer stint which I don't know about. We will go ahead and bet on your total win. If you can really win all the bets, in future, we will follow you around. Huang Yueli's eyes shone. She had long despised the servants whose innate talents were simply not enough in Southview Kingdom, as she couldn't use them in much areas. If she was able to take in Shui Qingqing's team of students, that would be an unexpected surprise. After all, they were at least 4th grade upper talents and above, and to be able to enter Celestial Light Academy, they weren't any common in any way. It was only because they were in unison, crowded out by those large families' disciples, so they were merely not able to obtain more resources. But under proper guidance, their potential would surely take a huge leap. Thinking of this, her lips curled upwards as she smiled mysteriously. All right, just wait and see. On the day of the battle, Huang Yueli had been the same as always, waking up on time, finishing her breakfast, before preparing to leave the room. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound was heard as Shui Qingqing pushed open the door. Upon seeing her, her eyeballs grew wide. Younger sister Li, W. Why are you still here? What time is it already? Huang Yueli replied, Isn't it still very early? It's just 6:45. My first battle is at 7 o'clock. If I were to leave now, I should still be able to arrive on time. Shui Qingqing stared at her, expressing a look which like she was almost about to faint. 7 o'clock is your competition, and if you're still here. Do you know that many people said you're regretting accepting so many battles, and you know that you're definitely going to lose, so. Until now you don't dare to go to the martial arts stage. I was worried something would happen to you, so I came over to look for you. These people are really senseless. Why bother about them? Anyway, as long as I arrive on time when the battle starts, it should be fine. Arrive on time will do. Haven't you took part in any official battles before? Everyone would normally arrive at the place beforehand. Don't tell me you don't need to do any preparation before the battle? What preparation? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. There's just too many. For example, to adjust your mentality and mood, meditate and restore your condition, and to get used to the battlegrounds. To defeat a few clowns, and to earn easy money. Do I need to do so many unnecessary stuff? Huang Yueli mumbled. What? Shui Qingqing thought that she must have heard wrongly. Those who challenged Huang Yueli were core students whose ranking were in the top 100, so which one of them were clowns? But before she could say anything, Huang Yueli had already stood up. Let's go, it's indeed not early anymore, and I don't want to be late. After passing the main street, Huang Yueli realized that there wasn't a single soul on the street. Even the usually bustling public square were all empty. Where was everyone? Where had they all gone to? It was until they reached the martial arts stage's empty land outside the entrance, before Huang Yueli realized what was going on. From the situation, the academy had been so empty because everyone was here to see her. These bunch of people, were they that bored? Please move aside quickly. Huang Yueli and Shui Qingqing tried their best to squeeze inside, but they were not able to do so. There was simply too many people, and because everyone was afraid they would be too far away and not be able to see the situation inside, so they practically ignored the callings to move aside. Seeing that the official battle time was nearing, Huang Yueli realized that she was unable to get into the battlegrounds. What the heck? What situation is this? Elder sister Sue, I realized that you're right. We really cannot be late for the battle, otherwise, we can't even get into the battlegrounds. I really regret not listening to you. Shui Qingqing. She didn't meant it in this way, but from why did Huang Yueli's words make so much sense? At this point in time, Celestial Light Academy's main entrance was another scenario. Celestial Light Academy's principal Jiang Tuxin, vice principal Ling Wenbin, and several high management and 6th stage realm experts all appeared at the school's main door. Moreover, they had split into 2 lines, all of them bearing an anxious and terrified expression, peering towards the entrance. For so many important people to appear together at Celestial Light Academy was a rare scene, and even during the yearly school starting ceremony, many of the elders were not willing to grace the occasion. But now all of them were standing here waiting. If it hadn't been for everyone else who was at the martial arts stage watching Huang Yueli's battle, this scene might have already caused a huge commotion and crowd. As time went past slowly, the school main door was still empty. Ling Wenbin appeared anxious as he nudged himself towards Jiang Tuxin and whispered, "Principal Jiang, why have young sect master not arrived yet? Didn't the messenger say he will arrive at 7 o'clock? Jiang Tuxin replied, "You ask me, I ask who? What status does the young sect master hold? Whatever timing he wants to arrive, it's not something that we can question, isn't it?" When Ling Wenbin heard that, he felt that he had acted impudently and lowered his head. But after a while, the person whom they had been waiting for had not appeared, so he became flustered again. "Principal Jiang, do you know why young set master would come to Celestial Light Academy at this timing? Our sect had just ended the tournament with those few sects from West Sky region and he's headed to our side now. Is it because we have done something wrong?" It was no wonder that Vice Principal Ling would think in this way. Celestial Light sect's people were all of high standing, and even when Jiang Tuxin was in the sect, he was merely an elder, and one of the weaker powers. Whereas in Celestial Light Academy, he was something whom no one dared to oppose. A person like young sect master would normally not come to Celestial Light Academy. Unless something major had happened. Jiang Tuxin frowned. "When I met sect master last month, he commentated me saying that Celestial Light Academy was well managed. The disciples that we had picked recently had shown good performance, so it shouldn't be." Regarding this, Jiang Tuxin was totally baffled. But young sect master, he. Just as the both of them were conversing, a stroke of lightning flashed past the sky, and immediately following that, a powerful profound energy came sweeping from the direction of the school's main entrance. The few sixth-stage realm practitioners who were nearer to the entrance were not able to maintain their standing and almost fell due to this gush of profound energy. But Jiang Tuxin's eyes shone. "Young sect master is here." A flying ship slowly descended from the sky and a few figures were seen. The man leading was a young man with an extremely handsome face. His features were delicate, resembling a perfect sculpture with dark black eyes, like ink, sharp but indifferent, and the imposing manner which he gave out was strong but cold. No one dared to look at him in the eye. If Huang Yueli were here, she would have a shock of her life. Because this man was indeed Li Moying. Jiang Tuxin hastily walked out to welcome him. "Young sect master, you're finally here. I have been waiting for you for ages." The higher management behind Jiang Yusen followed closely. "Our respect to young sect master." Li Moying glanced at them icily, and after some time, he nodded his head and said, "Dispense with formalities." Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin crowded over and said affectionately, "Young sect master graces Celestial Light Academy with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Young sect master, do you want to go to our tea house to take a short rest, and after that I'll bring you around to tour the academy?" "There's no need. I still have some things to do." Li Moying replied unconcernedly. Yes. If young sect master needs us to do anything, just let us know." Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin looked at his unfathomable handsome face as they held a terrified expression. Before Li Moying's arrival, they had only heard of this young sect master's reputation and knew that he was the #1 talent in Celestial Light sect's history. Perhaps he was even able to challenge Mu Qingqing's #1 place. So the entire sect held him in high respects, not daring to make him unhappy one bit. But Li Moying had always been in closed-door cultivation or out learning through experience, and the two principals seldom returned to the sect, so they had never seen him before. From the two principals' imagination, this legendary young sect master had enjoyed success since young, and most of his time was spent on cultivating. Moreover, he was so young, so his personality was likely arrogant and inexperienced, not knowing the ways of the way, so he was still tender in some ways. But upon meeting him today, they discovered that their guesses were wrong to the extreme. Just based on that handsome, youthful, reversal of life face of Li Moying's, could show that he was indeed very young. But the imposing manner and extremely strong power that he gave off made anyone unable to imagine that he was only 20 years old. Just standing at that spot, the profound energy pressure that was coming from him was at an unexcelled position which could repress all the top exponents there, making them suffocate as though their breathing would stop any time and break out into cold sweat. It was even more pressurizing than meeting with the sect master himself. Even Jiang Tuxin, whose cultivation was at 8th-stage realm, which was higher than his, was not spared. It was until Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin had escorted Li Moying away when the top exponents present were able to breathe, feeling that the heavy pressure weighing upon their chests had finally been shifted away. The few of them wiped the sweat off their foreheads coincidentally. Heavens, I almost knelt down earlier, it's so terrifying. Tioch. That's young sect master? Isn't he only 20 years old? How could he be so terrifying? You haven't heard of this. I heard that young sect master had already broken through to 7th stage realm last month in the sect. What's more, at that moment, both heaven and earth moved weirdly as the ground trembled and mountains swayed, almost splitting the entire rear mountain into half. Are you telling the truth? Young sect master is already in 7th stage realm? He's only 20. A 20-year-old in 7th stage realm. How is this possible? How does he cultivate? I've heard about this too. This matter is absolutely true. Young sect master's future is boundless, and he will definitely be someone who will produce clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. His arrival at Celestial Light Academy is a huge opportunity for everyone here. If anyone happens to fall into young sect master's grace, then it would be a huge advantage in future, but if anyone were to offend him accidentally. Let's all be careful these few days. Li Moying didn't bother about the people discussing behind his back. He walked neither swiftly nor slowly forward as his deep gaze kept surveying the school grounds. Even though Jiang Tuxin and the rest were talking, he listened absently, but his herd had already flown towards a black-bellied little fox. Speaking of that, he and his Lear had been separated for close to half a month. Logically speaking, Celestial Light Academy's enrollment examination should have ended, and based on Lear's potential, admitting into the academy shouldn't be any suspense. He wondered if she saw him here, would she be surprised? Li Moying's expression was cold and he didn't say anything much, so this made Jiang Tuxin and the rest flustered as all of them were on their toes, not knowing if they did anything wrong. When Moe saw this, he knew his master's heart had already flown away and didn't hold any interest in entertaining any of these idle people. So he had to make his appearance to help smooth things over as he started talking to Jiang Tuxin and the rest. Principal Jiang, why is the academy so quiet? What time is it now? Why is there no one in the academy at all? This is an exception. Jiang Tuxin was worried that there was a misunderstanding as he hurriedly explained, today something happened. The new top student received over 10 senior students' battle invitation at one go and placed huge stakes on it. Protector Mo, you had stayed in Celestial Light Academy previously as well, so you should know the difference between the new and senior students' abilities. This new student overestimated herself and had accepted so many battle invitations, so this situations is rarely seen. So many of our students had gone over to the martial arts stage to join in the fun. When Li Moying heard the few words, top student, his brows moved slightly.